Chapter 597, The Outsiders, Part 1. Within the vast expanse of the outer cosmos, practitioners at the nascent soul stage are prevalent. Apart from a select few at the transformation, division, or even higher realms, the majority are those of the nascent soul level, who venture into the outer cosmos for exploration. These two individuals, having traversed the third layer of the gale winds, evidently hail from realms beyond this, suggesting their origins in the fourth heaven. Those who enter the trials of the outer cosmos are typically organized by sects and clans, unlike Hao Chen and Feng, who stumbled upon this realm by chance, rendering them as solitary cultivators without affiliation. These two were well acquainted with the periphery of the outer cosmos, perhaps even more so than Hao Chen and his companion, which emboldened their audacity. Hao Chen quickly analyzed their identities in his mind, having discerned the implications of their earlier boisterous outcry, an indication that they were likely not benevolent. Nevertheless, knowing this did not deter Hao Chen. The blood shadow palm had already been summoned, and there was no turning back. With a cold smile, he refrained from directly striking, instead conjuring countless shadowy palm images that descended upon the tree beside the rhinoceros toad. The blood shadow palm enveloped the creature in a multitude of crimson palm shadows, which Hao Chen quietly absorbed into the demon suppression tower. The rhinoceros toad was a treasure in itself. To relinquish the pursuit of its capture would only occur if he found himself at a disadvantage. Observing Hao Chen's actions, the younger of the two middle-aged cultivators darkened in countenance. "Young man, are you unable to hear my words?" he barked, his face flushed with anger. "And if I have heard you?" Hao Chen replied coolly, casting a sidelong glance at the two. Though Feng was not by his side, he felt no fear in the presence of these nascent soul practitioners. "My dear friends, surely there is a matter of precedence? I was the one who discovered this wild beast first and have tamed it. What business is it of yours?" Hao Chen asserted, feigning anger. "This creature belongs to my young master, kept here to absorb the cosmic energy. If you have any sense, hand it over and apologize to our master, and we may consider sparing your life." The older middle-aged cultivator threatened with a hardened demeanor. As he spoke, a vast aura of divine consciousness enveloped the area around them, exuding an almost imperceptible aura of murderous intent. Yet, Hao Chen laughed heartily. "You claim it is your master's pet, but do you have proof? I have spent decades within the second layer of the gale winds to finally discover this rhinoceros toad. You expect me to relinquish it? Humph. Do you believe the outer cosmos is merely your master's pasture?" Hao Chen remained undaunted by their threats, and the demand for an apology was even more outrageous. The bolder he grew, the bolder they became, even if more of their fellow cultivators were to arrive. He had the demon suppression tower and blood escape technique to safeguard his life. If he truly wished to flee, even a dozen adversaries would struggle to impede him. Furthermore, he had the devouring demon fly as a contingency in mind. How audacious! The two were incensed by Hao Chen's defiance. Without waiting for the older middle-aged cultivator to speak, the younger middle-aged cultivator stepped forward and said, "Young man, your path of cultivation is arduous. Do not sabotage your own future." Although he uttered no substantial words, the threat he posed was far greater than that of his predecessor. When Hao Chen was at the foundation establishment stage, he dared to challenge those in the golden core stage. After entering the golden core stage, he further dared to confront those in the nascent soul stage. Now, having reached the pinnacle of the late integration stage, he regarded the two nascent soul cultivators before him with disdain. Provoked, he could easily swat them down like flies. However, he refrained from doing so. Living in the Qianyuan realm had been a life of pursuit and counter-pursuit. Upon entering the outer starry skies, he sought only to diligently cultivate and unravel the mysteries of the Qianyuan Great Formation's outer barriers. "I am acutely aware of the challenges of my cultivation, but it will not be so easy for you to ruin my future," he retorted icily in the same tone. Both cultivators were taken aback. Hao Chen's resolute demeanor perplexed them. Logically, even though they were in the outer realm, the law of the cultivator's strength had always been paramount. On the surface, either of them possessed a cultivation level higher than Hao Chen's. Yet, Hao Chen's defiance led them to question their assumptions. After all, they had stated their lack of murderous intent and only required an apology, yet this young man remained obstinately unyielding. When unusual circumstances arise, there must be a reason. Could this young man have some hidden backing? Just like their young master, who, despite being merely at the nascent soul stage, dared to venture into the third layer of gale winds under their protection to capture beasts more formidable than demonic creatures. The younger middle-aged cultivator, after a moment of silence, finally spoke, I am Bai Ming Tian, a disciple of the third elder of the Qianyu Pavilion in the fourth layer of the Qi Yuan realm. This is my senior brother, Dantai Feng. May I ask which sect you belong to? He gazed at Hao Chen with a detached demeanor. In the hierarchy of the 9 heavens, the first layer holds the weakest power, while the 9th layer possesses the strongest. The Qianyuan realm, where Hao Chen resided, is considered a mid-level realm within the 3rd layer. Upon hearing that they were disciples of the 4th layer, Hao Chen's heart sank. These two were indeed disciples of the Qianyu Pavilion. And with 2 nascent soul cultivators as their guards, their unseen young master must have a significant background, likely the offspring of an elder or even the sect leader. As they introduced themselves, Hao Chen hesitated. He was entirely ignorant of the power dynamics within the 4th layer of the Qi Yuan realm and was unaware of the status of the Qianyu Pavilion within that realm. He also did not know how many had ventured into the outer starry skies from this sect. It was manageable with just the 2 of them. But if there were others, or if there were cultivators at the tribulation or ascension stages secretly protecting them, it would spell trouble. No matter how vast the outer starry skies were, it might not accommodate him. Damn it. How could I encounter someone from the 4th layer of the Qi Yuan realm? Hao Chen cursed inwardly. Just as he was about to respond, Feng Qi appeared by Hao Chen's side, having suppressed his cultivation to the peak of the golden core stage. In my family's lineage, how could I divulge such matters to you, a mere wretch? Feng Qi suddenly interjected, disdainfully rebuking. As his words fell, Feng Qi gracefully floated to Hao Chen's side, exuding an air of unparalleled confidence that emanated from his peak nascent soul cultivation, foolishly intimidating the newcomers. To be candid, Feng Qi was not particularly concerned about the arrival of these 2 individuals. After years of unexpected sojourns beyond the realms, this was the first time he had encountered someone of such formidable strength outside of himself. However, while he feigned bravado, it was impossible for him not to feel a twinge of anxiety within. Chapter 598, Outsiders, Part 2. Feng Qi, being a seasoned veteran of the cultivation world, was no stranger to the subtleties of strategy. Having navigated the complexities of the immortal realm for so long, he was not without his wits. Upon seeing these 2 formidable figures, both at the late nascent soul stage, he swiftly altered his demeanor, recognizing their intentions were far from benevolent. Thus, with a clever flicker of thought, he decided to feign weakness in cultivation while maintaining a facade of bravado. Generally speaking, in the vast expanse of outer realms, many powerful beings are reluctant to engage with the weak. Those who venture into these celestial domains invariably have the protection of esteemed sects. Even if such protectors are not immediately present, they are seldom far away. Furthermore, the slaying of the weak by the strong often invites ridicule. A peak nascent soul cultivator slaying a late-stage core formation practitioner is akin to an adult taking the life of a child, even if others remain silent. The perpetrator would inevitably bear a psychological burden, detrimental to their cultivation. Especially during tribulations, such shadows may manifest as inner demons, leading to distractions that could result in catastrophe. Thus, it is rare for the powerful to engage in unwarranted bloodshed. This is why Feng Qi chose to project an image of merely possessing core formation cultivation at this moment, a tactic honed over decades of experience in the outer realms. He dared not communicate with Hao Chen through sound transmission, fearing interception by the 2 figures, which would unveil their ruse. Although uncertain of the efficacy of this approach, he felt there were no other viable options to avert calamity. Feng Qi's abrupt utterance left Hao Chen momentarily taken aback. However, being quick-witted, he soon comprehended Feng Qi's intent and fell silent. With a sigh of relief, Feng Qi noted Hao Chen's astute cooperation and swiftly cast his gaze upon the 2 newcomers, observing them without restraint. Deep within, the poison cultivator Feng Qi felt a surge of astonishment. At that moment, Bai Ming Tian seemed to have stumbled upon a new continent. Could it be that these 2 were also from the 4th heaven? Bai Ming Tian paused, pondering. It would not be a breach to inform you. Just then, Hao Chen's calm voice resonated. It turns out that you 2 are comrades from the Qianyu Pavilion of the 4th heaven of the Qi Yuan realm. I am Hao Chen, a disciple of the Qian Yuan sect from the same realm. The 4th heaven was entirely foreign to Hao Chen, more so than this second-level gale-stricken area. Moreover, he was entirely unaware if the Qianyu Pavilion of the 4th heaven belonged to a major or minor power. However, he knew that the Qian Yuan sect was ubiquitous across various planes. The Qian Yuan sect was one of the foremost sects in the Qi Yuan realm. It should fare quite well in the 4th heaven of the Qi Yuan realm as well. Thus, Feng Qi's collaboration suddenly reminded Hao Chen of this fact. The esteemed star-smiling ancestor once remarked that the Qian Yuan sect holds an undeniable strength among the realms of the fourth heaven. Not only does the name of the Qian Yuan sect resonate across the first to sixth heavens, but the names of the five halls also enjoy independent recognition. Generally speaking, forces that exist independently within the sixth heaven are referred to as gates. The East Yuan Hall, South Feather Hall, West Abundance Hall, and North Dipper Hall. When the character hall is replaced with gate, it signifies the lineage of the Qian Yuan sect. Hearing the mention of the sect, Bei Ming Tian and Dan Taifeng's expressions instantly shifted. Hao Chen, observing their reactions, felt a surge of delight. He had placed a successful bet. The Qian Yuan sect, impossible. Bei Ming Tian stated with a face ashen as iron. How could the Qian Yuan sect possibly have someone here when there are still trials in the outer starry skies? Due to the upheaval within the Qian Yuan sect in the fourth heaven, Dan Taifeng furrowed his brow, seemingly deep in thought. You fool, Dan Taifeng remarked to Bei Ming Tian. Look at this young man. He has already reached the Nascent Soul stage. If he were from the Qian Yuan sect, this alone would meet the criteria. Suddenly, Dan Taifeng addressed Bei Ming Tian again. Only such a sect could cultivate a disciple of such extraordinary talent. Judging by his accent, he has likely been in the outer starry skies for quite some time and is unaware of the sect's recent turmoil. Bei Ming Tian remained skeptical, whispering, how could someone from the Qian Yuan sect come to the second-level gale zone for trials? Although our Qian Yu sect is a minor sect, we must not let false words tarnish our reputation and embarrass the young master. Indeed, while minor matters can be overlooked, the young master's dignity is paramount. Dan Taifeng nodded in agreement. Since the other party is a member of the Qian Yuan sect, he must have heard of the Qian Yu sect's name. If he is deceiving us, we could simply eliminate him without consequence. But what if he speaks the truth? Bei Ming Tian pondered, his expression serious. What shall we do then? Of course, we must apologize, Dan Taifeng replied. Yet, inwardly he cursed. We have already revealed the name of the Qian Yu sect. Do you think the Qian Yuan sect would let us off the hook? Not to mention, it would be difficult to explain to the sect leader. Senior brother is right. Bei Ming Tian nodded in agreement with Dan Taifeng's opinion. Through their conversation, Hao Chen discerned a hint of their intentions from their gazes, a subtle, almost imperceptible smirk lingering at the corner of his mouth. Feng, perplexed, silently mused. How could a casual mention of a sect provoke such trepidation in these individuals? Could it be that the Qian Yuan sect has established branches throughout the realms of the fourth heaven? If so, does this mean Hao Chen is not a minion of the dark sect? At this moment, while Feng was filled with doubt, he also scorned the intelligence of the two men, deeming them utterly foolish. Are you a disciple of the Qian Yuan sect from the fourth heavens, Qi Yuan realm? After a prolonged silence, Bei Ming Tian inquired. His gaze shifted from Hao Chen to Feng and back again. Despite his incredulity, he altered his form of address, indicating that even in skepticism of Hao Chen and Feng Qi's identities, Bei Ming Tian dared not to disrespect the Qian Yuan sect lightly. Could there be any pretense in this? Hao Chen, discerning the ambiguous whispers shared between the two, felt a surge of understanding within him. Do you possess any token? Bei Ming Tian inquired, his tone grave yet relentless. His demeanor suggested that should Hao Chen fail to produce one, the two would likely take action. These were not mere novices. They were seasoned cultivators who could not be easily deceived by Hao Chen. Without some form of token, would it not invite the insolence of any commoner before them? This was not the realm of the fourth awakening, but the vast expanse of the outer cosmos. Hao Chen, fully aware of their intentions, had prepared himself well. Are you from the Qian Yu sect, seeking to investigate our Qian Yuan sect's affairs? Hao Chen replied with a cold smile, I dare not. Although Bei Ming Tian made this assertion, neither his demeanor nor his expression revealed any sign of retreat. Bei Ming Tian appeared ready to turn hostile should the identity token remain unproduced, which unnerved Feng slightly. Yet, noticing Hao Chen's calm demeanor, he became somewhat perplexed. The subsequent actions of Hao Chen, however, soon clarified his doubts. With a disdainful huff, Hao Chen declared, Since you wish to see it, I shall oblige. With that, a token suddenly appeared in his hand, and without fear of any malicious intent from the two, he tossed it towards them. Given their formidable strength, there was no need for caution in his throw. Dan Taifeng caught the token, and upon inspecting it, his expression shifted dramatically. Chapter 599, Outsiders from Beyond. The token bore a radiant golden character, representing Qian. The sight of this emblem caused Dan Taifeng's complexion to pale. He was certainly familiar with this mark, as it was well known among every faction within the Fourth Awakening realm. This was indeed the insignia of the Qianyuan sect. Such an extraordinary token, adorned with the Qianyuan sect's emblem, confirmed that Hao Chen spoke the truth. Not only was it genuine, but it also hinted at a high status. Dantai Feng, however, did not believe that Hao Chen would casually present such a token for scrutiny. He refrained from probing with his divine sense and dared not entertain any greedy thoughts. The holders of such a token were few and far between, and it indicated a person of considerable standing, someone not to be trifled with by the Qianyu sect. The very fact that Hao Chen was willing to prove his identity indicated his significant status. As Dantai Feng gazed upon the Qianyuan token, a chill crept down his spine. For Hao Chen was not merely a member of the Qianyuan sect, he was likely a remarkable figure, achieving the Nascent Soul stage in under a century. He was probably a direct disciple under focused cultivation by the Qianyuan sect. With their positions now shifted, Dantai Feng reconsidered the matter. He quickly realized that not only must he avoid offending this individual, but he should also make amends while the situation had yet to deteriorate. "Brother, what is it?" Bei Mingtian asked, noticing Dantai Feng's stunned reaction upon receiving the token tossed by Hao Chen. He assumed something significant had transpired and inquired hastily. Dantai Feng, expressionless and silent, simply passed the token to Bei Mingtian. Upon glancing at it, Bei Mingtian's face mirrored Dantai Feng's shock. The significance of this token is evidently clear. As Bei Mingtian held the token in his hand, he felt an intense warmth emanating from it, a flicker of reverence crossing his expression as he fell silent. "Indeed, you are a person of the Qianyuan sect. We were too rash, and we beseech you to not take offense." Bei Mingtian solemnly held the token, stepping forward to offer it to Hao Chen. Upon witnessing this, Hao Chen felt a wave of relief wash over him. This token was the identity insignia entrusted to Hao Chen by the esteemed ancestor Xingxiao. Hao Chen merely glanced at the token's exterior before casting it into his storage ring, unaware of its true potency. It seems that the bearer of this token holds a remarkable status within the Qianyuan sect of the Fourth Heaven. Anyone with discernment would recognize its extraordinary nature. Hao Chen's sole concern was whether Dantai Feng would recognize the token. Fortune smiled upon Hao Chen today. The demeanor of the two men spoke volumes, and he had triumphed in his gamble. Dantai Feng's words elicited a slight smile from Hao Chen, a deliberate flash of pride gleaming in his eyes as he calmly replied, "There is no need for such formality." Bei Mingtian noticed the glint in Hao Chen's eyes and sighed inwardly. He then used a surge of spiritual energy to gently levitate the token before Hao Chen. Hao Chen accepted the token without a second glance, casually stowing it away in his storage ring. "I apologize for any offense earlier. Please forgive us." Though Bei Mingtian and Dantai Feng felt a twinge of resentment, they chose to treat the situation with courtesy. In the realm of cultivation, power dynamics are paramount. The Qianyuan sect's influence far surpasses that of the Qianyu Pavilion, thus necessitating a humble approach. Hao Chen waved his hand dismissively, exuding magnanimity as he said, "It is of no consequence. The Qianyuan sect bears no grudge against our Qianyu Pavilion. May I inquire as to why you would target my young master's pet?" Despite the earlier apology, Dantai Feng pressed further with a question. He understood that the other party belonged to the Qianyuan sect and was likely a person of significance. However, Dantai Feng did not intend to capitulate immediately. He merely moderated his tone. At this moment, he was not interrogating, but rather seeking clarification. The Qianyuan sect is a formidable establishment, yet the Qianyu Pavilion also possesses its own dignity. If this rare toad were a pet of either of them, it could have been a trivial matter to grant a favor and befriend someone of Hao Chen's stature. However, since this creature was favored by their young master, they could not take liberties before his arrival. Thus they were compelled to seek justice. "Your young master's pet?" Hao Chen was taken aback. Not having expected Dantai Feng to be so audacious after confirming his own identity, his expression darkened immediately. Dantai Feng silently lamented. Hao Chen's lack of retribution indicated that these two had transcended the ordinary understanding of social standings. If he continued to press aggressively, would he inadvertently provoke this prominent figure's limits? At this juncture, Dantai Feng mustered the courage to assert, "Indeed, we entered the outer celestial expanse to retrieve this rare toad. Let your young master come to the Qianyuan sect to claim it." Hao Chen scoffed, his demeanor decidedly unfriendly. Clearly, he perceived these two as ungrateful and was prepared to sever ties. "Please, young master, wait." Dantai Feng discreetly wiped the cold sweat from his brow and spoke. The more Hao Chen acted this way, the more Dantai Feng believed that Hao Chen indeed had a formidable backing. He continued, "This rhinoceros toad, while not an extraordinary creature, is a beloved possession that my young master has devoted considerable effort to nurturing, by returning the rhinoceros toad to the outer cosmos to absorb stellar energy. My master is merely expressing his affection for it. If it were any other wild beast that my master desired, we would not hesitate for a moment to present this rhinoceros toad to him. However, the toad's skin holds immense value for our master as well. The skin of the rhinoceros toad is highly toxic. Do you take me for a fool?" Hao Chen furrowed his brow and remarked, "Do you still intend to use the rhinoceros toad's skin to save someone?" No. Feng shook his head, realizing that reasoning was the only way forward. "As you know, our Qinyu sect, apart from cultivating techniques, encompasses a mastery of toxins in all our divine abilities. Our master is now nearing the completion of the golden core stage. With the infusion of this skin into his powers, he could achieve remarkable results during his transformation. The outer cosmos is vast, and it is not limited to just one rhinoceros toad." No matter how Feng explained, Hao Chen remained steadfast, even offering a kind reminder. Feng couldn't help but smile bitterly. In the second and third layers of gale winds, we could traverse freely without the interference of meteorite turbulence. Yet, we dare not enter the fourth layer of gale winds. The variety of wild beasts in the outer cosmos is immense, but rhinoceros toads are exceedingly rare. This one has been in our care for over 30 years. Hao Chen nodded, suddenly intrigued, and inquired, "And what of your master?" This time, only the two of us have ventured into the outer cosmos to retrieve the rhinoceros toad for our master. Feng felt helpless. The rhinoceros toad had been safe here for over a decade, yet today they encountered someone from the Qianyuan sect, which was truly perilous. Although he despised competing with those of lesser cultivation, he could not simply relinquish the rhinoceros toad without a fight. Hao Chen secretly mused, "I must extract some concessions." Chapter 600, The Outsider, 4. "Let us do this. I shall not make it difficult for you," Hao Chen chuckled. "A gentleman appreciates the beauty of mutual benefit. I am not unreasonable. However, capturing this rhinoceros toad has indeed required considerable effort on my part. You see." Upon hearing the first half of Hao Chen's statement, the two felt a glimmer of hope, but the latter part left them both momentarily stunned. Noticing the ambiguous smile in Hao Chen's eyes, Feng instantly grasped his intent. Internally cursing, yet outwardly he said, "I am unaware of what you desire, but we are but simple folk and may not meet your esteemed standards." "Not at all," Hao Chen replied. "I have heard that your Qinyu sect was once a dominant force. I also know that a millennium ago, your sect was known as the Qian Poison Sect. That slight alteration to your name was quite astute. It not only cleansed the fearsome connotation of poison but also allowed the world to soften its memories of the past. Although your current strength may not rival our Qianyuan sect, you are still rich in talent and heroes. I would never underestimate you." Hao Chen rambled on, weaving praise and critique into a tapestry of words, before bursting into hearty laughter. Hearing such unabashed praise from a prominent figure of a major sect, one cannot help but feel a flutter of emotions, even if aware of ulterior motives. After a moment, Hao Chen slowly inquired, "My esteemed friends, are you aware of the purpose of my visit? Might I ask what brings you here, young master?" Feng, clearly the backbone of the duo, had been the one negotiating with Hao Chen, and it was he who now posed the question. Hao Chen feigned a long sigh before responding, "This matter is rather intricate. Yet I feel a certain affinity with both of you, so I shall not withhold the truth." With a subtle glance at Feng Qi, he added, "Please assist me in safeguarding our discussion. There are important matters I wish to confer with my esteemed friends." In an instant, the one who had posed a threat became the one needing protection, leaving Feng Qi momentarily bewildered. Noticing Hao Yen's signal, he hastily complied, bowing respectfully before floating to the periphery to guard. Hao Yen nodded in satisfaction and approached Feng and Baiming Tian. "To be honest, I envy your young master for having such loyal guardians as you two," he complimented with a deftness that was unmistakable. Although they maintained a composed facade, both were internally flattered by his words. He continued, "I trust you noticed the cultivation level of my guardian earlier?" "Indeed," Baiming Tian interjected. "I beg your pardon, young master. My previous words were somewhat impetuous and not meant to offend. However, I am curious as to why you would choose a guardian of late-stage foundation establishment. Given your status and cultivation, one would expect you to select a guardian of a higher caliber." The two had prematurely regarded Hao Yen as akin to the young master of the Qianyuan sect, naturally aligning their views with his perspective. "Your guardian's cultivation only reaches the pinnacle of late-stage foundation establishment. Is that not rather low for your needs? Bai Ming Tian inquired with genuine curiosity. You are unaware of certain details, Hao Chen thought to himself, secretly pleased that he had anticipated this question. He feigned exasperation and explained. This guardian was brought back from the sixth heaven by my third uncle and entrusted to me for protection. At that time, I was merely a peak chi refinement cultivator. While he has now attained late-stage foundation establishment, I have progressed from peak chi refinement to foundation establishment and then to core formation within a few years. Even now, as I advance into late-stage core formation, my guardian remains at late-stage foundation establishment. My visit here is to assist him in seeking opportunities beyond the stars. Observing their expressions discreetly, he continued, originally, the sect intended to assign me another guardian. He then shifted the conversation. However, I am quite sentimental. Although his cultivation may no longer suffice to protect me, I find it difficult to part with him. Given your esteemed status, would it not be feasible to assist him in breaking through to the foundation establishment realm? Bai Ming Tian asked, puzzled. If I were to leverage the sect's resources, I could certainly elevate him, Hao Chen replied, shaking his head. The sect would never allow me to expend resources on someone deemed to have no future. Their promise was that I must find a way myself. Should I fail to ascend to the Nascent Soul realm, I would have to replace my guard. Hao Chen sighed. I truly cannot bear to part with him. In an instant, the two understood his intent, and their admiration for the bond between Hao Chen and his servant deepened. Bai Ming Tian sincerely praised, Young master, you are truly magnanimous. Hao Chen waved his hand, exhaling a sigh. Were it not for dire necessity, I would not venture into the vastness of the outer stars. This place is fraught with peril. Had I not encountered you two friends, my life would be uncertain. The two blushed and replied, we have been remiss. As both were guards, their perception of Feng Qi shifted, and their fondness for Hao Chen's sword. Hao Chen, sensing the moment was right, slowly spoke, might I ask for your assistance? After such extensive groundwork, this question was pivotal. At that moment, Dan Tai Feng and Bai Ming Tian fell silent, grasping Hao Chen's meaning. In the current realm of cultivation, the law of the jungle prevails, with callous individuals lurking everywhere. To see someone as central to the Qi Yuan sect as Hao Chen take such measures for a lowly guard was truly admirable and moving. However, it remained clear that Hao Chen had come to the outer stars in search of opportunity, to transcend his limits and unravel the Qi Yuan great array. Therefore, he had to leverage Feng Qi to gain some advantage. Recognizing their silence, Hao Chen knew he could not rush them, as he was still cloaked in the guise of the Qi Yuan sect's fourth-layer celestial realm. Yet, he was not so arrogant as to believe they would instantly assist him. Given their cultivation levels, they likely possessed little of value. After a prolonged silence, it was Dan Tai Feng who broke the stillness, sighing deeply. The sincerity of your intentions, young master, is truly moving. However, the opportunity you seek is rare. Your talents are exceptional, so it may not weigh heavily on you. Yet, for those of lesser aptitude, the prospects of hundreds of years without progress or a lifetime of stagnation are all too common. A flicker of hope ignited within Hao Chen. He sensed that Dan Tai Feng was not inclined to refuse. Chapter 601, Eloquence and Persuasion. Regardless of whether he was concerned about his dubious identity or driven by other motives, it filled Hao Chen with a glimmer of hope. I know too well, after all. I have accompanied him for decades, and it pains me to let go. He sighed in resignation. Alas, I am truly inept. Even after reaching the late stage of the nascent soul, I cannot retain those close to me. Your compassion and loyalty are rare in this world. Yet the path to opportunity is fraught with uncertainty. Even if you do not succeed, young master, there is no need for self-reproach, Dan Tai Feng remarked, seemingly touched by Hao Chen's sentiment. I too am in a desperate situation, perhaps overly sentimental, Hao Chen replied, shaking his head. For others, it may be simpler. But for my guard, advancing to the peak of the Yuan Dan stage is daunting. To transcend into the realm of Yuan Ying from the Dan stage is indeed akin to scaling the heavens. I should not impose upon my two fellow Taoists. I hope for your understanding. Such candor from Hao Chen has stirred a sense of shame within Dan Tai Feng and Bai Ming Tian. Their motives were driven by self-interest, as who would not desire an additional master within their sect, thereby augmenting their own strength. Yet, when confronted with a figure such as Hao Chen, they could hardly bear to cast blame. Although it was evident that Hao Chen was leveraging the matter of the rare frog to his advantage, he had articulated his intentions clearly, a simple quest to procure opportunities for his guard, the audacity to venture alone into the perilous expanse of the outer starry realms. solely for the sake of a guard, demands immense courage. Upon reflection, they realized they were merely the guards of a young master of the Qianyu sect. Their feelings towards Hao Chen's opportunistic remarks were not filled with malice. Rather, they felt a tinge of remorse. Considering their own circumstances, while they possessed commendable strength, they had entered the Qianyu sect as loose cultivators and were now relegated to the status of mere guards, not even qualifying as guest elders. If their young master truly valued them, he would not have risked sending them into the outer starry realms, even within the lower-tier winds of danger. Who could guarantee their safety? Hao Chen's actions ignited their imaginations. If only they had such a master, their fortunes might have been vastly different. In truth, there exists a means to facilitate the ascension of your guard to the Yuaning realm. After a moment of hesitation, Beiming Tian appeared to have reached a resolution and spoke slowly. What method? Hao Chen's expression brightened, and he promptly responded, I implore you to enlighten me. First, I must ascertain how far your guard is from the peak of the late dance stage. Beiming Tian inquired earnestly. It is merely a matter of understanding. Hao Chen contemplated, recalling that the women around him were in a similar state, and replied accordingly. However, the comprehension within the outer starry realms is somewhat more accessible than in the Qi Yuan realm. Thus, bringing my guard to seek opportunities in the outer starry realms may yield a higher probability of success. As he spoke, Hao Chen shook his head with a wry smile. My guard's innate talent is rather mediocre. If he is fated to remain stagnant in his progression to Yuaning, he may well resign to a lifetime of unfulfilled potential, especially as his lifespan wanes. Given that the comprehension of the heavenly Tao is not the foremost obstacle, why not provide some elixirs for forming the infant? Beiming Tian suggested. I am aware of this principle. With elixirs, one can achieve twice the result with half the effort. However, since my ascension to Yuaning, I have exhausted my supply of elixirs, and the sect does not furnish such auxiliary elixirs anymore, fearing waste should I bestow them upon my guard. Thus, I find myself at an impasse. Hao Chen's words evoked no doubt from the two. Regardless of innate talent, it was implausible to break through without the aid of elixirs. Moreover, given his status as a core figure of the Qianyuan sect, it would be entirely reasonable for him to possess elixirs to assist his advancement. Nevertheless, they found no reason to question Hao Chen's assertion regarding the cessation of elixir provisions. After all, one deemed devoid of prospects would not warrant such resources being squandered on a guard. This was a lamentable reality. And yet it was precisely this realization that prompted Beiming Tian to decide upon a transaction with Hao Chen. In truth, my brothers possess several elixirs, particularly the Dan Tai Feng, who only broke through to the pinnacle of the late Yuaning stage 2 decades ago, and some of these potions have yet to be utilized. The words spoken by Beiming Tian were both candid and revealing. Is this truly the case? Hao Chen waited in anticipation, finally extracting a hint of blood, his heart swelling with joy as he eagerly inquired. This expression evoked a twinge of envy within Hao Chen towards the women beside him. For effortlessly securing advancement elixirs to the Yuaning stage for them was no small feat, rest assured. It is indeed true. I am willing to exchange 6 9-turn pills, 3 nurturing embryo pills, along with some insights from the Yuaning stage, in return for the she-frog toad. Beiming Tian declared with solemnity after collecting his thoughts. Junior brother, have you lost your mind? Dan Tai Feng exclaimed. Yet, Beiming Tian paid no heed to him, his gaze fixed intently on Hao Chen. Given Hao Chen's current alchemical prowess, he was on par with an 8th-tier alchemist. However, crafting potions required immense mental exertion. The thought of acquiring these elixirs effortlessly was indeed exhilarating. Even Hao Chen, known for his remarkable composure, could not suppress a shiver of disbelief. Could it be that such a trivial she-frog toad could yield so much in return? Though he contemplated deceiving or even extorting these two individuals, the magnitude of the potential gain left him feeling almost incredulous. Just as Dan Tai Feng suggested, perhaps Beiming Tian had indeed lost his senses. My lord, there is no need for doubt regarding my sincerity. I genuinely wish to assist in elevating your guardianess cultivation, and we are quite determined to acquire the she-frog toad, Beiming Tian continued, as if sensing Hao Chen's skepticism, speaking with utmost earnestness. Hao Chen scrutinized Beiming Tian's eyes for an extended moment, eventually grasping something profound. My friend, this favor you offer is considerable. You must ponder it well. Although seizing a bargain was not his usual style, he felt compelled to issue a cautious warning. You may not comprehend the status of a loose cultivator, but I have navigated the tumultuous waters of the cultivation world for centuries, enduring all manner of trials and tribulations. You might scoff at this, yet my brother and I have indeed borne countless scorn and lived in constant fear. Were it not for desperation, who would willingly seek refuge in a sect, relinquishing their freedom to serve as a guardian? We are all loose cultivators. Should you abandon this guardian, he would undoubtedly find himself in peril in the cultivation realm, perhaps facing death at any moment, Bei Ming Tian remarked, glancing at Feng Qi, who stood at a distance. Dan Tai Feng and Bei Ming Tian exchanged glances, repeatedly on the verge of speaking but hesitating. Ultimately, upon hearing Bei Ming Tian's words, they both recalled past experiences, letting out a resigned sigh. While sixth-tier elixirs are indeed precious, they likely hold little value in your eyes, my lord. You have recently made a breakthrough, yet your guardian has yet to do so. Though my talents may not match yours, I have immersed myself in the yuanying stage for 300 years. My experience could undoubtedly benefit your guardian. This is not merely an aid to Feng Qi. It also allows the women residing in the Jade Pendant space and the Demon Suppression Tower to listen in. Though joy surged within Hao Chen, he remained cautious. Despite his relatively short cultivation journey, he was not so easily swayed by Bei Ming Tian's words. Who knows whether the other party has discerned something and is setting a trap for me? Chapter 602, Eloquence, Part 2. Here are the 9 turns pill and the congealing infant pill. I kindly ask you to accept them. Bei Ming Tian sincerely presented 2 jade vials to Hao Chen, having retrieved them from his storage ring. The congealing infant pill can enhance the likelihood of a peak practitioner in the late Yuan Dan stage successfully forming an infant. However, its efficacy is slightly stronger than that of the 9 turns returning soul pill. Is this truly all you are giving me? Hao Chen initially harbored some doubts. Yet, upon receiving the 2 jade vials, he discovered they indeed contained the congealing infant pill and the 9 turns returning soul pill. His suspicions diminished significantly, though he remained somewhat perplexed. Could it be that he had encountered a practitioner with a limited understanding of the mind? You have already obtained the pills, and should you require my insights, I can share them immediately. If you still harbor doubts, you may hand over the Shiwa Toad after I finish my explanation. Noticing Hao Chen's hesitation, Bei Ming Tian feared his dissatisfaction and thus proposed to impart knowledge on the process of forming the Yuan infant, intensifying the stakes of their transaction. Bei Ming Tian was determined to acquire the Shiwa Toad. The experiences of a practitioner in the late Yuan infant stage are undoubtedly invaluable. Even sharing a few superficial insights would greatly benefit those within the Jade Pendant space and the Demon Suppression Tower. Perhaps even he could glean some benefit from it. Although his cultivation had recently advanced, certain experiential lessons could still aid in enhancing his mindset. Moreover, his experiences may not necessarily be suitable for the cultivation of others. His advancement to the combined body stage was a fortuitous consequence of taking shortcuts in the bloodline of Xiaoao. Now, having someone to elucidate the path of pill dissolution and infant formation would undoubtedly be advantageous, allowing him to supplement his understanding of the process. This would not only save considerable time, but could also provide insights for his research on cultivation techniques and the transition to the tribulation stage. At this moment, Hao Chen felt a surge of desire. However, despite his intrigue, he could not reveal it immediately. After all, he was currently a practitioner in the combined body stage. I shall accept the pills, but I must decline the discourse. After all, my friend, your journey has not been easy. Each individual's experiences are immensely precious, and typically, knowledge is only shared with close companions or disciples. Your noble intentions leave me feeling quite indebted. Do you perhaps look down upon me? While I may not possess the extensive knowledge of the esteemed predecessors of Qianyuan's sect, I believe my insights on pill dissolution and the experiences of Yuan infant cultivation are equally unique. Bei Ming Tian, sensing Hao Chen's refusal, displayed signs of displeasure. Ahem. That was not my intention, Hao Chen coughed lightly. If you find it unethical, I can take that individual as my disciple, surely. He is merely your guard, and not a practitioner of Qianyuan's sect. My actions would thus be reasonable, wouldn't they? Upon hearing Hao Chen's repeated refusals, Bei Ming Tian felt as though the other was looking down upon him, which made him somewhat agitated. The moment those words escaped his lips, both Hao Chen and the nearby Dan Tai Feng were taken aback. As Dan Tai Feng was about to finish his statement, Bei Ming Tian interrupted him, calmly asserting, "There is no need for further discussion. My mind is made up." Dan Tai Feng offered a wry smile, but chose to remain silent. Given the profound affection displayed by his companion, He requested a moment to converse with his escort to ascertain his thoughts. Hao Chen sensed Bei Ming Tian's resolute determination and felt a surge of delight within. "Please, do as you wish," Bei Ming Tian replied casually. Taking a deep breath, Hao Chen rushed to Feng Qi's side. "What has transpired?" Feng Qi inquired urgently as Hao Chen approached. "Nothing of concern. They proposed an exchange of medicinal pills for the she-frog toad. I traded with them, and the pills are temporarily in my possession. Once they depart, we can redistribute them." Hao Chen recounted the transaction nonchalantly. The pills they exchanged are auxiliary elixirs for advancing from Yuan Dan to Yuan Ying. Huh. If only they could reach the divine transformation realm, Hao Chen jested. If you could transform into a late-stage Yuan Ying practitioner, wouldn't that allow you to acquire pills for ascending to the divine transformation realm? That would indeed be ideal, Feng Qi remarked. Though he had not previously interacted with Hao Chen, their time spent together in the outer starry expanse had revealed to him the latter's unwavering fortitude. Thus, even without participating in the conversation, he remained apprehensive about the potential collapse of negotiations with the two individuals. "There is another matter I wish to discuss with you," Hao Chen casually mentioned. "What is it?" Feng Qi asked, curiosity piqued. "Bei Ming Tian wishes to take you as his disciple." Hao Chen relayed the proposition put forth by Bei Ming Tian. "What did you say? He wants to take me as a disciple?" Feng Qi exclaimed, astonished and somewhat incredulous. Hao Chen chose not to elaborate on the specifics. There was no need for Feng Qi to be burdened with excessive detail, and the moment was not appropriate for lengthy explanations. The entire situation had been orchestrated, and excessive discourse might unravel the ruse. "I trust you will not refuse this opportunity. As we are both cultivators without a sect, gaining insights from others will undoubtedly broaden your knowledge. Rest assured, I informed them you are my escort. Bei Ming Tian is simply here to impart some cultivation experience. He will not take you away. If a genuine connection forms, accompanying them is not out of the question. Do they believe you are from the Qianyuan sect?" Feng Qi, no fool, immediately comprehended that they indeed held the belief that Hao Chen was a disciple of the Qianyuan sect. Otherwise, it would be illogical for someone of lower cultivation to curry favor with them, unless they were quite deranged. However, the notion of taking him as a disciple was somewhat amusing, as his own cultivation was comparable to Bei Ming Tian's. After all, he had chosen to suppress his cultivation at the late stage of Yuan Dan. Nevertheless, gaining insights from outsiders could prove beneficial for advancing to the divine transformation realm. "When the time comes for the sharing of experiences, I will return the she-frog toad to them, and we shall part ways amicably. I hope you will cooperate with me," Hao Chen advised Feng Qi earnestly. "Absolutely. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity," Feng Qi responded, his tone lighthearted and teasing. "Please refrain from speaking for a while. Just listen to the imparted wisdom and leave the trivial matters to me," Hao Chen reiterated. "When dealing with unfamiliar cultivators, one must exercise extreme caution." Feng Qi nodded in agreement, heeding Hao Chen's advice without dissent. Seeing Feng Qi's prompt compliance, Hao Chen quickly led him to the presence of Bei Ming Tian. With their intentions aligned, they proceeded directly to the matter at hand, requesting Feng Qi to take him as a master. It was not a disgrace to have a late-stage nascent soul expert as one's mentor, even if there were rumors about his mental state. Having navigated the Tianyuan continent for many years, Feng Qi was well-versed in the etiquette of apprenticeship. Observing Feng Qi's feigned ignorance brought immense joy to Hao Chen's heart. However, Bei Ming Tian was less concerned with this disciple than with Hao Chen, the towering figure he wished to support. His desire to aid Feng Qi stemmed from genuine goodwill, albeit mixed with a touch of selfishness. As everything was set, Bei Ming Han prepared to impart knowledge and resolve doubts. Chapter 603, Imparting Knowledge and Resolving Doubts, Part 1. Seizing the opportunity, Hao Chen focused his thoughts. In the space of the communication jade pendant, he reached out to Shaner and Shuanger, along with several others practicing in the demon suppression tower, including Xiao Chui and her two pets, alongside the flower fairies and 7 devouring yuan flies, instructing them to temporarily halt their training. In a moment, as someone shares their cultivation experiences, I will activate the sound control mechanism, allowing you to hear the external voices directly. Hao Chen's voice resonated within the jade pendant space and the demon suppression tower. At this juncture, Bei Ming Han had commenced his teachings, sharing his cultivation insights. Many of the principles expounded by Bei Ming Tian were familiar to Hao Chen, thus he found little interest in the discourse. However, those within the jade pendant space and the demon suppression tower had not encountered such wisdom before. It is worth noting that Bei Ming Tian was a figure of the fourth heaven, although his nascent soul cultivation may not be particularly formidable in that realm. His knowledge vastly surpassed that of cultivators from the third heaven. Bei Ming Tian diligently conveyed his teachings, and those in the Jade Pendant Space and the Demon Suppression Tower listened with rapt attention, absorbed in his discourse. The majority of Bei Ming Tian's time was dedicated to imparting the secrets of breaking the Dan and transforming into a baby. For Hao Chen and Feng, there was little to gain. However, for those in the Jade Pendant Space and the Demon Suppression Tower, the insights were akin to a timely downpour. Eagerly absorbed by thirsty minds, Hao Chen secretly utilized a shadow stone to document these invaluable teachings. It was not until the third day that Hao Chen and Feng began to hear knowledge that piqued their interest. To condense a nascent soul, one must gather the essence of heaven and earth, transforming it into the energy of the Yuan Dan. This involves breaking apart the already condensed inner Dan and reverting it to the original force before mentally condensing and shaping it, in conjunction with the principles of the heavenly path, resulting in the transformation of Dan into a baby. This outlines the pathway of Yuan Dan transformation. Alternatively, for those at the Dan formation stage wishing to advance, they may attempt to condense one or multiple Yuan Dan within their Dantian. By doing so, with dual assurances in place, the bottleneck of Dan formation can become intangible, thereby increasing the likelihood of success to over 80%. A primordial Dan, upon its transformation into an infant, allows for another primordial Dan to shatter, replenishing its vast essence and the energy of the infant. It can also undergo the transformation into an infant, resulting in dual primordial infants, or even three. Should one choose not to transform into an infant, it may still become a living energy entity revolving around the infant. However, this method is exceedingly time-consuming. Although it presents no bottleneck, the perseverance required is formidable, and few are willing to embark upon such a path. Indeed, for a practitioner in the late stages of primordial Dan, achieving consummate mastery is a cause for celebration. Who among the foolish would endeavor to cultivate another primordial Dan, devoting decades to condense an additional primordial Dan, only to find that their lifespan may expire before a breakthrough is achieved, and with uncertain success, would be sheer folly. Thus, the majority prefer to focus on condensing a single primordial Dan, taking a desperate gamble. Hearing this, Yi Xiaohan and her companions felt as though they had been enlightened, for they were all practitioners at the late stage of primordial Dan. Although the principles of the celestial path did not suffice for their breakthroughs, they found the second method proposed by Bei Ming Tian intriguing, yet they were not inclined to attempt it. Subsequently, Bei Ming Tian continued to impart his cultivation experiences. Yet, none of them noticed that Hao Yin was struck as if by lightning, his heart tumultuous, stirred by an overwhelming storm, rendering him unable to find tranquility. Two primordial dawn within a single Dantian. How had he not considered this? Bei Ming Tian's words shone like a ray of dawn, illuminating the previously obscure and daunting path ahead. He had been troubled by the thought that, upon transforming into an infant, he could no longer condense primordial dawn. If he could once again condense a primordial Dan, would he not possess an additional demonic Dan within his Dantian? Since accepting the flower demon, he had acquired a demonic cultivation technique. Yet he was unable to condense a demonic Dan. Bei Ming Tian's unintentional remarks had shattered the darkness enveloping Hao Yin, as if revealing a pathway for him to refine a demonic Dan. Long ago, some practitioners had proposed the concept of dual primordial dawn to enhance the success rate of infant formation. However, this hypothesis, while supported by several successful cases, was often dismissed due to the extensive time required. With a lifespan of merely 400 to 500 years, few would willingly squander their lives on such endeavors. Moreover, even if one were to break through to the infant stage, the formation of two primordial dawn would inevitably consume a portion of their essence. If fortune smiled upon them, the infant might retain a modicum of energy. However, if luck were lacking, even with success in becoming a dual primordial infant practitioner, the energy of two frail infants would significantly diminish their overall strength. Indeed, there are practitioners who possess two primordial dawn within a single Dantian, transforming them into two infants. But the requisite energy is immense. While a single infant can absorb primordial energy that an ordinary practitioner can endure, the addition of a second infant demands even greater time and effort. Some individuals, after their breakthrough, designate one infant as a secondary spiritual entity, serving as both primary and auxiliary. Although this path may not match the capabilities of a single infant, it can enhance the speed of cultivation. By practicing the Shaoyang Ju technique, through a fortuitous coincidence, Hao Chen comprehended the cultivation of 3 dantian, condensing 3 primordial dawn, shattering them into infants, resulting in the formation of 3 primordial infants. If one were to cultivate 2 nascent souls within a single dantian, would it not equate to the practices of other cultivators? However, Hao Chen holds a different perspective. Each dantian represents a miniature universe. A solitary nascent soul may feel lonesome, but 2 would possess companionship, rendering the experience far more intriguing. Generally speaking, cultivators advance through a series of stages, overcoming obstacles to transition from one level to the next. Even upon reaching the requisite strength, they often encounter bottlenecks. Such obstacles typically manifest as inner demons, instability of the Tao heart, or irregularities in the flow of primordial energy. Most cultivators face these challenges, with some remaining ensnared by a bottleneck for decades, or even centuries. It is fair to say that bottlenecks pose a formidable adversary to cultivators seeking advancement. Hao Chen, however, is a prodigy, having rarely encountered such hindrances in his cultivation journey. Of course, where there are gains, there are also losses, despite the absence of bottlenecks. Each ascension subjects him to the trials of heavenly tribulation. Moreover, his tribulations prove more ferocious than those faced by ordinary cultivators, serving as a test from the heavens for those deemed extraordinary. While breaking through is not an issue, ascending to the next level proves to be considerably more challenging. Now, should he endeavor to forge another nascent soul, it would inevitably demand a substantial investment of time and further intensify the trials he must endure. After all, Hao Chen's tribulations are already more formidable than those of his peers. The prospect of summoning dual heavenly tribulations raises questions about his capacity to withstand them. Is there not a hint of insatiable ambition in his thoughts? Though no one has succeeded in this endeavor previously, it does not imply that he cannot. Not only has he successfully cultivated 3 dantians and formed 3 nascent souls, but he also aspires to manifest a 3rd and even a 4th dantian and nascent soul. Hao Chen calms his mind and begins to ponder deeply. Chapter 604, Imparting Knowledge and Resolving Doubts, Part 2. Given that a single dantian can harbor 2 nascent dan, it stands to reason that cultivating 2 nascent souls within 1 dantian is indeed feasible. While no one has succeeded thus far, the lack of precedent does not negate the possibility of success. Hao Chen is not reckless. On the contrary, he is far more astute than the average individual. Otherwise, he would have perished long ago. Lacking absolute certainty, he would not rashly attempt to cultivate another nascent dan within the same dantian, risking the formation of a new nascent soul. After all, cultivation merely requires a few years of dedication. Compared to those whose lifespans have dwindled, he is indeed wealthy in time. Surprisingly, through Hao Chen's analysis, he has truly discovered some pathways to success, his mind growing increasingly tranquil. Hao Chen is inherently fortunate on the path of cultivation. At this juncture, with no clear path ahead, he must carve out new avenues. However, he does not rush into this endeavor. Meanwhile, Bei Ming Tian continues to impart knowledge and resolve doubts. Oblivious to Hao Chen's unusual demeanor, unaware that he has drifted into a meditative state. Although the imparting of knowledge may be time-consuming, its essence lies in the cultivator's comprehension of the principles at hand. Otherwise, even the most eloquent teacher would be rendered ineffective if no one understands. Those within the Jade Pendant Space and the Demon Suppression Tower are captivated by the discourse. Though they cannot pose questions, they can commit the teachings to memory. Every individual yearns for transcendence, yet their comprehension of the celestial principles may be insufficient, thus rendering them all significantly enriched. Although Bei Ming Tian accepted Feng as a disciple primarily out of consideration for Hao Chen, it can be said that it was also for the sake of the Qian Yuan sect. Nevertheless, Feng regards Bei Ming Tian as a mentor, embodying the adage that once a teacher, always a father. Such meticulous instruction and guidance is rarely bestowed, even among ordinary teacher-student relationships. After such an extensive period of learning, those within the Jade Pendant Space and the Demon Suppression Tower, particularly those at the pinnacle of the Foundation establishment stage, felt a closer proximity to the realm of core formation. Those at the peak of the Yuandan stage sensed the passage towards the breakthrough of Dan condensation and infant formation hastening. It is inconceivable that each heart was devoid of emotion, particularly for the flower demons, who transformed into human form only after centuries of cultivation. Yet, They lacked the fortune to closely listen to the teachings of humanity and gain such enlightening insights. After 7 days, Bai Ming Tian's discourse finally concluded, and Hao Chen awakened from his meditative state. Each participant reaped immense rewards, though they remained unaware that Hao Chen's gains were particularly arduous and precious. This was especially true for those within the Jade Pendant Space and the Demon Suppression Tower, including the flower demons, beast spirits, and spiritual insects, whose acquisitions were beyond description. Initially, Bai Ming Tian merely spoke casually, yet it profoundly impacted Hao Chen. Through this period of absorption and analysis, a nascent understanding of the cultivation path began to take shape within him. He even discerned that the recondensation of Dan and the formation of an infant was not an unattainable feat in the realm of possibilities. Hao Chen harbored a burgeoning confidence. For ordinary cultivators, breaking through to form an infant was already a divine favor. Those burdened with 3 infants were indeed fortunate. Yet, his ambition remained unquenched. As he aspired to continue forming infants, it appeared that Hao Chen's endeavor to form an infant was akin to a woman's desire for childbirth. More is always better. The conclusion of the teachings signified that Hao Chen was to relinquish the Shiwa toad. In comparison to the gains Hao Chen achieved, the toad was of far greater value. Hence, he did not hesitate and, without waiting for Bai Ming Tian to speak, promptly released the creature. Upon its release, the beast croaked angrily at Hao Chen but fell silent immediately under his fierce gaze. After Bai Ming Tian secured the toad, he bid farewell to the two, who needed to return and report their findings. Their visit to the outer starry realm was not for adventure or trial. Given the time constraints, they needed to plan accordingly. Though Hao Chen masqueraded as a disciple of the Qianyuan sect, he could clearly see that Bai Ming Tian was genuinely assisting Feng. He silently noted that should he ever arrive at the 4th Heaven's enlightenment realm, he would certainly visit the Qianyu sect. It seems that fate intertwined Hao Chen with the Bai Ming family. First, he received the Gengjin sword, then participated in the martial arts contest at the Hao family under the name of Bai Ming Hanxing, and later met Bai Ming Jiuqi, the proprietor of the Spring of Ice and Snow Shop on Feiyu Island. In the outer starry expanse, he encountered Bai Ming Tian once more. As they departed, Bai Ming Tian offered a courteous gesture to Hao Chen without further ado. Hao Chen had indeed profited greatly, yet this bond of goodwill required no words to convey. A mere exchange of glances sufficed. Bai Ming Tian understood that Hao Chen had etched this moment into his heart. Conversely, Feng sincerely bowed in reverence to his master. The invaluable experience has been entrusted to him, and regardless of the underlying motives, he is, at least in name, a disciple of Bai Ming Tian. The ceremony between master and disciple was executed by Feng with utmost sincerity. Those present in the Jade Pendant Space and the Demon Suppression Tower space also offered their respectful bows of gratitude. As the two departed, Hao Chen captured their essence within a tracker, allowing him to exhale in relief. This experience had been immensely beneficial, and the insights were fleeting. Thus, he resolved to enter seclusion to assimilate the knowledge gained, striving to expedite his advancement to the divine transformation stage. After bidding farewell to Bai Ming Tian and Dan Tai Feng, Feng could not help but express his sentiments. This is truly wonderful. Hao Chen nodded in agreement, smiling as he remarked, having such a benefactor as a master is indeed a stroke of good fortune. Gratitude welled up on Feng face, for he understood that Bai Ming Tian's willingness to impart wisdom was closely tied to his relationship with Hao Chen. Thank you. Feng sincerely clasped his hands in gratitude towards Hao Chen. In this place, we support one another. If I do not assist you, who else could? Come now. Do not be so sentimental. As practitioners of the Tao, we adhere to the principle of following the natural flow of heaven. Since you have gained some insight, you should immediately put it into practice, Hao Chen said with a smile, observing Feng earnest demeanor. What if it becomes apparent that you are not a disciple of the Qianyuan sect of the Fourfold Heavens, and they come seeking you? Feng coughed lightly and cautiously responded, Rest assured, I have already devised a plan. Seeing the concern etched on Feng face, Hao Chen felt a sense of relief. The Shiwa Chan was initially obtained by a fellow cultivator, yet it has now become a boon for me. Do not worry. Regardless of whether you acknowledge me as a friend, I have already regarded you as one. Should you require anything, I will not refuse, even at the cost of my life. Upon hearing this, Feng felt a twinge of guilt. Although he expressed this sentiment, Hao Chen remained unperturbed. After all, Hao Chen had already attained the late stage of fusion, making him a formidable figure. To put it bluntly, Feng Qi felt he was not yet worthy to befriend Hao Chen. However, Hao Chen did not concern himself with such matters. Over time, they had supported each other and gained a clear understanding of one another's character. He bore no disdain for Feng Qi. Although he belonged to the demonic sect, there were indeed good individuals within, just as not everyone in the righteous sect was virtuous. Chapter 605. A Journey Alone, Part 1. Who says that only you have benefited? In my heart, Hao Chen mused this thought, though he would never voice it aloud. You are too humble, he replied with a slight smile as Feng Qi expressed himself. Nevertheless, Hao Chen took 3 precious elixirs from his storage ring and presented them to Feng Qi. 9-turn soul revival pill? Feng Qi exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment. This elixir was not only useful during the core formation stage, but also in the nascent soul and divine transformation stages, significantly enhancing the success rate of a cultivator's advancement. Although it paled in comparison to the nascent soul pill, the divine transformation pill was still beyond Feng Qi's reach, even with his remarkable abilities. Yet, Hao Chen unhesitatingly produced 3 of these invaluable pills, the 9-turn soul revival pills. Hao Chen handed 3 9-turn soul recovery pills to Feng Qi and sincerely wished him. I wish you success in transcending to the divine transformation stage soon. Are all 3 for me? Feng Qi inquired, swallowing hard, still grappling with the incredibility of the recent events. A person ventures into the vastness of outer space, risking life and limb to seek fortuitous encounters and break through to the divine transformation realm. You don't need them? Feng Qi stammered. I still require a few more. It's fine, you use them first. Where there's a will, there's a way. I still have time to seek more. Hao Chen began to persuade him. At that moment, Hao Chen realized that Feng Qi was genuinely convinced of his intentions. If Feng Qi were aware that Hao Chen had withheld 3 9-turn pills along with several infant condensing pills, would he still feel immense gratitude towards this cunning fellow? With the soul recovery pills in hand, Feng Qi felt a renewed confidence in advancing to the divine transformation realm. He understood that achieving this state required profound insight into life, simplifying the complexities of existence. It was not a matter that could be resolved through pills. The state of one's mind was paramount. Although he knew that possessing the token from the Qianyuan sect significantly reduced the likelihood of being suspected by Baiming Tian, it was prudent to take precautions. After deliberation, the two decided to relocate before continuing their cultivation. For safety's sake, they resolved to return to the desolate star that housed the teleportation array. Someone has just used the teleportation array. The lingering presence of Baiming Tian and Dantai Feng can still be felt here, Hao Chen noted as they approached the teleportation array. Deducing the aura of its recent user, Feng Qi decided to elevate his cultivation to its pinnacle before seeking opportunities for transformation. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. As he emerged from his meditative state, Feng Qi found his cultivation at its peak, yet still lacking that final moment of enlightenment to reach the threshold. He recognized that this was a matter of mindset. Only by experiencing the myriad facets of human life could he elevate his consciousness. Hao Chen distanced himself from Feng Qi, choosing a secluded place for his own cultivation. However, his focus was not on personal training, but rather on comprehending the Tao of heaven. Occasionally, he entered the demon suppression tower, reveling in the joys of life. Yet, he was often besieged by individuals seeking his guidance to unravel the conundrums they faced, leading to significant elevation of his own mindset through these interactions. Now, he could effortlessly address the bottlenecks encountered by those below the nascent soul stage. Spending 3 months in this location with Feng Qi, Hao Chen attentively mentored those around him. In this brief span of 3 months, for the inhabitants of the Jade Pendant space and the beings within the Demon Suppression Tower, Hao Chen assumed the role of a master, personally guiding anyone who posed questions or encountered difficulties. The cultivation and consciousness of these individuals underwent notable transformations. Upon noticing Feng Qi awakening from his meditation, Hao Chen sensed that it was time to depart from the outer realms and embark on a journey through the fourth heaven's planes. At this juncture, standing beside Feng Qi, he perceived that Feng Qi had reached the pinnacle of the late nascent soul stage and needed to experience the richness of life. For reasons of safety, Hao Chen had no choice but to accompany Feng Qi as they departed from that place. Under Feng Qi's astonished gaze, Hao Chen produced a rare primordial stone and activated the interstellar teleportation array. A wave of dizziness washed over him, and he was swiftly transported to the 4th layer of the primordial awakening realm. Lin Yuan Town, a remote area within the awakening realm, boasted a higher concentration of vital energy than the caverns of Qinya City, despite its peripheral location. This meant that a single day of cultivation here equated to a month in the Qinyuan realm. This was Feng Qi's intended destination, a place where he had acquaintances, seeking merely to establish himself there. Feng Qi was reluctant to accompany Hao Chen in search of Baiming Tian and Dantai Feng. Hao Chen, respecting each person's aspirations, refrained from dissuading him. Besides, he had no desire to remain with Feng Qi. With that said, I shall not press you further. Should you face any difficulties, do not hesitate to seek me out at Qinyu Pavilion. Hao Chen then exchanged a thread of consciousness with Feng Qi, storing it away. As Feng Qi tucked away this fragment of Hao Chen's consciousness, warmth enveloped his heart. Hao Chen's words deeply moved him. Should he encounter peril or misfortune, perhaps Hao Chen could provide him protection. Thank you, he expressed, clasping his hands in gratitude. Take care, Hao Chen replied courteously, before turning away from Feng Qi and embarking alone into the depths of the primordial awakening realm. After leaving Linyuan town, he sought the traces of Baiming Tian and Dantai Feng, traversing several cities via the teleportation array and acquiring a map of the fourth layer of the primordial awakening realm. 7 days slipped by in the blink of an eye. By then, Hao Chen had already entered the territory of the Qianyuan sect. Not all cities possessed a teleportation array. Only those governed by first-rate sects had such facilities, while cities under second-rate sects lacked the qualifications for them. Hao Chen examined the map in his hand, which outlined the locations of all cities within the awakening realm. Each area was marked with precise coordinates, yet many regions remained shrouded in mystery, as if fraught with danger. The direction in which Hao Chen now headed was towards the misty forest. After acquiring the map, he speculated that the obscured areas depicted on it merely indicated regions yet to be explored. Along his journey, he had heard numerous rumors regarding the misty forest, said to harbor many rare treasures, concealing genuine heavenly materials and earthly treasures. These treasures could be consumed immediately for their effects, without the need for alchemical refinement. The jade pendant he possessed contained such treasures, including the eternal spirit liquid, eternal stone milk, and heavenly origin fruit. Though the misty forest was perilous, with a meager number of cultivators emerging alive from its depths, many who ventured therein had acquired precious artifacts. Chapter 606, A Solo Journey, Part 2. The two most sensational events within the primordial awakening realm unfolded in the depths of the misty forest. Over a century ago, a cultivator who had attained the transformation stage ventured deep into the misty jungle, enduring harrowing trials and narrowly escaping with his life. This cultivator returned bearing a dragon scale fruit, and upon consuming it, his cultivation ascended dramatically from the pinnacle of the early transformation stage to the preliminary stage of the fusion stage, a leap that spanned 3 tiers of advancement. In the hierarchy of cultivation, these tiers are categorized as early, mid, late, and peak late stages, with each 4 tiers culminating in a new platform of advancement. The tale of this cultivator's extraordinary leap ignited a frenzy among the practitioners of the Qiyuan realm, leading countless cultivators to flock to the misty jungle in search of treasures. Moreover, 3 years prior, a formidable practitioner at the fusion stage entered the depths of the misty jungle. Though he emerged alive, he was left in a state of utter madness, mumbling incoherently and appearing woefully wretched. These 2 accounts only served to heighten the notoriety of the misty jungle. Even the strongest at the fusion stage had succumbed to madness. Yet this did not deter others from venturing forth. Now, Hao Chen's ambition was firmly set on the misty jungle. Upon acquiring a map, he learned of the circumstances and pondered for a long time before deciding to embark on this journey. Hao Chen examined the map. It would take at least 20 days of travel to reach his destination. A great city named Suyao City lay 1,000 miles from the misty jungle. Built not by any sect but by the ancient alliance of humanity against the beasts, intended to contain the monstrous creatures of the jungle and safeguard human habitation. As time passed, the number of these beasts dwindled, and Suyao City gradually lost its purpose. Eventually, the alliance disbanded, and powerful individuals sought to establish sects within the city. Yet all met with grim fates. Every disciple within those sects perished, leaving no survivors. Over time, the area devolved into chaos, beyond the reach even of the most prestigious sects. Suyao City lacked the presence of teleportation arrays, and presently, only a handful of sects in the Qiyuan realm could construct such arrays, none of which would be established here. Thus, Any cultivator wishing to reach Suyao City must traverse through towns governed by the Qianyuan sect or other cities. Hao Chen, undeterred, sped towards Suyao City alone. Despite the myriad warnings of dangers surrounding the misty jungle, he pressed on, resolute in his belief that within its depths lay opportunities for advancement to the tribulation stage. He intended to become a formidable force within the misty jungle before departing. As time slipped away, 20 days passed in the blink of an eye. Hao Chen now found himself in the vicinity of Suyao City. In the distance, he beheld the grand and imposing cityscape. Suyao City appeared robust and towering, its gates wide open and unguarded, allowing any to enter freely. Suddenly, as Hao Chen admired the city, he was drawn to the fierce sounds of battle emanating from outside its walls. At a glance, several dozen cultivators were engaged in fierce combat outside the city. The air was thick with the cries of kill, as the practitioners divided into two factions unleashed lethal strikes upon one another, exhibiting no mercy. On the walls of the demon-locking city, numerous onlookers gathered, their faces alight with excitement as they cheered for the battle unfolding beyond. What is happening? Hao Chen was unable to discern the situation and refrained from approaching recklessly. From a distance, he observed the chaotic melee, where lives were extinguished with each passing moment. The battle was nearing its conclusion. In the blink of an eye, only a handful of uniformly clad figures in black remained. At that moment, the leader of the black-clad individuals smirked coldly, gesturing for his comrades to clean up the aftermath of the skirmish. Swiftly, the black-clad figures collected the fallen storage bags and departed the scene. Not long after their departure, a dozen city guards clad in black emerged from the city, effortlessly casting spells. Flames erupted, engulfing the area, obliterating the remains of the dozens of slain cultivators. The onlookers bore witness to this spectacle with a sense of nonchalance. As if it were a matter of course, Hao Chen steadied his mind and cautiously made his way into the demon-locking city. Contrary to his expectations of chaos, the interior appeared orderly. Despite the frequent battles occurring outside, as soon as Hao Chen entered the city, several waves of cultivators had already ventured out to engage in conflicts. Within the confines of demon-locking city, however, tranquility reigned. Although each cultivator exuded an aura that warned others to keep their distance, they suppressed their violent tendencies, and no disturbances arose within the city. Curious, Hao Chen glanced around before heading into an inn. To glean more about the situation, the best place to gather information would be the inn's dining hall. The inns in the Qi Yuan realm were fundamentally akin to those in the Qian Yuan realm, featuring a dining area in the front and accommodations in the back. Hao Chen entered the Fu Yuan Tavern, first securing a room in the back before making his way to the dining hall. He chose an empty table and was about to place an order when a server approached, bringing a pot of tea and utensils. "Dear guest, we serve only hearty cuts of meat and large bowls of wine, with no stir-fried dishes. I hope you understand." The sounds of chatter filled the bustling hall. While waiting for his food, Hao Chen sipped tea alone, scanning for intriguing information amidst the noise. "Just yesterday, I killed that Chengyu, and indeed, the din around me fell silent. No one dared to disturb my peace. The battles of recent days seemed rather dull, merely low-level cultivators slaying one another. Humph. Were it not for the Thousand Feather sect, I would have slain that wretched spawn on the spot. Consider yourself fortunate. Once you leave the demon-locking city, your fate is sealed." After listening for a while, he sensed a wave of bloodshed. The demon-locking city was truly extraordinary, having become a chaotic realm in recent years. At that moment, the server returned with a steaming platter of meat and a jar of wine. Hao Chen poured himself a drink and savored the meal, relishing each bite and sip in solitude. After listening intently for half an hour, I gradually grasped some information regarding the city of Demon Lock. Although this city does not belong to anyone, it is governed by a mysterious figure known only as the Star Child. This leader is not dispatched by any major sect, but is a formidable individual whose origins remain unknown. Despite the enigma surrounding his identity, he possesses immense power, having single-handedly subdued all the cultivators within the city to establish his rule. Chapter 607, a series of unusual events from the conversations of the diners. Hao Chen learned that the city lord is a mid-stage tribulation transcender, known for his ruthless disposition. Through the words of these patrons, Hao Chen inferred that the Star Child's prowess likely exceeds that of a mid-stage tribulation cultivator. However, one must ponder what treasures could possibly entice a being of such caliber to this desolate place. Although the misty forest is rumored to harbor extraordinary treasures and rare fruits, It is fraught with peril. For a tribulation transcender, the risk may not be worth the potential reward. It is evident that the Star Child harbors his own motives, though only he is privy to them. Following the conclusion of the battle outside the city, the individuals clad in black were none other than the Shadow Guards and the enforcement team under the command of the City Lord. Each Shadow Guard possesses cultivation above the Nascent Soul realm, while every member of the enforcement team is at the core formation level. Through these individuals, Hao Chen discerned the stark differences between the Shadow Guards and the enforcement team. The Shadow Guards are taciturn, obeying the Star Child's commands without question, even if it means sacrificing their lives. In contrast, the enforcement team largely comprises residents of Demon Lock. This peculiar situation regarding the Shadow Guards aroused Hao Chen's suspicions, prompting him to investigate further. Initially, the city had been a battleground for anyone willing to engage in combat. However, with the arrival of the Star Child, a decree was issued. Anyone who dared to strike within the city would face certain death. Naturally, some disregarded this warning, yet all were inevitably vanquished by the Star Child. As the security of Demon Lock gradually stabilized, the City Lord's residents began to select capable individuals from within the city to form the enforcement team tasked with maintaining order, while the Shadow Guards were assigned to protect the Lord's estate. Moreover, the Star Child established an administrative hall outside the City Lord's residence, where all city affairs are managed by his subordinates. Hao Chen decided to visit the administrative hall of the City Lord to conduct his inquiries, needing a plausible reason for his presence. As he sipped his drink, he pondered his rationale. Despite the din of the restaurant, he managed to glean various opinions about the comprehensive administrative hall established by the City Lord. With the information nearly complete, Hao Chen signaled to the waiter to settle his bill before departing the tavern. Disguising himself as a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator, he made his way toward the City Lord's residence. In the realm of Qiyuan, a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator is regarded as the lowest tier, a group often overlooked by others. Hao Chen was in no rush to venture into the Misty Land. Understanding both himself and his adversaries is essential for achieving victory in any battle. Without knowledge of the circumstances surrounding the Misty Land, he would not act recklessly. In any case, the days spent in the city of Demon Sealing are still long, so there is no need to rush. Before long, Hao Chen arrived outside the Lord's mansion, observing closely. He noticed two squads of Shadow Guards standing motionless, resembling statues. As Hao Chen approached, he raised his hand in defense. Frowning, he looked over at the Shadow Guards and then took a small step back. Human puppets? Hao Chen was no stranger to such constructs, having encountered numerous similar creations within the Demon Suppression Tower. He had even refined a human puppet using the body of the demonic practitioner Ouyang Lai. Inside the Lord's mansion, bystanders were advised to retreat. The human puppet spoke in a hoarse voice, commanding others to keep their distance. Upon seeing the lifeless gaze of the puppet, Hao Chen felt an increased sense of vigilance. He mused to himself, so this Tian Xingzi controls human puppets, governing the entire city of Demon Sealing. Suddenly alarmed, he contemplated the implications if the demonic practitioners succeeded in creating blood-poisoned puppets, capable of controlling countless marionettes to dominate the world. It would undoubtedly become a realm ruled by puppets. Hao Chen speculated that this Tian Xingzi was not merely a practitioner of dark arts, but rather an evil individual. He decided to bide his time. Could it be that those mad alchemists and artifact forgers who proposed the plan for immortality vanished from the third heavens, Qian Yuan realm, only to arrive in the fourth heavens, Qi Yuan realm? If that were the case, this world would be terrifying. The thought of creating numerous metallic puppets was daunting enough. Yet transforming humans into human puppets was even more horrifying. The practitioners of the Demon Church in the Qian Yuan realm had been refining humans into blood-poisoned puppets as part of their immortality plan. After some contemplation, he feigned ignorance and casually inquired of a human puppet, "Is the real estate within the city of Demon Sealing managed by the Lord's mansion?" The puppet before him answered without hesitation. Properties with owners can be freely transferred, while unowned properties are managed by the Lord's mansion. Having clarified the situation regarding real estate transactions and assessed the identities of the Shadow Guards, Hao Chen departed from the Lord's mansion's administrative hall. Venturing into the bustling streets, he adopted the guise of a wealthy youth, wandering about and indulging in shopping. He sought to gain insight into the market while discreetly inquiring about property matters. Amidst the clamor of the crowd, Hao Chen paused before a rather peculiar stall. The oddity of this stall lay in the lack of customers lingering there. Moreover, Its proprietor was a young girl with early-stage foundation-building cultivation, seemingly around the same age as Yi Xiaoya. Dressed in somewhat yellowed male attire, her face was dirty, obscuring her features, yet her eyes sparkled with an unusual intelligence and a hint of impatience. Hao Chen stood before the stall, perusing the items. Growing impatient? Observing the little girl's irritated expression, he was momentarily taken aback. Hey, are you buying or not? If not, don't block the other customers, the girl exclaimed, pointing a slender finger at Hao Chen, her tone laced with a certain boldness. Hao Chen's lips twitched slightly. It turned out his presence was the source of her impatience. Are you sure that anyone other than me would come here? However, Hao Chen did not show any signs of weakness and retorted. After speaking, he disdainfully glanced at the items on the stall, but this glance left him momentarily stunned. Are you buying or not? If not, then get lost, the girl, seemingly pricked by a painful truth, exclaimed in exasperation, her eyes flaring as she grasped her slim waist and scolded him. Oh, she noticed that Hao Chen was fixated on the book titled Xiaohuaju. I thought you were someone with discernment. But it seems you're just a fool who treasures this trinket. Upon realizing that Hao Chen was interested in the technique, the girl laughed triumphantly. Oh, so you are a girl. Hao Chen snapped back to reality, his gaze fixated on the girl's flat chest, feigning a look of sudden understanding. I could kill you. The girl's expression changed, resembling a frenzy of a small tiger, baring her teeth as if prepared to pounce. I have no time to argue with you. I want this book. Hao Chen disregarded the girl and reached for the Xiaohuaju. Are you truly an imbecile? The girl, momentarily halted in her advance, gazed at Hao Chen with an expression of incredulity and queried, in this day and age, most large-chested women lack brains. How is it that you, lacking in assets, also possess no wit? Why would I not seize a ripe lamb when it's presented? Oddities abound each year, but this year seems particularly rife. Hao Chen, with a darkened expression, mockingly retorted to the little girl. Afterward, he grasped the girl's hand, secretly admiring its softness, and slipped 10 pieces of elemental stone into her palm. Before the girl could react to the sudden transaction, Hao Chen had already distanced himself by several paces. Chapter 608, Punishing the Profligate, Part 1. Why should I care about you? The girl, regaining her senses, quickly withdrew her delicate hand. Her gaze fixated on Hao Chen, her small tiger teeth seemingly poised to bite, yet showing no intention of relinquishing the elemental stones. Their quarrel had finally attracted the attention of onlookers. Seeing Hao Chen holding the Xiaohuaju, the crowd displayed expressions of ridicule or pity. The truth was, the cultivation of this technique was excruciatingly slow. Young man, the cultivation of the Xiaohuaju is exceedingly slow. Perhaps you should consider a different technique? A well-meaning bystander could not help but advise. Others chimed in. Indeed, cultivating this technique, even the best talent will falter. This kid is oblivious to his own limitations. What use is advice when he attempts to practice this technique? By the time he realizes he is making no progress, he'll surely be in tears. Naturally, there were also those who mocked. Yes, today's youth has become increasingly arrogant. It's time they learned a lesson. An elder sighed, reflecting on the Xiaohuaju, a legacy from ancient times, whose worth and significance were immeasurable. Yet, in the present, no one could cultivate it. Such a pity, he lamented. Noticing the girl reveling in his plight, Hao Chen could only smile bitterly. What had he done to deserve this? He simply wished to purchase a cultivation technique, yet found himself the subject of scrutiny and gossip. Make way. At that moment, 2 attendants clad in servant attire, possessing late-stage foundational cultivation, burst into the crowd, shouting. Soon after, a man with an air of arrogance, accompanied by a snow-white eagle, approached with a leisurely stride. He is the son of the Tianshui auction house. And there he is again, Yu Heshui. This young man, accustomed to arrogance, relies on the partnership between the Yu family and the city lord to run the auction house, allowing him to seize anyone he desires. Kid, that girl is designated for me. You'd best leave, Yu Heshui said, his narrow eyes narrowing as he approached Hao Chen, pointing at the young woman with an air of arrogance. Hao Chen squinted at the dandy, adorned with a white snow eagle, as he approached, sensing trouble looming. If you dare, stay here forever and see when your worthless items will sell. By the time you sell them, your foolish brother might have already met his end. Yu Heshui scoffed, disregarding Hao Chen's presence as he coldly mocked the girl. This dandy often roamed the marketplace, having taken a fancy to the charming vendor. Understanding her intentions, he threatened the patrons not to purchase her goods. Being new to the scene, Hao Chen was unaware of the dynamics at play. After a verbal spat with the vendor, he attempted to forcefully buy her wares. His underlings, who had been watching closely, promptly reported the unfolding events between the customers and the girl back to Yu Heshui. Upon learning that someone had dared to purchase items from the girl he had been tormenting, Yu Heshui, incensed, stormed over with his entourage to threaten her. "You, miss, are a woman, cowardly. You shameless little wretch, get out of my way." The girl retorted without reservation, her anger palpable. Yet, as she spoke, tears glimmered in her eyes. "Well, I find your spirit quite appealing. I wonder what it will be like when I have you beneath me." Yu Heshui surprisingly did not retaliate with anger, but instead wore a repulsive smirk. "You." The girl trembled with rage, her expressive eyes brimming with tears, ready to spill over at any moment. "I say, kid, do you fancy this girl because of her poverty, hoping to rescue her and then marry her? I advise you to leave now, or you'll get a taste of the city lord's dungeon." Yu Heshui turned to Hao Chen, his expression darkening with mockery. Such arrogant signs exist in every world, and the Fourth Awakening realm is no exception, Hao Chen thought, simmering with indignation. "Whoever helps me rid this scoundrel, I, Chu Qian, will marry him." Chu Qian, tearful and desperate, pleaded as she gazed at the onlookers. Tears streamed down her cheeks, her petite frame quivering with humiliation and despair. Yet, no one dared to intervene, and seeing her hopelessness, she closed her eyes, allowing the tears to flow freely. The crowd sighed, recognizing that Yu Heshui had long been accustomed to his tyranny. Moreover, his family was a powerhouse in the Thunder Shadow auction house. How could they possibly resort to violence for her sake? "Just a moment ago, you were so fierce. Why have you turned so pitiful now?" Hao Chen seized the opportunity to taunt. "Kid, at least you know how to speak," Yu Heshui replied. At this moment, Yu and Shui overheard Hao Chen's sarcastic remarks towards the young lady, which were quite to their taste. Upon hearing Hao Chen's taunts, Chu Qian suddenly opened her eyes, biting her lip tightly, her large eyes fixated on Hao Chen, and her hands were poised as if ready to tear his mouth apart. "You sister!" Hao Chen suddenly blurted out a crude exclamation. Slap! Immediately, a crisp sound echoed, leaving everyone present momentarily frozen. A resounding slap had left the dandy Yu and Shui dazed. Even the white snow eagle perched on his shoulder was at a loss as to where to fly. Bang! After spinning in place several times, Yu and Shui was sent flying several feet away by a kick from Hao Chen, crashing heavily to the ground. This was Hao Chen showing restraint, only using the strength of his foundational cultivation to teach the dandy a lesson. Even so, Hao Chen's strike was enough to leave Yu and Shui in a state of disarray. The muffled sound caused the hearts of everyone present to race. Not only the onlookers, but also the bodyguards accompanying Yu and Shui, as well as Chu Qian, were left in stunned silence. Who was Yu and Shui? Who dared to strike him? Yet, here was someone who did. Hao Chen, observing the still-dazed Yu and Shui, chuckled. To have driven a young lady to this point, you are indeed a peculiar individual. He then shifted his tone, mockingly adding, "A dandy from the auction house? What are you worth? How dare you strike me? You've enraged me today. You two and the snow eagle, come at me." Trembling, Yu and Shui rose to his feet, angrily shouting, "Kill!" The two late-stage foundational realm attendants shouted as they summoned their magical artifacts, launching a fierce assault on Hao Chen. The might emanating from their artifacts was truly awe-inspiring. Screech! The snow eagle spread its wings, its claws gleaming with a chilling light as it soared through the air. The frail attendant leapt into the air, standing mid-flight, wielding a judge's pen imbued with ominous energy, aiming it at Hao Chen's head to seal off his escape route. The slightly plump attendant activated a circular disc, emitting a piercing whir as it sliced towards Hao Chen's body. It seemed that these two attendants and the snow eagle often practiced their magical techniques together, their seamless coordination rendering them formidable. However, this time, they had chosen the wrong opponent. Despite Hao Chen suppressing his cultivation level, his combat experience remained undiminished. Chapter 609, Punishing the Dandy, Part 2, A Trivial Trick. Throughout the encounter, Hao Chen maintained a keen awareness of the two attendants flanking Yu and Shui. As they summoned their magical artifacts, Hao Chen, unfazed, retrieved a magical artifact, the demon banner he had obtained from Cold Moon Ridge. He swiftly unleashed the demon soul blade to counter the judge's pen. While raising the banner to meet the circular artifact, Hao Chen generously allowed it to slice through, producing a sound that was painfully grating to the ears of the onlookers. Crack! Moments later, a shattering noise rang out, gradually silencing the cacophony of the arena. How amusing! Hao Chen remained unharmed, glancing mockingly at the two attendants. He had thoroughly assessed their realms. Both were in the late stage of foundational cultivation. While they were sufficient to deal with ordinary cultivators against Hao Chen, they had become somewhat tiresome. The circular Dharma wheel lay shattered, and its guardian, connected to it both physically and spiritually, let out a mournful cry, yet remained motionless. "Get down here, you wretch." After swiftly incapacitating the enemy, Hao Chen did not pause for a moment. Pivoting on his heels and launching himself into the air with a powerful leap, he landed squarely upon the hapless attendant still suspended in midair, sending him crashing to the ground. Observing the incompetence of the two servants, the snow eagle dove towards Hao Chen with a fierce determination. "What a pair of useless lackeys! And you feeble creature, still wish to practice your skills?" As he spoke, Hao Chen retracted the demonic banner and drew forth the demonic morning sword. Before he could return to the ground, the snow eagle descended from above, its claws poised to strike. The demonic morning sword swept through the air, sending the snow eagle spiraling away, leaving behind only a silver claw, which Hao Chen deftly caught and swiftly stored in his spatial ring. "How audacious you are, bringing along these two fools and a wretched creature, daring to wreak havoc within the confines of Demon Lock City. I find it curious, you indulgent scion, that you have remained unscathed until now." Hao Chen gently descended, casting a disdainful glance at the somewhat dazed Yu Hishui. The onlookers stood frozen, while Yu Hishui trembled in anger, his lips quivering uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Chu Qian observed Hao Chen's arrogant demeanor with an unusual gleam in her eyes. "Do not come any closer, or my father will not spare you." Yu Hishui stammered in terror as Hao Chen approached. Accustomed to being arrogant and domineering, he had relied on these two servants for protection, believing he could brazenly roam through Demon Lock City as long as he avoided powerful adversaries. However, he had not anticipated being so easily subdued by this young man before him. Witnessing the contempt in Hao Chen's eyes, Yu Hishui's heart raced with fear, as he had never encountered such a formidable presence. Disdaining the cowardice displayed by Yu Hishui, Hao Chen shook his head in contempt, resolving to disregard him. "Who dares to cause a disturbance in the marketplace?" A thunderous shout shattered the tense atmosphere. A burly middle-aged man, accompanied by a group, strode forward with authority. Clearly a member of the law enforcement. "Brother Niu, you must help me avenge my grievances." The arrival of the middle-aged man seemed to instill hope in Yu Hishui, who abruptly transformed from his earlier state of fear into a blubbering mess, rushing to the man's side. Onlookers exchanged glances, their eyes filled with pity for Hao Chen. Young master Yu, what happened to your face?" the man inquired, noticing the handprint emblazoned on Yu Hishui's cheek, his brow furrowing in concern. A glint of malice flickered in Yu Hishui's eyes as he feigned innocence. "Brother Niu, I saw someone bullying a young girl and stepped in to stop him. To my surprise, that scoundrel struck me without hesitation and injured my two attendants." He pointed accusingly at Hao Chen and the two fallen servants. However, as he met Hao Chen's piercing gaze, a chill ran down his spine, preventing him from holding the stare. Yet, a sense of scheming delight lingered in his eyes. Brother Niu and he shared a cordial relationship, having enjoyed drinks together on several occasions, which emboldened him to believe he could manipulate the situation to ensure Hao Chen would not leave the marketplace alive. That is not how it transpired. At that moment, a clear voice seized the attention of the crowd. "Clearly, it is this wretched creature who has tormented me. It was this great elder brother who came to my aid. Do not listen to this scoundrel's nonsensical ramblings." With a fierce glare, Chu Qian shouted at Yu Desui. "All right, young lady. I can surmise that this rascal must have threatened you into saying such things. Fear not, for this is the marketplace, and we shall not tolerate any arrogance from others. I shall take it upon myself to rectify the situation," Feng declared with a serious demeanor, raising his hand to signal Chu Qian to cease further remarks. He was well aware of Yu Deshui's character and would never believe that he would rise to defend the downtrodden. Having made up his mind, he commanded, "Bring this scoundrel here and execute him tomorrow." The onlookers sighed inwardly at this proclamation, choosing silence, as they had no desire to offend either Feng or Yu Desui on behalf of a stranger. "This is not how it is." Chu Qian, in a fit of urgency, stepped in front of Hao Chen, obstructing the path of the law enforcement team. "Step aside, young lady, or I shall consider you an impediment to justice and take you in as well." Feng threatened darkly. "I will not yield. So you are all in cahoots." Chu Qian resolutely shook her head, subsequently unleashing a torrent of invective. What an impressive display of authority. At this moment, Hao Chen interjected with a mocking smile. At such a time, you still have the leisure to jest? Hurry and flee. Chu Qian urged anxiously. Flee. Humph. Causing a ruckus in the marketplace and still think one can escape? Feng scoffed. You surely do not wish to know my identity. Nevertheless, I have decided to enlighten you. Hao Chen lamented, shaking his head. Silence. Seize him. Feng, feeling a twinge of unease, barked out orders with a facade of bravado. Regardless of who he was, they would first lock him up and execute him the next day, thus bringing the matter to a close. Open your eyes and see clearly. Suddenly, Hao Chen produced a token inscribed with the character Qian. Gasping sounds reverberated through the crowd upon sight of the gleaming token. That was the exclusive identity token of the Qianyuan sect. Could this young man truly be a scion of the Qianyuan sect? Instantly, the gazes of the onlookers towards Feng were filled with pity. Of all the adversaries, he had unwittingly crossed paths with the Qianyuan sect. People from the Qianyuan sect? Feng's legs began to tremble, his eyes wide with terror, his complexion ashen. Brother Niu, who is this fellow? Hurry and apprehend him. Yu Deshui, having never seen the Qianyuan sect's token, shouted in alarm. A resounding slap echoed as Feng struck Yu Deshui across the face, sending him sprawling to the ground. This is someone from the Qianyuan sect. How dare you offend him? Do you wish to live or die? Give me a clear answer. Feng shouted at Yu Deshui in fury. The ignorant fool who fails to recognize greatness. I implore you, noble sir. Do not stoop to my level, Feng implored, slapping his own face in remorse as he addressed Hao Chen with trepidation. The captain of the law enforcement team was, at best, someone of the Nascent Soul cultivation level. However, a bearer of the Qianyuan sect's token held significant status within the sect. Not only would Yu Deshui's father be unable to confront him, even the city lord would have to show deference. The city lord possesses only the cultivation level of mid-transformation, while the Qianyuan sect is fortified by several individuals of late transformation prowess. Additionally, there are no fewer than hundreds of powerful beings at the early and mid-transformation stages, as well as those of the spirit-severing and divine transformation realms. Such an immense force in the Qiyuan realm is not to be trifled with, unless one is seeking a swift demise. Observing the trepidation on Feng's face, Hao Chen experienced a sense of identity that was undeniably exhilarating. However, he soon found it rather uninteresting, merely a case of a fox assuming the majesty of a tiger. With that thought, he turned and departed from the scene. Chapter 610, Jungle Expedition, Part 1. Hey, stop. A gentle call came from behind, prompting Hao Chen to halt instinctively. Soon, a grimy face drew near. Just as he intended to evade, their lips met unexpectedly. From this moment forth, you are mine. Chu Qian's cheeks flushed crimson as she instantly separated from Hao Chen. Yet she spoke with an air of arrogance. Hao Chen stood momentarily in shock. Had he just been forcefully kissed? Was it truly possible to be accosted in such a manner? Goodbye. While he remained lost in the taste of that unexpected encounter, he heard Chu Qian's playful rebuke as she turned to leave. After taking several steps, she abruptly stopped and inquired, "Oh, by the way, I'm Chu Qian. What is your name?" A black line of frustration appeared on Hao Chen's forehead as he replied. Hao Chen. He had failed to secure a house, but had inadvertently acquired a fragment of the Shao House Sutra and, astonishingly, had become the object of a girl's affections through an unexpected kiss. Following this unexpected interlude, Hao Chen lost interest in purchasing property. Utilizing the Qianyuan sect's token, he managed to blend in seamlessly. Nonetheless, he remained skeptical that the matter was truly resolved, especially considering Yu Deshui would not easily relent. For safety's sake, Hao Chen resolved to temporarily leave Siyao City, intending to return later under a different identity. Within the city, figures of cultivators were ubiquitous. Not all were confined to their chambers for cultivation. Many preferred to roam the streets, savoring the essence of life amidst their practice. Entering the misty jungle was inherently perilous, demanding heightened vigilance where even a moment's inattention could lead to demise. Now within Siyao City, devoid of life-threatening concerns, the people appeared to relax visibly. Noticing that Chu Qian had wandered far, Hao Chen slipped through several alleys, adopting a disguise before quietly entering a large commercial establishment. His consciousness scanned the vicinity, and he soon realized that, after altering his identity, none paid heed to a mere foundation establishment cultivator. With this reassurance, he began to seek out items of interest. Although Hao Chen was unaware if Feng and Feng would relent, he maintained his guard. At the slightest hint of trouble, he would immediately retreat into the space of his jade pendant. Hao Chen exited Soyao City unscathed, with no one taking note of his movements. Even the figures of Feng and Feng were nowhere to be seen, allowing him to breathe a small sigh of relief. As he departed Soyao City, Hao Chen's curiosity led him to survey his surroundings. Outside the city, numerous shadow guards stood vigilant, stationed every 10 zhang, motionless in their posts. The shadow guardians cast a fleeting glance as tendrils of dark energy emanated from beneath their feet, exuding an air of mystery. Hao Chen shook his head, choosing to disregard these enigmatic figures, and turned to sprint towards the direction of the misty forest. Gradually, the presence of cultivators diminished around him, until, under the moonlit night, he found himself utterly alone. He silently soared above the outskirts of the city, hovering over a thicket from where he could discern the situation below with clarity. Only when the moon hung low in the treetops did the forest reveal its true form. Numerous low-tier magical beasts traversed this woodland, coexisting peacefully. This was merely the fringes of the misty forest. It was only upon venturing deeper that one would encounter formidable beasts. In the heart of the misty forest, even savage beasts and demonic creatures roamed frequently. Yet within the confines of the misty forest, cultivators paid little mind to the types of magical beasts, categorizing them all under the same banner. Passing through this lucid forest, one would arrive at the true entrance of the misty forest, Hao Chen mused internally. He then altered his cultivation level, adopting the guise of an early-stage core formation cultivator as he made his way towards the misty forest. Locking Beast City was the closest to the misty forest, yet even so, it would take Hao Chen a full 2 days to reach his destination at his current pace. As time passed, Hao Chen continued to glide above the treetops, opting not to fly directly, but instead proceeding with a measured pace, pausing intermittently to survey the terrain and memorize the landscape. Besides him, many other cultivators mirrored his cautious approach, also journeying toward the misty forest. The realm within the misty forest was rich with rare treasures and exotic fruits, worth their weight in gold, yet equally perilous. Nevertheless, this did not deter other cultivators from pursuing their intentions to enter the misty forest. Hao Chen had once again altered his identity, because most cultivators venturing towards the misty forest were at least at the core formation level. After all, those of foundation establishment level faced considerable danger in exploring the depths of the misty forest and could only seek opportunities at its periphery. Except for a select few cultivators whose levels remained inscrutable, Hao Chen could generally assess their cultivation levels. Even though those seeking adventure in the misty forest employed various spells to conceal their true strengths, they could not escape Hao Chen's keen perception. And he possessed the advantage in cultivation. 3 days later, the misty forest came into view. Lifting his gaze, he beheld a vast expanse of white, the entire woodland shrouded in thick mist. Even with his spiritual awareness, he struggled to see beyond a short distance. The name Misty Forest was indeed aptly chosen. The damp fog obscured visibility, allowing sight only for a few dozen feet. Due to the formidable spatial restrictions imposed within the misty forest, Hao Chen was compelled to abandon flight and intentionally descended to the ground. For within the misty forest, governed by powerful laws, one could only traverse the earth, as flight was utterly forbidden. Observing Hao Chen's predicament, many cultivators gathered at the forest's edge exchanged knowing smiles. Clearly, they too had once been unaware of the local conditions and had suffered similar setbacks. Hao Chen rolled his eyes, dusted himself off, and promptly stood up. Due to his suppression of cultivation, he found himself constrained by the prohibitions of this place, leading to such a disheveled state for Hao Chen. At this moment, the cultivators gathered at the edge of the misty forest appeared to be at ease, yet each harbored a suppressed fervor, merely exercising self-control. When the time comes to encounter rare treasures and extraordinary materials, a fierce battle is inevitable. Fellow cultivator, shall we join forces? At that moment, 3 cultivators turned their gaze toward Hao Chen, smiling as they inquired. The speaker, adorned with an expression of hopeful anticipation, seemed somewhat naive in Hao Chen's eyes. A brief glance at the trio revealed that they all possessed the cultivation level of the Yuan Dan stage. It seemed they had temporarily banded together for safety, aiming to enter and collaborate to avert danger. Venturing into the misty forest alone could easily attract the attention of other cultivators, resulting in the loss of resources at best, or demise at worst. If faced with peril, cooperation was essential. Naturally, once they discovered the coveted materials, sharing would be a matter of discussion. The seemingly simple-minded cultivator turned toward Hao Chen with a smile, suggesting, "How about we share the spoils together?" Chapter 611, Jungle Expedition, Part 2, My companions have arrived. While Hao Chen was deep in thought, he suddenly spotted a familiar figure landing not far to his left, and he smiled at the three. Upon hearing this, the simple-minded cultivator followed Hao Chen's gesture. A youth, around 16 or 17 years old, and in the early stages of foundation building, had just risen from the ground, brushing off the dust from his attire. Ugh, what a wretched place. The young man spat, cursing as dirt flew from his mouth upon landing. Hao Chen hurried over, transmitting his thoughts. "Chu Qian, what brings you here? Do not speak now, just follow my lead." With a flicker of intent, he imparted to Chu Qian a method for concealing one's presence and altering appearance. This girl is quite remarkable, managing to comprehend the technique while on the move. "Thank you." Chu Qian conveyed her gratitude telepathically upon mastering the method. "No need for thanks. You grasped it so quickly?" Hao Chen responded, astonished. "Is that surprising?" Chu Qian replied nonchalantly. "Oh dear, am I late?" She pondered suddenly. "Not at all, not at all. This gentleman just invited us to join their group. Because of you, I hesitated to accept, as I wanted to hear your thoughts." Noticing Chu Qian's perceptiveness, Hao Chen articulated his intent. Understanding his meaning, Chu Qian replied, "Brother, I will follow your lead." The pair then approached the simple-minded cultivator and declared, "After discussing with my brother, we agree to join you in the expedition." "Welcome, brothers," the affable man exclaimed, introducing himself. "I am Gu Yu." He then gestured toward the young woman beside him, saying, "This is Gu Yun." Before the last male cultivator could be introduced, he interjected, "I am Hua Kuei, Chen Hao, and this is my younger brother, Chen Chu." Hao Chen's true identity remained shrouded in mystery, even his name concealed. Although he understood that these individuals might not recognize him, caution was prudent. After all, the relationship between him and Chu Qian had taken on a rather delicate nature. Following the upheaval in the demon sealing city, it was inevitable that traces would be left behind. Therefore, it was wise to avoid exposing his identity whenever possible. The misty jungle was fraught with peril, teeming with numerous formidable beasts, and even ancient formations lay hidden within, ready to ensnare the unwary. Upon seeing that Hao Chen and his companion agreed to form a team, Gu Yu was delighted and proceeded to enlighten them about the nuances of the misty jungle. Hao Chen nodded, signaling for Chu Qian to join Gu Yu and the others as they ventured into the depths of the jungle. The flora and fauna here bore no distinction from those in other regions, radiating vitality and life. Following Gu Yu and the others, the duo seized the opportunity to query Chu Qian about her solitary expedition into the misty jungle. After departing from Hao Chen, Chu Qian had visited several shops to procure healing potions, returning home thereafter. However, these potions merely alleviated symptoms without addressing the root of the issue, failing to eliminate the toxins plaguing her brother's body. She had been unable to acquire the antidote flower, the misty toxin blossom, which thrived within the misty jungle. Thus, Chu Qian resorted to disguising herself as a man, venturing alone into the jungle in search of the elusive blossom. "What kind of poison afflicts your brother?" Upon learning the reason for Chu Qian's foray into the misty jungle, curiosity prompted the question. "A year ago, my brother ventured into the misty jungle in pursuit of the earth origin fruit. He engaged in a fierce battle with a man clad in black. And while he failed to secure the fruit, he was gravely injured and poisoned in the process." She recounted the unfortunate tale of her brother, Chu Hongfei, with a tone that evoked the tenderness of a young girl, contrasting sharply with her fierce demeanor in the demon-sealing city. Inwardly, Hao Chen pondered what kind of martial arts the black-clad man practiced to inflict such a debilitating poison. "Why are you silent?" Noticing Hao Chen lost in contemplation, Chu Qian inquired. "I am contemplating the nature of the toxin within your brother's body," Hao Chen replied, resuming his thoughts. Could it be blood poison? Was there a dark sect even in the Qiyuan realm? Since that day when Chu Qian willingly bestowed her first kiss upon Hao Chen, she had regarded him as a man worthy of her affection. "Whoever assists me in vanquishing that scoundrel, I, Chu Qian, shall marry him." She felt compelled to uphold her vow. Although Hao Chen had not slain Yu Desui that day, he had taught him a lesson. Chu Qian held a deep-seated admiration for this brave man and considered herself his woman. From that moment, she swore she would marry no one else. As Hao Chen and Chu Qian were lost in their respective thoughts, Gu Yu suddenly pointed to a distant location. "Look over there." Following his gesture, Hao Chen and Chu Qian beheld a vast pit before them. This was once a killing formation. Had it not been for a senior who violently dismantled the formation, we might still be ensnared here, Guyu remarked with a smile, addressing the group. Hao Chen nodded, understanding the unspoken gratitude. Although the formation had been dismantled, Guyu and his companions remained vigilant. They were not the only expedition team in this area. Other adventurers were also present, examining the deep crater left by the explosion of the killing array. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed through the air, followed by a wave of putrid bloodlust. As a bizarre beast materialized before them, the armored beast. Its massive form stretched several meters in length, crushing the surrounding underbrush with each stride. Its crimson eyes fixated on the gathered cultivators, radiating a palpable thirst for blood as it charged forward with alarming speed. The unexpected encounter with such a formidable creature left Hao Chen momentarily astounded. Despite the armored beast's cultivation level being merely the first stage of transformation, the moment it appeared, the assembled practitioners reacted swiftly, unleashing a torrent of spells and magical artifacts upon it. Boom. Even though the armored beast possessed formidable defenses, it was overwhelmed by the simultaneous onslaught of hundreds of spells and artifacts, collapsing lifelessly to the ground without even a cry of anguish. Although the beast was swiftly dispatched upon its emergence, deeper within the misty forest, the numerous cultivators would inevitably scatter, making future encounters with such beasts far more perilous for Hao Chen and his companions. Guyu, observing Hao Chen's expression, offered an amused explanation. Hao Chen nodded silently, scanning the surroundings, his demeanor shifting to one of focused intensity as he quickly turned to shield Chu Qian behind him. You desui? Niu Feng. Hao Chen and Chu Qian exchanged wry smiles, surprised to find these two individuals also in the misty forest. Had they not altered their auras and appearances, they would have been immediately recognized. However, it was unlikely that Yu Desui would discern Chu Qian's identity, as he would never suspect her daring presence in this perilous realm. Similarly, Niu Feng and Yu Desui, due to their own cultivation levels, would not recognize Hao Chen. Chapter 612, Jungle Exploration, Part 3, Guyun has departed. Guyu noted Hao Chen and the others lost in thought, and nudged Guyun forward as he advanced. Chu Qian kept her head bowed, refraining from revealing any presence, closely trailing behind Hao Chen. Once they had distanced themselves from Niu Feng and Yu Desui, Chu Qian finally exhaled a sigh of relief. A thin sheen of cold sweat on her brow. Had Yu Desui discovered her, the consequences would have been dire, but fortunately, they had remained undetected. Guyu regarded Chu Qian with confusion. Is this person overly timid? Despite the absence of immediate danger, beads of cold sweat adorned Chu Qian's forehead, prompting Guyu to shake his head in disbelief. At that moment, he found himself regretting the decision to invite Chun Hao and his brother to join the expedition team. However, with the situation as it stood, regret held little value. He could only hope that the brothers would not falter in the face of danger. Chu Qian gently wiped the sweat from her forehead and leaned closer to Hao Chen. A delicate fragrance, reminiscent of pure maidenhood, wafted into Hao Chen's nostrils, leaving him feeling quite unsettled. Be cautious. We have already entered the first layer of the misty jungle, Guyu remarked, observing the situation of the group. Only then did Hao Chen awaken from his reverie, realizing that everything around him was shrouded in mist. A sweep of his spiritual awareness revealed a startling truth. The fog was impenetrable. Guyu, having discerned that both Hao Chen and Chu Qian were novices in navigating the misty jungle, felt compelled to offer his caution. In this mystical realm, one's spiritual consciousness was suppressed and could not be projected outward. They were reliant solely on their eyesight to discern the path beneath their feet. The mist obscured distant views, and illusions lurked within, demanding utmost vigilance. Guyu reiterated his warning and then grasped Gu Yun's delicate hand, leading her slowly into the depths of the misty jungle. Hao Chen observed this gesture, understanding that holding hands was merely a precaution against losing each other in the dense fog. He firmly clasped Chu Qian's hand and resolutely followed Guyu and Gu Yun into the misty depths. Wisps of fog floated within their line of sight, and Hao Chen suddenly realized that even with the full extent of his spiritual consciousness, he could only see a short distance ahead. Furthermore, his spiritual awareness could not extend beyond his immediate vicinity, just as Guyu had warned. With this realization, Hao Chen decided to test the effectiveness of his spirit eye technique. However, it too was limited to a range of only 10 zhang. Despite this, Hao Chen remained on high alert, After all, this was the misty jungle, rife with peril that demanded his unwavering caution. At that moment, faint sounds echoed around them, carrying a sinister chill. Accompanied by subtle movements, a sense of dread washed over Hao Chen. Damn it! Guyu's complexion turned pale as he exclaimed. That sound, it's the mist blight dragon. How could our luck be so wretched to encounter it? Even Hua Kuei appeared astonished, fear etched across his face. Upon hearing this, Hao Chen recalled the details about the mist blight dragon. It was a serpentine beast, white in hue, known to be one of the largest of its kind within the misty jungle, capable of reaching several dozen zhang in length and possessing the power of transformation. When provoked, they attacked in swarms. The mist blight dragon was suffused with a toxic mist, and the most terrifying aspect was that it could not be killed. Even if it were to be utterly destroyed, it could miraculously restore itself in the blink of an eye. The misty toxins arose from the decay of flora and fauna in tropical rainforests, combined with the high temperatures that created favorable conditions for the miasma. If encountered in other regions, Guyu would not be so alarmed, for with the power of spiritual consciousness, he could unleash fiery spells to vanquish it. Yet within the confines of the misty jungle, their spiritual awareness was stifled, rendering any magical incantations ineffective. Thus, other means would prove futile against the mist blight dragon. If ensnared in battle, even if one were not slain by the miasmic dragon, exhaustion would surely lead to death. At that moment, slender serpentine shadows emerged before Hao Yan's eyes. Upon witnessing a miasmic dragon materialize before him, Hao Yan's expression shifted, and Chu Qian instinctively drew closer to him. However, Hao Yan's heart was devoid of tumultuous waves. The miasmic dragon, shrouded in its toxic mist, lunged directly at him. With no choice, Hao Yan raised his hand to conjure a protective barrier, shielding both himself and Chu Qian. The miasmic dragon, akin to a voracious, devouring fly, bore within its maw a flickering flame of miasmic essence. This flame constituted the very quintessence of the miasmic dragon. Extinguishing it would spell its demise. The miasmic flame was immune to all forms of sorcery, save for the power of divine consciousness, which could obliterate it entirely. Thus, upon discovering the miasmic dragon, Guyu's countenance darkened considerably. Gradually, more miasmic dragons clustered around them, nearly encircling Hao Yan and his companions. Only Hao Yan's spiritual vision allowed him to perceive the unfolding scene. At this moment, dozens of miasmic dragons had gathered within a radius of 10 paces. Hao Yan knew that they could no longer afford to wait. Flee, disperse, Guyu said, his face a mask of distress. Should they separate, they would inevitably become isolated cultivators, vulnerable in the perilous mists of the forest. If they did not divide, they would be surrounded by the miasmic dragons, with no hope of escape. Follow me. Before Guyu's words had fully escaped his lips, Hao Qian embraced Chu Qian's waist and swiftly surged in a singular direction. The demon sorrow sword materialized in his grasp, imbued with formidable magical energy, unleashing a sweeping wave of sword chi that instantly felled several miasmic dragons. Despite its immense power, cleaving the miasmic dragons in twain did not prevent their resurgence. As long as the miasmic flame persisted, the dragons would not perish. Hao Yan dared not linger. Hastily clearing the immediate miasmic threats, the speed of the miasmic dragons was astonishing as they utilized the fog to flit about, transforming into streaks of light that shot towards Hao Yan. With a cold snort, he channeled his formidable power. Waves of sword chi emanated from the demon sorrow sword, slicing down the incoming miasmic dragons. The cruel intent radiating from Hao Yan seemed to provoke the ire of the miasmic dragons, which, in a surprising turn, abandoned Guyu, Guyun, and Hua Kuei to converge upon Hao Yan with ferocity. Instantly, a haze of miasmic energy enveloped both Hao Yan and Chu Qian. Alarmed by this development, Hao Yan swiftly summoned Chu Qian into the demon suppression tower. With his hands freed, he no longer spared a thought for those around him, committing himself entirely to the battle against the miasmic dragons. The sheer number of miasmic dragons was overwhelming. After slaying one wave, another would quickly materialize, having dispatched hundreds only to face thousands more. Severed in two, the miasmic dragons could resurrect as if they were mere earthworms. There was scarcely any refuge for him. In an instant, multiple streams of miasmic energy invaded his body. As the miasmic energy coursed through his veins, it began to wreak havoc upon his meridians and life force, causing him to violently expel a mouthful of blood. As the nascent intelligence of the misty WIRM perceived its encircled prey, it would undoubtedly seize this opportunity. Chapter 613, The Misty WIRM. Hundreds of misty WIRMs coalesced into streaks of luminous energy, sweeping towards their target. Their pristine forms shimmered with toxic radiance. "Begone!" roared Hao Chen, channeling his magical prowess as he executed the hidden sword technique, unleashing a barrage of hundreds of strikes, with countless beams of light dispersing outward. This repelled the misty WIRMs, after which he summoned the power of lightning to refine the misty toxicity within his body, restoring his form that had been ravaged by the WIRMs. At that moment, as the power of lightning surged within him, Hao Chen suddenly discerned a peculiar truth. These misty WIRMs seemed to fear the lightning, as he harnessed the lightning to purify the misty essence. The previously frenzied WIRMs abruptly halted their advance, confining him but refraining from recklessly attacking. With this realization, Hao Chen's thoughts shifted, and he conjured a suit of lightning armor that enveloped his entire being, propelling himself towards the densely clustered misty WIRMs. Though the majority of the misty WIRMs lacked intelligence, their instinctive reactions caused them to scatter upon sensing the lightning's presence. Indeed, these WIRMs were fearful of lightning. It was no surprise, for the power of lightning is the nemesis of beasts, capable of subduing them. With this knowledge, Hao Chen felt a wave of relief wash over him. Had he known this sooner, he would have employed the lightning to vanquish the misty WIRMs, avoiding such a dire predicament. With the power of lightning enveloping him, there was no need for further violence. The misty WIRMs retreated in droves. Hao Chen effortlessly traversed beyond their territory. However, upon stepping out of the misty WIRM's domain, he found himself reluctant to depart. Having engaged with the WIRMs without reaping any tangible rewards, he pondered the opportunity to seize resources while within their realm, especially now that he understood their aversion to his lightning abilities. Why not take advantage of this chance to gather riches in the misty WIRM's territory? Hao Chen mused internally. Even in the absence of the WIRMs, any careless cultivator could suffer grievous harm from inhaling the toxic mist. Therefore, anyone venturing into the fog-laden forest would carry detoxifying pills, though Hao Chen was an exception, requiring none. Instead of entering the mist, he delved into the demon-suppressing tower, ascending to the 7th level, activating a 10-to-1 time dilation. He practiced within the temporal space, where 1 day outside equated to 10 within. As he perused the scant records regarding toxic miasma in the legacy of Xiaohao, he simultaneously absorbed and refined the misty toxicity within his body. After 3 days and nights, he barely managed to refine it. Only by discovering the methods to purify the misty essence could he traverse through it freely. However, storing the refined toxic mist within his dantian was far from ideal. While lightning and dark properties could mutually restrain each other, the myriad capabilities of the refined demonic energy and blood toxins posed significant limitations to the dantian's capacity. At this moment, Hao Chen recalled the teachings of Baiming Tian, who had proposed the notion of consolidating 2 golden elixirs within a single dantian, further suggesting the establishment of an additional dantian. Thus, Hao Chen once again embarked on a whimsical endeavor, seeking to cultivate a new dantian to house substances that could not be absorbed by the 3 primordial infants. Following the methods imparted through the legacy of Xiaohao, he set about to establish yet another dantian and consolidate elixirs within it. Not only did he aim to open a new dantian, but in accordance with Baiming Tian's teachings, he aspired to gather multiple elixirs within a single dantian. As time flowed during Hao Chen's cultivation, he underwent experiences that traversed the spectrum from life to death. The agony of severing and dividing the primordial spirit, along with the detachment of the consciousness, was a level of suffering beyond the endurance of an ordinary person. However, perseverance bore fruit, as Hao Chen successfully established a 4th dantian. Within this dantian, dozens of elixirs surrounded a singular, chaotic elixir, which was the embodiment of the method elucidated by Baiming Tian during his instruction. Upon the chaotic primordial spirit, he severed and separated the consciousness, cultivating an energy body infused with the awareness of the chaotic primordial spirit. Initially, Hao Chen extracted a consciousness from the wind, thunder, and dark lightning primordial infant. However, the elixir cultivated from this endeavor was not recognized by the other elixirs, leading to a tumultuous state of disarray. Thus, Hao Chen separated a portion of consciousness from the chaotic primordial spirit, which gained acceptance from the other elixirs. In a moment of inspiration, he decided to isolate each attribute, thus forming energy bodies of varying properties. The multitude of differently colored elixirs represented the insights Hao Chen attained while contemplating the heavenly path amidst the vastness of outer space. He named this Dantian the star body Dantian, marking the emergence of a peculiar entity within this world once more. The wind, thunder, and dark lightning Dantian, while retaining its dark attribute, relinquished all others to the star body Dantian. A cultivator had successfully consolidated 4 Dantians, one of which contained no primordial infant. Merely a collective of elixirs revolving around the source of the world's chaotic essence. Hao Chen had triumphantly opened the 4th Dantian, naming it the star body Dantian. He consolidated the miasma within him into a single misty miasma elixir, which, like the other elixirs, orbited around the chaotic essence of the world. It was only at this juncture that Hao Chen departed from the 7th floor of the Demon Suppression Tower. Upon exiting, he sat at the edge of the misty miasma territory, observing the changes of the miasma and refining the various attributes contained within it. As dawn broke, a thin layer of mist enveloped the ground. One should not underestimate this veil of mist. It was a form of miasma, arising in the dead of night until daybreak, appearing like a delicate veil, akin to a shroud of white fog. Unaware, if one were to inhale this miasma, it would stealthily invade the meridians of the body, making the manipulation of spiritual power exceedingly difficult and the miasma itself nearly impossible to eradicate. Once the sun ascended, the mist began to evaporate, transforming into a spectrum of colors, known as the rainbow miasma. This miasma, though seemingly beautiful, was far more lethal. A mere inhalation could result in one's transformation into blood within an hour. As the sun rose higher, the rainbow miasma gradually dissipated, giving way to a pink peach blossom miasma. Inhaling this would often lead to a blissful demise. By midday, the peach blossom miasma would reach its zenith, transforming into the vivid blood fiend miasma. In the midst of a blood-soaked calamity, the blood within seethes, and death is excruciatingly painful. Subsequently, the blood calamity transforms into the purplish haze of the purple mist, its toxicity diminishing yet becoming more tenacious. Once afflicted, one cannot escape its grasp. This affliction gradually evolves into the cold flame mist, enveloping the victim like a chill flame. By this time, it is midnight, and it slowly morphs into a fog-like haze. The miasma of the fog manifests in various forms, producing different types of mist at different times. By perceiving the changes in the fog's essence and refining it over time, one can gather this mist into the celestial Dantian. It is only at this moment that Hao Chen conjures a thunderous armor of lightning and steps into the territory of the fog serpents. As he enters the mist, a multitude of serpents encircles him. However, upon noticing Hao Chen clad in his electric armor, they scatter in haste. At this juncture, the fog has weakened, revealing a myriad of colors, yet the miasma cannot encroach upon Hao Chen's vicinity. To avert unforeseen circumstances, Hao Chen retrieves a protective artifact. Should he employ a conventional artifact, it would succumb to the miasma's taint. This time, he wields the demon-esque reef sword, a demonic artifact impervious to corruption. The miasma cannot approach him, and any venomous creatures that dare come close are consumed by the lightning and swiftly fall. As the number of venomous insects increases, the demon-esque reef sword absorbs their essence, becoming increasingly vibrant. Hao Chen glides forward, searching for rare materials. He collects miasma flowers and fog spirit herbs aplenty, as if traversing a deserted land where all poisonous creatures flee in terror. Once he has gathered a sufficient bounty, Hao Chen gradually makes his way toward the outskirts of the miasma. Chapter 614, Coercion and Temptation, Part 1. A serpent of mist, over 10 feet long, lies coiled as if lifeless. As Hao Chen passes by, he senses an unusual presence. He scans the surroundings, and, finding no celestial treasures nearby, shakes his head and pays no further heed to the serpent. Since I am scavenging within your domain, you do not provoke me, and I shall refrain from unnecessary slaughter. Hao Chen speculates that this misty forest is indeed the territory of this serpent, which seems to be politely ushering him out. However, at this moment, Hao Chen realizes with dismay that he has become lost in this fog-laden forest. He has no recollection of how he entered and cannot find the way back. Moreover, he is separated from Gu Yu and the others, unaware of their circumstances. He can only proceed step by step, hoping to collaborate with others to avoid danger. Yet unexpectedly, before they could unite, the serpent's presence scattered them. At this moment, Hao Chen grips the demon-esque reef sword tightly, surveying the stillness around him. It is only now that he calls forth Chu Qian from the demon suppression tower. Upon exiting, Chu Qian is filled with questions, eager for clarity. Just as she opens her mouth to speak, she suddenly halts. At that instant, a figure appears before them, quickly approaching. Huokui? Upon recognizing the individual, surprise flickers across Hao Chen's face. Hao Chen, are your brothers safe? Upon seeing Hao Chen, Huokui's face lit up with surprise, and he hurriedly approached Hao Chen's side. Hearing this, Hao Chen shook his head, indicating that all was well. Hao Chen, earlier when I escaped, I saw the direction in which Gu Yu and the others departed. If we pursue them now, we might catch up, Huokui exclaimed. Is that true? Hao Chen responded with a note of skepticism. Huokui nodded and took the lead, sprinting forward, followed closely by Hao Chen and Chu Qian. Suddenly, a glint of cold light flickered in Hao Chen's eyes, and he swiftly thrust the magic morning sword towards Huokui. With a sickening sound, the sword pierced through Huokui's body, causing him to cough up a mouthful of blood. Struggling to turn around, Huokui's face turned pale as he looked at Hao Chen in disbelief. Hao Chen, you, he stammered, utterly shocked that Hao Chen would strike him. Brother? Chu Qian, confused by Hao Chen's sudden attack on Huokui, gazed at him with a puzzled expression. What is wrong with me? Hao Chen smiled as he retracted the magic morning sword and addressed Huokui. What did you call me? Huokui furrowed his brow at this question and, with great effort, replied, Hao Chen, are you doubting me? He clutched his chest, blood trickling from his wound, staring incredulously at Hao Chen. Doubt? No, not doubt, Hao Chen said with a smile, but certainty. Wouldn't you agree? Misty Blight Serpent. It was crucial to note that Hao Chen had initially concealed his true identity, adopting the name Chun Hao. Upon exiting the Misty Blight Serpent's territory, Huokui had uttered Hao Chen's real name, raising his suspicions. How could he not be vigilant? It was clear that Huokui was an impostor. If he was indeed an impersonator, who in this dense foggy forest would dare to impersonate Huokui? Aside from Yu Shui and Yo Feng, clearly, it could only be the Misty Blight Serpent. Most of the Misty Blight Serpents lacked any intelligence, being mere avatars. The true Misty Blight Serpent was, without a doubt, the Huokui standing before him. Suddenly, the surroundings shattered like glass, and Hao Chen regained his composure, scanning the area. At that moment, he found himself still encircled by the Misty Blight Serpents. Before him floated a serpent over 10 feet long. Clearly, Hao Chen had previously entered the illusion created by the enemy. This illusion was so vividly realistic that even Hao Chen had failed to realize it. Had it not been for Huokui's sudden appearance, he would not have discovered the ruse. At present, Hao Chen had gathered the power of lightning throughout his body, firmly gripping the magic morning sword. These two entities were the very things the Misty Blight Serpents feared and dared not approach. Thus, they had sought to confuse Hao Chen and consume him. However, to their astonishment, Hao Chen had ultimately shattered the illusion. Meanwhile, Chu Qian stood in a daze, completely devoid of any defensive awareness. Hao Chen had no choice but to once again draw her into the demon suppression tower. Human, shall we each take a step back? How about I let you leave? At that moment, the Misty Blight Serpent floating in the void spoke suddenly. The melodious and soft whispers, akin to a dream, enveloped Hao Chen in a cocoon of comfort. Suddenly, he was jolted awake from the enchanting voice of the woman. It was evident that her abilities were not formidable. Indeed, her most potent talents lay in the realms of duplication and illusion. However, such illusions held no sway over Hao Chen. Clearly, the Miss Wyrm no longer wished to gnaw at this tough bone. Retreating a step? It seems you have no avenue for retreat left. After realizing you cannot contend with me, you think to seek peace? When I passed by you earlier, I noticed your peculiarities. I refrained from acting, believing you were politely escorting me away from your territory. Had I not discovered the issue, it would have been my demise. Now you merely utter a phrase, expecting me to depart unscathed? Such delusions. Hao Chen could not suppress a cold laugh. Having already endured 2 illusions, he felt no fear of a third. The presence of lightning power and the demon sorrow sword perfectly countered the Mist Wyrm. Humans, do not overreach. The Mist Wyrm bellowed, continuing, do you seek mutual destruction? Mutual destruction? With you? Do you possess the qualification? Do you wish to unleash the mist flame? Whether it can slay me remains uncertain. However, after invoking the mist flame, you must resurrect. During your revival, can you ensure your body is not devoured by other beasts? That is the question. Upon hearing the threat of mutual destruction, Hao Chen burst into laughter. How do you know? The mist WYRM stared at Hao Chen in shock, exclaiming, "Originally, this was the mist WYRM's ultimate move. A terrifying strike that would surely lead to Hao Chen's demise if he were unprepared. Knowing of this talent, the mist WYRM knew it would not prevail. What will you do?" It inquired. Hearing this, Hao Chen nodded in satisfaction. Clearly, the tone reflected a hint of fear. "The rare fruits of the misty land," Hao Chen announced. "Impossible. This misty forest is not under my control. Moreover, within my domain, most rare fruits have already been plundered by you." The mist WYRM immediately rejected. "Are you implying there are still rare fruits within this misty jungle?" Hao Chen was momentarily taken aback and immediately inquired. "Indeed, but you must possess the ability to obtain them. With your strength, huh?" The mist WYRM replied. Hao Chen remained silent, instead toying with the demon sorrow sword and the sparks of lightning. As time passed, the lightning power surged forth, forming a massive storm cloud of electricity. Clearly, Hao Chen was exerting pressure on the mist WYRM. If his patience were thin, this terrifying storm cloud would unleash its formidable might. The mist WYRM was not foolish. It understood the intentions of this human all too well. Now she finds herself utterly powerless against her opponent. While this human possesses the ability to slay her numerous avatars and poses a significant threat to her. Should her strength wane, it would be exceedingly difficult for her to establish herself within this mist-laden jungle. Even though venturing into other territories to pilfer spirit fruits is perilous. The misty serpent reluctantly acquiesces to Hao Yen's demands. "Very well, follow me." She nods in agreement, preparing to accompany Hao Yen in the quest for spirit fruits. "I dare not journey alongside you. After all, this realm belongs to your kind, and should you harbor ill intentions, I would undoubtedly find myself in dire straits." Hao Yen expresses his reluctance to accompany the serpent. "What do you propose then?" The misty serpent retorts, her voice laced with anger. "Under such circumstances, if you surrender all the storage bags and rings containing the spoils of countless slain cultivators over the centuries, I shall take my leave from this place." Hao Yen greedily articulates his unreasonable demands. "Humph." The serpent scoffs at his words. Although storage artifacts hold no value for beasts, the treasures amassed over centuries constitute a substantial fortune. Parting with them to Hao Yen causes her considerable distress. Yet, recognizing her inferiority, she has no choice but to relent, manifesting countless avatars to retrieve a portion of her hoarded treasures from her cave. Observing the array of items laid before him, Hao Yen unceremoniously deposits them into his jade pendant space, refraining from examining their quantity, as doing so would be a waste of his limited spiritual energy under these constraints. Nevertheless, he remains unperturbed by the possibility of being deceived by the misty serpent, for the cost of betrayal would be one she could hardly bear. "Humph." The misty serpent lets out a cold snort, preparing to depart. "Wait." Hao Yen suddenly interjects, halting her exit. "What more do you want?" The serpent replies impatiently. "Having received so much from you, it is only proper to reciprocate. Here, take this." With that, Hao Yen produces a jade vial from his storage ring. "I have no use for it. Keep it for yourself," the serpent dismissively replies. "Examine it first. If it truly holds no value for you, I shall reclaim it and offer it to another," Hao Yen jestingly insists, as he uncaps the vial and reveals a pill that dances in his palm. The vibrant green hue of the elixir resembles a living entity. This is a transformation pill." The misty serpent's composure falters. The transformation pill is the divine remedy she has long coveted. Having cultivated within the misty jungle for millennia, her ultimate aspiration has been to attain the ability to transform. Without such transformation, she cannot cultivate advanced techniques or aspire to ascend. Only humans can master advanced spells and wield magical artifacts. It is solely through the use of these potent spells and artifacts that one can confront the tribulations of heaven. Otherwise, a century hence, one would meet their demise, reduced to mere bones. At this juncture, Hao Chen summoned Xiao Zui, and upon seeing her, the mist-resentful dragon trembled uncontrollably. Xiao Zui, being a divine beast, was beyond its capacity to resist due to the suppression of her bloodline. "Do not fear, I shall not harm you. Since my brother has given you the transformation pill, will you accompany me to the mortal realm, or shall you continue your cultivation here? If you encounter heavenly tribulation without my brother to protect you, it will be arduous for you to endure it. After all, my brother is a practitioner of the late integration stage." Xiao Zui conversed with the mist-resentful dragon, and Hao Chen was unaware of their exchange. "You say he has already reached the late integration stage?" The dragon inquired with confusion. Indeed, my brother is at that level. No doubt, Xiao Cui affirmed, eager to find a sister to play with, disregarding Hao Chen's thoughts, and began to recruit companions. Very well, I shall accompany you both. The mist-resentful dragon consented, swayed by Xiao Cui's charm. Brother, what do you think? With Xiao Cui's involvement, she is worth two of you. Wait a minute. Is it possible you have taken a liking to her? Xiao Cui, filled with pride, suddenly posed a suspicious question. How does that connect? Do not speak nonsense. Hao Chen replied, feeling somewhat awkward as he contemplated what this beast might look like if it were to transform. Perhaps I have guessed correctly? Brother, I shall return shortly. So wait for me, Xiao Cui asserted, relentless in her reasoning. In that case, could you safeguard the transformation pill within this jade vial for her? Hao Chen casually handed the pill to Xiao Cui. By the way, her name is Sunyang. She mentioned that there are spiritual fruits in the valley 1,000 miles to the west. Xiao Cui leapt onto the mist-resentful dragon's back and vanished from sight. Hao Chen watched the departing Xiao Cui and Sunyang, smiling faintly, as he had not anticipated a connection with the mist-resentful dragon. This turn of events brought unexpected fortune along with substantial treasures. Although he was unaware of the exact contents of these storage bags and rings, he knew their worth must be considerable. A valley 1,000 miles to the west. After a moment of contemplation, he gradually made his way toward the destination. Despite Sunyang's warnings of the great dangers that awaited him, claiming he would undoubtedly perish, he did not relent. The outcome would reveal itself in due time. As long as he did not encounter those of tribulation-level strength, he would face no peril. With this thought in mind, just as Hao Chen intended to hasten his pace, Xiao Cui and Sunyang returned to his side. At that moment, Xiao Cui was murmuring something to the mist-resentful dragon, and soon, a flash of white light enveloped the dragon as Xiao Cui stored it in her beast-taming pouch. Hao Chen also placed Xiao Cui into the space of his jade pendant. As he could not fly and could only discern what lay within Zhong, he remained vigilant, wary of his surroundings. In the span of merely 2 days, Hao Chen estimated that he was nearing his destination. As he journeyed, Hao Chen certainly did not traverse empty-handed. Every spiritual herb and medicinal plant he encountered was meticulously collected into the jade pendant space. Chapter 616, Taming the Black Ape. For 2 days, Hao Chen remained at the edge of the misty forest. Even this periphery was fraught with peril. A thunderous roar echoed through the air, and without a moment's hesitation, Hao Chen sprang aside, his legs propelling him away. Boom! Just as he leaped to safety, an explosion reverberated behind him. He tumbled in midair, rolling several times before bracing himself for landing, ultimately stabilizing on the ground. To his astonishment, the very spot he had vacated now bore a crater, the handiwork of the imposing black ape before him. With a furious roar, the black ape expressed its displeasure at the evasion of its attack. As Hao Chen observed and remained vigilant, he was struck by the stealth of the creature. It had approached silently. Had it not been for the palpable aura of murderous intent accompanying its strike, he might have fallen victim to its ambush. Could it be that the black ape possessed the ability to mask its presence? Or perhaps the mist aided in concealing its aura? Before he could ponder further, the black ape roared again. With powerful legs, it propelled itself from the ground, creating 2 craters as it charged towards him with the swiftness of an arrow. Hao Chen was taken aback by such velocity. A creature of such size could move so quickly. However, it faced Hao Chen, a being of greater strength. The black ape was a mid-staged second transformation beast, equivalent to a human in the mid-stage of the fusion realm. Yet Hao Chen was also a human of the fusion realm, standing at its pinnacle. With 4 dantians, 3 for Yuan Ying and 1 for celestial energy, he was a formidable practitioner, possessing the potent flower demon Dan. A smirk crept across Hao Yen's lips as he summoned a chilling energy in his hands, readying a spell. Confronting such a clumsy beast with brute force would be an exhausting endeavor. Although Hao Chen possessed immense strength, the dangers of the misty forest necessitated conserving energy. Utilizing spells and martial techniques was the prudent choice. The black ape's fist descended like a massive stone hammer, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind. To Hao Yen's astonishment, could it be that the black ape also knew martial techniques? Just as the ape's fist was about to collide with him, Hao Chen executed a swift teleportation, vanishing from sight. Momentarily stunned, the black ape was caught off guard. In the blink of an eye, Hao Chen leaped into the air, positioning himself upside down atop the ape's head, his hands pressing down firmly. As the black ape regained its senses, it wildly swung its colossal fists towards Hao Chen. With a calm demeanor, Hao Chen intoned, "I seal." In an instant, the towering black ape transformed into a frozen monument, its arms and head ensnared, utterly immobilized. As Hao Chen's cultivation advanced, his mastery of the various hand seals conjured from the Demon Slayer technique became increasingly profound, far surpassing his previous methods employed against the copper puppets in the Qingyun cave. The ice armor donned by the black ape exemplified this progression, exhibiting a hardness that had escalated several tiers. At that time in the Qingyun cave, he had managed to stabilize the puppet. Now, having reached the pinnacle of the combined body stage, confronting a black ape of the same realm proved to be a mere trifle. Leaping down from the head of the black ape, Hao Chen surveyed the creature with a smile, eager to discern the extent of the ice prison's capabilities. The encased black ape roared vehemently, struggling against its icy confines. The armor rattled ominously, yet it remained unbroken. However, under the terrifying force of the ape, a minuscule crack emerged in the ice armor, just a hairline fracture. This fissure could be effortlessly mended by a single gust of cold air from Hao Chen, rendering the black ape akin to a caged beast, unable to escape. Mid-sentence, Hao Chen's words faltered as he witnessed the black ape's furious roars, its once coppery eyes now igniting into a fierce crimson. The dark fur began to fade, gradually transforming into a vibrant red. A surge of formidable energy erupted, and the creature's form appeared to swell. The word frenzy sprang to Hao Chen's mind. The once encased black ape had now morphed into a frenzied red beast. Under the onslaught of the ape's furious strength, the ice armor creaked ominously. Hao Chen sensed that the freezing spell could no longer withstand the black ape's wrath. Without hesitation, he summoned the magic explosion fist, his eyes glinting with determination. In a heartbeat, he coalesced an enormous fist of magical energy and struck it against the black ape's chest. The impact resonated like thunder, yet it felt akin to striking a stone slab. It appeared that the force of the magical explosion could not penetrate the black ape's hide. Its might was wholly absorbed by the creature's fur. The black ape unleashed a deafening roar, its body swelling once more, shattering the ice prison with numerous cracks. Clearly, the freezing spell was faltering under the relentless force of the black ape. Observing this, Hao Chen swiftly conjured another icy hand seal and acted instantly, not only mending the dense fissures, but also encasing the black ape in a new layer of ice armor, albeit at a considerable cost to his own energy. Should this continue, the black ape would undoubtedly break free. While the magic explosion fist proved ineffective, the demon suppression tower could crush it into a pulp, though it would be a lamentable fate for a creature that had cultivated for a millennium. In that moment, Hao Chen felt a sense of desperation. Utilizing lethal spells or martial techniques would surely result in the black ape's demise, leaving him at a loss for alternative strategies. Suddenly, an idea struck him: lightning power. With a cold snort, he summoned a surge of electricity. At that moment, the ice prison was once again breached by the black ape, yet this was inconsequential. Hao Chen unleashed a lightning hand seal, striking decisively. With a resounding clap, the lightning energy surged into the black ape's chest, solidly embedding itself within the creature's form. The black ape emitted a scream akin to that of a human. The power of lightning had granted the creature a tingling sensation, transforming its once crimson, frenzied fur into a charred black hue, while its body regained its original stature. Amidst its anguished cries, the black ape, with a gaze filled with dread, trembled and implored as it looked towards Hao Chen. No longer roaring, the creature stood obediently before Hao Chen, motionless, awaiting its fate. Naturally, Hao Chen could not overlook the opportunity to subdue this brute. A spell of taming penetrated the ape's mind, subsequently drawing it into the demon suppression tower. Chapter 617, Waiting for an Opportunity, Part 1. Following the directions provided by Sun Yang, Hao Chen continued on his journey. Before long, amidst the misty forest, the outline of a valley came into view. Upon gazing at the valley, Hao Chen refrained from advancing hastily. Could this indeed be the valley spoken of by Sun Yang? Contemplating this, he peered towards the entrance. The opening spanned several dozen feet wide, and at the tranquil mouth of the valley, a multitude of flowers and grasses thrived. Hao Chen dared not approach too closely, as he had yet to ascertain the overall situation within the valley. Suddenly, a rustling sound emerged from the grass. A vague white shadow clumsily bounded towards the valley's exit. Due to the distance, Hao Chen could not discern its precise form. It was only when the white figure fully emerged from the valley that he recognized its nature. A white fox. He did not retreat, for it was merely a small white fox, with fur as pure as silver, elongated eyelids, and slender ears. A closer inspection revealed that this creature was a juvenile of the nine-tailed fox. The nine-tailed fox, a divine beast, attains immortality upon maturity. It possesses enchanting abilities, otherworldly fox fire, and the talent for sudden psychic assaults. The small white fox before him exhibited the prowess of a second-tier demon beast. From this, Hao Chen deduced that the valley likely housed at least one adult two-tailed white fox, or perhaps two two-tailed foxes. This realization posed a dilemma for Hao Chen. Even a single two-tailed fox was not a foe he could easily vanquish. Indeed, the valley was fraught with peril. Hao Chen could not guarantee his success in seizing any rare treasures from the grasp of two two-tailed demon foxes. He was even uncertain of the exact nature of these extraordinary fruits. Contemplating this, he felt a pang of frustration. The white fox before him, no larger than a puppy, appeared fluffy and exceedingly adorable. At that moment, the little white fox seemed to sense Hao Chen's presence. Clumsily, it moved its limbs, inching through the grass towards him. Hao Chen immediately rose from the underbrush and retreated hastily. The concealment technique he employed could not mask his scent from the keen nose of the white fox. Frowning, he realized he must depart. After all, attempting to seize rare treasures within the territory of a demon fox was evidently no simple task. Just then, three figures suddenly appeared within Hao Chen's perception. Without the slightest hesitation, Hao Chen swiftly leaped onto a nearby tree. At the level of the transformation realm, utilizing his spiritual eye technique, Hao Chen discerned that the three figures before him were all cultivators of the transformation realm. Immediately, he concealed his aura, ensuring that the trio remained unaware of his presence. Oblivious to Hao Chen's existence, the three hastily approached the valley's edge and picked up a white fox lying on the ground. Who would have thought our luck would be so splendid this time? When I last visited this place, I learned that the valley harbored dragon scale fruits. Due to the white fox, I returned empty-handed. I never expected that on my return, I would capture a white fox cub. One of the middle-aged cultivators burst into laughter. Indeed, as long as we have the white fox cub in our grasp, even if the two powerful white foxes within the valley dare not act against us, otherwise, this cub is doomed, another cultivator remarked with a smug grin. The captured little white fox immediately began to struggle in the hands of the middle-aged cultivator, crying out in distress. Witnessing this scene, Hao Chen dared not make a move, remaining frozen in place, fearful of being discovered by the trio. Just as the three cultivators were making their way into the valley, two terrifying auras suddenly erupted from within. Soon after, two snow-white figures appeared before the three cultivators. They resembled clouds floating in the sky, pure and immaculate, with dog-like faces and elongated eyes. Most notably, they possessed two tails that flicked intermittently. Two-tailed foxes. One of the middle-aged cultivators exclaimed in astonishment. Indumu, Huangfu, quickly set up a formation. Do not panic, my dear Taisher, they are merely two-tailed foxes. The robust Huangfu Yunfei reassured, observing Taisher Qian's alarmed demeanor. As the two-tailed foxes approached from a distance, Indumu Nin instinctively considered tossing the little white fox aside, preparing to confront the impending attack of the two-tailed foxes. Indumu, we have the little white fox. We can use it to threaten the two-tailed foxes. Taisher Qian suddenly grasped Indumu Nan's sleeve, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Taisher Qian's words sparked an idea in Indumu Nan. If they were to confront the two-tailed foxes head-on, it would be tantamount to seeking death with their current strength. However, if they could leverage the little white fox as a bargaining chip, there might still be a glimmer of hope for survival. Faced with the furious expressions of the two-tailed foxes, Indumu Nan raised the little white fox high. Listen, if you dare to act against us, I will kill it. As he spoke, he tightened his grip around the cub's neck. The two-tailed foxes, visibly enraged by Indumu Nan's threat, emitted low growls. The surrounding air temperature plummeted once more, and delicate snowflakes began to fall in this area. The two-tailed foxes slowly approached Indumu Nan, seemingly unfazed by the threat posed by humans. As the two-tailed foxes advanced step by step, the hearts of the three men raced with trepidation. Indumu Nan lifted the little white fox repeatedly, but it had no effect in deterring the creatures. You and Huangfu go first. Indumu Nan urged Taisher Qian beside him. All right, Taisher Qian declared, filled with bravado as the foxes approached. Hurry. We possess a little white fox that dares not retaliate. Duanmu Nen forcefully pushed Tai Shiqian to the forefront. Although Tai Shiqian was at the initial stage of the transformation realm, his opponent was a two-tailed fox of the same realm. Even cultivators at the separation realm would not dare confront a fox of the transformation realm head-on, especially one with two tails. Thus, Tai Shiqian, alongside Huangfu Feiyun, prepared to face the two-tailed fox. With unwavering confidence, Tai Shiqian gathered his magical energy and struck directly at the fox's face. The larger male two-tailed fox coldly regarded the approaching fist, refusing to evade. With a roar that resembled both a cat's cry and a tiger's roar, it unleashed a visible wave of icy air from its mouth, colliding with Tai Shiqian's fist. Boom! The impact sent Tai Shiqian flying several meters, landing beside Duanmu Nan. Frost instantly enveloped his body, rendering him immobile and unresponsive. Huangfu Feiyun, with slightly superior talent, had reached the pinnacle of the initial stage of the transformation realm. Yet, he too stood no chance against the two-tailed fox. Aware that death was inevitable, Duanmu Nan's gaze shifted to the little white fox in his grasp, his resolve hardening. Chapter 618. Waiting for the right moment. 2. At that moment, a piercing spiritual attack struck his sea of consciousness. Duanmu Nan not only felt excruciating pain in his mind, but also trembled uncontrollably. Nevertheless, he clung tightly to the little white fox, unwilling to release it. The innate divine ability had launched a surprise assault. Although Hao Chen was several dozen paces away, the sharp, succinct syllables still resonated with him. A jolt of pain pierced his head, nearly causing him to tumble from the tree. Reflexively, he steadied himself against a nearby branch, producing a faint sound. Though slight, the noise did not escape the ears of the fox, which glanced toward Hao Chen's hiding place and expelled a plume of white mist. This is bad. Hao Chen sensed an overwhelming sense of danger. With a swift thought, he entered the space of the demon suppression tower. The three cultivators would not be able to detect his presence, likely due to his relatively low power. However, the two-tailed foxes would undoubtedly sense him, compelling him to refrain from lingering in place. Boldness. One of the two-tailed foxes growled inwardly, its fury igniting as it fixed its blood-red gaze upon the three cultivators. Release my child, or you shall face a complete demise. The voice carried a masculine tone, unmistakably that of the cub's father. Upon hearing this, Duanmu Nan suddenly erupted into laughter. Release? On what grounds? If you dare to act forcefully again, I shall slay this little creature, Duanmu Nan threatened, tightening his grip on the little white fox. You dare? The voices echoed simultaneously. A terrifying aura descended upon the three, clearly indicating that the two-tailed fox could no longer contain its rage. What is there to fear? You may certainly test it. Duanmu Nan replied with a chilling smile. I am somewhat timid. If my hand were to slip and I accidentally harmed the little one, you cannot blame me. The male two-tailed fox was instantly filled with rage. However, at that moment, the little white fox was in their grasp and dared not take action. What will you do? I have heard that there are dragon scale fruits in the valley. If you procure several of these fruits for us, I shall release this little creature. Upon hearing this, Duanmu Nan revealed a hint of a smile and proposed his terms. Absolutely not. The dragon scale fruit holds immense significance for my fox clan. It is utterly out of the question. We must negotiate different terms. The female fox immediately retorted. No way. Duanmu Nan responded with unwavering resolve. Humph. Do you value the little white fox or the dragon scale fruit more? Make a choice. If you opt for the dragon scale fruit, I will immediately slay the little white fox. Duanmu Nan reiterated, leaving no room for negotiation. The two-tailed foxes were seething with anger upon hearing this. Yet they found themselves powerless. The dragon scale fruit was originally intended for the fox clan and the little white fox. It could foster the growth and enhance the cultivation of young foxes. To their astonishment, someone had resorted to using the little white fox as leverage against them. Fine, fine. As long as you release my child, I will present you with the dragon scale fruits. The male two-tailed fox declared. Although the three of us are not afraid of you, I wish to avoid trouble. Simply hand over the dragon scale fruit, and I will immediately free the little white fox, but my patience is limited. Duanmu Nan, upon hearing this, wore a disdainful smile and proposed a trade. After this exchange, the smaller female two-tailed fox turned and headed towards the valley, evidently to retrieve the dragon scale fruits. Upon witnessing this scene, Hao Chen's eyes lit up with intrigue. Perhaps he might seize an opportunity amidst the strife. It was worth noting that the young two-tailed fox was quite close to him earlier, and these 3 cultivators had not departed after capturing the young one. This implied that Hao Chen was in close proximity to them. Once the dragon scale fruits appeared, he could swiftly snatch them away. With this thought in mind, Lin Hao squinted and gazed outward. The 3 cultivators showed no fear of the two-tailed fox's tricks, exhibiting no trepidation whatsoever. Before long, the female fox emerged from the valley, 3 dragon scale fruits floating before her. A series of auras swirled around the fruits, their hue a deep crimson. As spiritual fruits, their efficacy was extraordinarily potent. They blossomed in a century, bore fruit in a century, and matured in a century, capable of being consumed directly. Once matured, the green hue faded, the toxins dissipated, and they transformed into a vibrant red, offering cultivators a powerful means of breaking through realms and enhancing physical strength. Naturally, refining them into elixirs would yield even greater effects. The dragon scale fruits are in hand. Release my child, the male fox exclaimed immediately. Toss the dragon scale fruits over. I do not trust either of you. Should I release the little white fox only for you to renege, we would be left with no recourse. Duanmu Nen smiled faintly and replied, impossible. Human, do not overreach. If you desire the dragon scale fruits, you must first relinquish my child. Otherwise, we shall resort to battle. The male two-tailed fox bellowed in fury. Upon hearing this, Duanmu Nen furrowed his brows, clearly understanding this was the bottom line of the two-tailed fox. In light of this, let us each take a step back. I shall count to 3, and simultaneously toss the items for exchange. How does that sound? Thus, Duanmu Nen proposed a method for the exchange. It was evident that one party fulfilling their promise first was impossible. Only a simultaneous action would suffice to ensure mutual satisfaction. The two-tailed fox, wary of the potential for the 3 humans to renege, found this suggestion quite agreeable. Very well, we shall proceed with the exchange as you propose. The fox nodded in agreement. At that moment, the two-tailed fox was seething with fury. Were it not for the little white fox, which had fallen into human hands, they would not have been so cautious. Nevertheless, the two-tailed fox began to plot. Once the humans released the little white fox, they would unleash a thunderous assault to swiftly eradicate the 3 humans. At this instant, Duanmu Nen also discerned the intent of the two-tailed fox. Given the cultivation levels of the 3, once they acquired the dragon scale fruit, escaping would pose little difficulty. Their previous reluctance to seize the dragon scale fruit stemmed from the fact that the valley belonged to the two-tailed foxes. Rashly entering would easily lead to a disadvantageous position. As long as they secured the dragon scale fruit, even the formidable two-tailed fox would be of no consequence. Prepare. 3, 2. The atmosphere grew tense as Duanmu Nen began to count. Both the two-tailed foxes and Tai Shiqian and Huangfu Yunfei focused all their attention on one another. Meanwhile, Hao Chen quietly exited the demon-suppressing tower, fully prepared. The moment the little white fox was thrown, he would seize the opportunity to snatch the dragon scale fruit. 1. Duanmu Nen cast a glance at the two-tailed fox before abruptly hurling the little white fox towards it. As he threw the little white fox, the female two-tailed fox simultaneously released the dragon scale fruit, 3 of them soaring through the air. At that instant, the male two-tailed fox paid no heed to the little white fox in the sky. A tremendous surge of magical power surged within, and it charged towards the 3 humans. Want to strike? Duanmu Nen noticed the male two-tailed fox charging at them and shouted. Thunderclap palm. With a cold snort, Duanmu Nen unleashed a chilling radiance from his hand, directing it towards the little white fox. As Duanmu Nan's voice echoed, the thunderclap palm swiftly approached the little white fox. Humph, I shall see if you have the chance. The male two-tailed fox also realized Duanmu Nan's intent to attack the little white fox. Enraged by this sight, the male two-tailed fox transformed its form and hurled itself towards Duanmu Nan's massive hand. A mere second-level little white fox was no match for Duanmu Nan. If struck by the thunderclap palm, it would be reduced to mere fragments. Chapter 619. A sudden inspiration at this very moment. Witnessing the unfolding situation, Hao Chen's figure suddenly vanished from his concealed position and appeared in the void. He was not far from Duanmu Nan and the others, watching as the 3 dragon scale fruits shot towards them. In the blink of an eye, he reached out with his hand and effortlessly secured them within the jade pendant space. Seeking death. As a terrifying voice echoed, a colossal hand struck down towards Hao Chen. Despite Hao Chen's remarkable speed, Even the two-tailed fox only noticed his presence upon his sudden appearance. Duanmu Nen glared at the unexpectedly emerged youth who had seized the dragon scale fruit, his fury boiling over as he unleashed a devastating strike. Did he think to play the role of the yellow sparrow? One must possess life to do so. Duanmu Nan's magical power erupted, causing the mist around them to churn violently, an overwhelming force. Hao Chen smiled at Duanmu Nan before abruptly vanishing from sight. Boom! The massive palm crashed into the ground, creating a giant handprint pit that looked oddly amusing. Where had he gone? The three figures of Duanmu Nan swiftly moved to the edge of the pit. They scanned the surroundings back and forth, yet failed to spot the young man's silhouette. Their anger surged with nowhere to vent, leaving their faces pale with rage. The two-tailed fox, witnessing this scene, approached with a gloating expression, ready to strike at Duanmu Nan and his companions. How dare they threaten the life of a child to intimidate the nine-tailed fox clan? Now that the little white fox was safe, it was time to teach these three humans a lesson. A wave of terror emanated outward. The diminutive two-tailed fox suddenly transformed, expanding to over 3 meters in size, radiating a chilling white glow. Its immense magical power instilled a sense of dread. Let us go. Duanmu Nan's expression darkened as he urgently called out, swiftly retreating into the distance. Though seething with anger at the loss of what he had nearly obtained, there was no time to pursue the despicable little man. After all, 2 predatory foxes were still in pursuit. Though he could hold his own against them, Duanmu Nan's cultivation was on par with that of the two-tailed fox, and his companions also possessed the cultivation level of transformation. United, the three could match the strength of the 2 foxes, but there was no necessity for such confrontation. This was the misty forest. Wasting magical power or sustaining injuries here would hinder their ability to delve deeper into the jungle, forcing them to flee instead. As the two-tailed foxes observed the humans escape, they howled in fury and unleashed their innate magical abilities, conjuring the eerie fox fire to pursue them. Sizzle! The supernatural flames scorched everything in their path, shattering rocks and igniting trees. Duanmu Nan and his companions' expressions shifted as they unleashed their magical power, instinctively coordinating to counter the oncoming inferno. Puff! The enchanted flames were quelled by their collective force. Run! The trio transformed into a streak of light, vanishing in an instant. It was not an easy task for the two-tailed foxes to detain them, given their own cultivation levels. In close combat, perhaps the two-tailed foxes could leverage their formidable physical prowess against humans, but in the realm of spells and techniques, the foxes would find themselves at a disadvantage. In the blink of an eye, the 3 humans disappeared from the two-tailed fox's sight. The male fox snorted coldly, suddenly opening its mouth to absorb the remnants of the eerie flames into its belly. Its body gradually shrank, returning to its original form, yet its eyes were filled with icy resentment. The escape of Duanmu Nan and the 2 others left Hao Chen with a grim expression. He even began to curse, for upon entering the demon suppression tower, it had transformed into mere dust. Along with the residual ethereal fox fire, they were drawn into the belly of the two-tailed fox. In the blink of an eye, the ethereal fox fire had congregated within the demon core, while the demon suppression tower floated within the fox's stomach. Hiding inside the tower, one could clearly observe the surrounding walls of the stomach, which were gradually releasing a viscous liquid, evidently the gastric fluid of the demon fox. The two-tailed fox, a beast of the transformation realm, possessed a terrifyingly thick gastric fluid. Hao Chen, compelled by curiosity, tested its effects by tossing out a low-grade magical artifact. Within mere seconds, it disintegrated into water, absorbed by the stomach wall. Witnessing this scene, Hao Chen was struck with fear, daring not to make a sound, and remained inside the tower, unwilling to venture out. After all, in his current flesh and blood form, appearing within the stomach wall would leave him severely injured. Fortunately, the demon suppression tower, being an extraordinary object, remained unaffected by the formidable gastric fluid. This allowed Hao Chen to breathe a slight sigh of relief, though it was only a minor reprieve. Even though the two-tailed fox could not dissolve the tower, it remained as dust, pressed tightly against the stomach wall. If Hao Chen did not exit, he would be unable to leave, unless the demon fox perished. It was absurd to think that a two-tailed fox, a beast of the transformation stage, would fall so easily. This predicament left Hao Chen in distress. He had unwittingly acquired the dragon scale fruit, only to find himself trapped in such a situation. While he was indeed safe, he was ensnared in place. With a resigned sigh, Hao Chen accepted that he had no means of escape. Rather than waste time, He contemplated the dragon scale fruit he had obtained. Though he could not concoct pills, consuming one would elevate him to the pinnacle of the later stages of integration. An idea struck him. What if he attempted to transcend tribulation within the belly of the two-tailed fox? It would be intriguing to see how the demon fox would endure the heavenly tribulation. Amused by the thought, he dismissed other concerns and settled down, surrounded by a considerable number of high-grade elemental stones. Not wishing to disturb the environment within the demon suppression tower, he relied on the elemental stones to break through. Once prepared, Hao Chen gazed at the dragon scale fruit in his hand and promptly swallowed it. The fruit did not induce any discomfort. Instead, upon entering his mouth, it transformed into a warm current that surged through his meridians. Hastily, he activated the Shaoyang technique, as the energy of the dragon scale fruit was remarkably potent. For practitioners with slightly weaker meridians, consuming the fruit rashly could lead to ruptured channels, as the ferocious power could overwhelm them. However, as a practitioner in the later stages of integration, Hao Chen possessed robust meridians. Although the ferocity of the dragon scale fruit could not damage his internal channels, the wild energy coursed through his meridians with abandon. The sensation of his meridians threatening to burst was excruciating. Channeling the Shaoyang technique, Hao Chen diligently refined the tumultuous power. Bit by bit, the meridians gradually began to shimmer with golden light, resembling dragon scales and exuding a formidable aura. Dragon scale meridians? Upon witnessing this scene, Hao Chen couldn't help but feel a surge of delight within his heart. Break! He bellowed with fervor. Instantly, the violent aura was refined by Hao Chen, who directed all his magical energy toward the bottleneck with tremendous force. The bottleneck of the late stage of integration felt as fragile as paper, shattering in an instant. His magical power surged dramatically. Following this breakthrough, the amassed essence stones around him became of great use, rapidly absorbed by Hao Chen. Not only did he absorb the essence stones, but he also relentlessly drew forth the pure essence from the two-tailed fox. The essence energy absorbed by the two-tailed fox from the outside world was refined within its body into pure essence, requiring no further refinement. Hao Chen, akin to a child drinking milk, extracted the essence energy from the two-tailed fox's body. Meanwhile, the two-tailed fox frantically absorbed the essence energy from the heavens and earth within the valley, laboriously refining it. Chapter 620, A Gesture of Reciprocity, Part 1. At the pinnacle of the late stage of integration, Hao Chen smiled faintly as he sensed the magical power coursing through him. Just then, an ominous tempest surged in the space of the demon suppression tower. A terrifying force of lightning emerged within the tower, which previously spanned only 100 miles in the first layer. However, as the lightning tore through, the surrounding mist seemed to part, gradually expanding the area within the demon suppression tower. What is happening? What transpired within the tower? A chill ran through Hao Chen's heart as he suddenly recalled the situation within the belly of the two-tailed fox. Realizing this, he glanced at the state of the tower, and his expression shifted drastically, as it indeed seemed possible that the two-tailed fox was undergoing a tribulation within its stomach. This cannot be. I must consult with the two-tailed fox and exit to face the tribulation. Hao Chen thought, recognizing that this could jeopardize the fox's path. Two-tailed fox, I am currently within your belly. I am on the verge of ascending and facing the heavenly tribulation. I do not wish to ruin your path. I need to exit to confront the tribulation. Thus, Hao Chen conveyed his thoughts to the two-tailed fox telepathically. Well, what? You are inside my belly? How did you get in here? The two-tailed fox questioned in astonishment upon receiving Hao Chen's message. It happened when you absorbed the strange fox fire. And I was pulled into your abdomen. Hao Chen quickly replied. I thought so. Why is the heavenly tribulation inexplicably targeting me with relentless strikes? The male two-tailed fox mused internally. Open your mouth now. I will come out. Hao Chen urged the male fox to cooperate, intending to emerge from the fox's mouth. Damn human. Hurry up. No wonder my magical power is depleting so rapidly. It turns out this troublesome creature is causing mischief. The male two-tailed fox's countenance darkened severely as the lightning in the sky continued to strike. At this moment, it had absorbed many bolts of tribulation lightning on behalf of Hao Chen, leaving its pristine white fur resembling that of a pitch-black dog. The male two-tailed fox was infuriated. It had thought it was facing its own tribulation, only to discover it was merely sewing another's wedding gown. Achoo! Just as the fox was in a state of agitation, it suddenly felt an itch in its throat and instinctively sneezed. In an instant, Hao Chen landed on the ground. As he conversed with the two-tailed fox, Hao Chen activated the demon suppression tower, raising it into the fox's mouth. Suddenly, he emerged from the tower and, after cleansing it within the fox's maw, compelled the creature to open its jaws. With a deft motion, he stirred gently at the fox's throat. Upon landing, Hao Chen hastened away from the valley. Without pausing to exchange words with the fox, the calamity thunder pursued him, and within the valley, the clouds began to part, revealing a glimmer of clarity. Fortunately, being ensconced within the mist-laden forest, no one had observed this peculiar scene, allowing the strangeness to go unnoticed. As he traversed the path, Hao Chen noticed the surrounding thick fog, which appeared somewhat diluted, possibly due to the depletion of spiritual energy. The once vibrant flora lay withered and lifeless, sprawled upon the ground, which bore a desolate yellow hue that prompted Hao Chen to shake his head in dismay. It was not until he soared beyond the valley that he felt a trickle of spiritual energy flowing into his being. Meanwhile, the demon suppression tower gradually absorbed the surrounding spiritual essence, albeit with diminished ferocity compared to before. Witnessing this, Hao Chen felt a slight relief. If the tower had continued to consume spiritual energy with such alarming intensity, it would undoubtedly have drawn attention. Though it was still absorbing energy, the current pace was far less daunting. Gazing at the horizon, he turned and sped toward the territory of the black monkeys. As he entered their domain, dark storm clouds once again gathered overhead. At that moment, Hao Chen was unaware of how many lightning tribulations the male two-tailed fox had shielded him from. This impending storm seemed denser than any he had previously encountered. Thunder rumbled ominously, cascading like a waterfall. Violet lightning descended from the heavens, heralding the arrival of a formidable tribulation. The tribulation of the 9th level was known for its escalating power and peril. Even the 1st level was immensely terrifying. Only a mere 10 to 12% of cultivators could successfully navigate through such tribulations and ascend to the next realm. With two-tailed foxes watching keenly, the situation was decidedly unfavorable for Hao Chen. Yet, he remained surprisingly composed, exuding confidence. This assurance was not unfounded, given Hao Chen's prowess. Even having just unraveled the mysteries of the tribulation realm, he had undergone a significant transformation, rendering him vastly stronger than before. Possessing various divine abilities, both his physical form and spiritual awareness were extraordinarily robust, far exceeding that of ordinary tribulation cultivators, making the passage through the lightning tribulation nearly effortless. What lay ahead was merely a metamorphosis facilitated by the power of thunder, elevating him to a new echelon of existence. Boom! The purple lightning, as thick as an arm, cleaved through the void, imbued with terrifying electrical force. Hao Chen did not flinch or evade. He allowed the tribulation to envelop him, as an inexhaustible force surged through his pores, continuously transforming his cells. This was a metamorphosis, a sublime elevation of life itself. Observing Hao Chen welcome the lightning tribulation with his own flesh and blood, the two-tailed fox's heart raced violently, filled with astonishment. It understood the immense power of the tribulation, having just sheltered Hao Chen from several bolts of lightning. The breathtaking spectacle continued. Following the initial purple thunderbolt, a series of 9 divine lightning strikes ensued. The resounding rumble of calamity enveloped Hao Chen, who sought to fortify his corporeal form through the very essence of these tribulations. Ultimately, the tempestuous lightning subsided, and tranquility reigned once more. Suddenly, a heavenly nectar descended upon him, prompting Hao Chen to invoke the Shaoyang technique, swiftly assimilating the essence from 4 Danshins, 3 divine infants, and a demon core. In less than the span of an incense stick, he completely absorbed and refined the celestial nectar. As Hao Chen opened his eyes, 2 beams of purple lightning flickered from his gaze, radiating brilliance. At this moment, he had truly ascended to the pinnacle of the early stage of tribulation crossing. His flesh and blood glistened like precious gems, muscles coiling like dragons, embodying an astonishing force. Standing upon the void, he exuded an ethereal composure, a transformation in his essence that naturally imbued him with an extraordinary aura. Elevated above all beings, every gesture and movement conveyed profound Taoist principles, enigmatic and unfathomable. In an instant, Hao Chen teleported before the two-tailed fox, who was no longer composed. The realm of a human in the tribulation stage posed little challenge to the fox, akin to crushing an ant. "Thank you for your protection, and for previously shielding me from the heavenly tribulation," Hao Chen expressed with a deep bow before the fox. The two-tailed fox, incredulous, struggled to comprehend the sight before it. A human in the tribulation stage bowing to a fox, an event unheard of throughout the ages. At that moment, the fox stood frozen, uncertain of how to react. I once heard from mist-shrouded Chioshu that your territory harbors wondrous spiritual fruits. Thus, I dared to approach and request a few. However, upon my arrival, I encountered 3 others, prompting me to conceal myself. Hao Chen explained his presence to the fox. Oh, I see, the two-tailed fox said in dawning realization. That individual who intercepted the dragon scale fruit was likely your doing as well? Indeed, Hao Chen affirmed without hesitation. Chapter 621, A Gesture of Gratitude, Part 2. I wish to accompany you back to the valley once more, but rest assured, my intentions are not solely to procure the dragon scale fruit. Upon witnessing the valley ravaged by lightning, I hope to employ my abilities to restore its former beauty. May I? Hao Chen articulated earnestly. In truth, Hao Chen harbored his own motives. He had never seen the dragon scale fruit tree and desired to transplant one, should it be possible. Are you saying that you possess the ability to restore the valley to its original state? The two-tailed fox inquired skeptically. Yes, Hao Chen responded, affirming the fox's doubts. Very well. If you truly restore the valley, you shall be my benefactor, the two-tailed fox declared. Please, follow me. With that, the fox led the way into the valley. Upon arriving, a fluffy white figure suddenly leaped into Hao Chen's embrace. Even before the white figure stirred, Hao Chen had surmised it to be the little white fox. The reason for the little fox's leap into his arms was the chaotic energy within him, which irresistibly drew her near. The female two-tailed fox, unaware of the little white fox's antics, secretly mused that slipping into Hao Chen's embrace was more comfortable than her own. Before either Hao Chen or the female two-tailed fox could react, the little white fox had already drifted into a blissful slumber under Hao Chen's gentle caresses. The female two-tailed fox was left speechless. Watch closely, both of you. I shall now perform a ritual to restore vitality to the valley. With that, Hao Chen executed the Qingmu technique, conjuring the spirit rain method. Simultaneously, he produced a jade vial containing millennia-old spiritual liquid and poured out several drops. In a sweeping motion, droplets of spiritual rain began to fall from the heavens. A tapestry of colorful clouds enveloped the valley, and as the spiritual rain descended, the greenery returned at a visible pace. In mere moments, the flora surged back to life, leaving the two-tailed foxes astonished. After the burning of a stick of incense, not only had the valley regained its former appearance, but it flourished even more than before. It was only then that Hao Chen ceased his efforts, sitting down to recover his energy. After another stick of incense had burned, he felt rejuvenated. Invited by the two-tailed foxes, Hao Chen ventured into their den, discovering it to be a man-made haven, once a sanctuary for practitioners. During this time, the female two-tailed fox attempted to lift the little white fox from Hao Chen's arms, but the little creature stubbornly refused to part from him. To honor Hao Chen's presence, the female fox ventured out to gather fresh wild fruits. However, upon passing the area of the dragon scale fruit, she found the trees in a state of withering decay, prompting her to hastily return to the den. Hao Chen, sensing the urgency, accompanied the two-tailed foxes to investigate. However, he had deliberately omitted this location while performing the spirit rain technique. Before them stood 3 dragon scale fruit trees, on the verge of collapse with their leaves withered and lifeless. If nature were to restore them, it would require a century of nurturing. After circling the 3 trees, Hao Chen proposed a reasonable suggestion: to till the soil. With the consent of the two-tailed foxes, he employed his magical powers to deeply turn the earth, clearing surrounding fruit trees as necessary. Of course, when uprooting, he did so with his powers, extracting them from the ground with roots and soil intact. After 3 sticks of incense, Hao Chen suddenly unleashed the spirit rain technique once more. An hour later, the dragon scale fruit trees were revitalized. Though Hao Chen coveted the dragon scale fruit trees, he adhered to the principles of fruit tree cultivation, planting them at an appropriate density and refraining from disturbing the mature trees. He meticulously organized the dragon scale fruit orchard for the two-tailed foxes, naturally collecting a few saplings and soil in the process. Due to the little fox's reluctance and the impending tribulations faced by the other ladies, Hao Chen found himself obliged to remain here for cultivation. Within the mist-laden forest, only this valley was free of formations and restrictions, though its perimeter was sealed by barriers. It was here, devoid of fog, that sunlight could finally pierce through. With the approval of the two-tailed foxes, Hao Chen summoned those who were cultivating within the demon suppression tower and those within the jade pendant space. We have now departed from the third heaven of Qianyuan realm and entered the fourth heaven of Qiyuan realm. At this moment, we find ourselves in the misty jungle of Qiyuan realm, within the territory of the two-tailed foxes. Only then did Hao Chen address everyone present. In the valley, Qing'er, Ziyu, Yuexialan, Yexiahan, Dailin, Xiaowen, Shuang'er, Shaner, and a host of demon beasts appeared, including a young man, covered in sweat and grime, who was summoned by Hao Yin. This young man, of course, was Chu Qian, disguised as a male. Meanwhile, the black ape and the misty serpent were engaged in exchanging insights on cultivation with Xiao Cui's pet, the feathered tiger, and the silver wolf of dawn. Within Hao Yin's chaotic dantian resided the precious illusion lotus seed of the demon realm, a treasure capable of inducing mutations in living beings and allowing ordinary demon cultivators to instantaneously transform into human form. Thus, he summoned Xiao Cui, Xiaohong, and a number of little flower demons from the jade pendant space to entertain the little white fox. Observing the joy with which Xiao Cui and the little white fox played, Hao Yin felt compelled to experiment with the transformative powers of the illusion lotus seed. He called Xiao Cui to him and instructed her to bring the little white fox closer. As the little white fox approached, a thought flickered through his mind, and a beam of white light surged forth from the chaotic dantian, enveloping the little white fox. The two-tailed fox, seated beside Hao Yin, was about to make a move when the little white fox, now encased in the white light, flipped over and astonishingly transformed into a little girl of 4 or 5 years. Xiao Cui hurriedly ran to dress the girl in a lovely dress and led her back. Big brother, the little girl exclaimed, leaping into Hao Yin's embrace. Those present, both humans and demon beasts, were left in awe. The little white fox had transformed into a human and could even speak. What a marvel! Only the flower demons remained unfazed by this wonder, for they were beings who had undergone similar transformations themselves. With admiration in their eyes, the other demon beasts gazed at Hao Yin, eager to understand his extraordinary abilities. Hao Yin, however, turned his attention to the Millennium Flower Demon, the Blue Water Lily, who was aware of his intentions. What they had witnessed was the so-called treasure of the demon realm, the illusion lotus seed. This wondrous technique could instantaneously transform sentient beings into human form. Yet, this miraculous treasure had its drawbacks. It required the reapplication of the spell every full moon to maintain the human form for cultivation. Only upon reaching the transformation phase could one truly become human through this method. However, even beings who attained this phase might not necessarily transform into humans without the right opportunities. For non-human spiritual entities like themselves, the chances were slim. Yet, they could rely on human-crafted transformation elixirs to metamorphose into human beings. The Millennium Flower Demon, Blue Water Lily, elaborated on Hao Yin's extraordinary spell to those gathered. Through her narration, Hao Yin comprehended the methods of utilizing the illusion lotus seed. He mused inwardly. Could this not enable the formation of a demon beast team? It could be said that Hao Yin's current strength positioned him among the elite in the fourth layer of the Qi awakening realm, and he did not mind being discovered possessing such a treasure. Upon hearing the words of the Millennium Flower Demon, Blue Water Lily, the assembly of demon beasts turned their gazes toward Hao Yin. At this moment, Hao Yin had regained his true appearance, his body emanating the formidable aura of the tribulation stage. The misty serpent and the black ape, recognizing Hao Yin's cultivation level, realized they had narrowly escaped death. If there were intentions to kill, I fear I would have already perished. Hao Yin performed the transformation technique for several demon beasts, resulting in the emergence of 3 enchanting beauties within the valley. The misty, poisonous creature morphed into the graceful Sun Yang. The howling moon silver wolf transformed into the alluring silver moon, who could make flowers shy and the moon hide. And the female two-tailed fox manifested as the captivating fox Mayor. Meanwhile, the male two-tailed fox became the charming young master fox Jiao. The black ape turned into the affable Yuan Li, and the feathered tiger transformed into the dashing Yu Tianxing. All these metamorphosed demon beasts were named by Hao Yin, except for the little white fox, which was named by Xiao Cui, calling it Xiao Shui, with the affectionate nickname of Shuer. Chapter 622, The Protector of the Tribulation, Part 1. Time flew by swiftly. Over the past 3 months, Hao Yin had not engaged in cultivation. instead choosing to spend time with these beings of both human and demon descent. After listening to Biming Tian's teachings and clarifications, several women began to ascend in rank in unison. Consequently, Hao Chen busied himself with alchemy and medicine crafting, preparing for the tribulation of ascension for the ladies. Yi Shaohan was the first to advance to the Nascent Soul tribulation, carrying the demon-suppressing tower for protection during her trial. Hao Chen took refuge within the tower, opportunely shielding her from the heavenly tribulations. Following her, Dailin and Qing'er also ascended to the Nascent Soul stage. However, when Qing'er reached this level, she was met not with tribulation, but rather the clouds rolled ominously before dissipating. According to her, the Qingluan clan only faced life and death tribulations upon reaching the tribulation stage. Ziyu, Yuxiaolan, Shuang'er, and Shan'er all ascended to the nascent Dan realm. Only Shao Wen and Li Ruonan did not undergo tribulation, instead entering the later stage of nascent Dan. The ladies, one after another, traversed their tribulations as if in a game. It was only Hao Chen, this prodigy, who could serve as a protector for others, withstanding the thunderous tribulations. Tribulation is fraught with peril, a gamble of life and death. Without a protector, the chances of survival for the tribulation bearer would be less than 50%. Historical records indicate that half of those who faced tribulation perished amidst the nine heavens' thunder. Yet, with Hao Chen guarding them, some women passed through their tribulations unscathed, even their garments remaining intact. After experiencing a tingling sensation, they reveled in the divine dew bestowed upon them. However, during Yu Xiaolan's tribulation, the heavenly punishment unexpectedly intensified. Even under Hao Chen's protection, she was left battered and bruised. Hao Chen speculated that her cultivation was exceptionally defiant, likely due to her dual cultivation of the Xianin body, which had caused her rapid advancement. Yu Xiaolan's tribulation became a source of amusement for the others. Struck by the lightning, her body turned a dark hue amidst their laughter, eventually shifting to a deep crimson. As she felt embarrassed, Hao Chen swiftly wrapped her in a long robe to shield her. Stuck amidst the misty forest in this enigmatic valley, Chu Qian grew increasingly anxious, worried about her brother's illness while she remained ensnared here. However, after Hao Chen's persuasion and explanations, she eventually settled down to cultivate. Upon probing her condition, Hao Chen discovered that although Chu Qian had only reached the early stage of foundation establishment, her physical capabilities were comparable to those of the late stage. Hao Chen concluded that the girl might have been preoccupied with caring for her brother, neglecting her own cultivation, or perhaps lacking sufficient resources, resulting in her stagnation. To elevate Chu Qian's cultivation, it was necessary to place her within the confines of the 7th level of the Demon Suppression Tower for intensive training. Thus, Hao Chen endeavored to enhance Chu Qian's prowess, testing the acceleration of adaptability for cultivators. Without the requisite physical constitution, an elevation in cultivation could lead to a catastrophic rupture of the meridians. Overwhelmed by the immense influx of true essence, in a mere 3 months, within the time-accelerated realm, Chu Qian had cultivated for 9 months, transcending from the initial stage of foundation establishment to the pinnacle of that realm. During this span, the other women had weathered various tribulations. Yet Chu Qian remained diligently training within the Demon Suppression Tower. When Hao Chen summoned Chu Qian from the tower, a figure clad in garments as white as snow, graceful and enchanting, appeared before the crowd. Undoubtedly, this was the Chu Qian who had just emerged from the confines of the tower. She was no longer the girl disguised as a boy, with a face smeared with sweat and dirt, but rather a petite beauty. The onlookers were left to ponder if this was indeed a hidden treasure. "Are we still in the valley?" Chu Qian inquired, surveying her surroundings with a hint of confusion. "Indeed, we remain in the mysterious valley of the misty forest," Hao Chen replied calmly. "Oh, wait, that is not right," Chu Qian began, but then fell silent. "Chu Qian, what troubles you?" Hao Chen turned in astonishment to find her brow furrowed, seemingly lost in thought. Upon hearing his inquiry, Chu Qian returned to herself, her large eyes blinking in surprise. "Brother, I believe I can sense the impending tribulation," she replied hesitantly. "The tribulation?" A flicker of astonishment crossed Hao Chen's face. In just 3 months, Chu Qian had advanced from the initial stage of foundation establishment to its peak. To think that she sensed the tribulation immediately upon exiting the tower, without encountering even a hint of a bottleneck, was truly remarkable. While Hao Chen felt astonishment, he was equally elated for Chu Qian. Naturally, he desired her strength to flourish. However, Would this incite jealousy in Ziyu and the others? Stealing a glance at Ziyu, he noticed her standing a short distance away, frowning repeatedly, seemingly lost in contemplation. Yet, the pressing matter at hand was to find a suitable location for her tribulation. Let us proceed to the designated area for the tribulation. Xiao Chui, accompany me for protection. The rest of you remain here on standby, enhancing vigilance. After a brief contemplation, Hao Chen's eyes gleamed as he spoke resolutely. There's no time. She is about to break through, Chu Qian exclaimed, interrupting Hao Chen. However, he paid no heed to her words. Wrapping his arm around her waist and swiftly transporting them both to the site prepared for the tribulation. The demon suppression tower is at your side. I shall guard you here. With that, Hao Chen entered the tower. Chu Qian promptly settled into a meditative posture, evidently at the critical juncture of her breakthrough. Is she truly breaking through now? Hao Chen found himself momentarily speechless, shaking his head with a wry smile. Very well, perhaps there is no better time than the present. Boom. The entire realm trembled slightly as the boundless energies of heaven and earth began to surge forth. As the skies darkened and ominous clouds gathered, obscuring the stars above, Chu Qian found herself enveloped in an abyss of darkness. Knowing that she could not withstand any disturbance at this crucial moment, Hao Chen devoted himself to the sacred duty of protection. He extended his consciousness, communicating with others to ensure that the vicinity was cleared of any unwelcome presence within a 100-mile radius. Concealed within the demon suppression tower, he remained fixated on Chu Qian as she faced her tribulation, aware that she lacked any garments or treasures capable of withstanding the heavenly lightning. Thus, he summoned the celestial silkworm armor and the spiritual treasure cloak, among other items, from the tower. Without hesitation, Chu Qian donned every piece of equipment presented, transforming herself into a figure resembling a marionette clad in armor. Observing her attire, Hao Chen mused that this should suffice to confront the heavenly tribulation. Yet an undercurrent of worry lingered in his heart. Time flowed serenely. After the burning of 3 incense sticks, the oppressive clouds above thickened, while flashes of lightning and thunder erupted within the layers, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Suddenly, with a resounding crack, the first bolt of tribulation lightning descended from the heavens, wielding unparalleled might as it struck Chu Qian. Hao Chen's expression tightened, his gaze fixed intently on her awkward form, ready to intervene at the slightest sign of peril. However, the unfolding events brought him a measure of relief. A faint halo of colorful light emerged around Chu Qian, effortlessly dissipating the lightning, undisturbed by the onslaught. Hao Chen exhaled a sigh of relief, a self-deprecating smile gracing his lips as he acknowledged his own overzealous concern. Despite knowing that she wore treasures capable of withstanding the tribulation, he could not shake off the worry that had taken root since their fateful encounter in Locking Demon City, where the fragile and helpless Chu Qian had carved out a significant place in his heart. Chapter 623, The Guardian of the Tribulation, Part 2. With a crack, the second bolt struck. One after another, the bolts of tribulation lightning cascaded down, each more formidable than the last. Yet, they failed to breach the defenses of Chu Qian's treasures, not even causing her to waver. If this continued, her passage through the Yuan Dan tribulation appeared almost assured, and Hao Chen felt a wave of complete reassurance wash over him. However, it soon became evident that his elation was somewhat premature. As 3 more bolts remained, Chu Qian was on the cusp of ascending to the Yuan Dan realm, with the 9 minor tribulations heralding her advancement. Suddenly, a piercing cry rent the air from the distant sky, a predatory call that shattered the silence. The shrill, penetrating sound echoed through the tribulation clouds, even reaching ears thousands of miles away, leaving listeners startled and alarmed. Chu Qian felt an involuntary tremor, rising to her feet with a glint of astonishment in her eyes. A snow eagle? Xiao Chui's pupils constricted as she immediately entered a state of alert. After a moment's hesitation, her resolve hardened, and she took flight toward the source of the sound. Although she was a divine beast in the past, she would never have dared confront a creature more powerful than herself, for that would have been tantamount to seeking her own demise. However, bolstered by the presence of her sisters, Sun Yang, Hu Meier, Yin Yu, and Lan Sui Lian, she now felt a newfound sense of confidence. Moreover, the ferocious beast was evidently drawn to the commotion caused by Sister Chu Qian's tribulation. Should it interfere with her ascension, the consequences would be dire. While others may not comprehend the significance of Chu Qian, Xiao Chui was acutely aware that she was her brother's beloved. Without hesitation, Hao Chen soared through the air with remarkable speed, quickly locating the source of the sound, and was taken aback by what she discovered. Amidst the dense, ominous clouds of tribulation, a majestic snow eagle, its wingspan measuring dozens of yards, was approaching head-on. This snow eagle, exuding an aura of unbridled ferocity, bore a single, glistening white talon beneath its belly, flying forth in a menacing manner. Particularly striking was the hatred that ignited in its bloodthirsty eyes upon spotting Hao Chen. With a piercing cry, it charged towards her without hesitation, as if harboring an irreconcilable grudge against her. Ah, what a twist of fate! From within the demon suppression tower, Hao Chen recognized this snow eagle with a mere sweep of his consciousness. It was the very beast from which he had severed a talon with a single strike. A ferocious creature nurtured by the city of demon locking. It seemed that all its resentment had been directed at Hao Chen. Had it not been for her, the creature would not have lost its claws, and had it not been for the constraints within the city, it would not have suffered the humiliation of being thwarted by a mere mortal of inferior cultivation. The enraged snow eagle, its malevolence palpable, was a stark contrast to its previous encounter with Hao Chen. This time, it showed no restraint as it sought to obliterate the woman he cherished. Intent on making the ant who dared to sever its talons experience the agony of losing a beloved. As a beast of formidable strength, the snow eagle's most potent weapon was undoubtedly its lethal claws. Its remaining talons slashed through the air, aiming directly at Hao Chen, leaving behind a trail of white frost in its wake, the chilling aura rendering the atmosphere frigid. Clearly, the snow eagle had succumbed to madness, disregarding the divine beast pressure emanating from Hao Chen. Yet, Hao Chen stood resolute in the void, her gaze icy as she regarded the approaching snow eagle, a subtle smirk gracing her lips. Snow eagle, you shall pay dearly for your ignorance. With a sudden transformation, a colossal azure bird, spanning 100 yards, materialized in the air. With a resounding clap of its massive wings, it struck the snow eagle, sending it hurtling nearly 100 miles away, emitting a wretched cry as blood rained down and feathers scattered. Huh, you dare to flaunt before me, Hao Chen exclaimed triumphantly, a flicker of pride crossing her face. However, the snow eagle, being a beast of the transformation stage, would not perish so easily. Regaining its composure, it glared at Hao Chen with even more venomous fury. With a powerful flap of its wings, it ascended once more, its ferocity swelling, its presence still formidable. At that moment, several other demon beasts arrived at Hao Chen's side. Boom! Silver Moon, Sun Yang, form a protective formation for me and witness how I deal with this beast. Humph! With a cold snort, Hao Chen opened her mouth, unleashing a vibrant flame that engulfed the snow eagle. The creature emitted a pained cry, its silvery feathers reduced to ashes, leaving it resembling a plucked white chicken. Its aura significantly diminished. Fear flickered in its eyes as it finally realized that the divine beast, the azure bird, was not to be trifled with, but rather a formidable force capable of inflicting harm. A shrill cry pierced the air as the snow eagle plummeted from the void towards the ground. In agony, it struggled, but disregarding its own plight, it dove into the underbrush, leaping away in a desperate escape. Yet, escape was not so easily attained. Hao Chen smirked coldly, dashing forward, seizing the featherless white chicken and delivering a flurry of blows. I'll teach you not to run, and not to bully me, she exclaimed, standing on the ground with one claw of the snow eagle in her grasp, her other hand unleashing her fury. Once Hao Chen's anger subsided, and she returned with the snow eagle that resembled a plucked chicken to protect Hao Chen, she noticed a figure departing from Hao Chen's side, swiftly appearing next to her. It was her brother, Hao Chen. Here, do you prefer it roasted or stewed? Hao Chen asked, handing the snow eagle to him. Please spare me. I won't dare again. A small girl's voice reached Hao Chen's ears. Hao Chen, I think we should keep her for now and fatten her up before eating, he suggested, hearing the snow eagle plead for mercy. Why? Hao Chen inquired, puzzled. Look at her. She's bruised and battered all over. How could we eat her like this? Hao Chen offered a flimsy excuse. Very well, Hao Chen replied, a hint of resignation in her voice. Upon her agreement, Hao Chen swiftly stored the snow eagle within the confines of the demon suppression tower. At that moment, a beam of radiant white light descended from the heavens, enveloping the area where Hao Chen was undergoing her tribulation. The magnificent mist consumed her entirely. Undoubtedly, this signified that Hao Chen had successfully passed the minor tribulation and was now receiving the heavenly dew, the purest essence of vital energy bestowed after a tribulation. Only after receiving this heavenly dew could a tribulation survivor generate the power of the Yuan Dan within, significantly enhancing their strength. This was, without a doubt, the most crucial step in the tribulation process. Chapter 624. A sudden attack, however. At this moment, 7 figures flew by in the distance. Upon closer inspection, the two in the lead were Yu Deshui and Yo Feng. Hao Chen promptly gathered Xiao Chui, Su Nyang, and Yin Yu into the demon suppression tower, concealing their presence and disguising their cultivation to the early stage of Yuan Dan as they had when first entering the misty forest. They planned a surprise attack by presenting themselves as weaker than they truly were. At this very moment, Chu Qian was basking in the heavenly dew, her aura steadily ascending, her exquisite visage gaining an air of sanctity. Seeing Chu Qian safe and sound, Hao Chen felt a wave of relief wash over him. Hao Chen turned calmly to glance at the two individuals not far away. He nodded slightly, acknowledging them, then turned back, choosing to disregard them. To be frank, he harbored no favorable impression of Yu Deshui and Yo Feng. In fact, during the incident in the demon locking city, Yu Deshui had even harbored murderous intent towards him. However, given the critical moment of Chu Qian's tribulation, the two seemed to recognize the gravity of the situation, prompting Hao Chen to refrain from taking action against them. Yet, as the saying goes, the tree wishes for peace but the wind does not cease. Observing Hao Chen's evident concern for Chu Qian, Yu Deshui and Yo Feng exchanged glances, their eyes glinting with a hint of calculation. Previously, during the battle between Xiao Chui and Xue Ying, they had approached the vicinity of Chu Qian's tribulation site. Had it been anyone else undergoing tribulation, they would likely have rushed forward to seize the precious celestial nectar, as it is of immense value to any cultivator. Nevertheless, Yu Deshui had witnessed Hao Chen injuring 2 of his own guards in defense of Chu Qian, leaving him with lingering apprehension. At this moment, 5 imposing figures had descended nearby, keenly observing Chu Qian's tribulation. Is it them? Hao Chen felt a stir within, swiftly moving to interpose himself between Chu Qian and the 5 individuals. These 5 were not unfamiliar to him. Among them were the siblings Gu Yu and Gu Yun. The remaining trio comprised Duanmu Nan, Taisher Qian, and Huangfu Feiyun, all of whom had attained the transformation realm. Chen Hao, what brings you here? Gu Yu and Gu Yun were astonished at Hao Chen's appearance, their eyes betraying a flicker of uncontainable joy. It appeared that the Chun brothers were not mere ordinary figures. Not only could they venture deep into the misty jungle, but Chen Hao was also capable of undergoing tribulation here. Meanwhile, Duanmu Nan, Taisher Qian, and Huangfu Feiyun regarded the relatively weaker Hao Chen with growing intrigue, their gazes flitting between him and Chu Qian. They pondered whether it would be dishonorable to exploit the weaker to seize the celestial nectar from the fledgling tribulation bearer. Opportunity must not be missed. I suspect the dragon scale fruit was indeed taken by this lad. Otherwise, what a coincidence it would be for someone to undergo tribulation so close to the valley. Moments later, a cold glint flashed in Taisher Qian's eyes as he transmitted a message to Duanmu Nan. He must have intercepted the dragon scale fruit and broken through after consuming it. If we capture the two, we are bound to reap unexpected rewards, Taisher Qian asserted confidently. A direct confrontation may not be wise. If word of our actions spreads, we would find ourselves in relentless trouble, Duanmu Nan observed, his expression narrowing slightly. Though he nodded subtly, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Brother Duanmu, look at how this fellow is so devoted to that young girl. It's clear he is deeply infatuated. Why don't we use her as leverage against him? Even if we cannot obtain the dragon scale fruit, we could trade for some other precious materials, Taisher Qian suggested, embellishing his proposition. This could easily be leaked, however, Duanmu Nan mused, his mind weighing the implications. Brother Duanmu, those who aspire to achieve great deeds do not concern themselves with trifles. In pursuit of the dragon scale fruit and heavenly treasures. He made a gesture to silence all who were privy to the knowledge. There is truth in that. Duanmu Nan and his 2 companions exchanged secretive whispers, plotting how to obtain the dragon scale fruit and other celestial treasures. Unbeknownst to them, Hao Chen, standing with his back turned, gradually revealed a chilling intent in the corner of his mouth. I initially intended to spare your lives, but it seems I shall not hesitate to exact vengeance for the 2-tailed fox. Hao Chen inwardly chuckled coldly. Although he was unaware of the schemes Duanmu Nan and his companions were concocting, their expressions alone hinted at their ill intentions. At that moment, Taisher Qian hastened towards Yu Deshui, joining forces with Feng. Huangfu Yunfei suddenly darted towards the Gu siblings, Gu Yu and Gu Yun. It appeared that they intended to silence them. If that is the case, it is better to strike first. Suddenly, Hao Chen's figure trembled violently as he unleashed his attack. With a resounding clap, the demon slayer's hand morphed into a chilling, icy palm print, enveloping Duanmu Nan. He swiftly conjured a barrier, completely isolating Chu Qian. "What do you intend to do?" Duanmu Nan exclaimed, his pupils constricting in alarm at the sudden turn of events. "Nothing much, merely to eliminate you," Hao Chen replied with a cold smirk. "How dare you provoke me?" Duanmu Nan's words faltered as the ice sealed his fate. "Humph. To be so audacious as to harm my friend." In an instant, he teleported to the side of Gu Yu and Gu Yun. At that moment, Huangfu Yunfei had already brought the Gu siblings to the ground, yet he refrained from delivering the final blow. "Hold on, brother," Gu Yu urgently warned. Despairing, Huangfu Yunfei shut his eyes, awaiting death, consumed by regret. When Hao Chen had targeted Duanmu Nan, he realized that the latter was a formidable figure at the tribulation stage. Had the three of them stood united against him, there might have been a glimmer of hope. This was a battle devoid of suspense. The powerful effortlessly vanquished the weak. Akin to crushing an ant, only battles between those of comparable strength could lead to chaos and devastation. In a scenario of such stark disparity, the weaker party possessed no capacity for resistance, and the tumultuous scenes of flying sand and shifting stones would not ensue. Yet, as Hao Chen made his move, Huangfu Yunfei's expression shifted dramatically. All his hopeful fantasies crumbled. When Hao Chen raised his hand and encased Duanmu Nan in ice, he suddenly teleported to rescue Gu Yu. At that very moment, Taisha Qian had approached Yu Deshui and Feng, intending to strike them down with a single blow. However, he was suddenly assailed by a gust of wind from behind. Hao Chen's powerful strike aimed at Huangfu Yunfei, although halted by Gu Yu's warning, compelled the condensed energy to be unleashed. Thus, he directed his hand towards Taisha Qian. Sensing the formidable handprint charged with the might of a tribulation stage expert, Taisha Qian was struck with horror, realizing he could not withstand it. In a panic, he summoned all possible defensive measures and enveloped himself in a dense aura of sword energy. However, the might of Hao Chen's unleashed energy far exceeded his expectations. Akin to a tempest. Chapter 625. Resolved grudges. The wind rustled through the trees, scattering fragments, while the swirling remnants of leaves transformed into wisps of smoke. Although the center of Chunhao's palm strike did not directly target Deshui and Feng, the formidable power of the demon slayer's handprint had already forced them to the ground. Impossible. How could Chunhao possess such strength? He must at least have the power of the tribulation stage. At that moment, Gu Yu and Gu Yun had just risen to their feet, their gazes drawn to the massive handprint unleashed by Hao Chen. Gu Yu's astonished exclamation roused Huangfu Feiyun, who had been resignedly awaiting his fate. And he too beheld the scene. Taisha Qian, enveloped in sword aura, swiftly dodged the oncoming handprint attack. Yet, he bore no trace of joy. His face was etched with shock and disbelief, especially for Deshui, who was left utterly dumbfounded. 3 months prior, he had crossed blades with Hao Chen in the locking demon city. Although caught off guard then, he did not consider himself inferior to Hao Chen. Yet, what had transpired over these 3 months? Had Hao Chen acquired the legendary dragon scale fruit, elevating his cultivation to new heights? Deshui suddenly realized that his own Yuan Dan realm cultivation seemed inadequate to withstand even a single strike from Hao Chen, a notion that was simply beyond his comprehension. However, Hao Chen did not afford anyone much time for contemplation. Recognizing them as foes, his intent was singular: to kill. In this world, his enemies were already plentiful. The fewer, the better. A cold smile graced Hao Chen's lips as he waved his hand, unleashing a torrent of dark green poison mist. This was the poisonous mist he had refined while establishing his star body Dantian before subduing the mist dragon, infused with elements of dark energy. The mist surged toward Taisha Qian, enveloping him in an instant, the rancid odor making one feel nauseated. Taisha one sword. Taisha Qian bellowed, his sword moving rhythmically in his grasp, conjuring intricate circles of profound sword energy that coalesced into an enigmatic barrier, effectively isolating the poison mist and preventing it from penetrating his defenses. As Huangfu Feiyun observed Taisha Qian's demonstration of Taisha one sword, he finally understood that Taisha Qian was indeed the strongest among the three. Judging by the aura he exuded, his cultivation was at least at the tribulation stage. Upon entering the misty jungle, the three had fortuitously encountered a person of dual surname and formed a team for exploration. Hao Chen had remained concealed, playing the role of an underdog. From this perspective, he had been toying with both him and Duanmu Nan. Upon reaching the third layer of the misty jungle, it was he who had suggested venturing into the territory of the two-tailed demon fox in search of the dragon scale fruit. The idea of capturing the little demon fox and threatening the two-tailed fox for the fruit had also originated from him. When pursued by the two-tailed fox, he pretended to be outmatched and retreated, seeking to prove to himself and Duanmu Nan that he was inferior in capability. What was Hao Chen's true objective in continuing to manipulate them as pawns? The barrier formed by Hao Chen sword gradually dispelled the surrounding poison mist, ensuring that not a trace dared approach. Unable to withstand the onslaught, retreat was imperative. After neutralizing the poison mist, Hao Chen resolved within himself. Hao Chen sword. Without hesitation, he swung his sword once more into the void. Boom. The vast brilliance of the sword, imbued with a menacing aura, cleaved the void as Hao wielded his blade, carving a pitch-black passage. Transforming into a streak of darkness, Hao Chen fled beyond the confines of the mist-laden forest. Surprised by this turn of events, Hao Chen understood that in a confrontation between equals, one could not hope to detain a fleeing adversary. However, he bore no ill will towards Hao Chen, so his escape did not concern him. At that moment, Hao Chen's presence had completely dissipated from the area. Suspended in the air, Hao Chen remained contemplative, his gaze flickering as he surveyed the emptiness around him. He extended his spiritual sense, meticulously probing the vicinity. Yet, after an extended period, he uncovered no trace and was compelled to abandon his search. Alas, these ancient beings undoubtedly possess hidden cards. Hao Chen sighed softly and turned to approach Chu Qian. As he passed by Duanmu Nan, he snapped his fingers, shattering the ice that encased them. It is not a matter of your inadequacy. I am in the tribulation stage of cultivation, and you are simply incomparable. Hao Chen, concerned about Duanmu Nan's resolve, conveyed his reassurance through his spiritual voice. Thank you, Duanmu Nan replied, his face flushed with embarrassment. Following this battle, he had quelled the pride that had surged within him after a rapid increase in power. Hao Chen pondered that Hao Chen had employed a forbidden technique. Even if he had evaded capture today, he was no longer a significant threat. Should they cross paths again? If he dared to provoke Hao Chen, he could easily be vanquished. Hao Chen, Chu Qian, having absorbed the last remnants of divine radiance into her being, radiated with excitement. With a graceful swish, she appeared before him, her enchanting eyes sparkling with delight. The pinnacle of the early Yuan dance stage? Quite impressive, Hao Chen praised with a smile. Hee, am I not formidable? Chu Qian spun clumsily in place, her face alight with pride. Hao Chen, stroking his chin, unabashedly scrutinized her and feigned seriousness as he responded, Indeed. My dear wife, you are exceptional. How rude. Who said I would marry you? Chu Qian's cheeks flushed crimson, her lips pouting in feigned anger, though a glimmer of joy in her eyes betrayed her true feelings. Seeing the bashful yet spirited demeanor of the young girl stirred something within Hao Chen, compelling him to take her delicate, pale hand in his grasp. Whether you marry me or not, just give me a plethora of little Hao Chens, he teased playfully. Go to hell. Chu Qian, taken aback by the notion of birthing a multitude of little Hao Chens, felt insulted and suddenly twisted his waist with a fierce grip. Ouch! Hao Chen yelped in pain. At that moment, the 6 individuals nearby finally snapped out of their stupor, awakened by Hao Chen's exclamation. Greetings, senior. They chorused, gravitating towards Hao Chen, their previous arrogance dissipating. There is no need for such formality. I am not that old, am I? In truth, my cultivation is merely slightly superior to yours. My age is quite comparable to yours. Let us refer to each other as brothers from now on. Hao Chen addressed them with a smile. Hiss. To have reached the Yuan dance stage and feel so self-satisfied. Those around him, including Chu Qian, marveled inwardly upon hearing that Hao Chen's age was akin to their own. As one reaches middle age, having cultivated to the realm of transformation, one may perceive oneself as an extraordinary genius within the family. Yet, in comparison to the individuals before them, they are filled with a sense of inadequacy. Huangfu Yunfei and Duanmu Nan, too, felt a deep sense of shame. Gu Yu and his sister Gu Yun, along with De Shui and Yo Feng, and the duo of Huangfu Yunfei and Duanmu Nan. These 3 groups of 6 individuals each experienced moments teetering on the brink of life and death. Their lives were granted by Hao Chen, whom they all regarded as a savior in their hearts. At this moment, Chu Qian had successfully transcended her tribulation and was no longer clad in cumbersome attire. While the others reminisced about their experiences, Chu Qian had already found a secluded spot to shed her layers of defensive gear. At this instant, she had returned to her original appearance, adorned in a white dress that accentuated her smiling face, rendering her even more charming. Yuda Shui, from now on, you are forbidden from bullying others with your power. Promise me you'll behave. Chu Qian chided him lightly, not having forgotten to tease Yuda Shui. Yes, I shall certainly mend my ways and become a better person, replied Yuda Shui, having undergone a transformation through this life and death ordeal. After offending Hao Chen in the locking demon city, he had dared to pursue him relentlessly. Yet, at a critical moment, Hao Chen not only bore no grudges but also came to his aid when he was in dire straits. Not even a dog would forget a favor. He mused. Chapter 626. Potential investment. Yuda Shui and Feng took their leave first. After expressing their gratitude repeatedly, Duanmu Nan and Huangfu Yunfei exchanged contact information before bidding farewell to Hao Chen and the others. Gu Yu and his sister were retained by Hao Chen, as they were, after all, part of the same exploration team. Through Gu Yu's words, it became clear that Huokue had perished in the fog-infested jungle. It was no wonder that the spectral creature had been able to conjure Huokue's image when setting up the illusionary array. Upon learning the cause of Huokue's demise, Hao Chen understood fully. Had it not been for Hao Chen diverting the attention of the spectral creature, Gu Yu and Gu Yun might have also met their end within the fog-infested jungle. When Gu Yu and Gu Yun realized that all the attention of the spectral creature had been drawn to Hao Chen, they seized the opportunity to escape with great urgency, narrowly avoiding disaster. They then encountered Yuda Shui and Feng, and upon Yuda Shui's invitation, the four of them formed a team, daring to continue their exploration. Otherwise, Gu Yu and Gu Yun would have returned to Locking Demon City, concluding their adventure prematurely. Gu Yu and Gu Yun had ventured into the misty jungle, much like Chu Qian, to gather the fog-infested flowers to treat their father's peculiar poison injuries. Although Hao Chen was not moved by their filial piety, he felt joy in forming a bond with them. Upon arriving in the fourth heavenly awakening realm, he had no desire to form alliances with powerful individuals. Instead, he sought to find opportunities to strengthen his cultivation and ultimately unravel the Qian Yuan Great Array. To dismantle the Qian Yuan Great Array, one must possess the capability to establish a formidable array once again. Otherwise, should the array be broken without a timely establishment of a large-scale array, the true situation of the Qian Yuan realm could be uncovered by those with ill intentions, leading to unimaginable losses. The Qian Yuan realm had been sealed for a millennium, rendering it incomparable to the outside world. The strength was feeble, having seen no one advance to the great ascension realm in a millennium, let alone transcend to the celestial realm. Without self-protection and lacking the sanctuary of the higher realms, it was inevitable that one would be enslaved, becoming prey for the powerful. Invited by Hao Chen, they ventured together to a mysterious valley. Upon entering the valley, Gu Yu and Gu Yun were astonished. Surrounded by dense mist, the valley radiated a serene beauty under the sun. Were it not for the company of Chun Hao and Chen Shu, they might have mistaken this place for the celestial realm. Everywhere, the songs of orioles and swallows filled the air, with women appearing like fairies descended to the mortal world and men resembling celestial beings. The flowers and grasses carpeted the ground, exuding an intoxicating fragrance. The trees swayed, adorned with the spiritual essence of rare fruits. The enchanting scene left Gu Yun spellbound, while the alluring sights bewildered Gu Yu. At this moment, Hao Chen quietly summoned Xiao Cui, Su Nyang, and Yin Yu from the demon ceiling tower. Brother, where is that wretched bird? Don't let it enjoy itself in there. I still need to give it a lesson. Xiao Cui shouted fiercely. Her exclamation jolted Gu Yu and Gu Yun awake, who had been lost in a reverie. Yet, upon opening their eyes, the reality was unchanged, confirming it was not a dream. What's wrong? Is my little sister still not appeased? Hao Chen inquired with curiosity. Look, that wretched bird pecked a hole in my dress. Xiao Cui exclaimed, her eyes brimming with tears, feeling wronged. Oh dear. My sister's dress has been ruined by that accursed bird. Truly, it deserves a good thrashing. Once we find that troublesome creature, I will help you vent your anger. And when we return to the city, I will take you to explore all the shops and buy you many beautiful dresses. All right? Chu Qian. Understanding Xiao Chui's grievance over the damaged attire, readily joined in to cheer her up. Really, sister? We can buy lots and lots of pretty clothes? Xiao Chui's face lit up with joy upon hearing Chu Qian's words. Yes, truly. Although Chu Qian agreed to buy clothes for Xiao Chui, she secretly pondered how they would manage to afford it, considering even meals had become a challenge. Come, let us make a pinky promise. Xiao Chui extended her small finger, and they hooked their pinkies together. All right, Chu Qian replied. Pinky swear, 100 years without breaking the promise. Their fingers intertwined, thumbs pressed together, they chanted merrily. Their playful antics elicited laughter from everyone in the valley, who were more than willing to bear witness to their vow. At this moment, Xiao Chui ceased mentioning the snow eagle, allowing Hao Chen to breathe a sigh of relief. If the snow eagle were truly released, it would either be killed or severely injured. With only one claw remaining, if another leg were broken, the snow eagle would be rendered crippled. The bird's claws were vital for flight and defense. Without them, how could the snow eagle survive? Hao Chen found himself concerned for the safety and well-being of the snow eagle. Having lingered in the misty forest for over 3 months, it was time to depart. Parting was as challenging as reuniting. However, the little white fox refused to leave Hao Chen's embrace, whining as it clung to him. The two-tailed fox reluctant to see him go. Consequently, Hao Chen had no choice but to set up a teleportation array in this place. Promising the two-tailed fox that he would find a safe location within the locking demon city to establish a corresponding teleportation array. When the two-tailed fox yearns for Schwer, it can simply utilize the teleportation array to pay a visit. Once Schwer grows weary of play, she may very well return to the mystical valley. Thus, Hao Chen devoted 3 days to inscribing a teleportation array. However, departure was inevitable. Aside from leaving Guyu for companionship, all others, including Gu Yun and Schwer, were drawn into the confines of the Demon Suppression Tower's space by Hao Chen. Brother 9, Sister 9, do you truly have no intention of accompanying me to explore the outside world? Hao Chen expressed his desire to invite the two-tailed fox to journey with him to Locking Monster City. The dragon scale fruit will mature entirely within 3 years. After we collect and deliver the fruits to our clan, we shall seek you out, Fox 9 replied, resigned. Over the course of these days, the two had grown quite familiar with one another. I present these 2 small gifts to you both, hoping you will soon transform into human form. As he spoke, he handed each of them a jade vial and left behind 2 storage rings. Although the beastly creatures had yet to take human form and thus could not utilize the storage rings, the gifts included transformation pills and clothing along with various elixirs for their future human selves. It could be said that Hao Chen's offering was of immeasurable value to the beasts. Hao Chen regarded Fox 9 and his wife as dear friends with whom he shared his days, leaving no room for ill sentiments. Do take your leave promptly, Fox 9 remarked coldly, devoid of any emotional attachment, as if he felt no reluctance whatsoever. Very well, I shall take my leave, Hao Chen sighed softly. Departing with Guyu towards the valley's exit, Fox 9 observed Hao Chen's retreating figure, wishing to convey something further, yet unsure of what to articulate. Suddenly, just as Hao Chen had distanced himself, he turned back. Instinctively, Fox 9 averted his gaze, but was still caught by Hao Chen's perceptive eyes. Haha, Brother 9. Since you are reluctant to part with me, why not simply admit it? Why must you sneak a glance? Hao Chen smiled, teasingly. Cease your nonsense and leave at once. Fox 9 retorted, flustered and indignant. Calm down, calm down. I truly am departing now. He clasped his fists in farewell and exited the valley. Hao Chen departed with Schwer. And though Fox Mayer felt a pang of reluctance, she too was resigned to the circumstances. This little girl, at such a young age, already knows how to pursue romantic interests, abandoning her parents to seek her own happiness. To reassure Brother 9 and Sister 9, Hao Chen had specially invited them to explore the 2nd level of the Demon Suppression Tower before his departure. Upon witnessing the scenic mountains and waters, which surpassed the environment of the mystical valley, they felt relieved to allow Schwer to accompany Hao Chen into the world and broaden her horizons. Fox 9 and Fox Mayer remained oblivious to the contents of the gifts bestowed upon them by Hao Chen. It was only after he had walked far away that they opened the jade vials to investigate. As soon as Fox Mayer unsealed her vial, before Fox 9 could examine it closely, she quickly stowed it away, fearing the elixir might escape. What are you doing? I haven't even had a proper look, Fox 9 exclaimed, displeased by Fox Mayer's mysterious demeanor. I simply wish to see what your gift contains, she insisted, attempting to seize Fox 9's vial to take a peek. Don't snatch. I shall open the vial for you to see right now. As Fox 9 spoke, he opened the vial, but before Fox Mayer could discern the contents, she was left in suspense. As Fox 9, akin to the movements of Fox Mayer, abruptly sealed the jade bottle, the two remained silent for a considerable time, gazing deeply into the mysterious valley beyond, offering a profound bow. After inspecting the jade bottle, they found themselves at a loss for words. Hao Chen's venture was an implicit investment. For the nine-tailed fox belonged to a vast family of divine beasts, a force not to be underestimated in the realms of the fourth, fifth, and sixth heavens. It was said to hold significant power even in the celestial realm. Chapter 627, Love Transformed into Hatred, Part 1. Not long after exiting the valley, Hao Chen and Gu Yu encountered a disciple from the Qinan Peak sect. Gu Yu, weren't you killed by the mist pestilence phantom after entering its territory? How are you still alive? Upon seeing Gu Yu, the disciple was momentarily taken aback and exclaimed loudly, I haven't settled the score with you yet. How could I possibly be dead? Gu Yu responded with a faint smile, thinking to himself that they could never guess the truth, that not only had the mist pestilence phantom failed to kill him, but he had also unexpectedly befriended the formidable Chen Hao. A seemingly casual remark was interpreted differently by the sect disciple. I didn't take action against anyone from Qinan Peak, so don't implicate me, he said, but before he could finish, the disciple turned and fled. Not dealing with Qinan Peak. What do you mean? Gu Yu's expression darkened, and with a swift motion of his hand, several flames surged forth, blocking the path ahead. It truly has nothing to do with me. The disciple, realizing escape was futile, turned back and pleaded desperately for mercy. Hanyu, you better clarify your words. Or don't blame me for resorting to violence. What did you mean by not dealing with Qinan Peak? Gu Yu advanced step by step towards Hanyu, his voice low and commanding. You still don't know? Since you two siblings entered the misty forest, Qinan Peak has undergone significant changes. Hanyu, somewhat taken aback, felt compelled to answer promptly under Gu Yu's intense gaze. The sect dispatched the vice master of the law enforcement hall, Zhang Chenghua, alongside the second elder, Gao Yuntian, to Qinan Peak. Taking advantage of your father's illness, they seized control of Qinan Peak and placed your parents under house arrest. At this juncture, Hanyu cautiously glanced at Gu Yu. Noticing no unusual reaction, he continued recounting the events. I heard that Gao Hong vowed to kill you and sent people to lure you into the mist pestilence phantom's territory, believing you had met a tragic fate, thus acting against your father. Upon hearing this, Hao Chen realized that Huokui was indeed sent by Gao Hong. The plot was to entice Gu Yu and Gu Yun's siblings into the mist pestilence phantom's territory, intending to use the beast to eliminate them. Had he not encountered Hao Chen, their demise would have remained a mystery. Get to the point, what has happened to my father? Gu Yu inhaled deeply, a sense of dread creeping in as he braced himself for grim news. Currently, the envoy has placed your father under house arrest and seized control of Qinan Peak. Over 1,000 souls from Qinan Peak have suffered casualties amidst the chaos, with the remaining members all imprisoned. Hanyu trembled as he spoke. What? Dozens have died? Gu Yu shuddered at the revelation. During the time Gu Yu and Gu Yun's siblings were in the misty forest, the Qianyuan sect had dispatched Vice Master Zhang Chenghua as an envoy, committing such heinous acts at Qinan Peak. The blood of Qinan Peak stained its very ground. Hatred. An unfathomable hatred. Why has the second elder, Gao Yuntian, exhibited such cruelty by plotting the demise of the innocent inhabitants of Qianan Peak? Qianan Peak serves as an affiliated force of the Qianyuan sect. Gao Yuntian, the second elder of the Qianyuan sect, is a sworn brother of Gu Yifei, who is the father of Gu Yu. Both men fell in love with their junior sister, Hong Ying. From a young age, Hong Ying was favored by her master, which cultivated an eccentric and capricious personality in her. She shunned the company of others, fixating solely on her affection for her sixth brother, Gu Yifei. Gu Yifei, a quiet and gentle boy, became her emotional outlet. As time passed, the group of disciples matured, yet Hong Ying remained undisciplined and temperamental. Despite this, her beauty was striking, capable of inciting calamity with her allure. Her long hair cascaded like a waterfall, her elegant brows arched gracefully, and her enchanting eyes captivated all who gazed upon her. With a delicate nose and cheeks tinged with a rosy hue, her skin resembled pristine snow, and her slender figure embodied ethereal grace. Gu Yifei had blossomed into a charming young man. While not exceptionally handsome, his visage was nonetheless unforgettable, his alluring gaze leaving one breathless. With a prominent nose that complemented his tall and charismatic stature, they should have been a match made in heaven. yet they were destined to part ways. As their feelings deepened over time, they succumbed to temptation. Upon discovering her physical malaise, Hong Ying realized she carried a hidden burden. She decided to embark on a journey of exploration and trials. By this time, Gu Yifei had already ventured far and wide. Unaware of the entangled fate he shared with Hong Ying, her travels were a facade, as she secretly journeyed to the city known for imprisoning demons. There, she bore twins, leaving them in the care of an elderly couple before quietly returning to the Qian Yuan sect. She had intended to await Gu Yifei's return for marriage, but 7 years later, he returned with a wife and children of his own, having married during his travels. Hong Ying, who had waited longingly at the sect's entrance, was met with the sight of Gu Yifei accompanied by his wife and children. Feeling betrayed, her love transformed into resentment. Whenever she had the chance, she would visit the city of demon confinement to see her children. Since her master had departed from the Qian Yuan sect, she had refrained from visiting the city, determined to keep her secret hidden from everyone, including Gu Yifei. Thus, she concealed her children from the world. Eventually, under her master's persuasion, she married her second brother, Gao Yuntian, who harbored deep affections for her, despite her lack of love for him. Gu Yifei was aware of Gao Yuntian's secret affections for Hong Ying, which led to his own departure from the sect. Under the pressure from the Gao family, Gu Yifei had no choice but to leave the sect for his trials. The sect's master, understanding the tumultuous feelings between Hong Ying and Gu Yifei, feared her impulsiveness might lead to inhumane actions. Thus, he exiled Gu Yifei and his family to the desolate Qiannan Peak, a place shunned and forgotten by many, hoping they would find peace and solitude. Although Qiannan Peak was miles away from the Qian Yuan sect, to a cultivator, it was merely a blink away. In this manner, their daily encounters ceased, thereby averting potential confrontations. As the years passed, the neglected Qiannan Peak began to thrive under Gu Yifei's stewardship, transforming from a minor faction of 100 into a formidable strength within the Qian Yuan sect's affiliations. Gu Yifei ascended to the mid-stage of the transformation realm, with hundreds of cultivators at the Essence Dan stage and dozens at the Nascent Soul stage within the Qiannan Peak. Even 10 individuals had reached the transformation realm, rendering the sect a formidable force capable of standing toe-to-toe with the third-rate sects of the Qi Yuan realm. 3 years prior, the master abruptly departed from the sect. Over the years, all matters, large and small, have been handled by Hong Ying, who assisted the master with sect affairs. At this juncture, Hong Ying's cultivation also reached the pinnacle of the mid-stage transformation realm, naturally becoming the acting sect leader. The union of a domineering individual and one of a fiery temperament has undoubtedly distorted their characters. Their son, Gao Hong, not only inherited both surnames, but also fully embraced their traits. Relying on his parents' esteemed positions within the Qian Yuan sect, he became a frivolous wastrel devoid of scholarly pursuits. However, Gao Hong developed an infatuation with Gu Yifei's daughter, Gu Yun, who, in turn, looked down upon Gao Hong's arrogance and inferior cultivation. In a bid to win Gu Yun's affections, Gao Hong sought to hasten his cultivation and clandestinely joined the Blood Shadow sect, becoming a practitioner of dark arts. After more than a year in the sect, his cultivation advanced remarkably, breaking through from the initial Essence Dan stage to the Demon Infant realm. In the fourth Heavenly Qi Yuan realm, the sect had yet to reveal its sinister nature. They were merely looked down upon by the righteous sects. Chapter 628, Love Turns to Hatred, Part 2, with the sect leader absent for 3 years. It was clear that Hong Ying could not continue to act as the sect leader indefinitely. The sect's regulations stipulated that if the leader went missing for 3 years without a designated successor, a new leader could be appointed. Gu Yifei's reputation far surpassed that of the acting leader, Hong Ying. In a bid to consolidate her position and power, as well as to safeguard the interests of her faction, Hong Ying and her allies resorted to nefarious means, framing and sabotaging the Qiannan Peak while colluding with the sect's dark influences, plotting to seize control of the Qian Yuan sect and unify the Qi Yuan realm. A year ago, at the behest of the Council of Elders within the Qian Yuan sect, a high-level meeting was convened to nominate a new sect leader. However, due to the interference of Hong Ying's faction, the meeting ended in discord. The elders of the Qian Yuan sect were composed of cultivators at the transformation realm, while the supreme elders were at the spirit-severing realm, along with a handful of cultivators at the combined body stage stationed at the Qian Yuan sect. There may even be several hidden, unfathomable beings at the tribulation realm in seclusion. As the master of one of the peaks under the Qian Yuan sect, Gu Yifei naturally attended the meeting. However, on his return journey, he was ambushed, and only through the valiant efforts of his guards was he able to escape back to Qiannan Peak, albeit gravely injured. Gu Yifei's condition was soon the subject of rampant gossip among Hong Ying's faction. Meanwhile, Qiannan Peak was placed under surveillance by a special envoy from the sect, most of whom were individuals placed there by Gao Yintian. The envoy consisted of cultivators at the mid to late stages of the transformation realm, with two responsible envoys being formidable figures at the spirit-severing realm. They were tasked with investigating evidence of Gu Yifei's collusion with dark sects, while simultaneously controlling the upper echelons of Qiannan Peak under the pretext of assisting the sect's investigation. In reality, they restricted the stronger members of Qiannan Peak from leaving, thwarting any efforts to procure remedies for Gu Yifei's afflictions. At this moment, Qiannan Peak was desperately seeking skilled healers to treat Gu Yifei's injuries, yet to no avail. Gu Yifei was afflicted by a grave illness, his health deteriorating with each passing day. His siblings, Gu Yu and Gu Yun, stealthily ventured into the misty jungle in search of the elusive misty flower. During this time, the Qian Yuan sect convened another council of elders, and Hong Ying, having garnered the support of the majority, was poised to become the next sect leader. The following day marked Hong Ying's ascension, and in a bid to restore the sect's former glory, a grand ceremony was to be held. The Qian Yuan sect extended invitations to numerous sects and factions from the Qi Yuan realm, assembling a multitude to partake in the ceremony. Hong Ying intended to publicly strip Gu Yifei and his spouse of their cultivation abilities. Han Yu, with great caution, recounted all the information he possessed to Gu Yu. That wretched Hong Ying. She seeks personal revenge, aiming to establish her dominance within the Qian Yuan sect. Gu Yu clenched his fists, his eyes now a shade of crimson. Indeed, I am a disciple of Qiannan Peak, yet I refuse to engage in bloodshed among peers, which is why I fled the mountain. Han Yu was taken aback by Gu Yu's demeanor and quickly exclaimed, Qiannan Peak. Releasing Han Yu, Gu Yu suddenly sprinted forward with all his might in a specific direction. Startled, Han Yu exclaimed, Are you heading to Qiannan Peak? In his view, Gu Yu's actions were tantamount to courting death. At this moment, Qiannan Peak was teeming with formidable experts. The Qian Yuan sect's envoy, accompanied by many powerful figures from the sect, had gathered there under the arrangements of the newly appointed leader, Hong Ying. The Qi Yuan realm's various sects and factions, numbering in the hundreds, were also converging on the Qian Yuan sect to witness Hong Ying's ascension. Essentially, all the elite cultivators from the Qian Yuan domain were congregating at the Qian Yuan sect. Yet, Gu Yu remained resolute in his desire to return to Qiannan Peak, urging Hao Chen to steer clear of the tumultuous waters of the Qian Yuan sect to avoid incurring fatal repercussions. Gu Yu's audacity to head directly to Qiannan Peak was akin to a moth drawn to a flame, a path to certain demise. Fully aware of the peril that awaited him, he pressed on. This was the essence of familial bonds. His insistence on dissuading Hao Chen from entering this treacherous fray was rooted in care. Unbeknownst to Gu Yu, he had been shadowed throughout his journey in the misty jungle mountains. Now, if it were revealed that he had survived the clutches of the misty fiend, those who wished to eliminate him would surely be numerous. Hao Chen had discerned the enmity between the newly appointed leader Hong Ying and Gu Yifei. After careful consideration and under Hao Chen's counsel, it became evident that a head-on confrontation was ill-advised. A more cunning approach was necessary to rescue Gu Yifei and his spouse. Leave this matter to me, Hao Chen assured. Rest easy. I shall ensure the safe return of your uncle and aunt. This matter was settled, and he also aimed to address the grievances caused by the woman who had allowed love to turn to enmity. This opportunity would also serve to provide a refuge for cultivators from the Qi Yuan realm within the fourth heaven. With Hao Chen's intervention, Gu Yu felt reassured. After all, he was a prodigy in the tribulation stage. Subsequently, Gu Yu was concealed within the demon suppression tower. As a friend, Hao Chen could permit others to seek Gu Yu's demise, yet he could never allow them to massacre his friend's family. Hong Ying's actions as the acting leader of the Qian Yuan sect were undeniably despicable. To prey upon the weak, had the Qian Yuan sect of the fourth heaven truly fallen so low? Gu Yifei, you must wait for me. I will come to rescue you. Hao Chen vowed inwardly, because he had promised Gu Yu that if he could not aid Gu Yu's parents, he would be unable to face him. He hastened his pace, even though he had reached his limits. Quick, passing through the locking demon city, he summoned Chu Qian and entrusted her with a storage bag to help her brother. Within the bag were several detoxification pills and misty poison flowers crafted by Hao Chen, along with a considerable quantity of spirit stones. He briefly explained the situation regarding the rescue of Guyu's parents and instructed Chu Qian to purchase a street-front shop in Locking Demon City during this period, as well as to acquire a spacious property in a secluded part of the city. Night fell upon Qiannan Peak under the bright full moon. The valley was illuminated, presenting a captivating sight. However, upon closer inspection, the crimson stains on the ground evoked a profound sense of horror. These bloodstains were remnants of a fierce battle from half a month prior, when Qian Yuan's sect suddenly besieged its subordinate sects. The inhabitants of Qiannan Peak were caught off guard, jolted from their slumber, and immediately faced the encirclement of Qian Yuan's sect. Although Gu Yifei ordered the cessation of resistance, a few refused to be humiliated and fought to preserve the honor of Qiannan Peak. The Peak Master, gravely injured and already at a disadvantage, succumbed to defeat, and the outcome for Qiannan Peak became inevitable. In the ensuing carnage, thousands fell, with dozens dead or wounded, while the remaining were imprisoned by the formidable forces of Qian Yuan's sect. The envoy of Qian Yuan's sect became the new master of Qiannan Peak. The ruthless Gao Yuntian ordered the bodies to be incinerated collectively. Yet, the blood that flowed upon the earth could never be cleansed. The sanguine stains transformed the valley beneath Qiannan Peak into a terrifying expanse of red soil. The howling winds at night carried the restless souls of those who had fought to uphold the honor of Qiannan Peak. Chapter 629, Love Turned to Hatred, Part 3, Crack. At this moment, Gao Hong's whip repeatedly lashed upon the backs of the disciples of Qiannan Peak. I shall make you despise me. I shall make you loathe me. Upon hearing that Gu Yun had perished in the misty poison forest, Gao Hong unleashed her pent-up resentment upon those disciples of Qiannan Peak she found displeasing. The onlookers were deeply shaken by this scene, contemplating that although Qiannan Peak had waned, it had once been a subordinate force of Qian Yuan's sect, enjoying glory for decades. Now, internal strife had led to their humiliation and maltreatment by their own kin, evoking a sense of lamentation. If the ancestors of Qian Yuan's sect were to witness the suffering of Qiannan Peak today, what thoughts might they harbor? You may kill us, but why humiliate us so? One disciple of Qiannan Peak, filled with indignation, raised his head and pointed at his tormentor. How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Eager to assert his authority before the crowd, the disciple furiously drew his sword, severing the arm of the Qiannan Peak disciple who had pointed at him. You, subordinate of Qiannan Peak, dare to resist. The disciple wielding the whip, mingled with blood and flesh, continued to lash the back of the one with the severed arm. You fiend, you shall face retribution. The one with the severed arm cried out in anguish, yet his defiance only invited further brutal lashes. Kneel before me. Gao Hong delivered a forceful kick to Gu Yifei's knee, exclaiming emphatically. Standing beside her was the acting head of Qian Yuan's sect, Hong Ying. Enough, Honger. Let him stand, she said. Sixth senior brother, how did you conspire with the divine cult to usurp Qian Yuan's sect? Is there any truth to this? The moon shone brightly, casting an uncertain light upon Hong Ying's face. Despite having hinted at abolishing sixth senior brother's cultivation upon assuming leadership, she could not bring herself to carry out such a drastic measure. Her aim was merely to undermine him and secure her position. Yet, events had spiraled beyond her control, leading to infighting and betrayal among their own sect, all instigated by her deranged son. The old fools, Gu Yu and Gu Yun, had perished in the misty jungle, consumed by the treacherous miasma. Huh, what talent of heaven. Huh, Gao Hong derisively laughed. You were, Yuner, it was I who brought about your demise. I should not have allowed you to venture into that miasma-laden realm. Had it not been for me, you would not have fallen victim to these despicable individuals. Gu Yifei gazed sorrowfully at the sky and lamented. You still have the heart to feel guilt? You should be more concerned about your subordinates. I will kill them all. Gao Hong shrieked hysterically. Do you understand the consequences of infighting within Qian Yuan's sect? Suddenly, a voice resonated, echoing like a bell striking upon Qiannan Peak. The speaker was Hao Chen. The Qi Yuan realm was divided into 5 domains: East, West, South, North, and Central. Qian Yuan's sect was a premier sect in the southern domain, long considering itself the paramount authority and effectively acting as the enforcer of the region. With a prolonged period of peace, the sect's defenses had grown lax, especially with visitors converging upon the sect in recent days. As a result, at Hong Ying's command, Qian Yuan's sect had lowered its guard. The visiting envoys had already departed the conference hall to partake in the evening banquet. Within the vast conference hall, only Hong Ying remained seated. Tomorrow marked the day she would officially assume the leadership of Qian Yuan's sect, yet she felt an unsettling disquiet. Alone in the hall, she reflected on the years gone by, reminiscing about the bonds formed with her youthful brothers and sisters, sifting through the fragments of her past. Suddenly, she grappled with a troubling thought. Why did second senior brother and sixth senior brother constantly engage in disputes over trivial matters? Second senior brother, deeply infatuated, seemed to disregard her, while sixth senior brother perpetually yielded to him, maintaining a distant relationship with her. Was sixth senior brother compelled to depart? He had left for distant trials, inexplicably returning 7 years later with a wife and children. Upon this reflection, Hong Ying quickly rummaged through her buried memories and suddenly awakened to a realization. Over the years, she had misjudged sixth senior brother, having allowed second senior brother's embellishments and slanders to cloud her perception, leading to a preconceived bias against him. Originally, Hao Chen had heard that upon assuming her role as the acting head of the sect, Hong Ying intended to strip Gu Yifei of his cultivation. As tomorrow marked her official ascension, Gu Yifei, as a hostage, would undoubtedly be confined within the headquarters of Qian Yuan's sect. In the evening, Hao Chen hastened to Qian Yuan's sect, having disguised himself as a cultivator of the Yuan Dan realm. At this hour, latecomers were guided through the side entrance of the sect by disciples waiting in the vicinity. Our sect leader is on his way. I come to pay my respects to your esteemed master. Might I inquire as to his current whereabouts? Hao Chen arrived at Qian Yuan's sect with little inclination to appreciate the breathtaking scenery. Instead, he appeared weary from travel, eagerly seeking information about the sect leader upon reaching the mountain gate. In recent days, inquiries similar to Hao Chen's had become commonplace for the disciples guarding the mountain gate. The sect leader is likely still in the meeting hall, receiving visiting envoys, replied one of the gatekeepers. The reason the gatekeepers were aware of the sect leader's situation was due to a designated individual responsible for relaying intelligence, ensuring that those guarding the entrance were always informed of the leader's movements to address the inquiries of visitors. Following the directions provided by the gatekeepers, Hao Chen swiftly located the Qian Yuan sect's meeting hall. As his spiritual sense swept through the brightly lit chamber, he beheld a woman standing alone in contemplation at its center. To be fair, although Hong Ying had entered middle age, she possessed the art of maintaining her youth, her beauty undiminished from her earlier years. Her enchanting eyes, seemingly devoid of spirit, were lost in thought. With a rosy complexion and skin as white as snow, her slender figure radiated an ethereal charm. In that fleeting moment when their spiritual senses met, Hao Chen sensed an indescribable feminine allure emanating from Hong Ying. Just as he was lost in self-admiration, he suddenly witnessed Hong Ying darting out of the meeting hall. She was hastily making her way to Qian Nan Peak, unaware that she was being followed the moment she left the hall. By following Hong Ying, one could indeed locate Gu Yifei. Hao Chen's conjecture proved correct, as many believed Gu Yifei was being detained at the headquarters of Qian Yuan's sect. Upon arriving at Qian Nan Peak, Hao Chen discovered that Gu Yifei and his wife were still imprisoned there. After trailing Hong Ying to Qian Nan Peak, he ceased his pursuit of her. Instead, he stealthily infiltrated the architectural complex of Qian Nan Peak. Guided by Gu Yu's descriptions, he swept his spiritual sense across the area, searching for his target. However, he soon realized that the most formidable cultivator within Qian Nan Peak was merely at the mid-stage of spirit separation. At that moment, this elderly figure was engaged in labor within a certain chamber. Age may weary the body, but not the spirit. Hao Chen exclaimed in admiration upon witnessing such an unusual sight. Failing to locate his target within the complex, he turned his attention to the bustling square nearby. Chapter 630, A Modest Retribution, Part 1. At this juncture, Hao Chen floated in the void, unbeknownst to anyone when he had arrived at this location. Observing Gao Hong and his henchmen, Hao Chen's spiritual sense swept across them, detecting a distinct aura of demonic cultivators emanating from these individuals. Was Gao Hong's madness a result of his intent to collect the blood of these young disciples? If you possess the capability, do continue your assault, Hao Chen taunted. Which sect do you belong to, that you dare provoke our Qian Yuan sect? Gao Hong proclaimed arrogantly. Is this Qian Nan Peak? Are you truly a member of Qian Yuan sect? Hao Chen retorted. How could I not be a member of the Qian Yuan sect? Gao Hong straightened her neck, asserting that both of her parents belonged to the Qian Yuan sect. So how could she not? Who are you? I do not care. Yet, Your presence exudes an aura that is utterly bewildering and does not align with that of a rightful practitioner of the esteemed sect. Hao Chen astutely discerned Gao Hong's true identity. Who are you? Stunned by Hao Chen's words, Gao Hong momentarily lost her composure. My identity is inconsequential. However, as a cultivator of the dark arts, why do you dare to humiliate a practitioner of the righteous sect? Speak. Hao Chen's reprimand resounded like thunder on a clear day, instilling fear throughout Qiannan Peak. Where did this madman come from, spouting nonsense? Kill him. Gao Hong, realizing someone dared to unveil her identity at this moment, shouted hysterically. In an instant, both the Qianyuan sect and the people of Qiannan Peak were startled by Hao Chen's admonition. Those guards protecting Qiannan Peak, upon hearing Gao Hong's command, swiftly surrounded Hao Chen, unleashing a barrage of spells and treasures upon him. However, in that fleeting moment, a figure darted past Gu Yifei and his wife. Boom! The spells and artifacts struck the ground, creating a vast, deep pit where Hao Chen once stood. The scene abruptly lost all traces of Hao Chen and Gu Yifei, just as the crowd was in astonishment. A colossal handprint descended upon the heads of those who had launched the attacks. With a soft thud, there was no earth-shattering noise, only the faintest sound. The blood of dozens mingled with that of the fallen heroes who had fought to protect the peak. Before Gao Hong could react, the battle was already concluded. At that moment, she stood there dumbfounded, but her cultivation had been rendered null by Hao Chen. In the next instant, Gao Hong vanished without a trace. The onlookers turned their attention to the moment the handprint descended. Hao Chen had already circulated his consciousness blade through Gao Hong's body. Not only had her cultivation been shattered, but even her meridians had been pulverized by the consciousness blade. If he did not act now, the opportunity would slip away, and someone might intervene, making it difficult to proceed. Just moments ago, if Gao Hong had shown mercy, perhaps Hao Chen would have extended her some leniency. After all, he was now the acting sect leader, and he would still need to rely on the Qianyuan sect to seek a place for cultivation in the Three Heavens Qianyuan realm. However, he had no time to linger here. Gu Yifei's poison required treatment, and Chu Qian's brother's injuries could not be overlooked. I will take charge here for the time being. Everyone else must leave swiftly, Hao Chen commanded. Who are you to meddle in the affairs of the Qianyuan sect? Are you tired of living? At that moment, a disheveled elder rushed out from a nearby room, drawn by the commotion in the plaza. Slap. Before he could finish his sentence, a resounding slap sent him reeling, stars dancing before his eyes. How dare you shout in chaos? If it weren't for your old, muddled eyes, how could the dark sect's people have infiltrated and acted with impunity? Hao Chen suddenly unleashed the overwhelming aura of a peak stage spirit separation, suppressing the morale of the gathered Qianyuan sect members. The peak of spirit separation. The crowd collectively gasped in shock. Hao Chen did not fully reveal his prowess. Scanning the cultivators present with his divine sense, he discerned that the highest cultivation level among them was merely that of mid-transcendence. Thus, he decided to release a slightly superior aura. He was aware that this Qianyuan sect was not the same as the previous one, and it was prudent to hold back. After all, caution ensures longevity. I have matters to discuss with your esteemed ancestor of Qianyuan sect. Please take a look at this, Hao Chen remarked, tossing a token to Hong Ying. Hiss. Hong Ying gasped as he received the token, unable to suppress his astonishment. He promptly handed the token to the disheveled elder of mid-transcendence, as well as the members of the Qianyuan sect's envoy for verification. I have seen the envoy. Upon confirmation by all parties that the token was genuine, Hong Ying and the others bowed in unison. Although the token Hao Chen bore was from the Qianyuan realm, it was a special emblem of the sect, reserved for those of significant standing. Even if the bearer possessed lesser cultivation, they were still regarded as an envoy of the Qianyuan sect. Seizing the moment as the mid-transcendence elder returned the token, Hao Chen suddenly made his move, swiftly binding the elder and confining him within the demon suppression tower. He then soared into the air, heading directly toward the Qianyuan sect. The acting leader, Hong Ying, along with the envoy, were left bewildered. As Hao Chen departed, the remaining members of the Qianyuan sect gradually vacated Qiannan Peak. In unfamiliar territory, one must act decisively. There is no room for hesitation. To safeguard those one wishes to protect and eliminate those who are displeasing, one must act with boldness to grow stronger. As Hao Chen flew away from Qiannan Peak, he pondered deeply. By nightfall, he arrived first at the headquarters of the Qianyuan sect, officially stepping through the gates of the Fourth Heaven Qianyuan sect. At this moment, Hao Chen meticulously examined the surroundings of the Fourth Heaven Qianyuan sect. Before the mountain gate, a broad avenue stretched out, adorned with vibrant flowers and lush greenery, all vividly displayed under Hao Chen's divine sense. A grand archway stood nestled within the valley, its grayish-white hue appearing as if softened by the gentle glow of moonlight. Such stonework evoked an ancient feel, and combined with the archway's towering height, it instilled a sense of insignificance akin to dust. The ancient and the colossal often evoke reverence in humanity. Hao Chen could not help but marvel at the grandiosity of this singular mountain gate, which exuded such an imposing presence. However, he was unaware that this gate was not a recent construction of the current Qianyuan sect, but rather a remnant from a far earlier era when their ancestors had migrated. The powerful often claim dominion over mountains, which can sometimes give rise to accusations of usurpation. Yet, that was history from hundreds, if not thousands, of years ago, and no one delved deeply into it. Under the moonlight, Hao Chen could clearly see that many structures were built along the mountainside. Looking further up, wisps of clouds curled around the mid-mountain, yet the vast sky remained visible beyond. As Hao Chen arrived, he was suddenly locked onto by a formidable divine sense. Chapter 631, A Modest Retribution, Part 2, Whoosh. In a blink, an elder clad in a blue robe appeared ahead, seemingly out of nowhere. A pair of cold, merciless eyes fixed their gaze upon the other, scrutinizing the figure of Hao Chen before inquiring, "Are you the envoy seeking an audience with the ancestor?" The elder clad in a blue robe furrowed his brows as he spoke. "Who are you?" Hao Chen, secretly gathering his magical energy, regarded the elder with caution. The elder's inquiry was tantamount to a veiled acknowledgement of Hao Yen's identity. "I am one of the ancestor's associates. He wishes to meet you," the elder in blue stated, his eyes glinting with a flicker of confidence. As he spoke, an overwhelming aura of authority emanated from him, undeniably pressing upon Hao Yen's being. The elder's release of this oppressive force bore two implications. Firstly, it served to gauge the young man's strength, and secondly, it acted as a veiled threat. At that moment, Hao Yen felt a sense of helplessness. In his view, had he known that meeting the ancestor of the Qianyuan sect would be so troublesome, he would have preferred to forego the encounter altogether. Nevertheless, with circumstances as they were, one must yield under the roof of another. Hao Yen understood that, for the sake of his friend Gu Yu's father's reputation, he had to meet the ancestor of the Qianyuan sect. "Very well, I shall accompany you," he replied nonchalantly after a brief moment of contemplation. Upon hearing Hao Yen's agreement, the elder in blue retracted his oppressive aura. Both individuals, each with their own thoughts, soared over a towering mountain, arriving at a spacious valley. Unbeknownst to Hao Yen, he had been lured to this location by the elder in blue under false pretenses. Within this valley stood a multitude of people, at least several dozen, most of whom were cultivators at the transformation and separation stages. When did practitioners of the transformation stage become so commonplace? Hao Yen mused inwardly as he descended into the valley alongside the elder. "Second elder, esteemed colleagues, the envoy has arrived," the elder in blue announced, omitting any pleasantries and instead opting for a command. Though the difference was merely a single word, the disparity in meaning was profound. Could it be that the Qianyuan sect treated their guests in such a manner? Hao Yen felt a flicker of doubt as he absorbed the elder's words. As the elder spoke, Hao Yen's displeasure grew, and his gaze shifted to scrutinize the second elder before him. This elder, with a youthful visage and white hair, exuded an aura of ethereal grace, embodying the image of a benevolent elder. Hao Yen silently commended him. Despite his distaste for the elder in blue, his initial impression of this elder was decidedly favorable. Gradually, Hao Yen's attention moved to the other individuals surrounding the youthful-faced elder. Those of similar age, standing close by, emanated an overwhelming presence that could easily induce a sense of suffocation. Hao Yen's internal alarm bells rang. Each of these elders was of a caliber befitting an ancestor, undeniably among the pinnacle of power within this continent. Just as he was assessing the situation, an overwhelming wave of oppressive energy surged simultaneously toward him. With a sigh escaping his lips, Hao Yen responded with an equally formidable aura directed at the gathered elders. The atmosphere crackled with tension. As two formidable auras converged in the air, a thunderous roar erupted, momentarily dispelling the oppressive atmosphere and restoring tranquility to the surroundings. "Late stage of spirit separation," exclaimed the elders standing beside the old man in astonishment. Hao Yen had deliberately concealed his true cultivation level, opting to once again unleash the aura of the late stage of spirit separation. "I am Hao Yen," Here to pay my respects to the ancestor of the Qianyuan sect, he addressed the elderly figure with a youthful visage and white hair. The ancestor is currently in seclusion. The elder replied. Very well, I shall return another day to pay my respects, Hao Chen said, turning to leave. Do you think this place is one you can simply enter at will? The elder admonished. This elder, with a youthful appearance yet aged hair, was none other than Hong Tianhao, the second elder of the Qianyuan sect and the grandfather of Gao Hong. The man clad in a blue robe was Gao Qiyuan, the fifth elder of the Qianyuan sect and Gao Hong's grandfather. News of Gao Hong's disgrace on Mount Qianan had swiftly reached Gao Qiyuan through the long-distance sound transmission talisman. Furious upon learning that his grandson's cultivation had been destroyed by a young man, he hastened to consult with Hong Tianhao about eliminating this youth. Upon hearing of the young man's visit to the Qianyuan sect to pay respects to the ancestor, they gathered formidable cultivators at or above the transformation stage, preparing to ambush him en route to avenge their grandson. The uninformed cultivators, stirred by the news of the fifth elder's grandson being vanquished, felt a surge of indignation. To dare trample upon the authority of the Qianyuan sect was akin to tempting fate. Thus, supporters rallied, while onlookers flocked to witness the unfolding drama. In short, individuals with various motives departed from their cultivation grounds, converging upon this realm of practice and skill. Hao Chen was determined to leave the Qianyuan sect, wishing to avoid confrontation with its members. However, a sudden and intense sense of danger compelled him to glance back, his expression shifting dramatically. Qianyuan's hand. He beheld the elder in the blue robe, unleashing a terrifying handprint that descended upon him. Are they testing my strength? Hao Chen pondered, bewildered as to why the elder would suddenly attack him, having done no wrong to provoke such an action. From the aura of magical energy released, Hao Chen discerned that the elder in blue was no ordinary opponent. Very well, if they do not provoke me, I shall not retaliate. With this thought, Hao Chen swiftly raised his hand, returning the gesture with a formidable handprint of his own. This handprint was derived from his unique technique, the Demon Slayer hand. Icicle hand. He manifested as many handprints as the attributes within him allowed, a creation of his own. Once again channeling the aura of the late stage of spirit separation, he unleashed the icicle hand, imbued with a chilling blue energy, to counter the elder's descending palm. Impossible. This boy is merely at the late stage of spirit separation. How can he exude such overwhelming power? Gao Qiyuan was incredulous, having previously assessed Hao Yen's strength. He could not fathom how he could have misjudged. Logically, it should be entirely impossible for one of such a cultivation level to unleash such potent magical energy. Yet, the evidence lay before him, as the icicle hand sealed his palm's power. If he had not underestimated his opponent and had taken precautions beforehand, he could have relied on his formidable cultivation to evade the icy hand seal. Now, he had no choice but to endure it. Crack. Subsequently, Gao Qiyuan discovered that the icy hand seal executed by Hao Chen was laced with a thread of profound, cold poison, penetrating through the Qianyuan hand seal and continuing to strike towards him. A momentary sensation caused Gao Qiyuan's countenance to turn exceedingly grim. He felt a wave of trepidation. This was no longer merely an icy hand seal, but had transformed into a profound, icy hand seal. Gao Qiyuan had cultivated to the stage of integration and had experienced countless battles. Yet, he had never witnessed anyone capable of unleashing such a terrifying, profound, icy hand seal. Even the ancestors would find it challenging to unravel this particular icy hand. Chapter 632, A Modest Reprimand, Part 3. What sorcery is this? Gao Qiyuan stammered, as he exerted every ounce of strength in his body to resist the inexplicable icy hand seal, his voice trembling with inquiry. Waves of blue cold energy coalesced into a luminous blue barrier, enveloping Gao Qiyuan within. The chilling aura emanating from this blue barrier was evidently extraordinary, and in the blink of an eye, it had encased Gao Qiyuan in ice. Is it necessary for me to divulge such secrets to you? Hao Chen replied coldly. He had no intention of wasting his breath explaining to his adversary. Initially, he had come to the Qianyuan sect merely to greet the higher-ups. However, he had discovered that the people of the fourfold heavenly demon sect were making moves against the Qianyuan sect, likely infiltrating it gradually. Gao Qiyuan's entrapment in ice far exceeded the expectations of those within the Qianyuan sect. After encasing the elderly figure in blue robes and ice, Hao Chen suddenly produced a silver dragon spear. It emanated a terrifying radiance that seemed to rend the very fabric of space as it struck mercilessly towards the ice-encased middle-aged man. Crack! As Hao Chen swung the silver dragon spear, the frozen Gao Qiyuan instantly shattered the ice. Suddenly, he unleashed a beam of black light, darting toward Hao Chen before vanishing from sight. Although it appeared to everyone that Gao Qiyuan had disappeared, Hao Chen's keen sight had not lost track of the elderly figure in blue robes. His spiritual eye technique had already discerned the flaw in Gao Qiyuan's concealment. The black light that Gao Qiyuan emitted tore a gash in Hao Chen's side, a surge of dark energy instantly penetrating his body. Infuriated by the injury, Hao Chen was not one to show mercy. Thus, he furiously propelled the spear's radiance, piercing through a point in the void and ensnaring Gao Qiyuan within. Faintly, Hao Chen could hear Gao Qiyuan's enraged roars resonating through the void. Come out! Hao Chen refrained from delivering a lethal blow to Gao Qiyuan. Aware that he was on the latter's territory, he intended to teach him a lesson, demonstrating that some individuals were not to be trifled with. As the spear's radiance dissipated, Gao Qiyuan was cast to the ground, his garments tattered and his breath faint. Witnessing Gao Qiyuan's dire state, an elderly man with a youthful visage immediately soared forward, producing a pill and administering it to him. Gao Qiyuan's life was spared, yet his cultivation had plummeted 2 levels to the transformation stage. Had Hao Chen not shown restraint, Gao Qiyuan would likely have already traversed the bridge of no return. Casting a glance around, he noted that no one dared to provoke further conflict. As Hao Chen finally felt a sense of relief, he reached for a medicinal pill and consumed it, initiating the restoration of his expended energy. His wounds could only be suppressed for the time being. Healing would have to wait until he had the opportunity. Who could fathom that he was a peculiar being with 4 dantians, 3 of which housed 3 primordial spirits, one being a stellar dantian, along with a demon core. He did not require the replenishment of magical energy to engage in combat. The power stored within his dantian, the energy from the demon suppression tower, and that contained within the jade pendant could all serve to replenish his magical reserves. By employing the ice hand seal, he summoned the frigid essence from the demon suppression tower, drawing upon the profound poison coalesced within his stellar dantian. Gao Qiyuan, despite being in the initial stages of the Unity Realm, was merely a sparring partner for Hao Chen, an opportunity to practice his spells. Ever since entering the Unity Realm, Hao Chen had not encountered a worthy opponent. Am I permitted to leave now? Hao Chen inquired coldly. The others exchanged glances, and since none dared to respond, Hao Chen executed a swift teleportation, hastily retreating along the path he had come. Gao Qiyuan, though a Unity Realm practitioner, was grievously injured and could not withstand even a single strike from Hao Chen. The others, aware of their disadvantage, refrained from stepping forward. Hao Chen, too, felt it prudent to depart swiftly, wary of the potential emergence of another formidable foe. Moreover, with his injuries, he feared that lingering might lead to unforeseen complications. Since the Qianyuan sect was unwelcoming, he deemed it unwise to impose further upon them. His departure was remarkably swift, and in the blink of an eye, he had vanished beyond the gates of the Qianyuan sect. With a sigh of relief, Hao Chen felt he had successfully quelled the presence of those elder beings. Had he not initiated the confrontation with his fierce techniques, it was likely that he would have been entangled in a prolonged struggle before being able to leave the Qianyuan sect. After all, he had come merely to pay respects to the sect's ancestors. Meanwhile, upon the return of Hong Ying and her companions to the Qianyuan sect headquarters, they learned that a group of elders had clashed with the young man bearing a token. The young man had departed unscathed, having taught them a lesson in the process. The 5th elder of the sect, Gao Qiyuan, had succumbed to defeat at the hands of this youth in a single exchange, and it was only through the youth's mercy that he had retained his life. However, his cultivation had been reduced by 2 levels, bringing disgrace upon the Qianyuan sect. In recent years, the members of the Qianyuan sect had grown arrogant and complacent, neglecting their progress. Although their cultivation levels had risen, their overall strength had waned. What could be done? The young man had come to pay respects to the ancestors, yet the Qianyuan sect had driven him from their gates. Hong Ying found herself in a quandary. The following day was to be the inauguration of the new sect leader, and she feared unforeseen calamities might arise. The Qianyuan sect headquarters had used the pretext of suppressing the Qianan Peak. Yet an incident occurred wherein Gao Hong led dozens of members from the demon cult to slaughter the disciples of Qianan Peak. This was further complicated when the token bearer exposed the identity of the magic practitioners. The blame had shifted onto Qianan Peak. transforming the narrative into one where the sect's envoy conspired with the demon cult to harm their fellow disciples. What could be done? If word of this spread, the Qianyuan sect's reputation would plummet. This was all the doing of a wretched husband and his equally wretched son, Hong Ying thought, seething with indignation. Upon leaving the Qianyuan sect, Hao Chen discovered he was being pursued and swiftly fled into the western Beast Mountain range of the Qianyuan sect. As he entered the forest, the figure of Hao Chen flickered a few times and then astonishingly vanished without a trace. The elderly man, Hong Tianhao, with his youthful visage and white hair, along with the crowd of onlookers gathered there, were momentarily taken aback by Hao Chen's swift departure. However, being seasoned veterans, they quickly regained their composure. Pursue him. Despite their astonishment, they did not lose their wits. With a commanding shout, they set off in pursuit of Hao Chen. Looking at the vast expanse of the forest ahead, Hong Tianhao decisively instructed Lu Hao, "You must hurry to the ancestral cave and report this matter to the ancestor. Request his intervention to apprehend Hao Chen." The middle-aged Lu Hao nodded in agreement, though his face bore a grimace. Reporting to the ancestor that a young visitor had been forced to leave the Qianyuan sect was certainly not an enviable task. Nonetheless, he dared not hesitate. After affirming his compliance, he turned and hastened towards the ancestral dwelling. He understood that any delay would likely result in a swift reprimand from Hong Tianhao. There was no choice. Those of lesser cultivation had neither a voice nor the right to choose. Hong Fei, although that lad appeared unscathed, I suspect that during his clash with Gao Qiyuan, his spiritual energy was nearly depleted. It falls to you to locate him. If we can capture this young man before the ancestor arrives, our punishment may be somewhat mitigated otherwise. Hong Tianhao's countenance darkened as he continued. Upon hearing Hong Tianhao's words, the crowd turned pallid. The mid-stage transformation realm cultivator, Hong Fei, promptly stepped forward. He extended his divine sense to scan the surrounding forest and, after a moment, determined a direction, leading the group in pursuit. Hong Tianhao deliberately sought to force Hao Chen out of the Qianyuan sect. Should an assassination attempt on the ancestor's envoy occur within the sect's confines, the repercussions would be dire. He was unaware of the celestial realm from which Hao Chen hailed, nor did he grasp the significance of the young envoy who bore a token to visit the sect's ancestor. By compelling the youth to flee into the forest, they could portray him as a fugitive evading justice, wielding the token to masquerade as an envoy to deceive and obtain cultivation resources. This audacious young man, relying on his formidable powers, had clashed with others, even injuring an elder who sought to intervene, thus tarnishing the reputation of the Qianyuan sect. Hong Tianhao repeatedly crafted his narrative in his mind. Chapter 633, Resurrection. At this moment, Hao Chen rested beneath a concealed tree in the western wilderness Beast Mountains. Having confirmed that he had eluded the Qianyuan sect's pursuers, he finally found the opportunity to tend to his wounds. He swallowed a recovery pill and a detoxification pill, employing a devouring technique to purge the toxins from his body. He discovered that the wounds inflicted by the elder clad in azure bore traces of blood poison. Could it be that the demonic sect from the fourth celestial realm also possessed blood pools? Damn it! How could I have forgotten to wear protective gear beforehand? He muttered, as he retrieved fresh water from his storage ring, meticulously cleaning the wounds at his waist while continuing to grumble. Suddenly, Hao Chen ceased his soliloquy and the movements of his hands, straining to listen for a moment. It was illogical, without daring to employ his divine sense. How could the old geezers of the Qianyuan sect discover my whereabouts so swiftly? Hao Chen furrowed his brow and muttered to himself. With haste, he crushed a healing potion and evenly applied it to his wounds. After a swift and rudimentary bandaging, he departed quietly, slipping away into obscurity. Moments later, led by Hong Fei, Hong Tianhao and his companions arrived at the place where Hao Chen had rested. Indeed, the lad had lingered here, tending to his injuries, but regrettably, he had managed to flee beforehand. After a thorough inspection, Hong Tianhao concluded this. Upon discovering Hao Chen's trail, the perpetually somber expression on Hong Tianhao's face finally revealed a hint of a smile. Well done. With a bit more effort, we shall uncover that lad. We are counting on you. He then patted Hong Fei's shoulder and said, "Rest assured." Hong Fei responded affirmatively. The reason Hong Fei's divine sense was more formidable than that of ordinary practitioners lay in his ability to integrate the spirit eye technique while deploying his divine sense. After scanning the area once more, he soon confirmed the direction in which Hao Chen had departed and promptly led the group in pursuit. Hao Chen, shrouded in stealth, advanced cautiously yet swiftly through the western Beast Mountains, making every effort to leave no trace. Occasionally, he plucked leaves and grasses, extracting their juices to mask his scent, particularly the noxious odor emanating from his wounds. At this juncture, Hao Chen could ascertain that among the pursuers trailing him, there was undoubtedly one adept in the spirit eye technique. Presently, the forbidden element technique and the art of substituting heaven and earth had all lost their efficacy, and he dared not seek refuge within the demon suppression tower or the jade pendant space. Should these individuals uncover his possession of extraordinary treasures, it was likely that his time in the fourth heaven would be at an end. Each time he managed to evade his pursuers, it was not long before they, employing their spirit eye technique, vast experience in the jungle, and familiarity with the western Beast Mountains, caught up with him again. This predicament underscored Hao Chen's exceptional capabilities. Had it been anyone else navigating this jungle, even those in the late stages of tribulation would have long been caught by these old geezers. Of course, if one possessed the power of the late tribulation stage, there would be no need for flight. A direct confrontation would suffice. However, these individuals were akin to fragile tofu amidst a heap of ash. They were neither to be struck nor clapped. To slay them would complicate future encounters. Though he could not temporarily shake off his pursuers, Hao Chen regarded the Qianyuan sect's relentless pursuit with disdain. The reasons for his inability to elude them lay in two main factors. First, his injuries rendered the noxious blood aura impossible to completely conceal in a short span. Second, he was unfamiliar with the environment of the western Beast Mountains. Yet, given some time, these issues could be resolved. Furthermore, if pressed to the limit, he could always venture deeper into the heart of the western Beast Mountains, eager to see if these old geezers of the Qianyuan sect would dare to enter the domain of the beasts. Time swiftly eludes pursuit, as the Qianyuan sect dispatches several formidable warriors for support. Hong Ying did not succeed to the leadership of the Qianyuan sect, for its master returned unexpectedly to the sect just as Hao Chen departed. The members of the Qianyuan sect find it increasingly challenging to trace Hao Chen's aura. Despite their utmost efforts, Hong Tianhao ultimately failed to locate Hao Chen. After 3 days and 2 nights of fruitless endeavor, the weary elder from the Qianyuan sect finally departed from the western wilderness Beast Mountains. Hao Chen, fully aware of the Qianyuan sect's influence in the southern domain, understood that although they might withdraw their pursuit, they would undoubtedly seal off all routes leading to the western wilderness Beast Mountains. These cunning old-timers would not allow him to escape the mountains easily. However, Hao Chen had no intention of leaving the western wilderness Beast Mountains in the short term, so he paid little heed to these matters. Once the elder departed, he began his journey of cultivation within the mountains, selecting an abandoned cavern of the beasts as his temporary sanctuary. This cavern, with its multiple entrances, provided solitude. Upon entering, he chose a secluded spot before swiftly entering the demon suppression tower. Upon seeing Hao Chen's figure, Gu Yu and Gu Yun approached him eagerly. After Hao Chen briefly recounted the situation outside, he followed the two to where Gu Yifei lay. A sudden shock coursed through him as he scanned with his consciousness. In a mere 2 days, Gu Yifei's body had succumbed to the poison, reaching a critical state. He could no longer contain the blood poison, which had now transformed into a blood poison spirit entity after absorbing the soul energy from Gu Yifei's sea of consciousness. Gu Yu and Gu Yun gazed at Hao Chen with tearful eyes, hoping to find solace in his expression. Previously, the siblings had received the mist poison flower from Hao Chen, and according to the remedy they had obtained, they attempted to detoxify Gu Yifei. However, instead of alleviating the poison, it had exacerbated his condition. Time was of the essence to save Gu Yifei, so Hao Chen promptly summoned a platform from the first level of the demon suppression tower, gesturing for Gu Yu and Gu Yun to place Gu Yifei upon it. He instructed them to distance themselves from this place, accompanying their mother. Suddenly, Hao Chen unleashed his powers, encircling both himself and Gu Yifei in an aura of confinement. He removed Gu Yifei's garments, produced a recovery pill, and urged him to ingest it before commencing treatment. First, he needed to restore Gu Yifei's physical condition, otherwise, he would be unable to endure the pain during the detoxification process. After a fragrant incense stick had burned down, Gu Yifei's condition showed slight improvement. Hao Chen then summoned the resurrection pearl from the soul martial forest, placing it atop Gu Yifei's head. This was done because the resurrection pearl could accelerate the flow of consciousness and soul energy, enhancing the effects for those cultivating their consciousness. Once refined, It could also emit soul energy to heal and save lives. At this moment, Hao Chen activated the Resurrection Pearl, and without hesitation, his consciousness plunged into Gu Yifei's sea of consciousness. At the moment the Soul Rejuvenation Pearl was activated, the blood poison entity concealed within Gu Yifei's sea of consciousness stirred with agitation. It coveted the soul power that entered Gu Yifei's mind from the outside world. The blood poison entity surged forth from Gu Yifei's marrow, infiltrating his divine awareness. This was the moment it had awaited. As the blood poison entity penetrated the sea of consciousness, Hao Chen's lurking awareness swiftly enveloped it like an overwhelming tide. Before the blood poison entity could react, the power of the divine awareness transformed into a net, ensnaring it. Simultaneously, Hao Chen exerted all his strength, employing the devouring magic to absorb the blood poison entity. After 3 hours, he finally subdued it. Upon consuming a soul rejuvenation pill and reclaiming the soul rejuvenation pearl that he had placed above Gu Yifei's head, he positioned it atop his own. As the blood poison entity gradually lost its ability to resist, he sealed it away. When healing Yi Ling, Zhao's blood poison, it was through their collaboration that they managed to capture that strand of the royal blood poison entity. However, when treating Gu Yifei, he had to rely solely on the formidable power of his own sea of consciousness, were it not for his advancement into the tribulation stage, with divine awareness surpassing the great ascension realm. And if he did not possess the soul rejuvenation pearl, Gu Yifei would have had no choice but to await the fate of being taken over by the blood poison entity. With a sweep of divine awareness, he lifted the blood poison entity from Gu Yifei's sea of consciousness, casting it into the enclosure where the king of blood poison was kept. The king of blood poison was a product of Hao Chen's refinement of the blood poison entity from Yi Ling Zhao's sea of awareness, which had been extracted from the ancestral sea of awareness of Hao Tianbei. This evolution had resulted from allowing the blood poison entities to devour one another. Now, after the king of blood poison consumed this strand of the blood poison entity extracted from Gu Yifei's sea of consciousness, it was likely that the king of blood poison might ascend to become the emperor of blood poison. The complete healing of Gu Yifei's blood poison would not occur until 3 days hence. When Hao Chen dispelled the barrier, Gu Yifei had already fully recovered. Not only had his cultivation not diminished, but it had slightly increased. Gu Yifei's miraculous revival filled his family with immense joy and gratitude. Chapter 634. Entangled in one's own web after healing Gu Yifei's injuries. Hao Chen and Gu Yifei proceeded to the place within the demon suppression tower where prisoners were held. Their purpose was to interrogate the mid-stage divine separation elder from the Qianyuan sect. This elder was none other than Zhang Chenghua, the deputy head of the law enforcement hall of the Qianyuan sect. Speak, why did you frame Gu Yifei, the master of Qian'an Peak? Hao Chen inquired within the barrier that imprisoned Zhang Chenghua on the first level of the demon suppression tower. At this moment, Hao Chen had once again suppressed his cultivation, reverting to the level he had been at during their previous encounter on Qian'an Peak. What are you to demand that I speak? Zhang Chenghua replied dismissively, casting a fleeting glance at Hao Chen before turning away. With the strength of the Qianyuan sect, if they wished to eliminate Gu Yifei, they would not require the cooperation of anyone. Why involve a useless member of the demon cult at such a time? Hao Chen questioned in confusion as he regarded Zhang Chenghua. The reality was indeed as Hao Chen had articulated. If they had wanted to kill Gu Yifei, they could have acted at any moment without regard for the circumstances. From this perspective, it appears that the other party harbors ulterior motives. At this moment, Hao Chen has brought the incapacitated Gao Hong from beyond the barrier. Zhang Chenghua is well aware of Gao Hong's identity, and at this very moment, he should be returning to the divine sect. His presence here is entirely unexpected for Zhang Chenghua. Observing Gao Hong's diminished cultivation, it is hard to fathom what has transpired. However, Gu Yifei can no longer contain his fury. Suddenly appearing beside Zhang Chenghua, he places a hand on the latter's head, implicitly intending to probe his soul. Witnessing Gu Yifei's dramatic actions, Zhang Chenghua cannot help but sneer. Although his body is restrained, he is still at the mid-stage of spirit division. For someone at the mid-stage of the transformation stage to attempt a soul search on a mid-stage spirit division practitioner is, indeed, a fool's errand. Hao Chen, discerning the expressions on their faces, is filled with rage. Leader Gu, why don't you step aside? Such trifles are better suited for me, he remarks with a calm smile. If it weren't for the sudden ambush, he would not be in such a humiliating position. This is a perfect opportunity to engage in a contest of consciousness. Perhaps by devouring this young man's spirit, he could claim this spatial treasure as his own. Zhang Chenghua, recognizing that the young man before him is merely at the late stage of spirit division, does not take it to heart, his mind racing with thoughts. Let me show you my prowess. Once in the nether realm, don't claim that I'm taking advantage of the young. Hao Chen approaches him, oblivious to Zhang Chenhua's thoughts. Before he can finish his sentence, Hao Chen suddenly emanates the aura of the integration stage, leaving Zhang Chenghua utterly astounded. Yet, before he can stabilize his shock, Hao Chen's power continues to ascend. Mid-integration, late integration, initial crossing tribulation, and peak initial crossing tribulation. It is only at this moment that he realizes he has been ensnared in this spatial artifact by the young man. If a soul search were to occur, his life would be forfeit. Only by speaking the truth could he evade disaster. I say, Gu Yefei, I believe we must clarify our situation. The accusations of framing and deceit are merely misunderstandings. I was also manipulated by them, Zhang Chenghua attempts to explain. If he can survive, that would be most fortunate. He harbors no intention of slaughtering the practitioners of Qiannan Peak. He simply wishes to navigate this predicament safely. With his silver tongue, he hopes to secure his own life. After all, he has not committed any heinous acts. Everything is the doing of the second elder and his son, Gao Hong. His visit to Qiannan Peak was merely a pretext. If one were to be condemned for mere words, then no greater sin could exist. Hence, Zhang Chenghua clings to a sliver of hope. His belief that Gu Yefei might spare him is precisely the thought that hastens his demise. At this juncture, Gu Yefei is no longer receptive to any words. His spirit is enveloped in a state of extreme fury. There is nothing left to explain. He only perceives Zhang Chenghua's lips moving, yet cannot hear what he is saying. As Zhang Chenghua believed his words had effect, Gu Yefei's fury erupted, his sword slicing through the air. Zhang Chenghua felt a sudden shock. By the time he realized what had transpired, his complexion turned pale, and a piercing scream escaped his lips. Unbeknownst to him, Gu Yefei had severed his left arm. Such rage was beyond the realm of mere words. Zhang Chenghua was utterly oblivious to the actions that had provoked Gu Yefei's wrath. Die? Just die? Gu Yefei's pupils shimmered with a ghostly light. It is not as you perceive. I am merely a pawn in their game. I implore you, spare my life and grant me a chance to explain. I can divulge everything I know. They have exploited me. Zhang Chenhua's anguished scream echoed once more as his right arm fell to the ground. His pupils constricted. Finally aware of the imminent threat of death, he had contemplated his demise countless times, yet he could never have imagined it would come at the hands of a junior. In such a brutal fashion, this realization filled him with profound despair. Had he not erred in judgment by collaborating with the demonic sect, his fate would not have been so dire. Gu Yefei was merely executing what he deemed necessary. Every individual possesses the right to live, and Gu Yefei had always been averse to depriving others of that chance. However, this time, if he did not act, the hatred within him would remain unquenched. The arrogant demeanor Zhang Chenghua displayed during their earlier exchange lingered in Gu Yefei's mind, tormenting him. Throughout the torment Gu Yefei inflicted, Zhang Chenghua endured a one-sided suffering. Gu Yefei employed extreme cruelty to extract confessions from him, yet ultimately, nothing was revealed before Zhang Chenghua was silenced for good. The moment Zhang Chenhua's spirit attempted to escape, it was sealed by Hao Chen. The demon suppression tower, a spatial treasure refined by Hao Chen, allowed no thought or action to evade his divine consciousness. Thus, in response to Gu Yefei's madness, Hao Chen chose to remain indifferent, permitting him to vent his frustrations. Only through such release could the emotional knots be untied. Faced with the lifeless body of Zhang Chenghua, Gu Yefei struggled to contain his emotions, continuing to express his feelings upon the deceased form. He is already dead. Hao Chen's voice suddenly resonated from behind. In truth, Hao Chen had no intention of sparing Zhang Chenghua. The demon suppression tower was a spatial treasure. Allowing a tiger to return to the mountain would inevitably lead to Zhang Chenhua's perpetual scheming. Gao Qiyuan was a hidden member of the demonic sect, having already ensnared Zhang Chenghua into its fold. Both Gao Qiyuan and Zhang Chenghua had long coveted the Qiannan Peak. To prevent Gu Yefei from entering the headquarters of the Qianyuan sect and assuming the position of sect leader, they sought to install Hong Ying as a puppet leader. Under Gao Qiyuan's directive, they conspired to frame Gu Yefei, all under the pretense of investigating the collusion between Qiannan Peak and the demonic sect. A massacre was conducted against those who refused to submit to Qiannan Peak. Furthermore, during the period of Gu Yifei's detention, the deranged Zhang Chengguo perpetrated atrocities against dozens of female disciples of Qian Nanpeak, engaging in bloodthirsty practices to enhance his martial prowess. As for Gao Hong, she had long been taken by Hao Chen to another location for interrogation during Gu Yifei's descent into madness. Gao Hong had fully confessed to the details of the framing and entrapment, which coincided closely with Hao Chen's understanding of the situation. The infiltration of the demonic sect heralded a cataclysm, looming ever closer. Chapter 635, The Wilderness Beast Mountain Range, Part 1. After vanquishing Zhang Chengguo, Gu Yifei felt a release of pent-up frustration. Yet, it was a pity for the body of a cultivator at the spirit division stage, now reduced to a shattered remnant by Gu Yifei's hand. Hao Chen had no choice but to dispose of the remains outside the demon suppression tower, incinerating them completely. After returning Gu Yifei to the living quarters on the second floor of the demon suppression tower, Hao Chen swiftly departed, having promised Chu Qian he would return promptly. Little did he anticipate the multitude of trivial matters that awaited him upon arriving at Qianyuan's sect. Over the course of 7 days, a series of unforeseen events unfolded. Within a secluded chamber of Qianyuan's sect, 2 elderly men sat together, sipping tea and engaging in conversation. Song Hao, this time you have concealed yourself for 3 years. The sect members are behaving disgracefully in their quest for the position of sect leader. Those with ulterior motives can no longer contain themselves, revealing their true colors, remarked an elder with white hair. The ancestral predictions were accurate, yet it is unfortunate for Xiao Lu. Upon my arrival at Qiannan Peak, I heard that Xiao Lu and his wife had been abducted by a man bearing a token. However, I am unaware of the identity of this youth. The middle-aged man exuding an aura of late-stage harmonization was none other than Song Hao, the sect leader of Qianyuan's sect. At this moment, he was discussing the bizarre occurrences within the sect with the elder known as Xing Yun, who was at the mid-stage of tribulation. According to accounts from those returning from Qiannan Peak, the youth wielding a token appeared to be affiliated with the Qianyuan realm, perhaps even a handiwork of Xing Shao. Could it be that the Qianyuan realm has breached the Qianyuan Great Array's barrier? Mused Xing Yun. That is implausible. I recently inspected the Qianyuan Great Array and found no indications of a weakening seal. I even attempted to decipher the seal, to no avail. Upon hearing Xing Yun's words, Song Hao expressed his confusion. The young man came to the sect headquarters seeking an audience, but was intercepted by Hong Tianhao and Gao Qiyuan, who deceived him into the training grounds. Gao Qiyuan attempted to subdue the young man, but to his astonishment, he was swiftly overpowered and fell from grace. The young man then seized the opportunity to escape the sect headquarters, disappearing without a trace. Xing Yun revealed the recent developments to Song Hao, stating, "If this young man is indeed one of our own from Qianyuan's sect, it would be manageable. However, if he is from another sect, taking advantage of the situation to stir trouble, it would be a significant disgrace for Qianyuan's sect. I have heard that Hong Tianhao requested the elder's intervention. What is the story behind that?" Song Hao inquired, seeking to verify the rumors about the elder's involvement. On that day, after Gao Qiyuan's downfall, Hong Tianhao and others pursued the young man, driving him into the wilderness of the Beast Mountain Range, suspecting he may not be their match. Thus, he dispatched his disciple Lu Hao to seek my assistance. Until the situation is clarified, I shall refrain from taking action. Moreover, it would be ill-advised to bully a young man who is merely in the later stages of distraction. Such news would not bode well. The esteemed ancestor Xing Yun has confirmed the veracity of this matter and proceeded to explain. However, I have heard that the young man declared upon leaving Qiannan Peak that he would temporarily take charge of it. Although Qiannan Peak is a territory of the Qianyuan sect, why not cater to his intentions and temporarily manage it on behalf of Gu Yifei? Song Hao suggested to ancestor Xing Yun, "Let us proceed as you have advised. From this moment forth, we shall arrange for personnel to monitor Hong Tianhao, Gao Qiyuan, and their disciples. Additionally, we must locate the whereabouts of the Deputy Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall, Zhang Chengguo, and Gao Hong, the son of Hong Ying." Ancestor Xing Yun commanded, "Cease the pursuit of the young man. I believe he shall come seeking me again." Song Hao quietly departed from the ancestral cave of ancestor Xing Yun. In the western wilderness Beast Mountains, despite the presence of pursuers outside and formidable beasts lurking within, Hao Chen found little time to hone his skills in this treacherous terrain. He needed to reach the southern locking demon city to rescue his beloved's brother. Before parting, Hao Chen bestowed upon Chu Qian an antidote pill he had crafted specifically for blood poison. Though it could not eliminate the poison entirely, it would effectively suppress its onset. Moreover, he had promised to return as swiftly as possible. Having left the cave for over half a day, Hao Chen traversed southward from the western wilderness beast mountains en route to the locking demon city. Ahead lay the territory of a second-stage transformation beast, the rock python, which he must pass through to reach the south. At that moment, Hao Chen lay concealed beside a rock, suppressing his aura, his body smeared with plant sap, rendering him motionless as if he were a part of the surrounding undergrowth. He refrained from summoning his tamed beasts, choosing instead to hone his skills during this journey southward. Should he falter, he could seek assistance later. At this moment, he gripped the bloodthirsty divine crossbow, intently observing a cautious beast approaching. It was a second-stage transformation rock python, drawn in by the commotion caused by a wild hyena. The hyena had its limbs severed by Hao Chen, writhing and howling in agony amongst the trees. The rock python, having cautiously surveyed the area for a considerable time, failed to detect any imminent danger. Finally, unable to restrain itself, it opened its gaping maw, dripping with blood, and lunged forward. Now, at that precise moment, the bloodthirsty divine crossbow surged forth from its rocky concealment, swiftly piercing the python's open mouth. Hao Chen was about to leap into action when he noticed that, while the crossbow had struck true, it had not immediately incapacitated the creature. The python, its body stained a deep crimson, glared viciously at the concealed Hao Chen, blood pouring from its mouth as it wailed in pain. Hao Chen could not help but silently lament his predicament. The majority of rock pythons were merely first-stage transformation beasts, and a solitary one was akin to a human at the divine transformation stage. In the western wilderness beast mountains, even practitioners at the ordinary divided spirit realm dared not provoke it, for it was in the nature of the rock python to be lecherous and gregarious, often forming families of hundreds living together. Upon encountering adversaries, a united front emerges to attack. Utilizing his innate talent, the domain of venom ensnares his foes within its grasp. Even formidable beings of the spirit division, wandering the western wilderness beast mountains, face the peril of demise when they provoke the swift and agile beasts that inhabit these lands. Only those possessing the transcendent realm can navigate their onslaught with ease. Indeed, just as Hao Chen lamented internally, the forest erupted with commotion. Countless rock pythons, both large and small, came into view. After a few guttural calls among themselves, they began to exhale clouds of mist and surged towards Hao Chen. Alarmed by this sight, Hao Chen attempted to flee to a distance, but it was too late. The space around him had been sealed by the noxious fog. As he collided with the venomous domain of the rock pythons, he lost his balance. A scream barely formed on his lips before he tumbled downward. The rock pythons, sensing their target was ensnared, slithered towards the area where Hao Chen was descending. Their movements were as swift as teleportation, demonstrating a level of intelligence. The enraged pythons sought to devour this detestable human who had slain their king. After a long day of traversing the western wilderness beast mountains, fatigue weighed heavily on Hao Chen as he fell helplessly through the air. Trapped within the venomous domain, even his formidable abilities could not avert the threat of poisoning, especially with a swarm of shape-shifting rock pythons surrounding him. Chapter 636, The Wilderness Beast Mountains, Part 2. With no options left, Hao Chen sighed in resignation. He then summoned the blood-poison spirit. This spirit had transformed into a regal entity, emanating a potent aura of blood poison within the domain of the rock pythons. In an instant, the surrounding horde of rock pythons fell silent. The next moment, they fled in terror, leaving only the one that Hao Chen had shot down. As Hao Chen summoned the blood poison monarch, equivalent to a late-stage shapeshifter of the fourth tier, the rock pythons distinctly sensed a sudden surge of toxic energy erupting within the domain. This overwhelming toxicity was something they could scarcely withstand. By employing poison against poison, once the lethal toxin eroded the domain, it would herald their demise. Consequently, the rock pythons were paralyzed with fear, unwilling to approach the poisonous domain. The blood poison monarch absorbed the toxins from the rock python's domain, its body gradually glowing with brilliance. Within the span of an incense stick, the venomous domain of the rock pythons vanished entirely. Hao Chen collected the carcass of the slain rock python and withdrew the blood poison monarch into the demon suppression tower, successfully passing through the territory of the rock pythons. After a strenuous battle, Hao Chen sought a place to rest. The afternoon sun in the western wilderness beast mountains poured down generously. Hao Chen, resembling a wild beast, languidly basked in this divine blessing, reluctant to move. The entire expanse of the western wilderness beast mountains lay enveloped in a serene tranquility. Suddenly, within a verdant valley brimming with trees, the piercing cries of wild beasts shattered the rare tranquility. 3 figures, 2 large and 1 small, leaped through the air with the swiftness of the wind, their speed so remarkable that they left fleeting shadows in their wake. To an ordinary observer, these 3 figures were but a blur. In a moment, they abruptly halted, transitioning from frenetic motion to utter stillness, revealing their true forms, a human accompanied by 2 leopard-like beasts. The 2 beasts crouched atop a tree, their fierce eyes fixated on the human before them. Each creature, measuring over a meter in length, boasted bristling fur, and most strikingly, their claws gleamed like silver eagles' talons. They were said to be descendants of a shape-shifting eagle and a leopard, their claw tips shining coldly, resembling finely tempered steel. Known as the Rift Sky Eagle Claw Leopard, these 2 beasts were at the initial stage of shape-shifting and possessed the prowess of a divine-level beast. Despite their modest rank, capturing such creatures in the western beast mountains was a rare feat, and few dared to provoke them, given their formidable claws akin to iron. The individual facing them was none other than Hao Chen, who appeared quite disheveled, clad in tattered garments reminiscent of a beggar's rags. His body bore numerous claw marks, and even his face was not spared. The art of teleportation proved to be extraordinary, having entered the tribulation stage only a few days prior. He could now elude the 2 Rift Sky Eagle Claw leopards with relative ease. Yet, despite his ragged appearance, Hao Chen's heart brimmed with exhilaration. It was essential to recognize that while the Rift Sky Eagle Claw leopard's overall strength might be average, it was still a beast of the initial shape-shifting stage, equivalent to a human at the divine stage. In terms of prowess, such beasts surpassed humans by an entire realm, their strength comparable to that of a human at the spirit separation stage. Particularly, the Rift Sky Eagle Claw leopard possessed an advantage in speed. Even a solitary beast would not be an opponent that an ordinary spirit separation stage human could contend with. The fact that Hao Chen could maneuver amidst the attacks of 2 such creatures, thanks to teleportation, highlighted the remarkable nature of this skill. Well then, my time for practicing my movement technique is nearly up. I shall return to engage with you tomorrow. He chuckled, waving at the 2 leopards before swiftly retreating. The leopards watched him depart, hesitant to pursue further. They merely let out a few frustrated roars before reluctantly turning away. Hao Chen meandered through the forest, soon arriving at a modest hollow. It appeared that these creatures had learned from their previous encounter and no longer dared approach the perimeter of his formation. Glancing back with a light-hearted smile, he remarked to himself. In truth, Hao Chen had chosen this hollow as his resting place over the past few days, surrounding it with a protective formation. He had summoned both humans and beasts to share the splendors of the western beast mountains, basking in the sunlight and breathtaking scenery. Surely, the formations you taught me were not to be underestimated. Moreover, the area around the hollow was adorned with various traps, illusions, and lethal formations, perhaps numbering in the hundreds, ensuring that no beast would dare venture close. Gu Yu's voice suddenly echoed, seemingly out of nowhere. It's not that many, just 91. Isn't this all part of your assigned tasks? Gu Yun, along with a group of lovely ladies, chimed in playfully. Our completed assignments aren't too shabby, right? Not too shabby. They fall far short. Hao Chen scoffed. He then swiftly changed the subject. Enough of that. Is the food ready? Hurry and bring it over. I'm starving. The women, aware that Hao Chen was jesting, knowing that cultivators at a certain level can forego mundane meals, nevertheless nodded and dashed away. It turned out that Hao Chen had already entrusted them with the flesh of a second-tier transformation savage beast, the rock python, as sustenance. This beast, a mid-tier transformation savage creature, was equivalent to a human at the mid-level of the spirit separation stage. Its flesh contained immense energy. A single bite could sustain a lower-level cultivator for 3 days of training. Particularly, the 2 girls, Xiao Chui and Xue Er, relished it. Consuming food imbued with such potent energy greatly aids in a beast's cultivation and growth. After the ladies departed, Hao Chen continued to delve into the study of formations with Gu Yifei, Gu Yu, and others. While selecting a hollow in the mountains as a temporary campsite to arrange formations, Hao Chen discovered that Gu Yifei possessed profound knowledge of formations, employing unique concepts and techniques. Was the difficulty in deciphering the Qian Yuan Grand Formation not due to differing ideologies and approaches? A spark ignited in Hao Chen's mind. Thus, He engaged Gu Yifei in discussions on formations, barriers, restrictions, and other related subjects, sharing insights and complementing each other's strengths. At Hao Chen's suggestion, they established their discussions as a classroom for imparting knowledge, assisting Gu Yu and the ladies in enhancing their understanding of formations. Gu Yifei, eager for such an opportunity, was thrilled, especially since all expenses were covered by Hao Chen. Arranging formations is an expensive endeavor, with spirit stones serving as the energy source for their operation. When formations are established or dismantled, spirit stones are consumed. Hence, the hollow transformed into a playground, a contest between those who arranged formations and those who dismantled them. You set the formation, I'll break it. The ladies and the siblings Gu Yu and Gu Yun reveled in the playful competition. Meanwhile, Hao Chen and Gu Yifei sought to identify commonalities and unique traits within the formations. Throughout their days camping in the hollow, both Hao Chen and Gu Yifei made significant strides in their understanding of formations. Gu Yu and the ladies also made remarkable progress in their comprehension and proficiency in arranging and dismantling formations. Although they were not yet capable of establishing intricate formations, barriers, or restrictions, they had gained the ability to competently arrange simpler formations and barriers. This newfound skill was akin to acquiring an additional trait, enhancing their means of survival. Chapter 637, The Savage Beast Mountain Range, Part 3. Hao Chen and the group had lingered in the hollow for some time. One day, they convened with Gu Yifei and others to discuss their departure for Locking Demon City. Although Gu Yifei's body had not fully recovered, he insisted on accompanying Hao Chen, who ultimately consented. Gu Yifei also wished to seize the opportunity to enter the Western Savage Beast Mountain Range, relying on Hao Chen's formidable cultivation to seek fortune and swiftly elevate his strength. After all, he is still the peak master and cannot remain perpetually at Hao Chen's side, relying on others for protection. As for the others, including Su Nyang and the demon beasts like Yuan Li, they have been left in the Demon Suppression Tower as a hidden trump card. Before departing, Hao Chen not only refrained from dismantling the arrays, but also established a vast barrier around the perimeter, sealing the valley. This location was preserved as a concealed refuge, and the methods of entry and exit were made known to all. Let us set forth now. On the way, we can deliberate, he suggested. Yet, before he could finish his sentence, an overwhelming aura suddenly surged forth. As the two hesitated, an even more potent presence followed closely behind. Without hesitation, Hao Chen seized Gu Yifei and flew into the Demon Suppression Tower. A frenzied, mid-stage, shape-shifting lion-tiger beast barely evaded them. In an instant, a mid-stage crocodile dragon sprang from the thicket, snapping its jaws around the fleeing lion-tiger beast. Its sharp teeth and agile, pointed limbs effortlessly tore through the beast's hide, devouring the entire prey. After consuming the lion-tiger beast, the crocodile dragon reclined nearby, savoring the delightful meal as it digested. Upon arriving at the Western Wilderness Mountain Range, Hao Chen encountered beasts that exceeded his comprehension. Each one was a depraved creature, a product of hybridization among various species, such as the rift sky eagle claw leopard and the lion-tiger beast. The crocodile dragon was no exception. Its peculiar nature contributed to the foul atmosphere of the Western Wilderness Mountain Range, which resembled an experimental ground for beast hybrids. The territory Hao Chen found himself in was dominated by the crocodile dragon, the undisputed sovereign of this region, with no creature daring to oppose its reign. Its strength was unparalleled, at least in its own estimation. However, it had recently learned that its neighbor, the rock python, had been slain, instilling a sense of dread within it. Though it was a mid-stage shapeshifter, a level above the rock python, it understood that to defeat a formidable adversary would come at a considerable cost. Thus, it had hidden away in its lair for several days, only emerging today out of hunger, believing that the dangerous human had vacated the vicinity. Just as the crocodile dragon basked in its false sense of security, Hao Chen could no longer tolerate its unreasonable obstruction. You should digest for a while and vacate this place, he muttered inwardly, exasperated by the creature's audacity to treat the ground as its bed and snore endlessly. Consequently, Hao Chen summoned Gu Yifei and the black ape Yuan Li, and the three departed the Demon Suppression Tower, seeking an opportunity to unleash a decisive strike that would annihilate the crocodile dragon. The gentle light lulled the crocodile dragon into a state of drowsiness, and suddenly, it flipped onto its back, basking in the sun. In truth, the moment Hao Chen and the others left the Demon Suppression Tower, the beast's keen sense of smell, detected two feeble auras. The cunning crocodile dragon was merely feigning slumber. As it turned to bask, it noticed a figure approaching from the side, causing the one-horned crocodile dragon to feel elated. It instinctively waved its forelimbs and opened its gaping maw. A resounding clang of a sword echoed through the air as a violet blade of energy descended like a thunderbolt, striking towards it. The creature, with its colossal head, found itself momentarily disoriented, engulfed in a profound terror, fearing that a direct hit would inflict grave injuries. No longer observing the distant figures, it turned to face the oncoming sword light, raising its forepaw to deflect the assault. Yet, unbeknownst to it, a black, demonic dragon spear was already hurtling towards it. By the time it realized the impending danger, evasion was futile. In desperation, it resorted to using its tail to block the strike. With a single blow, its tail was left drenched in blood. Although it maintained an air of composure, the fierce aura born of countless battles began to emanate from it. Suddenly, it rolled over, its massive jaws agape, releasing a tremor that resonated through the heavens, as an inexhaustible battle spirit surged forth from the crocodile dragon. Both Gu Yefei and Yuan Li felt their hearts quiver under the pressure of this overwhelming combat intent. In the next moment, Hao Chen sprang into action, gripping the demonic dragon spear as it transformed into a sleek, black dragon, aimed at the hind limbs of the crocodile dragon, which was preparing to take flight. The sharp spear light struck one of its claws, causing its forward momentum to falter, and at that instant, Gu Yefei seized the opportunity. Thousand-layer waves. Gu Yefei bellowed, channeling the elemental energy around him into a torrent of cascading waves, crashing down upon the crocodile dragon. Strike its legs. Yuan Li, seizing a massive boulder, hurled it like a meteor toward the creature's body. The combined force of the three struck with cataclysmic impact, shaking the very fabric of the earth, as thunder roared and dust swirled around them. With their initial assault yielding success, the trio swiftly retreated. Consequently, the crocodile dragon, wounded and consumed by rage, began to lose its rationality. Its ferocity intensified, and its lethality surged. At this moment, the creature, drenched in its own blood, leapt from the pit, letting out a chilling howl that echoed through the skies. Hao Chen and his companions were taken aback by the strength of this mid-phase transformation beast. Rather than retreating from the blows, it became increasingly frenzied. In truth, their naivety stemmed from a lack of experience. Wild beasts were not to be compared with the demonic creatures of the cultivation realm. These creatures lived their lives in the throes of battle, born for slaughter, and would not yield to mere wounds. The three sought to avoid the crocodile dragon's frontal assault, aiming to outmaneuver it. However, the creature, driven by instinct, discerned that the strongest among them was the young man. Thus, its intention was to eliminate the most formidable foe, thereby shattering the morale of its opponents before turning to dispatch the others. In reality, if the crocodile dragon had targeted the weaker adversaries first, the outcome might have been different. Yet, there was no time for the crocodile dragon to contemplate further. Hao Chen, gripping the demonic dragon spear, soared above the creature's head. Though his strikes were not particularly potent, they served to disrupt the crocodile dragon's onslaught. Otherwise, Gu Yefei and Yuan Li would have surely succumbed to the creature's savage charge. As the winds shifted ominously, Gu Yefei wielded his sword, conjuring flames that encircled him, immobilizing the crocodile dragon. Strike its waist. Unbeknownst to them, Yuan Li had procured another massive stone, raising it high before bringing it crashing down onto the body of the crocodile dragon. In an instant, the crocodile-like beast was struck, sending its flesh and blood flying. Chapter 638, Going All Out, Part 1. As Hao Chen observed the unfolding situation, his heart was filled with a sense of calm. Yet he remained acutely vigilant, aware that such savage reptiles were not easily vanquished. Just as if to affirm his thoughts, low growls emanated from the pit. Gu Yefei and Yuan Li hastily leaned forward to peer down, when suddenly, a dark shadow leapt up from below, obscuring the sky as it bore down upon them. Seeing this, Hao Chen reacted swiftly, employing the demon-slaying hand to strike the beast's body. Although he managed to repel the creature, alleviating the pressure on Gu Yefei and Yuan Li, his hasty action resulted in injuries from the crocodile's impact, compelling him to suppress his wounds. With a forceful blow, he once again sent the beast reeling. Upon witnessing this, Gu Yefei's spirit soared, and he promptly retrieved an iron chain, rushing forward to ensnare the beast's neck, exerting all his strength to prevent it from rising. Seizing the opportunity, Hao Chen drew forth the bloodthirsty divine crossbow, unleashing a pale purple beam that pierced the beast's gaping maw. The crocodile thrashed violently, unable to free itself, and retaliated by sweeping its long tail, which blocked Yuan Li's attack. The tremendous force hurled Yuan Li away. Yet the beast also suffered, as its tail was simultaneously shattered by Yuan Li's strike. Losing its balance, it was swiftly dispatched by Hao Chen's spear. Yuan Li, looking relieved, exclaimed, "Finally dealt with. You owe me a meal for this." Hao Chen's expression shifted to one of alarm as he inquired, "But where is Gu Yefei? Why is he missing?" Yuan Li immediately dashed towards Gu Yefei's location, while Hao Chen hastily collected the crocodile's carcass and approached where Gu Yefei had been. At that moment, they beheld Gu Yefei enveloped in a sphere of white energy. "Is he advancing in rank?" Yuan Li inquired, astonished. "Perhaps," Hao Chen replied, mirroring his confusion. "It isn't impossible. Gu Yefei is at the mid-stage of the transformation realm and might have gained insights from this battle to facilitate his advancement. However, achieving such a breakthrough here poses significant safety concerns." Hao Chen was momentarily taken aback, but quickly deduced the reason. Gu Yefei had ventured out in search of opportunities, likely intent on seeking a chance to progress. Upon realizing the battle had concluded, Gu Yefei settled cross-legged on the grass, channeling his energy to mend his internal injuries. Upon inspection, he discovered the severity of his condition. His meridians were nearly completely ruptured. In desperation, he circulated his true energy throughout his body, attempting to heal. Yet he understood that this was not a matter that could be resolved swiftly. Suddenly, a pure stream surged from his dantian, swiftly dispersing through his limbs, rapidly accelerating his recovery. At that moment, Hao Chen summoned Gu Yu and Gu Yun, along with Sun Yang and others from the Demon Suppression Tower, to protect Gu Yefei. Simultaneously, he quickly set up a gathering essence array, transporting Gu Yefei into its confines and surrounding him with a substantial number of essence stones. Hao Chen then produced a jade vial, placing it before Gu Yefei, and conveyed, "This is the spirit milk from the 10,000-year stone stalactite." As for Hao Chen, Gu Yu kept his thoughts to himself. He cherished Hao Chen's meticulousness in his heart. Gu Yefei was acutely aware of Hao Chen's sacrifices, and at this moment, the best way he could repay Hao Chen was to grow stronger as swiftly as possible. With the convergence array set by Hao Chen, the protection of the ancient stone spirit milk, and the assistance of numerous guardians, Gu Yefei devoted himself entirely to refining his meridians, breaking apart, reconstituting, and then breaking apart once more. An immense surge of energy coursed through his body, multiplying his energy several times within moments. In the late stage of spirit transformation, he had restored his cultivation to its previous level. At this juncture, his technique had fully adapted to his physique, continuously enhancing his strength. The energy of his current body was now more than tenfold that of before. Several hours later, suddenly, dark clouds began to churn ominously, thunder resonating in the air. As vast swathes of chaotic clouds gathered in this realm as if hastening to a market, it was the minor heavenly tribulation. Hao Chen could not help but feel a jolt of alarm. In an instant, he summoned Sun Yang, along with the divine beasts Shao Chui and Yin Yu, instructing them urgently, "Quick, seal off this 1,000-mile radius. With my presence, there is no cause for concern. If it becomes unbearable, I shall lend you my strength." Hao Chen reassured Gu Yefei, urging him to face the tribulation with a calm heart. "No, under no circumstances. The outcome of this tribulation is mine to bear. I cannot allow you to take risks on my behalf," Gu Yefei resolutely objected. "Moreover, you have already helped me far too much. I cannot let you endanger yourself. There is one request I must make of you. Should anything unfortunate occur, please watch over my children, particularly Gu Yun. Despite her exceptional talent, she is still a girl, and her heart is innocent. Currently, there are those within the Qian Yuan sect who are scheming against me, falsely accusing me of collusion with a nefarious cult. Should I encounter misfortune, my enemies will undoubtedly turn their malice toward my family. I implore you to protect them from harm. If possible, I hope you will marry Gu Yun. If that is not feasible, then serving as her maid would suffice. Take this shadow stone. It contains my words for her." This stubborn individual, despite knowing that Gu Yefei acted out of concern for his well-being, Hao Chen felt an unusual frustration. As Gu Yefei did not trust his words, how infuriating. Gu Yefei must have heard tales of Hao Chen assisting the women through their tribulations. Thus, he decided to postpone the matter until the time came, tossing the items necessary for the tribulation to Gu Yefei. Then, he suddenly soared into the air. unleashing the pinnacle aura of the early tribulation stage, bellowing, "All bystanders, leave this place at once, or face dire consequences." With a wave of his hand, he set numerous formations, establishing several barriers before taking his leave. The tribulation clouds descended ever lower, growing darker, with flashes of lightning illuminating the void. Crack! Accompanied by the thunder, a bolt of calamity struck down, jolting Gu Yifei, yet he remained unscathed. However, Hao Chen understood that this was merely an appetizer. The first bolt of tribulation was merely testing the capabilities of the tribulation bearer. The subsequent bolts would be the main event. Crack! Another bolt of calamity descended, and Gu Yifei leaped into the air, fists clenched. He swung fiercely at the descending lightning. With a resounding crack, Gu Yifei was struck down. Yet he regained his footing, a trace of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. This bolt of calamity had already inflicted some wounds upon him. As the sixth bolt of thunder descended, Gu Yifei was battered, shrouded in darkness as if he had emerged from the depths of a cavern. Following the sixth strike, the tumultuous clouds began to dissipate, finally gathering enough energy for the seventh bolt. This seventh thunder, imbued with an overwhelming aura, was felt even by Hao Chen at a distance, inducing a sense of oppression. At this moment, the original formations and barriers had been obliterated, leaving a 100-foot radius reduced to mere flat ground. Chapter 639, Striving with All One's Might, Part 2, with another crack of thunder. Gu Yifei transformed into a falcon, soaring skyward to confront the calamity. He struck fiercely at the bolt, determined to make a final stand. He understood that, with his current capabilities, he could not withstand this heavenly trial. Yet, he resolved that if he were to perish, he would do so with dignity, unleashing one final roar of defiance and exerting all his remaining strength. Though Gu Yifei had summoned all his power, he was, after all, at the end of his tether. His last reserves of true essence were depleted. He managed to fend off the thunderstorm with a single blow. Yet without the support of his true essence, he plummeted. Had he struck the ground, his life would surely have been lost. Observing this, Hao Chen executed a swift teleportation, arriving at Gu Yifei's side to catch him and lay him aside. A terrifying rumble echoed from the storm clouds, akin to a furious roar. How dare this mortal challenge its authority? How dare he intervene in the heavenly tribulation? In that instant, as Hao Chen approached Gu Yifei, a bolt as thick as an arm descended. Its terrifying power and destructive force surpassed that of the previous thunder. "Come forth, heavenly tribulation," Hao Chen bellowed, channeling his magical energy, unleashing a series of powerful strikes against the thunder. The heavenly tribulation seemed thoroughly incensed as the first bolt struck. A barrage of lightning followed without pause. Hao Chen felt an overwhelming force of electricity surge within him, as if it were intent on tearing him apart. Waves upon waves of energy crashed over him, akin to the relentless tides of the ocean, each layer growing larger and more potent. Hao Chen invoked the Shaoyang technique, consuming and refining the energy. Enveloped in the tempest of lightning, his form became obscured. At that moment, the four dantians within him were continuously expanding. The dantian of lightning had transformed into an ocean of electricity, with his divine infant radiating with electric power, standing majestically atop the sea of thunder. What to do when the influx of lightning becomes overwhelming? At this juncture, treasures such as the Demon Suppression Tower and Jade Pendant Space had reached their saturation point. If he could not refine it in time, he risked having his body ruptured by the overwhelming force of the lightning. Suddenly enlightened, a thought crossed my mind regarding the blood poison spirit. If blood poison can coalesce into a spiritual entity, could it be that lightning, too, might be condensed and refined into a spiritual form? Devour it, refine it for me. Ah, cursed be it, refine it. With a thunderous roar, Hao Chen's hair stood on end. With immense conviction and willpower, he fervently operated the lesser yang technique, tirelessly transmuting the terrifying power of heavenly thunder for his own use. However, even so, the might of that celestial thunder was overwhelmingly formidable. Its magnitude was beyond imagination, rendering it nearly impossible to refine, should this persist. All four of his dantians might not withstand the strain and could potentially explode. What to do? He felt his dantians beginning to swell, and within a few breaths, it seemed they would erupt. His entire being, his meridians, were nearly shattered by the overwhelming force of the thunder tribulation. Success! Hao Chen finally condensed a bolt of lightning into a spiritual entity. Feeling the power of heavenly thunder within him diminish, he finally relaxed. The first bolt of lightning had successfully coalesced, and as the third bolt was devoured, waves of terrifying energy surged within him. The thunder refined his body, progressing from the lesser thunder state to the great diamond state, culminating in an immortal physique. Absorbing the power of the eighth bolt of thunder, he aimed to condense another spiritual entity, but found himself halted at the pinnacle of the lesser thunder state. Hao Chen could no longer refine any more lightning spirits. However, through this process, he comprehended the three-tiered path to achieving an immortal body, refining 3 lightning spirits to enter the lesser thunder realm, 6 to attain the great diamond realm, and 9 to achieve a state of complete vitality. His cultivation had quietly reached the mid-stage of the tribulation crossing realm. The 8th wave of thunder tribulation had passed. Hao Chen sighed in relief. The refining of his body through thunder had allowed him to break through to the great diamond state. Yet further ascension would surely be more arduous. The final wave of thunder tribulation would undoubtedly be even more terrifying and powerful. Recalling how close he had come to succumbing earlier, a sense of apprehension washed over him. The last wave of tribulation was delayed, and the sky grew increasingly dark. In the western Beast Mountain Range and the southern region where the Qianyuan sect resided, an oppressive atmosphere prevailed. Good heavens, who is undergoing tribulation? Is that the fabled 9-9 Great Ascension Tribulation? It appears to be emanating from the direction of the western Beast Mountain Range. How could this be? Could it be that, judging by the aura, Gu Yifei is the one undergoing tribulation? But this thunder tribulation only occurs at the tribulation crossing realm, does it not? Could it be that the ancestor of the Gu family, Gu Tianxing, has returned? Hong Ying had already witnessed the thunder tribulation, initially thinking it to be an ordinary tribulation. To her astonishment, it turned out to be the tribulation of a tribulation-transcending practitioner, indicating that the opponent had at least entered the initial stage of the tribulation crossing realm. Realizing this, Hong Ying broke into a cold sweat, relieved that she had not acted with lethal intent. Had she truly stripped Gu Yifei of his powers during the succession to the sect leader, it is conceivable that Gu Tianxing would have been nearby, leaving her unaware of the impending doom. A peak cultivator at the integration stage is not to be trifled with. Even within the entire Qianyuan sect, there are only a handful of such formidable beings. Cursed be it. Gao Qiyuan seethed with rage as he contemplated the formidable return of the Gu family's ancient ancestor, a peak-level cultivator in the fusion realm. His heart brimmed with frustration. Should anything befall Gu Yifei, given Gu Tianxing's character, the entire Gao family would likely be thrown into turmoil, possibly even facing annihilation. It is crucial to recognize the terror embodied by a peak cultivator in the fusion realm. May the 9 heavens tribulation lead to your failure, Gao Qiyuan cursed bitterly. He understood that if Gu Tianxing successfully navigated the heavenly tribulation, it would signify an advancement in his cultivation, transforming him into a formidable tribulation-level powerhouse, which would be even more daunting. Within the Qianyuan sect, there were merely 2 cultivators above the tribulation stage, the early-stage sect master, Song Hao, and the mid-stage ancestor, Xingyun, both of whom were titans in the Qiyuan realm. The Qianyuan sect could not possibly antagonize a tribulation-level cultivator for his sake. Thus, any attempts to confront Gu Yifei and seize control of the southern peak seemed utterly unrealistic. The holy sect had no chance of scheming against the southern peak at this juncture. At this moment, the desire for Gu Tianxing to fail in his tribulation was not limited to Gao Qiyuan. It also included Hong Ying's father, Hong Tianhao, and those who conspired to frame Gu Yifei. Due to the matter concerning Hong Ying, Hong Tianhao harbored resentment towards Gu Tianxing. Chapter 640. Surviving the tribulation at last, the final heavenly tribulation approached. Gazing at the roiling thunderclouds above, Hao Chen felt an unusual tranquility within. It was precisely at this moment that he surged forward, plunging into the tribulation clouds to refine the lightning. Gathering all his strength, he propelled himself upward, merging into the tempest of tribulation. Upon entering the clouds, Hao Chen felt as though he had stepped into a realm dominated by lightning. The tribulation clouds contained pure lightning energy, imbued with terrifying destructive power, relentlessly ravaging his recently healed body. His internal meridians began to fracture inch by inch. The lesser yang technique, devour and refine. Ignoring the excruciating pain, Hao Chen gritted his teeth and fervently channeled the lesser yang technique, striving to absorb this lightning energy and condense it into lightning spiritual entities. He began to assimilate the lightning power, continually transforming it and infusing it into his lightning dantian. aiming to forge a fourth lightning spiritual entity. Yet, just as the fourth entity materialized, it was devoured by the three existing entities within the lightning dantian. Wasn't there an abundance of lightning energy within the dantian? Why was it consuming the spiritual entity he had labored so hard to cultivate? Hao Chen soon realized that the three lightning entities were nearly half the size of his previous body. However, their forms were more solidified, and the lightning energy they contained was far purer. At that moment, the three lightning entities suddenly converged, bursting forth from the lightning dantian and charging into Hao Chen's meridians. The ferocious lightning entities rampaged through his meridians, leaving Hao Chen in a state of torment. He could only endure the searing pain, gradually allowing his consciousness to permeate, attempting to tame the lightning entities bit by bit. At this moment, with the tribulation lightning striking from without and the lightning entities wreaking havoc from within, a moment's inattention could lead to being consumed by the entities or obliterated by the tribulation lightning. As Hao Chen's consciousness seized the dominant position of the thunder spirit, it gradually guided the thunder spirit back to the thunder dantian. However, the thunder spirit was reluctant to enter the thunder dantian, instead beginning to absorb the thunderous energy from outside, flowing into Hao Chen's meridians. In light of this, Hao Chen chose to disregard it for the time being and focused entirely on confronting the tribulation thunder. Time passed unmeasured, and outside the thunder dantian, a new dantian space gradually took shape. This new space was far more powerful and expansive than the previous four dantians. If the former thunder dantian resembled a small pond, then this new space could be likened to a sizable lake. The entire space was nearly filled with thunderous energy, and the thunder spirit meandered within this thunderous pond. Once a wave of tribulation thunder had passed, Hao Chen finally turned his attention to the thunder spirit lingering outside the thunder dantian. What was happening? This meridian had transformed into a space, and the thunder spirit had autonomously opened up a new dantian. Such a transformation was truly astonishing. Nevertheless, Hao Chen understood that the formation of another dantian was undoubtedly a fortuitous development. To validate the conjecture of the indestructible body, Hao Chen continued to devour and refine the thunderous energy, condensing the thunder spirit. When the newly condensed thunder spirit entered this dantian, it was not swallowed. Even after refining another thunder spirit, it too was not consumed. Now, within Hao Chen's dantian, there existed a larger and two smaller thunder spirits, swimming amidst the sea of thunder. At this moment, Hao Chen's body had achieved a state of consummate indestructibility, nearing the pinnacle of vitality. His cultivation had once again ascended, reaching the peak of the mid-stage of tribulation crossing. In this instant, Hao Chen stepped into the age of 25. He had broken through. He had finally broken through. Ancestor Xingyun and sect master Songhao gazed toward the direction of the western wild beast mountains, murmuring to themselves. Hao Chen gently descended to the ground, summoning Gu Yefei from the demon suppression tower, assisting him to sit cross-legged in the tribulation crossing area. In that moment, heavenly dew fell, pure energy flowing predominantly into Gu Yefei's body. Hao Chen did not contend for it, yet he undoubtedly received a portion of this refined energy. This portion of energy even allowed Hao Chen's cultivation to rise once more. Although he did not achieve a breakthrough, it elevated his cultivation to the pinnacle of the mid-stage of tribulation crossing. Initially, he had just reached this peak and had no idea how long it would take to attain full completion. Unexpectedly, there was this unexpected joy, making him feel that with merely one opportunity, he could break through again. What is called a genius, what is called a prodigy, perhaps it referred to himself. Hao Chen mused inwardly, reflecting on how, since stepping into the realm of cultivation, entering the qi refining stage, and progressing to the tribulation crossing stage, it had taken merely 10 years. Such a pace, if spoken of, would surely be astonishing. Upon witnessing Hao Chen and Gu Yefei safely traverse the tribulation, Gu Yu and Gu Yun rushed towards the tribulation crossing area. Brother Hao, how is my father? He is fine. The tribulation has been successfully overcome. He is weak and recovering, and it won't be long before he awakens. Wonderful, truly wonderful. Hao Hai, thank you, sincerely thank you. Gu Yun sighed in relief upon hearing Hao Hai's words, her gaze towards him brimming with gratitude and affection. Are we not already friends? Is there a need for thanks? Hao Hai replied with a faint smile. Gu Yun couldn't help but feel her cheeks flush. A cough interrupted the moment, prompting the three of them to turn their heads, realizing that Gu Yifei had awakened. Father, you're awake. How are you feeling? Both Gu Yu and Gu Yun displayed unmistakable joy upon seeing Gu Yifei conscious. "I'm not dead." Gu Yifei could only recall losing consciousness from exhaustion. He had never anticipated surviving, for the heavenly tribulation shows no mercy, even to the fainted. "Father, you're safe. It was Hao Hai who saved you." Gu Yun and Gu Yu spoke in unison. "Distinguished nephew Yu, saved me?" Gu Yifei was taken aback by his children's words. Previously, he had doubted the truth of Hao Hai aiding the women through their tribulations. To his astonishment, he learned that Hao Hai had indeed shielded him from the heavenly tribulation. It is worth noting that it was a formidable ninefold heavenly tribulation. The final trial held tremendous power. Even in his prime, he would not have been able to withstand it, yet Hao Hai had done so. Regardless of the circumstances, having successfully navigated the heavenly tribulation, the only person capable of assisting him here was Hao Hai. "Do not concern yourself. After all, such matters are often met with skepticism." Hao Hai chuckled lightly, dismissing the significance of his actions. "This was merely a stroke of luck. Should I encounter it again, I may not be able to replicate it." Indeed. There is no need for further expressions of gratitude. Your kindness is etched in my heart." Gu Yifei nodded earnestly upon hearing this. Moreover, he was eager to assess his condition, yearning to discover if he had truly broken through. "Very well. Focus on solidifying your cultivation. I shall not intrude upon your practice." As his words faded, Hao Hai had already moved away from Gu Yifei's side. Seizing this opportunity, Hao Hai also aimed to dedicate time to his own cultivation, striving to reinforce his own powers thoroughly. His combat prowess had increased more than threefold compared to before. With a single punch, he shattered stones, sending dust and debris flying. Had this been prior, he could accomplish it, but certainly not with such ease. Chapter 641, The Evolution of Techniques, Part 1. During Gu Yifei's tribulation, many mistakenly believed that Hao Hai was Gu Tianxing, the revered ancestor of the Gu family, assisting Gu Yifei. Countless individuals flocked to the western wilderness Beast Mountains, eager to curry favor with the esteemed ancestor. Everyone knew of his terrifying cultivation abilities, having successfully transcended the tribulation and breached the barriers of the tribulation period. However, due to Hao Hai emanating the pressure of the tribulation stage, along with the divine beast aura surrounding Shao Chui and Yin, the formidable beasts of the western wilderness fled to the fringes. Not only were the ground beasts consciously driven away by Shao Chui and her companions, gathering at the borders of the western wilderness Beast Mountains, but even the aerial overlords formed a blockade in the skies. No one dared to cross this line of beasts. They could only linger outside the western wilderness Beast Mountains. Gu Yifei had surpassed the heavenly tribulation, leaping into the mid-stage of the spirit division realm, a feat he had never anticipated and had never heard of before. Having restored his physical prowess and solidified his cultivation, Hao Chen and Gu Yifei suppressed their auras and continued their journey toward the demon-locking city. After a long and arduous trek, they emerged from the western Beast Mountain range. Gu Yifei then parted ways with Hao Chen, taking only Gu Yu with him, while leaving his wife and daughter behind. In his view, remaining by Hao Chen's side was safer than being with him. Given the uncertainty of the situation, he stealthily returned to Qian Nan Peak, a place fraught with danger. Yet, he felt compelled to go back. Even if he were discovered and pursued, he would protect the safety of Qian Nan Peak from the shadows. Hao Chen understood Gu Yifei's intentions and did not attempt to dissuade him, allowing him to depart. Alone, weary from travel, he re-entered the demon-locking city, having already altered his appearance and suppressed his cultivation to that of a mid-stage Yuandan practitioner. Upon arriving once more at the back courtyard of the Rich Source Tavern, he reserved a room. He then proceeded to the front dining hall, selecting a secluded spot to sit. A young waiter approached, bringing a pot of tea and utensils. "Esteemed guest, we specialize in hearty cuts of meat and large bowls of wine. We do not serve stir-fried dishes. I hope you will understand," the waiter recited monotonously, as if rehearsed. The bustling sounds of patrons in the first-floor hall remained as raucous as ever. Seeking clandestine information and extraordinary tales, this place was undoubtedly the best venue. Hao Chen remained intrigued by the enigmatic Tianxing Zi of the demon-locking city. He was determined to uncover the truth behind it, as his peace of mind depended on it. The master of the demon-locking city, Tianxing Zi, was a formidable figure, at least at the mid-stage of tribulation. This ancient being must have some ulterior motive for being here alone. Moreover, the guards of the city lord's residence were composed entirely of humanoid puppets. which only deepened the mystery. Hao Chen was familiar with humanoid puppets, having encountered them within the demon suppression tower. Those in the demon locking city might not even realize that the shadowy sentinels were merely puppets. Such a grand scheme could not possibly be the work of Tian Xingzi alone. Even if Tian Xingzi had crafted these humanoid puppets, Hao Chen was determined to acquire the secrets of their creation. Have you heard? A power struggle has erupted within the Qianyuan sect. The headquarters has taken the members of Qin Nan Peak hostage, imprisoning their leader, Gu Yifei, accusing him of collusion with a heretical sect to usurp the sect's position. A young man, unaware of his own limits, brazenly infiltrated the Qianyuan sect's headquarters with nefarious intentions, only to be pursued by the sect's strong. He fled into the western Beast Mountain range, where he met his demise, marking the fall of a prodigy. The sect's master assembly was disrupted by this young man, preventing it from convening as scheduled, and the master returned to the Qianyuan sect the day prior. Hao Chen listened for a while, but heard no information regarding Tian Xingzi of the demon locking city. Realizing that further inquiries would yield little of substance, he beckoned the waiter to settle the bill and retreated to his room to rest. Back at the tavern, his thoughts lingered on Tian Xingzi and the shadowy puppet sentinels. Hao Chen contemplated the acquisition of one such puppet for study. However, after much deliberation, he could not devise a suitable plan to obtain one without it being discovered, as if it had merely gone missing. Ultimately, he decided to set aside those thoughts and recalled the small booklet, Xiao Hao Ju, a text of indeterminate rank in the fourth heaven, which few could clearly define. The individual who conceived this technique can be described as possessing an extremely primitive yet astonishingly formidable method. However, since ancient times, no one has successfully cultivated it, primarily due to its exceedingly bizarre nature, which has led countless prodigies to vociferously denounce it. In the realm of the fourfold celestial awakening, progressing from the first level to the ninth level signifies the pinnacle of qi refinement. Surpassing the ninth level ushers one into the foundation establishment stage. Yet, this secret manual, titled Xiao Hao Ju, demands even more gradual advancement than that expected of practitioners in the Qianyuan realm. For those in the Qianyuan realm, achieving complete mastery from the first to the 12th level of qi refinement is already considered a significant achievement, with the subsequent breakthrough leading to foundation establishment, which is substantially slower than the progression in the qi awakening realm. According to the teachings of this manual, one must ascend from the first to the 16th level of qi refinement to attain complete mastery, with the breakthrough into the foundation establishment stage occurring only thereafter. While some extraordinary geniuses may not mind the lengthy journey from the first to the 16th level for the average practitioner, the path becomes increasingly arduous after reaching the 9th level. In the case of exceptional talents, they may break through a level within a year, whereas the average practitioner may require a decade for the same feat. Those who cultivate other techniques can enter the foundation establishment stage after surpassing the 9th level, while those following the Xiao Hao Ju are still merely at the 10th level. If one were to take 10 years to break through a single level, achieving the 16th level would render one an old man. Who could withstand such a blow to their aspirations? Although cultivating this technique promises many unforeseen and powerful abilities, no one dares to pursue it, not even the most gifted individuals. A genius is defined by superior aptitude, greater potential, and swifter cultivation speed compared to others. However, after practicing this technique, while others may break through to new realms in their prime, one would find themselves transformed into an elderly figure, hardly the mark of a true genius. Gradually, such individuals would be forgotten by society, a fate that the proud genius would never permit. After all, with each breakthrough in cultivation, one's lifespan is extended. Without breakthroughs, one's vitality would inevitably diminish. Hao Chen procured this Xiao Hao Ju manual from a street vendor, not out of a desire to cultivate it, but rather out of curiosity regarding its name. Upon thorough examination, he discovered that the Xiao Hao Ju was indeed crafted by the venerable ancestor Xiao Hao. This manual encompasses the cultivation methods from the first to the 16th levels of qi refinement. Reflecting on the path of cultivation, Hao Chen mused that had there been a more straightforward technique, he would not have engaged with this convoluted creation. Recalling his experiences, he pondered the possibilities of refining his abilities to achieve a minor mastery of the thunder technique and developing multiple dantians, all of which could be inscribed within. Would the denizens of the Qi awakening realm not then venture into the Qianyuan realm to unearth the ancestor's grave and inquire if this madman was responsible for imparting such a method that wreaked havoc among the cultivators of the Qi awakening realm. The latter portion of the Xiao Hao Ju manual introduces several spells, and upon reviewing them, Hao Chen concluded that, aside from himself, few could hope to master them successfully. The Tian Fan Shou, once perfected, could overturn the very heavens and earth, a technique that future generations should approach with caution and reverence. Chapter 642. The Derivation of Techniques. Part 2. Gazing at the Tian Fan Shou described in the Xiao Hao Ju manual, Hao Chen perused the information related to Xiao Hao's legacy. Lost in contemplation, he suddenly found himself in a desolate expanse, where a shadowy figure resembling a person confronted him within his sea of consciousness. Yet, the visage remained obscured, accompanied by an overwhelming sensation of breathlessness. A chill coursed through his heart. What manner of being could possess such formidable presence? It undoubtedly transcended the realm of mortals. The shadow in his consciousness offered no respite for contemplation, as its hands swiftly began to weave intricate seals. To his astonishment, his body transformed into a semi-ethereal state, revealing the flow of his meridians. Realizing this, Hao Chen hastily focused his mental energy, aware that, in the grand design of fate, the teachings of ancestor Xiao Hao had commenced. Unbeknownst to the shadow, he needed to observe its demonstrations meticulously. The silhouette glided into the room, settling cross-legged upon the bed of the inn, while Hao Chen, having endured a sleepless night, opened his eyes. After exhaling a breath of stale air, he felt no trace of fatigue. Rather, he experienced an invigorating clarity. Suddenly rising, Hao Chen swiftly exited the inn, instantly arriving outside the city of locking demons. He slipped into the woods, locating a massive boulder nearby. Sitting cross-legged, he began his cultivation, although he had not practiced the Shaoyang method. Attempting to cultivate the Xiao Hao method at the Qi refinement stage with his mid-transformation prowess was no small feat. The surrounding spiritual energy surged towards him, causing a stir of alarm within Hao Chen. Such cultivation might draw suspicion of possessing extraordinary abilities. Consequently, he immediately suppressed his cultivation level, starting from the Qi refinement stage and attempting to reach the foundation establishment level, halting at the essence dance stage. Hao Chen sought to validate the practicality of the Xiao Hao method. After an hour, he gradually concluded his practice. Hao Chen discerned that this technique, whose grade remained elusive, could be regarded as one of the progenitors of myriad divine arts within the Qi origin realm, a genuine foundational method. In truth, practitioners at various stages could utilize the Xiao Hao method to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Through this method, a multitude of diverse attributes could be manifested. Having confirmed the utility of this technique, Hao Chen exhaled a deep sigh. Ancestor Xiao Hao had not carelessly left this method for the world. The profound significance of its essence had simply gone unnoticed. Rising, he commenced practicing the Tian Fan technique, gradually channeling his vital energy. Instantly, a hazy shadow of a hand enveloped his right hand, as if adorned with a phantom imprint. With a sharp exclamation, he directed his full energy towards a nearby boulder, sending forth an illusory hand that struck the stone with precision, only to be met with the backlash, causing him to stumble. Ouch! That hurt. What a wretched technique. Hao Chen had intentionally diminished the power of the Tian Fan to create an illusion, concealing his true capabilities upon sensing that he was being watched. Unexpectedly, the assiduous training of the young man evoked genuine admiration. At that moment, a voice, seemingly capable of igniting male desire, wafted into his ears. Turning around, his heart raced as he beheld a pair of enchanting eyes that could ensnare any man's soul. Her entire being exuded the essence of a mature woman, her bosom rivaling even that of Ziyu. Who are you? Why have you come here? Hao Chen inquired, furrowing his brow. Though this woman exudes an irresistible allure, capable of enchanting any man with but a gentle smile, Hao Yin, despite acknowledging his own impure thoughts, finds himself unmoved in the face of danger. What does beauty matter in such peril? Countless heroes have perished for the sake of a fair maiden. The woman cannot help but utter a soft gasp at Hao Yin's composure, her captivating eyes betraying surprise and curiosity, clearly puzzled by his ability to withstand her charm. With new acquaintances arriving in the city, should there not be a warm welcome? She inquires with a smile. Could it be that upon entering the city, one's identity is immediately discerned? Is the newcomer a spy for Taiyang Xingzi? A flurry of questions arises within Hao Yin's mind. The young woman introduces herself as Xinhua, an auctioneer from the Tianshui auction house, extending a warm welcome to him in the city of Locking Demon. As Hao Chen hesitates, Xinhua, with a perceptive heart, quickly deduces his confusion and continues, I am merely a wandering cultivator, Hao Chen, newly arrived in this place, and I hope you will look after me, dear sister. Might you be acquainted with my friend? Oh, the one who operates a stall here, Chu Qian? As the woman reveals her identity, Hao Chen reciprocates graciously. I shall see if I can assist you in locating her. Xinhua, possessing a kind-hearted nature, is moved by Hao Chen's humble demeanor as he searches for a friend in Locking Demon City, and she readily agrees to help. By intentionally stating his friendship with Chu Qian, a stall vendor, it becomes evident that this man is indeed a destitute wanderer, yet she cannot help but feel some sympathy for him. Alas, Xinhua internally sighs, lamenting how the Shaohuaju technique has misled them all. Upon Hao Chen's arrival at the outskirts of Locking Demon City, Xinhua happens to be practicing in the nearby woods. This secluded spot is ideal for cultivators to hone their techniques and cast spells, a place where solitude is paramount, especially for women who dread interruptions from strangers. While Xinhua is deeply engaged in her craft, she suddenly spots a poorly dressed stranger intruding upon her sanctuary, causing her heart to race as she hastily dons her attire to conceal herself, gathering her magical energy in secrecy. She resolves that should this newcomer prove to be a frivolous follower, she would not hesitate to strike with thunderous force before retreating back to Locking Demon City. However, the intruder appears oblivious to the presence of such a striking beauty hidden nearby. A handsome young man arrives, and without a moment's hesitation, begins his own cultivation. The technique he practices, however, is none other than the Shaohuaju, a method with which Xinhua is intimately familiar. As he commences his practice, the ambient energy of the forest rushes toward him with fervor. Yet, within the span of a mere incense stick, the once tumultuous energy calms. Xinhua can discern the unique aura generated by the Shaohuaju. This technique, notorious for its deceptive beginnings, often leads practitioners to grand declarations but results in minimal progress. After engaging with this method, Xinhua has remained stagnant at the qi refinement stage, unable to advance to the foundation building phase. While her contemporaries, lacking her innate talent, have already attained the Yuan Dan realm, she remains at the spiritual qi level, leading to a gradual estrangement from the others. Different levels of cultivation foster distinct experiences and perceptions regarding the path of practice. How could a practitioner of the Yuan Dan realm associate with someone of the lowly qi refinement realm? If she were to cultivate ordinary techniques, given her innate talent, she might have already progressed to the latter stages of Yuan Dan. In the Qi Yuan realm, the 9th level of qi refinement signifies complete mastery, and from there, one may break through to the foundation establishment stage, advancing through the initial, mid, late, and peak late stages, ultimately condensing a Dan and striving for the Yuan Dan realm. Presently, she has reached the 15th level of qi refinement, yet remains stagnant within this realm. The 9th level of qi refinement encompasses 10 stages, while foundation establishment consists of 3 stages, including the peak late stage, totaling merely 14 stages. Meanwhile, her contemporaries have already begun their ascent towards the Yuan Dan realm. In contrast, she languishes at the qi refinement stage, leading others to perceive her as a mere failure. Chapter 643, Unrestrained, Part 1, The Sect's Disapproval, Friends' Estrangement. And even family disdain left her no choice but to venture into foreign lands, eventually arriving in the city of Sealing Demons. By chance, she became entangled with the dandy Yu He of the Tianshui auction house. Although she has not yet succumbed to him, she recognizes the inevitability of her fate. Thus, she diligently practices, striving to grow stronger and escape her plight to seek other avenues for cultivation. Upon hearing Zino's self-introduction, Hao Chen felt a sense of relief. His wariness significantly diminished. After all, Tianshui Auction House is one of the foremost powers within the city of Sealing Demons. How could they easily allow outsiders to infiltrate? Consequently, he found no fault with this sudden appearance of a woman. Indeed, she is an auctioneer, albeit a minor role, likely valued more for her charm, used to attract attention. Nevertheless, Hao Chen, through her demeanor and speech, surmised that she was a rose with thorns. He had no desire to be beguiled, and even if ensnared, he anticipated no advantage. Hence, his speech was rather formal. This perspective arose from observing her attire. Though revealing, it was paradoxically conservative. Her limbs were exposed, yet her bosom was fully covered, her garments reaching up to her neck. This indicated that she was not frivolous. Such women are not easily taken advantage of if they choose not to be. Oh, it seems the young gentleman also harbors his own tales, Zino remarked, a glimmer of intrigue illuminating her eyes. Upon entering the realm of cultivation, who does not possess their own narrative? The true question lies in whether one dares to confront the dreams within their heart and pursue them relentlessly. Hao Chen, reflecting on his arduous journey in cultivation, could not help but express his sentiments. One must tirelessly pursue their dreams. Upon hearing this, Zino unexpectedly withdrew her playful smile, musing over the phrase repeatedly. Dear sister has matters to attend to and must take her leave. When time permits, I shall return to this place, Zino said, her lips parting to reveal words that ignited the imagination. Under Hao Chen's astonished gaze, she abruptly turned, lightly brushing against his face. A warm, moist sensation lingered as Zino's figure had already vanished. Had he just been teased? Upon regaining his composure, Hao Chen felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. Once again, he had failed to seize the opportunity for a satisfying kiss. Taking a moment to calm his turbulent emotions, he channeled his energy, gathering his magical power. Suddenly, he raised his hand and unleashed a powerful strike known as the Heavenly Palm. With a sharp exclamation, he concentrated his might and struck at a nearby boulder. A somewhat ethereal hand emerged, landing squarely upon the stone, shattering it into a heap of gravel. This was while he was still suppressing his cultivation level, resulting in diminished power. He wondered how devastating the impact would be if he unleashed his full strength, particularly in close combat. Hao Chen inhaled sharply. Days passed in a monotonous routine. Hao Chen spent his time at the Feyuan Tavern and in the surrounding forests, diligently practicing his spells. After 7 days of tireless repetition, a resounding crash echoed through the air. He had executed the Heavenly Palm countless times, utilizing various elemental energies, each yielding different results. With a palm imbued with the force of thunder, he managed to collapse half of a precipice. Success! Elation surged within him, accompanied by a profound sense of relief after a week of tedious repetition. He felt utterly exhausted from the monotony. What had become of Chu Qian's endeavors? At that moment, he resolved to seek out Chu Qian, considering she was still waiting to treat his brother. Upon arriving at the market, he found no sign of her and hesitated, uncertain of where to turn. Little brother, we meet again. A sultry voice called from behind him as he exited the stall area. Ah, it is indeed you, Xinhua, Hao Chen replied with a smile, though internally, he shamelessly pondered whether he should take the initiative this time. The moment Xinhua heard Hao Chen's address, a shiver coursed through her, although she maintained her enchanting demeanor. I came to inform you that your friend may be in trouble, she said, stepping closer to him. What happened? Hao Chen's heart raced, his expression darkening. He suspected that the same troublesome individual was causing chaos again, and anger bubbled within him as he inquired further. This is the address, she declared, handing him a slip of paper before turning to leave. Upon examining the address on the note, Hao Chen hastily departed from the market. He was uncertain why Xinhua had chosen to assist him or what role she played in the auction house, but he had no time to ponder such matters. Though the demon-locking city was affluent, that wealth often concealed the shadows of poverty. The northern district exemplified this, with dilapidated buildings scattered throughout. The presence of the destitute was glaringly apparent, making it clear that this area resembled a slum. Outside a humble dwelling, a crowd had gathered, and a few individuals near the entrance were maintaining order, evident by their attire as household guards. How dare you bully my sister? I will make you wish for death. A man's furious voice resonated from within the house. Brother, please, calm down. Anger will only exacerbate the blood poison. A voice tinged with tears scolded softly. Damn Hao Chen. Stinky Hao Chen, you promised to return quickly. Where could he possibly be, abandoning me like this? At that moment, the man shouting in anger was none other than Chu Qian's brother, Chu Hongfei. At this moment, he lay in bed, an unsettling odor subtly emanating from him, permeating the entire room with the scent of medicine. Although Chu Hongfei's complexion was as pale as death, his eyes shone like bright beacons in the dark night, instilling fear in those who dared to gaze upon them. Yu Heshui stood at the foot of Chu Hongfei's bed, unable to meet his gaze. Whenever Yu Heshui attempted to confront him, he found himself overwhelmed by the intensity of Chu Hongfei's stare, which caused his own eyes to ache and instilled a sense of trepidation within him. Chu Hongfei, I shall pluck out your eyes. Yu Heshui threatened venomously at the figure on the bed. He could not afford to offend Chu Qian's young lover, Hao Chen. yet he felt more than capable of dealing with this pair of siblings. After emerging from the misty woods, Chu Qian's young lover had vanished without a trace, perhaps merely a transient who would never return. The demon-locking city belonged to the Yu family and the city lord, which emboldened Yu Heshui to act so recklessly. You seek death. Chu Hongfei roared in fury, attempting to rise, but Chu Qian stepped forward, tears streaming down her face. Brother, please don't. Qianer cannot bear to lose you, she implored, restraining him. How can I, a man of dignity, be oppressed by such scum? He began to speak, but the words faltered, suggesting he harbored some hidden feelings. However, before he could finish, it seemed his movement had aggravated his wounds, causing him to tremble and his face to grow even paler, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Yu Heshui laughed heartily. What a touching bond between siblings. But today, I shall procure your eyes. He bellowed. Bring forth that boy's eyes. With that command, 3 family guards entered the room, brandishing daggers and grinning maliciously at the prone Chu Hongfei. You dare. Chu Hongfei glared fiercely, immediately startling the 3 men. As an intangible aura filled the room. Suddenly, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, his expression wilting, and his eyes lost their former brilliance. Brother. Chu Qian's face turned ashen, and she glared at Yu Heshui with a look of hatred. If I marry you, will you cease tormenting my brother? She pleaded, despair glimmering in her eyes. Not marriage, but rather a plaything for a few years. Once I grow weary of you, you will hold no value. Yu Heshui replied disdainfully. Beast, meet your demise. Chu Hongfei's eyes blazed with fury, his anger reaching a fever pitch. With a thunderous roar, he surged forward towards Yu Heshui. In that instant, both Yu Heshui and the 3 guards felt as though the world had fallen silent, with only Chu Hongfei's figure rushing towards them. Die! Just as Chu Hongfei's fist was about to strike Yu Heshui, one of the guards swiftly turned and took the blow in his stead. Yet the outcome was dire. His chest caved in, eyes bulging, blood spewing from his mouth as he was sent flying out of the room. Yu Heshui was left in shock. Pondering the immense power required to achieve such a feat after a single strike, it seemed as though all of his strength had been expended. Chu Hongfei raised his head and violently spat out blood, which ominously mingled with dark hues. Brother! Chu Qian cried out in anguish, hastening to support her fallen brother. Chu Hongfei, please don't die, you're my only family. She pleaded, embracing his body in a heart-wrenching manner. As an elder brother, if I cannot protect my sister, then what worth is there in my existence? Chu Hongfei, though pale, spoke with a glimmer of affection in his eyes. I've changed my mind. You all shall perish together. At that moment, Yu Heshui, terrified by the earlier blow, shouted furiously. He soon summoned 5 or 6 family guards, filling the room, and commanded them to execute the Chu siblings. Brother, if we must die, let us die together. Chu Qian whispered to Chu Hongfei as she gazed at the guards raising their weapons. However, a fleeting image crossed her mind. Would he appear now? Who goes there? Suddenly, a figure slipped past the guards' defenses and stepped into the small courtyard where Chu Qian lived. Hee. I came to see this girl who purchased my misty flower. I'm here to collect my payment. Don't kill them just yet. I want to collect my silver first before you continue your games. Hao Chen, having disguised himself once more, casually remarked. Chu Qian's eyes sparkled with a hazy hope. Could it truly be him? Chu Hongfei sensed his sister's expression and, with a hint of suspicion, began to piece together the truth. Fear not, I am Hao Chen. Not long after, Hao Chen, his face grim, entered the room and communicated with Chu Qian telepathically. Oh, I wondered who it was. Isn't this young master you from the auction house? My apologies for the intrusion, please forgive me. Hao Chen, brimming with indignation, jested with Yu Heshui while observing the Chu siblings on the ground. At that moment, Yu Heshui was oblivious to the identity of the newcomer, but Chu Hongfei knew who he was because Chu Qian had already conveyed the message. She informed her brother that this was the one who had assisted her in ascending to the Yuandan realm and overcoming the minor heavenly tribulation. When Yu Heshui learned that he was here to collect a debt, he paid little mind. Kid, how much does she owe you? I'll cover it. Yu Heshui laughed heartily. Not much, just 3 yuan stones. Hee, a trifling sum, Hao Chen replied, a glint of mischief in his tone. Yu Heshui, upon hearing it was merely 3 yuan stones, scoffed at the notion of coming to collect a debt for such a pittance. Here, take it and leave this place, he said, casually producing 3 inferior yuan stones to hand to Hao Chen. Young master, it is indeed 3 superior yuan stones. Hao Chen feigned submission, deliberately refraining from accepting the stones. Pray tell, How many yuan stones is it? Upon hearing that it was 3 superior yuan stones, Yu Heshui lost his composure and turned to Chu Qian for confirmation. Is it truly 3 superior yuan stones? Chu Qian, feeling a rush of exhilaration, stammered her response. If you cannot present 3 superior yuan stones today, I shall take you as a hostage and make you my captive bride. No sooner had the words left his lips than an aura, akin to that of a celestial being, surged forth from Hao Chen, instilling fear in all present, while a brilliant light ignited in Chu Hongfei's eyes, seemingly in defiance of this overwhelming force. Hao Chen suddenly soared into the air, executing a swift and powerful strike that instantly shattered Yu Heshui's legs, sending him flying. Had Hao Chen intended to take his life, Yu Heshui would have surely perished. With his legs incapacitated, disbelief clouded Yu Heshui's eyes. He had clearly not anticipated such ruthlessness from the newcomer, who had attacked without hesitation. The reason Hao Chen spared Yu Heshui's life was the potential complications of committing murder within the city. In the city of demon suppression, life and death duels must occur outside its confines. Otherwise, the law enforcement team and the shadow guards would eliminate all involved parties. Too weak. Ignoring the house guards, Hao Chen approached Chu Qian and commanded, "Return the money, or come with me to the mountain stronghold." Chu Qian's face flushed with anger at his words. The earlier emotions of gratitude evaporated, and with a tearful shout, she retorted, "I have no money right now, so what will you do about it?" "Qianer." At that moment, Chu Hongfei interjected sharply. Hearing this, Chu Qian stuck out her tongue and replied apprehensively, "All right, I won't use foul language anymore." Hao Chen nodded in approval, saying, "Indeed. It seems someone needs to keep you in check. Go to hell." Chu Qian snapped back. However, she soon paused and whispered, "How did you know I was here? Were you following me?" Hao Chen rolled his eyes and replied telepathically, "I was nearby pursuing a girl, heard the commotion, and came to investigate, only to stumble upon you." He then turned to the unconscious Chu Hongfei in his arms and inquired, "Is this your brother?" "Yes," Chu Qian answered without hesitation. Thus, Hao Chen proclaimed loudly, "No money. Yet you act so brazenly. You should come with me." Before his words could fully settle, he enveloped the Chu siblings and vanished in a few swift movements. Seeking a secluded spot, he brought them into the demon suppression tower, where he disguised them and blended back into the marketplace. At the pinnacle of mid-tribulation, with his disguise in place, who could recognize him? Even the Celestial Star Master would likely be powerless to identify him. The Chu siblings, unable to repay their debts, were taken away to serve as hostages. Meanwhile, within the city of demon suppression, gossip spread like wildfire. Yu Heshui, on the other hand, suffered a silent defeat. He had not only failed to capture anyone, but had also been left crippled. As a cultivator, the injury was not dire. He would only be bedridden for a maximum of 3 months. With the departure of the intruders and the house still standing, in a fit of rage, Yu Heshui ordered the demolition of Chu Qian's family home. Chapter 645, Saving Lives Outside the City of Demon Suppression. After circling the marketplace, Hao Chen departed, seeking a quiet location to slip into the demon suppression tower. Upon his arrival, the women gathered around him eagerly. Before he could speak, Chu Qian pulled him to her brother's side to attend to Chu Hongfei's wounds. Having just been enraged, the poison had spread, making it impossible to gather and suppress it. "I am at my wit's end. My condition has deteriorated to the point of exhaustion, and I can no longer endure this. I entrust Chu Qian to your care, and I hope you will treat my sister kindly in the future," Chu Hongfei said tearfully, gazing at Hao Chen from the ground. Upon hearing her brother's words of trust, Chu Qian's eyes filled with tears, and she could no longer hold back her emotions. "I won't let you die. I will find a way to cure your illness. Hao Chen, you must think of something," she choked out. "You are afflicted with blood poison, aren't you?" Hao Chen remained silent, yet suddenly reached out to rest his hand upon Chu Hongfei's wrist. After a brief moment, he inquired, and upon the utterance of his words, the gazes of the women surrounding him fell upon him with a mixture of curiosity. Only Chu Hongfei was privy to the nature of the poison afflicting him. Indeed, it was a blood toxin. For a year, I have been powerless to seal it. Now, the blood toxin has spread, rendering it untreatable. Chu Hongfei replied, his eyes betraying a flicker of emotion. "Do not worry, I can alleviate your affliction," Hao Chen said nonchalantly while observing Chu Hongfei. "What? You can cure the blood toxin within me?" Chu Hongfei asked in astonishment at Hao Chen's assertion. Only he understood the tenacity of this poison, which clung to the sea of consciousness, devouring the soul, and continually growing stronger. To gather the blood toxin and seal it required a struggle between consciousness and the toxin, a relentless cycle of mutual consumption. This toxin seemed to possess a form of intelligence, residing within the sea of consciousness, feeding on the soul, nurturing its own awareness. Like maggots in the bone, it was impossible to expel, with no antidote available. It was akin to a parasitic poison. Is it truly so? If it is, I would be willing to pay any price, Chu Qian promised without hesitation. I believe it to be true. My father suffered from the blood toxin, and it was Hao Chen who liberated him. Guyan interjected from the side, having watched over Chu Qian and her brother ever since they arrived at the demon suppression tower. For reasons unknown, he felt a sense of familiarity with Chu Qian since their first meeting, leading him to care for them both. Hao Chen, can you truly heal my brother's affliction? Chu Qian asked, instinctively gripping Hao Chen's arm with both hands, her eyes filled with hope. After a moment's hesitation, Hao Chen replied, I cannot guarantee it, but I have an 80% certainty. Please, treat my brother's wounds now, Chu Qian beseeched, shaking Hao Chen's arm. Chu Qian, let go of me so that I may treat your brother's injuries, Hao Chen said, gently patting her hand. Only then did Chu Qian realize her indiscretion. She had been clinging tightly to his arm, her cheeks flushing as she gazed imploringly at him. I will do my utmost to alleviate your brother's affliction, Hao Chen declared, turning to Chu Hongfei. Shall we commence? Do we need to prepare anything? Chu Qian asked, her eyes wide with anticipation. Step back a distance, Hao Chen instructed. Once everyone had retreated, he waved his hand to establish a barrier, preparing to heal Chu Hongfei. Within the confines of the barrier, only Hao Chen and Chu Hongfei remained. Chu Hongfei retrieved a map and a secret tome from his storage pouch and handed them to Hao Chen. This is something I stumbled upon in a secret place within the misty forest, nearly at the cost of my life. I barely escaped that perilous location. I hope you do not make the same mistake, he explained, recounting the origins of the map and tome, as well as the circumstances surrounding the blood toxin's entry into his body. He also confided in Hao Chen the secrets of his lineage, secrets he kept even from his sister, Chu Qian. However, rest assured, I shall purge the toxins from your blood, and your body shall heal. Hao Yin reassured Chu Hongfei. Only Hao Yin possessed the ability to dispel the blood toxins afflicting Chu Hongfei. The method employed was akin to that used for healing Gu Yefei, concentrating the dispersed toxins and sealing them within the sea of consciousness. Yet, as Hao Yin's divine sense entered Chu Hongfei's sea of consciousness, he experienced a sense of familiarity, though the reason for this sensation eluded him. Given that Chu Hongfei was merely at the mid-stage of the Yuan Dan realm and the blood toxin spirit's power was rather feeble, Hao Yin swiftly subdued the toxins within Chu Hongfei's body. With a thought, he commanded the blood toxin sovereign to enter Chu Hongfei's sea of consciousness and devour the blood toxin spirit directly. After 3 incense sticks had burned, Hao Yin withdrew his realm and let out a long sigh of relief. He took out 2 recovery pills, consuming one and handing the other to Chu Qian, indicating that she should administer it to Chu Hongfei. It was only then that Hao Yin recounted the tale of rescuing Gu Yun's parents and the harrowing events that followed, including their pursuit and escape into the West's Beast Mountain Range. Yet, why did their blood seem so strikingly similar? As he mentioned Gu Yefei, Hao Yin suddenly thought of Chu Hongfei, pondering this in his heart. At that moment, Chu Qian recounted her experiences after returning to Locking Demon City. Upon returning home, she discovered that her brother Chu Hongfei's condition had worsened. Without hesitation, she administered the detoxifying pill gifted by Hao Yin to her brother, temporarily suppressing the toxins within him. As a twin, I share a spiritual connection with my brother. His worsening condition brings me suffering as well. After taking the detoxifying pill, as my brother's health improved, so too did my own. Thus, I ventured out to fulfill your instructions to find a house, Chu Qian explained in fragments. What of your parents? Hao Yin, recalling Gu Yefei, inquired curiously. I have never met my father, but my mother would often visit. For reasons unknown, she stopped coming, and it has been 3 years since I last heard from her. A year ago, in our desperate attempt to treat my brother's illness, we exhausted all our savings. Even the funds you provided for purchasing a house have been redirected to repay debts, leaving us with next to nothing. Following Hao Yin's instructions, Chu Qian sought suitable shops and residences. After much searching, she discovered a dilapidated building near the corner of the wall in the slums of the northern district, which met Hao Yin's requirements. After several negotiations, the elderly caretaker, in addition to the owner's asking price of 10,000 gold coins, expressed his hope that the buyer would allow him to remain and safeguard the ancestral home he had cared for over decades. Hao Chen nodded and said, "Let us go and take a look." He swiftly departed from the Demon Tower, following the address described by Chu Qian, and ventured alone into the dense forest. Chapter 646. The purchase of the residence. Upon re-entering Locking Demon City, Hao Chen headed straight for the northern district. It was then that he beheld the dilapidated building, its age showing in the unkempt structure. Occasionally, some weeds poked through the ruins of the house, suggesting that this forsaken edifice had indeed been abandoned, exuding an aura of desolation. Only the elderly caretaker remained to show the property. The once elusive and transformed Chu Qian had long been summoned by Hao Chen. Noticing Hao Chen's furrowed brow as he surveyed the surroundings, she spoke in a low voice. "No wonder, but choosing such a location is not without its advantages for me. In this environment, escape would only be feasible with hundreds of individuals of the same realm surrounding me. Otherwise, for me, this place serves as a natural barrier." Hao Chen nodded, and as he continued to scan the area, a faint smile crept upon his lips. The estate was indeed as Chu Qian described, dilapidated yet still replete with numerous remnants of houses. Surrounding them stood several buildings, constructed of blue bricks, the era of which remained a mystery. Most of these structures lay in ruins, appearing quite forlorn, and the disheveled blue bricks contributed to an impression of antiquity, suggesting they had endured for an extended period. This was indeed the case. The old residence had stood for at least a century, exuding a certain old-world charm. However, with the departure of its inhabitants, only the empty, aged houses remained. Hao Chen and Chu Qian leapt gracefully into the air, hovering momentarily before the gate of the estate, then descended to the ground. The gate's lintel bore two uneven, weathered characters, faintly revealing traces of a small sun-like inscription, while the great door lay partially ajar. As they ventured deeper into the estate, the dilapidation intensified, with some structures having collapsed entirely. The courtyard was thickly carpeted with fallen leaves, yet the fruit trees stood tall, their tempting fruits swaying in the breeze. Soon, they came upon a small courtyard, where the walls of the house were relatively intact, although still chaotic. The walls were adorned with strings of white garlic and red chilies, hinting at some lingering vitality. "The elderly caretaker must be inside," Chu Qian murmured to Hao Chen as she advanced. Hao Chen nodded in agreement and pushed open a small, weathered door in the courtyard wall. As the door creaked open, Chu Qian stepped inside first, followed closely by Hao Chen. They immediately spotted an elderly man seated in a dilapidated rattan chair. "Back again," he grumbled upon seeing Chu Qian and an unfamiliar individual. "Indeed, Grandpa, I have come to settle the payment for the house," she replied, gesturing toward Hao Chen. "This gentleman wishes to purchase the estate. I am merely the intermediary." Upon entering, she utilized a transformation technique to assume the guise of a middle-aged man. "Very well then. I shall notify the owner to proceed with the transaction." It was uncertain how the old man communicated, but after a brief interval, two inebriated and disheveled young men stumbled into the courtyard. "Who is buying this estate?" One of them, clad in a gray long robe reeking of alcohol, bellowed. The garment, if washed, might even regain its original white hue. With a mere glance, Hao Chen discerned that this individual was a frivolous scion devoid of any scholarly pursuits. Such debauches are frequent patrons of brothels and gambling dens. "It is I who wish to acquire this property," he declared upon observing the inebriated young libertine. 10,000 gold coins, not a single coin less, or the conversation is over." Noticing the initiation of a transaction, the young libertine clad in a gray long robe promptly attempted to negotiate. Could the price not be lowered? "How about 6,000? Hao Chen feigned a bargaining stance. 10,000 gold coins, not a single coin less, or the conversation is over, he reiterated. Despite his intoxication, the libertine did not forget the previously agreed price with Chu Qian. After both parties signed the property transaction contract, Hao Chen learned that the young man's surname was Shao, and his given name Yunqi. To evade a higher transaction tax, the young man drafted an additional contract reflecting a price of 5,000 gold coins. Subsequently, they proceeded to the city lord's office for registration. Hao Chen accompanied the libertine, Shao Yunqi, to the administrative hall of the city lord's office to pay the property transaction tax, while another slightly older young man waited with Chu Qian in the courtyard. At that moment, the property transaction was finalized, granting Hao Chen ownership of the estate. Upon returning to the dilapidated courtyard, Hao Chen reluctantly produced the 10,000 gold note and handed it to the libertine. This courtyard, along with the servant, now belongs to you." The libertine accepted the gold note and, without uttering another word, departed swiftly. Is the Shao family truly so bereft of talent, with only such a Aduel remaining? Hao Chen mused silently as he watched Xiao Yunqi's retreating figure. The elderly caretaker, witnessing the young master leave without a word, was overwhelmed with sorrow. Having served 3 generations of masters, he lamented their fall from prosperity to decline, ultimately selling himself along with the estate to the new master. The courtyard fell silent, occupied only by Hao Chen, Chu Qian, and the old man. The elder sighed heavily, gazing skyward in supplication. "Forgive me, my former master. I have failed in my duties and could not raise the young master properly. I am to blame for his descent into vice. I, Xiao Yun, am deserving of scorn." Bowing his head, he wept hoarsely. Hao Chen chose not to engage with the elder. Yet Chu Qian could not bear to see the old man in such distress and intended to assist him, but was halted by Hao Chen. "Elder, you shall continue to reside here and safeguard this property." After a moment of silence, the elder subdued his mournful voice, to which Hao Chen addressed him. "What is your name?" "Yes, my master," the elder responded. "Do you go by the name Xiao Yun?" Hao Chen inquired. "Indeed, master," Xiao Yun affirmed. "From now on, do not address me as master. Simply call me young master. Now tell me, what did the original inscription on the main gate say?" Hao Chen asked curiously. "It read Xiao Hao Mansion. Ever since our family fell into disfavor, I have lacked the courage to replace the plaque and thus tarnish our ancestors' name," Xiao Yun replied, tears streaming down his face. "The Xiao lineage shall not wither. I shall not bear the burden of regret when I meet our ancestors." Yet, Hao Chen's heart was troubled, as a myriad of thoughts swirled within him. "In my heart, I silently vowed to bring glory to the lineage of Xiaohao from the Qiyuan realm. Henceforth, I shall refer to this place as the Xiaozui Blue Courtyard." Hao Yan remarked with a sense of profundity. Once Xiaoyan had regained his composure, he guided Hao Yan and Chu Qian on a tour of the surroundings. Eventually, the trio returned to the courtyard. Chapter 647, The Slave Market, Part 1. The expansive courtyard was devoid of vitality. The buildings required repairs. The grounds needed sweeping, and the interiors demanded dusting. Everything needed to start anew. The acquisition of this grand estate was solely for the purpose of providing a refuge for family and friends who would transition from the third heaven to the fourth heaven after breaking the Qianyuan Great Array. "Is there a slave market in the city?" Hao Yan inquired with keen interest, glancing at Chu Qian. "Indeed there is, but the market only opens in the evening. So we must wait if we wish to go," Chu Qian replied, her expression one of curiosity. Hao Yan nodded slightly and allowed Chu Qian to rest temporarily in the old man's residence. He intended to familiarize himself with the environment, observe the terrain, and study the arrangements for the protective array and barriers. An hour later, a vibrant, multicolored light curtain suddenly rose in the space surrounding the courtyard. Only when the rainbow faded did the courtyard gradually return to its natural brightness, as a transparent membrane enveloped the void. However, such phenomena were not unusual within the Locking Demon City. For courtyards belonging to cultivators of certain prowess typically established arrays and barriers to safeguard their residences from disturbances and intrusions. This was a residence that could accommodate over 1,000 individuals without feeling crowded. After surveying the surroundings, Hao Yan ascended into the void and set up a barrier, securing the estate. Upon returning to the old man's dwelling, he found that Chu Qian had prepared dinner. As dusk descended, Hao Yan partook of the evening meal before he and Chu Qian made their way to the slave market. Before they approached, the distant sounds of excited male laughter and raucous cheers reached their ears. The slave market occupied a vast expanse, divided into 2 main sections, inner and outer. The outer area was primarily filled with cultivators of modest skill, mostly at the foundation establishment stage. These individuals, having their cultivation sealed, shivered in the cold wind. They were purchased by adventurers as aides and laborers for various tasks. Many adventurers typically acquired several slaves to assist them in perilous endeavors. Dressed as a man, Chu Qian quietly explained this to Hao Yan. He discreetly inquired about the general prices for each slave. The least expensive cultivators at the early foundation establishment stage, regardless of age, were priced at 20 yuan stones. With each advancement in cultivation, the price approximately tripled. Thus, the cost for those at the mid-foundation establishment stage was 60 yuan stones. Under Chu Qian's guidance, the two arrived at a shop selling storage spaces. This shop offered a unique type of disposable storage item, as well as precise maps. Upon entering, Hao Chen reminded him, "This is a storage box measuring 1 foot on each side. Each storage box accommodates between 3 to 5 individuals, while the more sophisticated variants can hold a dozen or more. However, these boxes possess a limited lifespan of 3 days, after which they lose their capacity to store living beings, rendering them suitable only for the storage of inanimate objects, akin to that of storage bags. Yet, no one would carry a storage box around the world. They are primarily intended for home use, as spatial items cannot be placed within another spatial realm." At this moment, Hao Chen discerned a business opportunity. If he could transport these boxes into the jade pendant space, using them as containers for miscellaneous items would be far more fitting. A sudden thought struck him. Could this not serve as the finest packaging for commercial goods? Consequently, he entered into a substantial supply contract with the merchant. He then procured several maps and numerous storage boxes of varying designs. The maps were stowed within the storage bag, while the storage boxes were bundled into a large package to be carried on his back, with smaller packages held in hand. Hao Chen and Hao Chen returned triumphantly. After departing from the storage box shop, they sought a secluded spot and casually stored the boxes in the jade pendant space. Upon noticing the disappearance of the storage boxes from Hao Chen's person, Hao Chen gazed at him in bewilderment. Ignoring her expression, Hao Chen swiftly seized the package she bore and the one she held, leaving behind one wrapping while transferring all other items into the jade pendant space. "Ahem. Let us go? What kind of look is that? Let us move on." All these items were deposited into the demon suppression tower. Just as he spoke, a sharp pain surged through his waist, causing him to grimace in silence. With a sweep of his consciousness, Hao Chen quickly identified numerous areas surrounding the slaves, each populated by varying numbers of captives. A cursory glance revealed that the slave market outside was teeming with hundreds of individuals. Aside from the elderly, worn-out female cultivators who were neglected, the remaining enclosures were bustling with a crowd of eager customers, all vying to place bids. As dusk settled, the number of thrill-seekers flocking to the market steadily increased. The slave traders indiscriminately snatched several slaves, mercilessly lashing them with whips. Their cries echoed like advertisements to attract buyers. The more fervently they struck, the louder the screams, drawing in an ever-growing audience. In stark contrast to the desolation outside, the inner market was ablaze with activity. It was divided into numerous sections, each housing a different number of slaves. Those sealed female cultivators shivered in tattered garments against the biting wind. Disturbingly, some children were also auctioned off by the slave traders as commodities for exchange. Witnessing the helpless gazes and terrified faces, Hao Chen's heart grew heavy. 20 yuan stones for a foundational stage girl, 60 yuan stones for a mid-foundational stage girl, 10 yuan stones for a little girl, 7 for a little boy. The calls of the auctioneer echoed incessantly. It was common to see burly men swaggering back, clutching one or several women, laughing boisterously. "Humph," Hao Chen exclaimed angrily. "Not a single man is worth a dime." Hao Chen, however, paid her no heed. Instead, he found himself increasingly intrigued by the women around. Upon encountering exquisite beauties, one cannot help but pause to admire and comment. "Do you wish to purchase some lovely maidens to take home?" Hao Chen inquired. Her voice tinged with irritation as she noticed Hao Chen's lecherous demeanor. "Indeed, that is precisely my intention," Hao Chen replied without a moment's hesitation. "What?" Hao Chen exclaimed, gripping Hao Chen's waist tightly and exclaiming, "I won't let you indulge in such frivolous thoughts. I shall benefit from it instead. This girl, a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator, is available for merely 50 low-grade spirit stones. Hurry and buy her." A slaver, a cultivator at the early stage of the Nascent Soul realm, was enthusiastically proclaiming this when a low-grade spirit stone was tossed his way. The slaver swiftly caught it, only to discover that it was, in fact, a high-grade spirit stone. His eyes widened with greed as he grasped the stone tightly, oblivious to its peculiar nature. "I have acquired all of these individuals," Hao Chen's indifferent voice suddenly interjected. Observing that these were all cultivators in bondage, he felt a stirring within. The notion of establishing a faction composed of these enslaved individuals, all of whom he would have rescued, intrigued him. The loyalty of such a force would surely rival that of any puppet. With this thought igniting his imagination, Hao Chen resolved to procure these enslaved cultivators. The elated slaver, at the early Nascent Soul stage, quickly counted the rather unremarkable slaves on the platform, realizing he still required 2 more to complete his set. After a brief wait, he returned with 2 additional individuals from a neighboring slaver. "You are truly generous, my lord. These maidens who accompany you will surely have struck gold." The slaver effusively flattered. Hao Chen merely scoffed, and with a wave of his hand, cleared the platform of its occupants. The slaver's gaze fell upon the demon suppression tower in Hao Chen's possession, a flicker of greed passing through his eyes, quickly suppressed by the realization that such a treasure was beyond his reach. "You shall face retribution." He cursed silently as Hao Chen turned to depart. The blood toxin spirit entity attached to the spirit stone had already stealthily infiltrated the slaver's body. Chapter 648, The Slave Market, Part 2. Yet another venue for the trade of human lives. Exceptional beauty, available for merely 20 spirit stones. A portly slaver at the mid-stage of the core formation realm brazenly groped the voluptuous body of a female slave. Before he could finish his proclamation, 2 high-grade spirit stones landed before him. "I have taken her," came a detached voice, demanding attention. "Are you jesting, my lord?" The slaver stammered, hastily picking up the spirit stones from the ground. "Will you sell, or not? Speak plainly." A middle-aged man bellowed from the side. "Yes, of course, we shall sell." The slaver replied eagerly. The middle-aged man swiftly cleared the platform of all the female slaves and turned to leave. Unbeknownst to him, a trace of the blood toxin spirit entity had stealthily entered the slaver's body amidst the exchange. Inspired by the middle-aged man's actions, many visitors to the market began to spend lavishly, indulging in extravagant purchases. The slavers in the market quickly realized that their fortunes were particularly favorable that night, and they hurriedly sent word back to their residences to bring all available slaves for sale. Certainly, these individuals were all under the guise of Hao Chen, employing the art of deception to alter their appearances. Simultaneously, Hao Chen seized the envious Chu Qian along with the slaves he had previously acquired, and confined them within the demon suppression tower. Those who harbored jealousy towards Hao Chen were swiftly driven away by his wealth, as no one dared to challenge a master so affluent. In the slave market, silence reigned, as fear gripped all who dared not contest Hao Chen's fortune. Meanwhile, the traffickers were exhilarated, as if invigorated by a potent elixir. Under Hao Chen's meticulous orchestration, some individuals who had previously purchased slaves at a bargain saw an opportunity for profit, hastily reselling their acquisitions. Some even brought their own skilled servants to the marketplace to sell. "Old Xia, let us procure another batch of goods," exclaimed a portly trafficker of mid-stage Yuan Dan cultivation. "Old Chong, I must say, there's no chance of acquiring any slaves within 1,000 miles. Why don't we join forces and eliminate the 100-Flower Valley? It is brimming with beautiful women," proposed a trafficker of early-stage Yuan in cultivation. Count me in," chimed in the other traffickers, each possessing a certain background and strength. Together, they formed a force not to be underestimated. However, while they reveled in dreams of wealth, they remained oblivious to the blood-poisoned spirit that had infiltrated their consciousness, devouring their wretched souls. Those traffickers outside observed the substantial profits being made within, their spirits drooping like wilted eggplants. "I bought it," echoed through the venues of human trafficking, each instance mirroring the last. Messages of good fortune reached their ears, and yuan stones filled their pockets, while tendrils of blood-poisoned spirit infiltrated their minds. Hao Chen continuously altered his identity, persistently purchasing slaves until no goods were left to acquire. It was only then that he turned towards the rich source inn, hesitant to return to his newly purchased residence. Several strands of consciousness targeted a peculiar individual, a foolish young man who had lingered in a deserted area of the marketplace, scrutinizing female slaves for an extended period. Unlike those before him who generously bought every female slave in sight, he assessed them one by one, ultimately purchasing a dozen aging slaves. These probing consciousnesses indulged in their curiosity, bemused by the young man's peculiar taste for the aged and neglected. Intrigued, some onlookers followed him to the rich source inn, eager to witness how he would interact with the female slaves. Among the observing consciousnesses was a formidable figure of late-stage tribulation, evidently the lord of Locking Demon City. Hao Chen, unaware of the unfolding events, assumed the scrutinizing consciousness suspected him of all actions within the marketplace. Thus, upon entering the rich source inn, he deliberately avoided his reserved room, opting instead for those already booked, yet currently unoccupied. He swiftly slipped into the jade pendant space, employing the art of deception to alter his aura before abruptly exiting the room. At this moment, Hao Chen had altered his appearance, disguising himself as a humble waiter and hurriedly descended the stairs, slipping into the back kitchen of the tavern. Shortly after, 2 maidservants exited the kitchen, carrying food boxes as they departed from the Fu Yuan tavern. The cultivator, however, could not discern the identities of these 2 women, who were, in fact, the disguised Ziyu and Xiaohan. Upon returning to the Fu Yuan Inn, his spiritual sense lost track of the suspicious figure from before. After much effort, Hao Chen finally returned to his residence. With a night devoid of incidents, he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. In a fit of whimsy, he had purchased over 1,000 maidservants and servants, estimating that it would cost him no less than 300,000 to 500,000 stones. The challenge of accommodating such a multitude soon became a pressing dilemma. At this moment, within the confines of the demon suppression tower, over 1,000 slaves exchanged anxious glances, a profound unease washing over them. Among the slaves, a pervasive legend circulated. The mass procurement of slaves often heralded their impending slaughter, be it for fresh blood by blood demons, for the yin-yang balance by wicked cultivators, or for the crafting of puppets by demonic sects. In the first level of the tower, there resided 1,556 foundational realm cultivators, predominantly females numbering 811, most of whom were under 30, with a significant portion being below 20. The males, totaling 745, were primarily vigorous young men and robust youths. Confronted by these lonely and helpless men and the trembling women, Hao Chen found himself at a loss for words. He recalled purchasing slaves in the market of Dongxing town, though he felt a pang of sympathy. His financial resources were scant, rendering him powerless to assist. Now that he possessed wealth, it was squandered on the 4th layer of the Qiyuan realm. Regardless of the location, they were all human. Thus, he could only seek solace in his own discontent. Entering the 2nd level of the demon suppression tower, he gathered all the people and creatures. Hao Chen recounted the simple events of the previous night's slave purchases to the assembly, omitting the exact number. Chu Qian had already disclosed Hao Chen's actions to everyone, yet they were unaware of his subsequent sweeping acquisition in the market. Young and old, beautiful and plain, all were drawn into the demon suppression tower. Chu Qian, among the first batch of slaves purchased by Hao Chen, had not ventured back out to participate in the selection of beautiful maidservants. Even Ziyu and Yi Xiaohan were merely summoned at Hao Chen's behest, acting like puppets under his command, completely oblivious to the specifics of what had transpired. When Hao Chen cast a spell to allow everyone to observe the slaves on the 1st level, gasps of astonishment filled the air. The staggering number left them in shock. As discussions on how to accommodate the slaves ensued, each voiced their opinions freely. Hao Chen, unperturbed, withdrew to a corner to meditate. Those of lower cultivation can serve as menial laborers. Chu Qian was the first to speak. However, she was unaware that in the northern region of the Qianyuan realm, cultivators in the mid-stage of qi refinement were considered the backbone of second-rate sections. I suggest we retain the vigorous individuals as laborers and disperse the rest. Ziyu proposed from a merchant's perspective. No, I want to keep these individuals to entertain me. I aspire to be the sect leader. Upon hearing Ziyu's mention of disbanding, Xiao Chui was unwilling and hurriedly intervened. The group had just finished breakfast within the demon suppression tower when Hao Chen summoned everyone outside. Before them lay an expansive yet dilapidated manor, a property he had acquired for 10,000 gold coins the previous day. What do you think? Hao Chen boasted. Not much, it's a wreck, worse than a pigsty. Xiao Chui doused his enthusiasm with a bucket of cold water. Well, it hasn't been renovated yet, Hao Chen replied, casting a glance at Xiao Chui, his voice faltering. If I am to become the sect leader, you must build me a grand entrance. My demands are modest, dear brother, so do not make it too difficult. Just the size of the city lord's mansion will suffice. With one hand on her petite waist and the other gesturing dramatically, Xiao Chui spoke with utmost seriousness. The onlookers exchanged bemused glances at Hao Chen, silently pondering. Is Xiao Chui's suggestion too excessive? All right, my lady. I shall acquiesce, Hao Chen conceded, acknowledging the peculiar nature of her request. Follow my instructions. Before he could fully agree, Xiao Chui switched her tone, mimicking Ziyu. If you fail to execute this properly, do not expect to share my bed tonight. Laughter erupted among the crowd, causing Ziyu to chuckle so heartily that she mistook Xiaolan for Xiao Chui and playfully struck her. Knight Xiaohan struggled to contain her laughter, beckoning Gu Yun to assist her with a pat on the back. However, Gu Yun was too busy chuckling at Chu Qian to help. Chapter 649. A place to reside. After the laughter and revelry subsided, as the group regained their composure, Hao Chen waved his hand, bringing the demon suppression tower to the ground. As the tower materialized to a height of approximately 10 feet, he opened a spatial door and summoned all the slaves. 556 in total, with 811 females and 745 males, including several ragged children. Suspended in midair, Hao Chen addressed them. You are all slaves I purchased last night from the market. From this day forth, you are no longer slaves, but my subordinates. You are free. Those who wish to leave may do so at once. Upon hearing his words, no one dared to leave. They understood that venturing beyond the manor's confines would return them to a life of servitude. Our sect has been destroyed, our disciples slaughtered. We are now homeless. We prefer to follow you. We hail from the foreign realm of the elves, and we can never return to our homeland. We shall not depart. I am but a frail, ordinary person. Even if I leave, I cannot survive in the demon-locked city. An elderly man, moving forward on his knees, trembled as he spoke. A chorus of pleas filled the air, and even some at the essence gathering stage, sensing Hao Chen's aura, expressed their desire to remain. Very well. Since you all wish to stay, I will not allow you to suffer further indignities. You shall be well fed and cared for. As for cultivation resources and techniques, I will do my utmost to meet your needs. He abruptly shifted his tone. However, I do not accommodate idlers. The elderly, infirm, and children stepped forward. Upon hearing these words, dozens of frail elders and children in the crowd exchanged glances and collectively knelt before Hao Chen. Please, rise, Hao Chen gestured, effortlessly lifting them with a wave of his hand. Chu Qian, kindly escort these individuals to the courtyard of Elder Shaoyan for their accommodation. Also, take the elderly female cultivators there to rest temporarily. Approximately 70 to 80 individuals followed Chu Qian away, leaving their bewildered family and friends behind. Hao Chen continued. Those among you who are connected to those who have departed, step forward. At this command, over 100 individuals approached him, visibly anxious and uncertain, as if calamity loomed over them. Ziyu, Guyun, lead these people to the back courtyard. There, amidst the mountains and waters, tend to the environment and ensure that the elderly, frail, and children have suitable shelter before nightfall. I have stated before, we do not sustain idlers. You must not partake in provisions without purpose. Once the group departed, Hao Chen murmured to himself. Yi Xiaoan and Xiao Wen will oversee the construction of the dining hall, while Dai Lin will manage the assembly of the conference hall. Qing Er and Shuang Er will be in charge of landscaping. Yu Xiaolan and Chu Qian will handle the restoration of the houses. Shan Er and Li Runan shall construct the secret chambers. Ziyu will supervise the children, and Chu Hongfei will be responsible for the bathing and sanitation facilities. Su Nyang and Yuan Li, the two beast companions, will patrol the area. Gather the necessary materials on your own for the time being. I shall cover all expenses, providing 5,000 low-grade spirit stones for the assigned projects. Yi Xiaoan and Xiao Wen received an additional storage bag filled with beast meat and another containing kitchen utensils. Shuang Er and Qing Er obtained a bag filled with saplings for fruit trees. Even as Chu Qian sought accommodation, Hao Chen had begun to organize the materials required. While the buildings were being repaired, he was also diligently constructing the Hao Chen family's dwelling in the Jade Pendant space. In total, over 150 individuals departed, leaving around 1,400 behind. Xiao Chui bravely volunteered to take over 400 young girls, accompanied by Yinyu, to seek her sect's residence. The remaining 900, including Qing Er, Yi Xiaohan, Yu Xiaolan, and Chu Hongfei, each led groups of over 100 away from this place. Everyone began to transport bricks, mix mud, and repair houses in the courtyard, bustling with activity. Only the flower fairies residing in the demon tower were spared from labor, as Hao Chen could not bear to see these ethereal beings sullied by the mundane, potentially hindering their cultivation and evolution. Hao Chen diligently patrolled, proceeding step by step with his plans. Finally, feeling reassured, he intended to leave the courtyard where Xiao Chui and the others were working to explore the market and the nearby mountains in search of food and building materials. Brother, Xiao Chui exclaimed with a cheerful smile, her face radiating joy and pride. All right, no need for flattery. Now what is it? Hao Chen waved gently at Xiao Chui, a faint smile gracing his visage. Brother, look at my subordinates. Their cultivation levels are rather lacking, aren't they? Xiao Chui remarked, observing the busy young women. All right, here is something for you. Distribute it to them. Let them balance their efforts and rest while they cultivate, he said, handing Xiao Chui a storage bag filled with low-grade elixirs in his eyes. However, for those low-level cultivators, these were invaluable treasures. Thank you, brother. I will make the most of this free time to encourage them to seize the opportunity for training. Before Xiao Chui could finish her sentence, Hao Chen had already vanished from sight. Oh, that annoying brother, wicked Hao Chen. Just wait until next time. I will surely grab your sleeve and make you listen to my words before you leave. Xiao Chui fumed quietly. The street was lined with shops, each adorned with luminous signs that sparkled brilliantly. Passing cultivators paused to select their desired items. Hao Chen, uninterested in leisurely browsing, made his way directly to a store selling spirit grains. Friend, here to purchase spirit grains, I presume? The shopkeeper asked with a welcoming smile before Hao Chen even stepped inside. Indeed, Hao Chen replied with a nod. How much would you like to buy? The shopkeeper inquired. How much do you have? Hao Chen asked, noticing the limited stock within the shop. Not much, just over 10,000 pounds, the shopkeeper replied. In the Qiyuan realm, aside from sects purchasing a few hundred or 800 pounds in emergencies, typical customers usually buy only 10 or 8 pounds at most, which is considered a significant order. Why not go for 18,000 pounds? The shopkeeper jokingly suggested. Why not? I'll take 10,000 pounds. Hao Chen responded with a smile. Such a straightforward friend. I won't waste your time. Since you're making a bulk purchase, I can offer you a discounted price of 13 spirit stones per pound. How does that sound? The shopkeeper said, his face lighting up with delight. That sounds excellent. Thank you, shopkeeper, Hao Chen replied, a smile gracing his face as he was aware of the market price for spirit grains. Purchasing them elsewhere would cost significantly more. Not at all. If you frequently patronize my humble shop, it would greatly benefit my business. The shopkeeper seized the opportunity to forge a closer relationship with Hao Chen. Naturally, I shall return often, Hao Chen casually affirmed. If the cultivator in the courtyard did not leave soon, he would need to come back for more spirit grains. The shopkeeper entered the back of the store, likely to fetch the grains. Moments later, he returned with a cheerful demeanor, holding a storage bag. 10,000 pounds of spirit grains, just as promised, he declared. Since you say so, I shall trust you, Hao Chen replied, though he discreetly scanned the contents with his spiritual sense. Once assured, he smiled and accepted the storage bag. At 13 spirit stones per pound, 10,000 pounds amounted to 130,000 stones. Hao Chen also handed over a storage bag to the shopkeeper, who readily accepted it, counting the stones accurately, and thus the transaction was completed. Purchasing 10,000 pounds of spirit grains would likely sustain the currently emaciated individuals for some time, with additional meat to supplement their diet. It could last even longer. Hao Chen plans to gradually assist these individuals in achieving their core formation, with the intention of establishing his own faction capable of confronting the demonic sects of the Qiyuan realm. If, during a confrontation with adversaries, a sudden emergence of an elite troop occurs, be it 1,000 yuan dan or 1,000 yuan ing, what an imposing spectacle that would be. Thus, without further ado, Hao Chen engaged the shopkeeper in a contract for the purchase of 30,000 lingu. Upon exiting the store, Hao Chen contemplated his return. However, a thought struck him. To forge a formidable team, he would require diverse talents. Consequently, he pivoted and made his way towards the bustling marketplace. Chapter 650. A harmonious gathering. He arrived alone in the fourth heaven, within the Qiyuan realm, specifically in the city of Soyao. His visit was brief, and he did not take the time to explore the city or familiarize himself with its surroundings. The city of Soyao was teeming with cultivators, and commerce thrived immensely. Shops displayed an array of magical artifacts, rare minerals, spiritual charms, and medicinal concoctions, along with a plethora of spiritual herbs and fruits. Hao Chen entered a store that specialized in the sale of refining furnaces. Esteemed guest, how may I assist you? A smiling woman approached him, greeting him courteously. I wish to purchase a refining furnace. Do you have any of superior quality? Hao Chen inquired, drawn in by the woman's amiable demeanor that seemed to implore him not to be disappointed. Indeed. What grade of refining furnace do you require? She replied with a gentle tone. Please bring forth your finest selections for me to examine, Hao Chen requested, nearly enchanted by her soft voice, and without hesitation urged her to procure the high-grade refining furnaces. Though Hao Chen was merely a beginner in the Yuan Dan stage, the woman did not exhibit any condescension. With a composed expression, she smiled and turned to retrieve the refining furnaces. He stood before the counter patiently, deciding to take this opportunity to delve into the study of artifact refining. While he may not achieve the level of crafting precious or immortal artifacts, Mastering the creation of fundamental magical tools would ensure that each of the 3,000 individuals he would gather possessed a suitable weapon, thereby avoiding the disadvantage of facing foes unarmed. In a short while, the woman returned with several shimmering refining furnaces, placing 3 of them neatly on the counter for Hao Chen to choose from. Each furnace was exquisitely crafted, radiating brilliance, unmistakably of exceptional quality. What are the grades and prices of these 3 refining furnaces? Hao Chen inquired after inspecting them. This purple spirit refining furnace is of high-grade spiritual artifact quality, suitable for crafting items below the spirit artifact level. The moonlit illusion refining furnace is of magical treasure quality, comparable to the purple spirit refining furnace. Both of these are low-grade magical treasures, priced at 13,000 yuan stones each, she explained. After detailing the 2 furnaces, she glanced at Hao Chen. Noticing his calm demeanor, seemingly unfazed, she internally mused, "Indeed, a person of wealth. Fortunately, I was well prepared. As for the 3rd one, it is truly remarkable." Pointing to the last furnace, a dark and mysterious piece, the woman smiled. "This is a meteorite refining furnace, of high-grade magical treasure quality, capable of refining series of magical artifacts. Naturally, the price is higher, at 70,000 yuan stones." 70,000 yuan stones. While somewhat steep, it posed no concern for Hao Chen. The furnace for refining artifacts possesses a rather singular functionality, solely capable of crafting implements and unsuitable for weaponry. Thus its price naturally cannot be exorbitant. "I wish to procure all 3. Might there be room for a further discount?" With a smile, Hao Chen gazed at the dark, obsidian-hued artifact furnace and addressed the woman. "This price is already the most favorable, yet since you have inquired, I shall grant a 10% reduction. The total for the 3 artifact furnaces amounts to 96,000. With the discount, it becomes 96,000. He promptly retrieved a storage pouch containing 100,000 spirit stones from his waist and handed it to the woman, then bid her farewell. Hao Chen initially intended to take a stroll in the demon locking city, but thoughts of the diligent souls within the Shao Chui lawn courtyard filled his mind. It had been a long while since they had enjoyed a hearty meal, and thus he hurriedly returned, acquiring some kitchen utensils along the way. The space within the Jade Pendant and the Demon Suppression Tower lacked sufficient kitchenware to satisfy everyone's needs. With 1,000 pounds of spirit grain, 3 artifact furnaces, and the newly purchased items in tow, he made his way back to the Shao Chui lawn courtyard. Upon his return, Hao Chen proceeded directly to where Yu Xiaolon resided. A grand hall capable of accommodating 1,000 individuals came into view, the restaurant now taking shape. As Hao Chen approached, the workers paused in their tasks, their eyes glistening with tears of gratitude as they silently acknowledged his presence. "Please, everyone, feel free to be at ease. No need for formality," he said, moving to stand beside Yu Xiaohan. Within the storage pouch lay 10,000 spirit grains, calculated for consumption time, which he intended to formalize through a purchase agreement with the shopkeeper. The former slave cultivators were astonished to learn that Hao Chen was procuring spirit grains for them, comparable to elixirs. These spirit grains were a rarity they had scarcely tasted even before their enslavement. Some had only heard of them without ever having a chance to partake. "This storage pouch contains kitchen supplies. Please assess what else might be necessary for future acquisitions," Hao Chen remarked as he handed the pouch to Yi Xiaohan. "Very well. I shall take care of these minor details from now on, so you need not worry further," Yi Xiaohan replied, gazing at Hao Chen with deep affection. "However, I must remind you that in addition to serving ordinary cultivators, the restaurant should also prepare nourishing meals for the elderly, the infirm, and children. Moreover, let us stockpile fruits and snacks to bring warmth akin to home for these individuals. Shortly, I will send a few people to invite the elderly, the infirm, and the children to dine here. When they arrive, let us summon Ziyu and her companions to accompany the elderly and children for their first meal." After several days of diligent effort, the Shao Chui lawn courtyard emerged revitalized. During this time, with the assistance of the women, Hao Chen established a teleportation array known only to the inner circle, enabling direct connection to the misty forest and the mysterious valley. The cultivators were temporarily organized according to the distribution of those repairing residences, allowing them to cultivate as needed. To facilitate the practice of spells, a gathering of several Yuandan cultivators was convened to research and set up a spellcasting training ground. Ultimately, based on collective suggestions, a location near the city wall of the demon locking city was chosen to establish an internal spellcasting training area. The courtyard was delineated into inner and outer sections, with plans to level the front square in the outer courtyard. The objective is to gradually incorporate surrounding residences over the next 3 years, thereby expanding the area of the Shao Chui Lawn courtyard. As the internal practice space was established under the watchful eyes of many, Hao Chen unleashed the formidable powers of the Tribulation Crossing realm. He meticulously arranged formations, erected barriers, and instituted restrictions, including formidable defenses that adhered to the divine power protocols, setting pressure constraints for body refinement that were 5 to 10 times greater. Witnessing the youthful Hao Chen having already attained the Tribulation Crossing realm, the onlookers realized how fortunate they were to be his subordinates. From the depths of their hearts, they expressed genuine admiration for Hao Chen, who stood as a pinnacle figure in the Qi Yuan realm. He spared no expense to liberate them from their sufferings, investing heavily to rescue them from their plight. Furthermore, he acquired a grand estate to shelter these castaway and scorned individuals. Especially the women regarded Hao Chen as a savior, a divine being who alleviated their suffering. Under Hao Chen's attentive care, these former slaves swiftly regained their vitality, no longer appearing emaciated or clad in rags. The rescued women transformed the once barren courtyard into a vibrant scene. With clothing to wear and food to eat, their lives became devoid of worry. With elixirs and resources at their disposal, their cultivation flourished without concern, surpassing the previous constraints of their clans and sects by 100-fold. The women eagerly returned to the Demon Suppression Tower to resume their training, and under Hao Chen's guidance, they conducted systematic training for their charges. Naturally, the lessons they imparted were drawn from Bei Ming Tian's insights and their own experiences. The women recognized that Hao Chen was nurturing his own influence, which would serve as their foundation in the Qi Yuan realm. Thus, they devoted themselves wholeheartedly to teaching, progressing from basic to advanced cultivation experiences. It could be said that these rescued individuals had never received such systematic instruction before. Collectively, they expanded their knowledge, and many who had been perplexed by cultivation challenges for years found clarity in a single moment, advancing unexpectedly. Shao Chui, in an effort to enhance the cultivation of her companions, invited Yi Shaohan and others to provide specialized instruction for her team of young women. What she initially thought would be a proud accomplishment turned into her team becoming waitstaff, serving tea and refreshments, as everyone in the Shao Chui Lawn courtyard had gathered. Not only did they relinquish their positions, but they also attended to these older brothers and sisters. Receiving instruction from Shao Chui proved to be a delightful suggestion, providing not only service but also fine tea to enjoy, a true pleasure. Observing Shao Chui's plight, Hao Chen couldn't help but tease her. Shao Chui shot him a fierce glare before rushing to stand beside Ziyu. Sister Ziyu, you must promise me to keep my brother off your bed for 3 days. Humph. If you don't agree, I shall ignore you from now on. All right. I promise you 3 days, no 7 days. 7 days without letting your brother on my bed. How does that sound? Ziyu swore before everyone. Amidst the laughter of the crowd, Yi Shaohan and the others concluded their instruction. Chapter 651. With utmost dedication, time flew by, and 3 months passed. Yi Shaohan, Dai Lin, and Qing Er were practitioners of the Nascent Soul realm. In the realm of cultivation, the trio of Yi Shaohan, the disciple Dai Lin, and the demon-blooded Qing Er each impart their wisdom to the gathered audience, each emphasizing different aspects of their teachings, leading many to profound realizations. Despite some individuals achieving the pinnacle of foundational cultivation or the late stages of Yuan Dan, they still lack the pivotal opportunity for advancement. Under the nurturing guidance of Yi Shaohan and her companions, and with the ample resources provided by Hao Yin, these practitioners, once rescued, not only restored their physical vitality, but also experienced rapid elevation in their cultivation levels. This was particularly true for the elderly, the weak, and the infirm, many of whom were wandering cultivators who had struggled on the brink of life and death for years, their bodies plagued by ailments without effective treatment. Thanks to the ministrations of Hao Yin and the others, their health swiftly rebounded, and this group of practitioners saw a significant surge in their cultivation, nearly all reaching the critical threshold for breakthrough. The most remarkable transformation was observed among the children, the little lowless and handsome boys, who were dressed up beautifully by Ziyu and her companions. They were the most vibrant inhabitants of the courtyard. In order to evade the attention of the powerful beings from the demon-locked city, and to allow these individuals to seek opportunities during their trials, Hao Yin led over 1,000 people to temporarily depart from the Xiaoquilan courtyard for their trials, accompanied by the youthful team of Xiaozui. Since entering the world of cultivation, Hao Chen had harbored the ambition to establish his own faction in a realm teeming with powerful beings. Lacking one's own influence makes it exceedingly difficult to establish a foothold among the elite. The Feiyu Pavilion established in the Qianyuan realm merely served as an intelligence network, constrained by the limited energy and the low-level practitioners involved at that time. Rather than forming a genuine faction, it was more akin to an aid initiative. To build a true faction, one must not only secure a presence in a specific area, but also carve out a place on the entire continent. This endeavor is fraught with challenges, necessitating careful contemplation and timely decision-making. Although Hao Chen currently commanded a following of over 1,000 practitioners, they were predominantly of low cultivation levels without any formidable experts among them. Given the decision to venture out for trials, it was imperative to leave personnel behind to safeguard the Ziaquilin courtyard. After much deliberation, he resolved to leave Yi Shaohan and Dailin in charge, accompanied by Yuan Li, a mid-stage demon beast. Once the arrangements for those remaining were complete, Hao Chen gathered the participants for the trial, instructing Yi Shaohan and Dailin repeatedly on the usage of the teleportation array, just in case. "You must protect yourselves," he implored. "If anything unexpected occurs after I leave, ensure you escape at the first opportunity." His admonitions were heartfelt, filled with reluctance, as he went back and forth, reiterating his concerns. Just as he departed, he hurriedly returned to present 2 puppets for them to refine, finally assuaging his worries. However, Hao Chen secretly left a contingency plan in place within the Ziaquilin courtyard. A swarm of millions of devouring yuan flies lay in ambush at a concealed location. Hao Chen had cultivated 6 such formidable swarms, aside from the elite devouring yuan fly. The other 6 high-level swarms had matured and were now independently organized. These spiritual insects, having consumed the leaves of the thunder bamboo and thunder fruit, had undergone mutations, resulting in combat capabilities that were vastly superior. "Remember, act with discretion," Hao Chen reiterated once more. "Ah, I understand. Let the puppets hold the line first. And then we shall enter the teleportation array to make our escape, shall we?" Dailin said impatiently. "Let us be off. The sooner we leave, the sooner we return," urged Yexian. Though their words were casual, their hearts brimmed with sweetness. With such a person to care for them, what regrets could one possibly harbor in this life? This time, Hao Chen did not venture into the misty forest, but chose instead the Wanqua mountain range, located 1,000 miles to the east of the demon-locking city. Compared to the misty forest, Wanqua mountain was not particularly perilous. It served as a trial ground for disciples of lower cultivation levels, facilitated by the surrounding powerful factions that frequently cleared high-level demonic beasts from the mountains. Upon reaching the periphery of Wanqua mountain, Hao Chen summoned the participants of the trial from the Demon Town Tower. This area was merely 1,000 miles from the 100-Flower Valley, and Hao Chen intended to inform them of the news he had heard in the demon-locking city. However, fearing that the human traffickers might be spreading falsehoods, he chose to disregard it for the time being. Considering that the demonic beasts here were not particularly formidable, he decided to allow the group to acclimate at the mountain's edge before delving deeper. He organized the individuals into a formation of 120 members per large team, with 30 in each small team. The female team was led by Xiaocui, divided into 4 squads, assisted by Shaner, Shuanger, and Li Runan. The remaining members were managed by Qing'er, Ziyu, and others, organized into 10 large teams. Hao Chen gathered the women and opened the map to examine the terrain of Wanqua Mountain. However, from the map's perspective, it appeared at least as vast as the Qianyuan realm or the 3 Soul Warrior forests. Their current position was at the outermost edge of Wanqua Mountain, and to reach the heart of the mountain would require Hao Chen to fly tirelessly for at least 3 days, given his cultivation level. The primary purpose of bringing these individuals to the edge of Wanqua Mountain for trials was to ensure their safety during the challenges. The trials needed to proceed quietly, without attracting undue attention, as Hao Chen was an outsider. It would be inappropriate to conduct trials in an area that had already been cleared without proper notice, as powerful entities might intervene. Well, this trial will proceed in 2 phases. The first phase is to conduct trials in Wanqua Mountain. We are currently at the mountain's periphery, which serves as our initial gathering point. Traveling east for 100 miles will lead us to Wanqua Mountain. After the 7-day trial concludes, I will await your return here. The tasks involve hunting demonic beasts and gathering spiritual herbs and medicines, with rewards for those who excel. The second phase will commence after regrouping here. We will set off to enter the misty forest within half a month, With our second gathering point established at the mysterious valley, the terrain of Wanqua Mountain is intricate, and without a map, it would be quite challenging to locate our current position. Hao Chen pointed to the map of Wanqua Mountain, explaining the objectives of the trial to those nearby. Brother, could you procure some healing elixirs and detoxification pills for us? By the way, sister-in-law, are there areas of miasma in Wanqua Mountain? Would we need miasma pills? At this moment, Xiao Zui not only requested elixirs from Hao Chen, but also took the opportunity to tease Sun Yang. Well, Sun Yang blushed and was at a loss for words. With a fleeting glance at Xiao Zui, she then gazed deeply at Hao Chen, her eyes pleading for assistance. I have prepared everything for you, she said, retrieving 14 storage bags for the ladies to distribute. Inside the bags were tasks and maps. I will arrive at the designated location ahead of you and await your arrival. Unless faced with life-threatening danger, do not signal for help. Each team is allowed only one distress signal fire talisman and a map. Additionally, I have arranged for a few magical flies to accompany you. You may release them in times of crisis at the trial site. I will venture forth to explore the vicinity of Wangshan. With that, she handed over a dozen beast-taming bags to the ladies. The women surrounding Hao Chen were well aware of the formidable nature of these spirit insects. Chapter 652. As anticipated, may you find success. As Hao Chen's words faded, he vanished in an instant. The ladies exchanged glances, realizing that Hao Chen had evidently plotted this in advance, seemingly indifferent to their fates. This insufferable Hao Chen, Ziyu muttered in frustration. Having determined their destination, Ziyu intended to lead her group swiftly away from this place. Suddenly, with a loud crash, she was thrown to the ground. Hao Chen had not mentioned that this was a forbidden area for flight. It was restricted solely for human cultivators, posing no obstacles to demon beasts. A sudden push caused Ziyu to tumble down, and as she picked herself up, Xiao Zui could hardly contain her laughter. Look over there, Sister Qing. That's where Sister Ziyu is. Xiao Zui teased, she's not as ample as I am. Oh no, she's flattened now. Xiao Zui tugged at Qing'er's hand, pointing and jesting at Ziyu's chest. Laughter erupted as the crowd turned their attention to Ziyu, who was clad in fitted attire. The fall had momentarily deflated her proud assets, which took a while to return to their original form. Just as she was about to vent her frustration, she heard Xiao Zui's taunts. Seizing the opportunity to retaliate, Ziyu began to chase Xiao Zui through the crowd. Help me, brother, save me, Xiao Zui cried. Though it was evident that Hao Chen would not come to her aid, as no one stepped in to intervene. Indeed, who here is your brother? Someone quipped amidst the laughter. As Xiao Zui ran, her eyes darted about. Sister Ziyu, I take it back. Please spare me, she pleaded while running. Sister Ziyu, have you hurt yourself? Look. It seems even more prominent than before. Before Xiao Zui could finish her sentence, Ziyu abruptly halted, instinctively crossing her arms over her chest, eliciting laughter from the crowd and a blush from Ziyu. However, at that moment, Xiao Zui soared into the air, disappearing from sight. The onlookers exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of what mischief Xiao Zui was up to now. After a brief moment, she suddenly descended before everyone. Brother, I've spotted a group of black-clad individuals sneaking towards Wangshan's 100 Flower Valley. They intercepted a straggler along the way and extracted his soul, confirming that these black-clad figures are indeed human traffickers from the demon-locking city. They are colluding with the city guards and dark cult members to launch a surprise attack on 100 Flower Valley. It seems we must alter our plan of hunting demon beasts, gathering spiritual herbs and elixirs to instead target the human traffickers and assist the 100 Flower Valley. Xiao Zui recounted the sudden information about the devouring Yuan demon fly, which prompted her to leave this place to meet with Hao Chen. Just when we were troubled by the lack of worthy opponents for the trial, we can now eliminate these detestable scoundrels, Ziyu remarked to those around her. Just when I thought I could not exact my revenge, these traffickers present themselves. It is not that I have not sought vengeance, but rather that the time had not yet come, a practitioner at the Yuan Dan realm shouted to the trial teams. Indeed, those who had once suffered at the hands of traffickers harbored deep-seated grievances. Until these grievances are resolved, it is challenging to achieve breakthroughs in cultivation. Only by untangling these knots can one elevate their state of mind. It is through the enhancement of one's state of mind that cultivation can be advanced. Thus, at Ziyu's suggestion, the leaders of 14 teams convened to redeploy the specific plans for the trials. Hao Chen entered the Wanhe Mountain first to assess the situation. He bore the responsibility for the participants in the trials. It is essential to understand that within Wanhe Mountain, aside from their group, there were other practitioners undergoing trials, along with the presence of demonic cultivators and a considerable number of demon beasts. However, the beasts here were not as formidable as those in the Misty Forest, with few reaching the transformation stage. One of Hao Chen's objectives for the trial in Wanhe Mountain was to ascertain whether the traffickers' threats to eradicate the 100-Flower Valley were genuine and to verify the claims made by Chu Hongfei. Chu Hongfei had inadvertently stumbled upon a secret valley, where he obtained a map and a demonic cultivation manual. Having been discovered, he narrowly escaped death after a harrowing chase. The items he entrusted to Hao Chen were the map and manual he had acquired in that valley. It seemed that deep within Wanhe Mountain, there existed a vast demonic sect. What manner of place could that be? It is likely that even those from the Qi Yuan realm have never encountered it. Suddenly, as Hao Chen advanced, he heard the sounds of a battle in the distance. Upon scanning with his divine sense, he discovered a group of over 10 individuals clad in black surrounding and slaughtering a practitioner at the Yuan Dan realm. A rogue cultivator? Just as Hao Chen approached to discern the situation, the skirmish concluded with the demise of the Yuan Dan rogue. We have arrived at the 100-Flower Valley. Haha. Spirit stones and women will soon be ours. Hasten to clear the area of any bystanders, commanded a mid-stage Yuaning practitioner among the black-clad figures. Understood. Several black-clad practitioners emerged from the forest in response. Old Lu, remain here to await the others. The rest of you follow me and continue clearing the vicinity. Eliminate all intruders to prevent any leaks regarding our operations, the mid-stage Yuan Ing practitioner instructed. Hao Chen furrowed his brow, realizing that the 100-Flower Valley was indeed in peril. What would become of the trial participants he had brought? What should he do? Suddenly, an idea struck him. He summoned dozens of sentient devouring Yuan demon flies, imbuing them with the essence of Xiaozue and others, along with his commands, to swiftly fly to their gathering point. Could it be that the traffickers truly intended to raid the 100-Flower Valley? By chance, he encountered a mysterious figure cloaked in black, engaged in soul-searching. After meeting with Xiao Chui, Hao Chen activated the wings of wind and vanished into the void. Currently, this group of black-clad individuals was busy eliminating the hidden sentinels and idle onlookers around Baiwa Valley, posing a significant threat to its safety. Generally, a powerful faction would establish concealed sentinels at critical peripheries to alert their stronghold at the first sign of danger. These sentinels not only serve to prevent sudden assaults from rival forces, but also act as a warning against potential attacks from formidable beasts. If these sentinels were to be eradicated, any large-scale assault would undoubtedly catch the faction off guard, leading to devastating consequences, even obliteration. The annihilation of Baiwa Valley would be detrimental to my interests as well. I must swiftly inform the powerful guardians of Baiwa Valley. Contemplating this, Hao Chen quietly departed. His advanced cultivation and the extraordinary stealth of his techniques rendered him nearly undetectable as he approached Baiwa Valley. Suddenly, a familiar presence brushed against his consciousness. Sister Zino, I never imagined you would break through to the later stages so soon. Surely, the Valley Master has entrusted you with an important task, said a woman playfully. You all have advanced to the foundational stage, while I am still struggling in the late Qi refining phase. How can that be considered quick? Zino clenched her fists, silently vowing to devote herself to her cultivation. In a flash, a figure appeared before Zino with astonishing speed, catching her entirely off guard. Who dares to intrude upon Baiwa Valley? Kill without mercy, Zino instinctively shouted. Oh, sister, it's only been a few days, and you don't even recognize me? Hao Chen smiled gently, regarding Zino. It's you? How is it you? No need to be alarmed. I am a friend. Zino, taken aback, signaled the woman beside her to retract her ready spell. She was genuinely surprised to encounter Hao Chen here, and her previous words to him suddenly fell out of place. For a moment, Zino stood there, awkwardly stunned. At that moment, Hao Chen paid no heed to whether she was an undercover agent or a hidden spy. Truth or falsehood mattered little. Ah, what an unexpected fate. He chuckled. Have you missed me these past few days? Since you are here, come. Let us converse in detail inside, Zino said with a smile. I shall refrain from entering as a guest for now, Hao Chen replied. Why not? Zino asked, puzzled. A group of black-clad individuals has already eliminated numerous sentinels on the outskirts. I suspect they will soon make their move against Baiwa Valley. Hao Chen cautioned deliberately. That's impossible. How could such a thing occur? Our peripheral sentinels are not without their defenses. Why has there been no response at all? The woman beside Zino stated incredulously. It is essential to understand that the sentinels of a faction are not only strategically positioned, but also exceptionally elusive, making them nearly undetectable. The strength of these hidden sentinels is certainly formidable. Only the high-ranking members within their organization truly know their precise locations. Unless there is a traitor among their ranks, how could outsiders possibly discern the whereabouts of the sentinels? The notion of quietly eliminating them one by one is implausible. Not everyone possesses the skill of the Spirit Eye technique. Chapter 653. The Hidden Manipulator. When Zino learned that a group of cloaked figures had already eliminated numerous outer sentinels, she was taken aback. "I must return to the valley swiftly to inform the sect leader of this news," she exclaimed, realizing the gravity of the situation. "Sister Zino, I fear you may not be able to leave," Hao Chen replied, shaking his head. At that moment, Zino and her companions discovered that they had been encircled by over a dozen black-clad individuals. The leader among them was the very black-clad figure of mid-Yuan Ying stage that Hao Chen had encountered before, exuding an overwhelming aura of menace. As Hao Chen alerted them to the presence of the attackers, Zino was about to rush into the valley to relay the message, but it was already too late. The cloaked figures had stealthily surrounded them, seemingly intent on eliminating the three of them first. "Humph, thinking of sending a warning? Don't you think it's a bit too late?" The mid-Yuaning figure scoffed. "You possess quite a bit of audacity," Zino retorted to the leader. "Heh, my name is Chunyu Tianyu, and my boldness knows no bounds, so much so that I could annihilate the 100-Flower Valley, and you would all become my slaves." Chunyu Tianyu boasted with a derisive laugh. No sooner had his words left his lips than his companions surged towards Hao Chen and the others. Chunyu Tianyu's primary target was Hao Chen, the only one among them whose cultivation could rival his own. He had orchestrated this alliance with human traffickers to obliterate the 100-Flower Valley and seize its exquisite beauties. "Should you attempt a surprise attack, I shall show you the true extent of my prowess," Zino declared, brandishing a sword that shimmered with a blue glow. However, before Zino could finish her declaration, Hao Chen intervened. "Sister, I cannot allow such a lovely face as yours to be marred by these vile individuals. Moreover, without anyone returning to the valley to send a warning, how long can we withstand the onslaught when their reinforcements arrive? Your cultivation is insufficient to contend with these black-clad figures. But what else can we do without fighting?" Zino stammered, momentarily at a loss. Zino recognized the truth in Hao Chen's words. She stood no chance against them, and charging in would almost certainly lead to her demise. Panic began to set in as she grappled with what to do. "With just the three of us, we cannot hope to overcome them. We must consider our options carefully," Hao Chen stated. "What should I do now?" Zino implored, looking at Hao Chen for guidance. "I will hold them off. You must return to send the warning. With the 100-Flower Valley strength, as long as they are prepared, the adversaries cannot inflict any serious harm," Hao Chen suggested after a moment's contemplation. "Hao Chen, I shall never forget your kindness for as long as I live," Zino declared, taken aback by his resolve. "Go quickly. If we perish here, there will be no one left to inform the sect of our plight. Without any precautions, once the reinforcements arrive, the Valley of 100 Flowers will be doomed." Hao Chen furrowed his brows and remarked. "Then what will you do?" Zino asked, a hint of concern in her voice. "Do not worry, I can elude them. I will find a way to rendezvous with you. Let us go." Hao Chen responded with a smile. "All right." Zino tightened her fists and affirmed. Whoosh. Heeding Hao Chen's counsel, Zino charged towards the Valley of 100 Flowers with her sword drawn. However, Chunyu Tianyu swiftly positioned himself in front of her. "Want to send a warning? Not a chance. This area is under our control. You might as well wait for your demise. At least your corpse will be intact." Chunyu Tianyu sneered. Swish. Before his words could fully escape, Hao Chen unleashed a powerful palm strike, aimed directly at Chunyu Tianyu. The speed of his movement and the ferocity of his strike startled everyone present. An ant dares to attack, seeking death. Upon witnessing the ambush, Chunyu Tianyu immediately swung his sword in response. In his estimation, considering his prowess, not even a mere imprint could withstand his might. Even a mountain would be obliterated. Yet, when the sword met the palm, he was taken aback. A soft crack echoed as the sword failed to disperse the palm strike, the imprint instead landing upon the blade, causing it to splinter inch by inch. Chunyu Tianyu could not help but feel a surge of panic. Meanwhile, Zino and the woman beside her seized the moment to flee into the Valley of 100 Flowers. "You are?" Chunyu Tianyu gazed at Hao Chen in terror. "I am the one who will thwart your attempt to annihilate the Valley of 100 Flowers," Hao Chen replied with a slight smile. Foolishly unaware of your impending doom. If you have any sense, you will retreat far from here. Otherwise, when my senior brother arrives, you shall find yourself in utter despair. Chunyu Tianyu was determined to eliminate anyone obstructing his plan to destroy the Valley of 100 Flowers. They had meticulously devised their strategy for a considerable time, successfully eliminating many of the outer sentinels of the valley. With such a rare opportunity to obliterate the Valley of 100 Flowers at hand, how could they allow it to be thwarted by the likes of this individual? Clearly, the person before him sought to aid Zino in escaping and alerting the valley. Unforeseen. This unexpected visitor possessed formidable strength. It seemed that eliminating him would require considerable effort. Seeking death, I shall grant your wish. Chunyu Tianyu drew forth another exquisite sword and charged at Hao Chen once more. The gleaming shadows of his blade formed a sword domain, enveloping Hao Chen and creating an inescapable aura. Hao Chen furrowed his brow. Chunyu Tianyu truly was a talent, capable of manifesting such a flawless sword domain. However, despite its impressive nature, it paled in comparison to his own abilities. Suddenly, Hao Chen unleashed a powerful palm strike, shattering Chunyu Tianyu's sword domain in an instant. With the sword domain dismantled, Hao Chen's cultivation surged to the mid-transcendence realm, propelling him towards Chunyu Tianyu once more. Realizing that Hao Chen had attained mid-transcendence, Chunyu Tianyu could only muster his remaining strength to defend himself. Yet, Hao Chen refrained from delivering a lethal blow, demonstrating a level of power that allowed his opponent to withstand the onslaught without succumbing to defeat. The battle oscillated, providing Chunyu Tianyu with fleeting opportunities to call for help. For Hao Chen did not believe that these ambushers lacked formidable reinforcements. As Hao Chen engaged in a gamble, an unexpected guest suddenly appeared, disrupting his imminent acquisition of the 100 Flower Valley. This group would undoubtedly send out a distress signal. Time had elapsed significantly. If they were to summon reinforcements, they should have arrived by now. At this juncture, regardless of whether assistance came, this individual had already outlived his usefulness. Just as Hao Chen contemplated terminating the life of Chunyu Tianyu, he suddenly sensed a surge of palm energy striking from the void. Reluctantly, Hao Chen paused his lethal intent and met the incoming force with an outstretched hand. With a dull thud, he managed to dissipate the palm's power. Yet he found himself staggering back several paces. It appeared that the true master had arrived. The potency of the palm energy startled Hao Chen. He realized that this newcomer possessed strength comparable to his own, prompting a smile to form on his lips. A black orb gradually materialized from the emptiness. At that moment, Hao Chen leapt to confront the newcomer. To his astonishment, the individual was a stout, dwarfish figure with an oversized head, disproportionately large hands and feet, standing no more than 4 feet tall. However, the aura emanating from him indicated that he was undoubtedly a master in the tribulation stage. The diminutive figure cast a glance at Hao Chen and spoke in a childlike voice. "It seems your prowess is rather lacking. I expected you to possess 3 heads and 6 arms. I am aware of your recent exploits in Locking Demon City, where you not only seized my long-sought specimens, but also disregarded my presence altogether. Did you believe your actions to be covert? I assure you, I was merely preoccupied with other matters at that time. Moreover, I intended to use you to plump up those slaves for my enjoyment upon my return." "Oh, so you are the enigmatic lord of Locking Demon City, Tian Xingzi?" Hao Chen deduced the individual's identity from his tone. "Indeed, that is I," Tian Xingzi replied without reservation. "You an elder? You might as well be an old ball," Hao Chen retorted, amused by the childish voice that left him gasping for air with laughter. Chapter 654, A Desperate Struggle, Part 1. To think that the Lord of Locking Demon City would present himself in such a form. No wonder he remained shrouded in mystery, avoiding encounters with others. Hao Chen regarded Tian Xingzi's grotesque appearance with derision. The latter abhorred being humiliated face to face. Many high-level cultivators had met their demise due to their indiscreet words, becoming the raw materials for his human-shaped puppets. Due to the frequent ridicule he faced for his stature, Tian Xingzi had turned his wrath upon his parents, ultimately slaying them before retreating into the depths of the mountains. By chance, he became a disciple under the esteemed Elder Mo Yunzi of the Blood God sect. Chunyu Tianyu was, in fact, Tian Xingzi's junior apprentice. In the Blood God sect, disciples could only adopt honorary titles upon reaching the transformation stage, abandoning their common surnames. Should Chunyu Tianyu ascend to the God transformation realm, he would be designated a title in accordance with the star lineage, such as Mars Child or Earth Star Child. You merely seek my life. Indeed, I've heard tales of your monstrous nature, one who has even slain his own parents. Adding one more to your count would scarcely be a deviation from your character. Come if you dare. Hao Chen's relentless taunts ignited Tian Xingzi's fury, causing him to seethe with rage. Die. Tian Xingzi had not anticipated that the individual before him would strike like a venomous scorpion, targeting secrets unknown to others. With a flicker of cold light in his eyes, a massive blood-red handprint surged toward Hao Chen. He intended to extract the tendons and refine the soul of this audacious person to vent his pent-up fury. Humph! Hao Chen snorted disdainfully, his aura suddenly surging to the late stage of the integration realm, as he unleashed a formidable heaven-toppling palm. Tian Xingzi paid no heed to the incoming attack from Hao Chen. Boom! The two enormous handprints collided violently in the void, producing a resounding explosion that sent both combatants hurtling backward. Humph! Tian Xingzi emitted a muffled grunt, clearly having suffered an unseen setback. A flicker of trepidation crossed Hao Chen's gaze. Although he had refrained from employing dark energy or lightning power, he had exerted his full strength in that strike. While he had successfully blocked Tian Xingzi's assault, it had nonetheless shaken his spirit. Hao Chen was genuinely astonished that the opponent's casual strike could be so formidable. It was a testament to Tian Xingzi's status as a late-stage tribulation transcender. Tian Xingzi, equally astonished, realized that despite merely executing a casual attack, he had already utilized 70% of his strength. Such power was beyond the capability of an ordinary master to withstand. Yet, Hao Chen had endured the blow and appeared to have incurred only minor injuries, which left Tian Xingzi thoroughly surprised. It was well known that there existed an insurmountable gap between the late stages of the integration realm and the late stages of the tribulation realm. Generally, an ordinary late-stage integration master would struggle to withstand even a fraction of Tian Xingzi's power, let alone 70%. A sense of shock reverberated within Tian Xingzi. It seemed this individual had concealed his identity and strength. The existence of such a person posed a significant threat to the divine sect. And if he were to continue developing unabated, there would inevitably come a day when he would threaten the divine sect's rise in the fourth heaven. With this realization, Tian Xingzi's resolve to eliminate Hao Chen solidified. Very well, quite impressive. You managed to withstand my attack. It seems I underestimated you earlier. You indeed possess the qualifications to provoke my interest, Tian Xingzi proclaimed with an air of arrogance. Humph. The late stage of the tribulation realm is nothing remarkable. Hao Chen retorted with disdain. Ignorant child. With that, he stepped forward and unleashed a punch. Ghostly Shadow Fist. As he struck, a dark, ominous energy erupted from his fist, hurtling toward Hao Chen. Realizing he could not evade this punch, Hao Chen understood that although Tian Xingzi had merely unleashed a wave of energy, it remained under his control even after leaving his body, curving to follow him should he attempt to dodge. Devil's exploding fist. At that moment, Hao Chen mirrored Tian Xingzi, stepping forward to deliver his own punch. In this strike, he infused dark malevolent energy. Following that initial punch, he launched a consecutive strike, two fists advancing in tandem to confront Tian Xingzi's ghostly shadow fist with overwhelming force. The two energies collided in the void, tearing through the fabric of space, causing the distant starry sky to flicker and close instantaneously. Boom! The consecutive explosions reverberated, with the shockwaves sweeping through the air, lifting the garments of those below. From the forces of Hundred Flower Valley to the figures in black, the numerous women of Hundred Flowers Valley have suffered, to the advantage of those clad in black. The women busily arranged their skirts, while the traffickers cast lecherous glances at the spring scenery. At this moment, the 14 trial teams of the Azure Blue Courtyard have successfully encircled the black-clad figures. Although these individuals masquerade as traffickers, they are, in fact, true disciples of the demonic sect, biding their time for the aerial conflict to conclude before making their move. The three parties gamble with their lives, should Hao Chen emerge victorious. Both the Azure Blue Courtyard and the women of Hundred Flowers Valley shall live. Conversely, if Hao Chen is defeated, they will revert to slavery once again. At this juncture, Tian Xingzi's expression grew grave. The spell he was about to unleash was not one to be taken lightly. The spectral fist, an ancient martial art, belongs to the realm of archaic body cultivation. Practitioners of ancient body cultivation typically eschew any magical artifacts, relying solely on their fists, feet, and physical form in combat. These ancient cultivators often found themselves at a disadvantage in battles, as they refrained from using tools, leading to their gradual disappearance from the annals of history, with only a few lineages preserved by certain prestigious sections. However, even those grand sects do not encourage their disciples to specialize solely in ancient body cultivation. Instead, they regard such techniques as supplementary practices. The mastery of bodily training in ancient body cultivation is unparalleled by contemporary practitioners. The formidable prowess of disciples from these grand sects can be attributed, in part, to their study of ancient body cultivation techniques. Hao Chen, amidst the ruins of the ancient battlefield, had acquired the secret tome Divine Power Sutra, which outlines the methods of ancient body cultivation. By chance, Tang Xingzi had stumbled upon a manual of body cultivation techniques. Although limited by his physical form and unable to fully unleash its might, his strikes, executed according to the principles delineated in the manual, retained considerable strength, far surpassing the likes of Tiger Fist or Serpent Fist found in the continent. Tang Xingzi held a firm confidence in his punch. He believed that with his strength, this strike could not be easily withstood, even by someone at the pinnacle of the tribulation stage. Yet, Hao Chen, with merely 2 successive blows, managed to negate his punch, exceeding his expectations. Well, as expected of a formidable opponent at the late stage of integration. Very impressive. Allow me to unleash another move, Tang Xingzi remarked gravely. Gazing intently at Hao Chen, Tang Xingzi stepped forward to strike again. Although it seemed as if a hand emerged from a sphere, this time, he did not intend for a single attack. Much like Hao Chen, he unleashed a flurry of punches, each one imbued with dark, ethereal energy, akin to iron orbs hurtling towards Hao Chen's form. Hao Chen's expression darkened. He realized that Tang Xingzi was now earnest in his approach. He did not underestimate Tang Xingzi's capabilities, nor did he believe he would venture forth without his puppets. Tang Xingzi refrained from using magical artifacts until now, confident that his strength alone sufficed to subdue Hao Chen, a testament to the self-assuredness of a tribulation stage master. Chapter 655, A Desperate Struggle, Part 2. Hao Chen recognized that without employing hidden tactics, he could not withstand the onslaught of Tang Xingzi's fists. The seemingly casual strikes unleashed by Hao Chen, however, were acutely perceptible to him. The dark, ominous energy emanating from those punches was significantly stronger than the previous blow. Indeed, it surpassed it by more than twofold. He had just exerted himself with 2 powerful punches, utilizing his malevolent energy to barely fend off one of Tang Xingzi's assaults. Now, faced with such a barrage of punches, relying solely on his own fists for defense would be tantamount to courting death. With this thought in mind, Hao Chen concentrated his magical energy, channeling the dark flames from his star body's dantian. The demon-slaying hand, imbued with these dark flames, struck towards Tang Xingzi with a swiftness that was almost deafening. Each blow of the demon-slaying hand, laced with dark flames, possessed an unparalleled destructive power. The hands he unleashed resembled layers of dark flames, directly confronting the barrage of punches from Tang Xingzi. A series of explosive sounds reverberated through the air, the force of the shockwave radiating outward. Those present from both factions found themselves unable to withstand the intensity of this energy, retreating several steps before regaining their footing. As the smoke dissipated and clarity returned, the onlookers were momentarily stunned. Hao Chen stood in the void, his face flushed, while the shadows of Tang Xingzi's punches had vanished completely. Tang Xingzi, now standing opposite Hao Chen, wore an expression of grave concern. Well done, Hao Chen. You indeed possess remarkable skill. It seems today I must reveal my true capabilities, for only then can I subdue you. Once more, he gathered his magical energy, summoning a tempest of dark energy that surged towards Hao Chen. The spectators gasped, fully aware that Tang Xingzi was preparing to engage earnestly. They understood that with Tang Xingzi striking, Hao Chen would undoubtedly face dire consequences. At this juncture, Chunyu Tianyu felt it was time to intervene, signaling with a firework that illuminated the sky. The battle within the Wanhua Mountain was now underway. In the heavens and on the ground, amidst the forests and plains, a fierce clash of annihilation and protection unfolded with fervor. Countless lives were lost every moment, as the black-clad assailants, driven by desperation, were occasionally encircled and slaughtered by the defenders of the valley. If this continued, even if the 100-Flower Valley could eliminate all invading foes, the price they would pay would be unimaginable. Disciples of the 100-Flower Valley, including Xinhua and several women at the Yuandan realm, firmly defended the sect's mountain gate. with numerous disciples tragically slain. The black-clad intruders sought to breach this line of defense. The defenders, already inflamed with rage, fortified their positions from the skies to the ground, establishing a multi-layered defense. They exerted every ounce of strength to slay each black-clad intruder attempting to infiltrate the 100-Flower Valley. Each of the guardians at the mountain gate bore multiple wounds of varying severity. Their numbers dwindled as comrades fell, yet the spirit of the 100-Flower disciples remained unyielding, fighting fiercely even as they retreated. Just then, a sudden figure burst forth, swiftly dispatching 3 black-clad intruders at the entrance, dramatically shifting the dynamics of the confrontation. Chunyu, the leader, this newcomer is formidable. We must send for reinforcements, cried one of the black-clad assailants, terror evident in his voice. Meanwhile, the Xiaquilin trial team had arrived at the entrance of the 100-Flower Valley. As the dire situation unfolded for Zino and his companions, Chu Hongfei courageously advanced alone into the valley's entrance, promptly dispatching 3 cloaked assailants. The guardians stationed at the entrance of Baiwa Valley immediately transformed their peril into safety. Amidst the chaotic melee, several formidable warriors from the Xiaocui Lanting clan, while ensuring the protection of their kin, seized the opportunity to eliminate the skilled adversaries among the black-clad foes. They allowed not a single enemy to escape. Even if one managed to break through the encirclement, they would be swiftly recaptured and presented to the Xiaocui Lanting as a means of honing their skills. At that moment, the black-clad assailants realized that the number of their elite companions, those above the Yuan Dan level, had dwindled to a mere handful. Even those at the pinnacle of the Foundation establishment stage were becoming increasingly scarce, until one astute individual discerned the underlying flaw. These individuals were former slaves. A peak condensation phase expert, meeting a grim fate, cried out in horror. Although the black-clad group still possessed some combat capability, the arrival of the Xiaocui Lanting had utterly disoriented them. No longer did they contemplate breaching Baihua Valley to seize beautiful captives. Instead, their sole focus shifted to escaping the valley and the perilous Wangshan. However, awaiting them were those whom they had once annihilated with similar ruthless tactics and taken as slaves. Upon encountering their long-standing foes, these individuals, driven by deep-seated rage, slaughtered the black-clad adversaries mercilessly, for surrendering to servitude was not an option. Each former slave resembled a ravenous beast, filled with overwhelming fury and unquenchable bloodlust. In a remarkably brief span, the black-clad assailants who perished at the hands of the 14 trial teams exceeded 1,000. The blood feud of families and sects destroyed. The unending humiliation of being enslaved. Such grievances could not be overlooked. Should these individuals escape, the chance for retribution might slip away. Thus, they did not relent in their massacre. Undeterred by pleas for mercy, these human traffickers, these black-clad fiends, these followers of dark sects deserved their fate. The actions of the Xiaocui Lanting warriors exhibited no semblance of mercy, as one life after another was swiftly claimed by the former slaves. Brother, we must leave some alive. We need to interrogate them for information. Do not kill any more. At this juncture, Xiao Chui soared into the void, calling out. The collective consciousness of the group jolted back to clarity. The frenzy of slaughter, while alleviating their pent-up resentment, had plunged them into an extraordinary state of being. Abruptly awakened, they realized that their cultivation had, unbeknownst to them, brushed against the threshold of advancement. Before them, the black-clad assailants had dwindled to but a few, each displaying a countenance of sheer terror, utterly stripped of the courage to fight back. Every trial team faced a similar fate. Those few black-clad individuals who managed to withstand the onslaught of 14 teams were indeed the elite disciples of the dark sect, their knowledge of intelligence far more valuable. All set. At that moment, Xiao Chui made her move. With a swift motion, all the black-clad foes were rendered unconscious and collected, as she clapped her hands and proclaimed. This was the innate gift of the divine beast, the Qinghuan bird. Xiao Chui's storage space was akin to her gizzard, transformed into a storage realm upon her metamorphosis into human form. This talent was an exceptional ability, not found in creatures beyond avian species. The ground lay in silence, while the battle in the sky raged on. Everyone looked up in unison. At that moment, the aura surrounding Hao Chen underwent a dramatic transformation as he contended with the celestial being for the dark energy in the void. Within moments, the dark energy that surged towards the celestial being was drawn towards Hao Chen by his devouring power, rendering the celestial being powerless to condense its magical energy. Not only that, but even the dark energy within the celestial being uncontrollably surged forth. Chapter 656, A Desperate Struggle, Part 3. Having trained alongside the celestial being for such an extended period, it was time for Hao Chen to reward him. You know, Hao Chen jested, after your weight loss, you look quite dashing, don't you? Observing that the celestial being had become less visually appealing after shedding weight, he chuckled. Unable to bear the celestial being growing any weaker, Hao Chen slowed his devouring pace, releasing the excess dark energy within him. I'm stuffed. I simply can't take it anymore. It's your turn, he said, playfully burping several times. Hao Chen's remarks not only infuriated the celestial being, but also exasperated the onlookers from both factions. Is there anyone as despicable as you? Even Zino could not endure it any longer. The celestial being, incensed by Hao Chen's incessant banter, lost all rationality. Sensing that Hao Chen had ceased to contend for the dark energy, he seized the opportunity to unleash a frenzy. The two grappled fiercely for the dark energy, and once the celestial being absorbed enough, his mind cleared, and he began to gather his magical power, intent on delivering a fatal blow to Hao Chen. Foolish boy challenging me? You must be ready for the grave. Once I unleash my heavenly demon palm, I shall send you to hell. With this thought, the celestial being suddenly amassed boundless magical energy, conjuring a colossal hand that obscured the sky and descended upon Hao Chen. Oh, you've turned the clear sky into a gloomy spectacle. Are you trying to shield me from the rain? Hao Chen stood in the void, grinning foolishly at the celestial being. At that moment, the celestial being realized he was losing control of that handprint and sensed something amiss within himself. Poisoned. It was too late for the celestial being to discover the poison. Were it not for Hao Chen's persistent provocation since the onset of their duel, how could he have executed such a cunning ploy? A being of the tribulation stage, if intent on escape, would be difficult to vanquish by those of similar cultivation. Now, within the celestial being, three living spiritual entities, the blood poison spirit, the mist blight spirit, and the thunder spirit, were wreaking havoc. The blood poison spirit was particularly perilous, nearing the imperial level. As the celestial being frantically absorbed the dark energy released by Hao Chen, the three spiritual entities stealthily infiltrated his consciousness, lying in wait. Just as the celestial being unleashed boundless magic, the thunder spirit entered his dantian, while the blood poison and mist blight spirits surged towards his consciousness. Thus, Hao Chen successfully laid a trap for a formidable adversary of the tribulation stage. At this moment, the celestial being, lacking even the use of puppets, fell into defeat, not from the inability to employ them against Hao Chen, but rather from his own hubris. Upon receiving the distant sound transmission from his junior disciple, he hurriedly made his way. In the perception of Taiyang Xingzi, no one in the southern domain dared to rival him, not even the venerable ancestors of Qianyuan's sect or Xingyun. How could a mere being of the spirit-severing stage dare to disrupt his meticulously devised plans? Were the elite dispatched to assist his junior disciple merely incompetent fools? In a fit of rage, he departed from the city lord's mansion, heading straight for Wangshan. Unbeknownst to him, Hao Chen was an anomaly beyond his comprehension. Moreover, Hao Chen had already eliminated the hidden experts that Chunyu Tianyu had stationed in the shadows. Rather than slaying them, Hao Chen had imprisoned them all within the demon suppression tower. Naturally, Taiyang Xingzi would not discover that these individuals had been captured. As long as their souls remained intact, the jade tokens in the secret chamber would not shatter. A moment of carelessness on Taiyang Xingzi's part cost him dearly. At that moment, he was gravely poisoned. With only a fraction of his inner strength remaining to suppress the two types of toxins and a surge of thunderous energy. If he did not escape now, he would not need his adversaries to strike him down. He would be powerless to continue the fight. Realizing this, Taiyang Xingzi's figure flashed, and a spatial rift materialized beside him. Just as he was about to enter, a gentle voice suddenly emanated from the 100 Flowers Valley. Seal. As the melodious sound echoed forth, the spatial rift that Taiyang Xingzi had opened was abruptly sealed shut. Taiyang Xingzi's expression darkened as he glanced at the source of the voice. There stood a stunningly beautiful woman, her profound cultivation hidden beneath an air of untouchable grace. This woman did not regard Taiyang Xingzi. Instead, she looked at Hao Chen with a smug expression. It seemed that the 100 Flowers Valley was indeed a place where hidden talents lay in wait. Only those possessing spatial attributes could seal a spatial rift. To this day, Hao Chen had yet to master the art of spatial sealing. A rapid ascension in cultivation often left little time for the study of spells. Having reached the pinnacle of Qi refinement at 16 and now entering the mid-stage of tribulation transcendence at 27, Hao Chen had no time to spare for the woman. He looked at Tang Xingzi and coldly scoffed. What? Do you wish to flee now? You seek death. Enraged, Tang Xingzi shouted fiercely and unleashed a powerful punch aimed at Hao Chen's head. The air exploded with a deafening roar, the sound piercing and sharp. A tempest surged forth, and the murderous intent radiated, instilling fear in all. This man was undeniably formidable, having cultivated to the realm of tribulation transcendence. Kill! Hao Chen sneered, his body trembling as immense power surged into his right arm, and with all his might, he struck back at Tang Xingzi's fist. The earth shook with a thunderous crash, akin to the detonation of a bomb. As the space around them collapsed and a whirlwind enveloped the area, those of lower cultivation struggled to maintain their footing and fell to the ground. A piercing scream soon followed. Tang Xingzi's punch shattered explosively, and the bones in his right arm were grievously injured. I will kill you, he declared, charging forward like a madman, a treasured blade suddenly appearing in his hand. In an instant, he unleashed a flurry of strikes, transforming the air into a mountain of blades, rolling forth like a raging tide, intent on devouring and annihilating everything in its path. This is the lethal sword technique of Tang Xingzi. Ever since the patricide and matricide, Tang Xingzi has refrained from wielding his blade. When the sword is drawn, it is destined to take a life. There shall be no cessation until the enemy lies dead. Naturally, his weapon is formidable, not merely an ordinary artifact, but endowed with extraordinary abilities. The blade harbors the vengeful souls of Tang Xingzi's parents. With each strike, its momentum intensifies, driving Tang Xingzi into a frenzy. The ensuing slaughter could indeed reach a realm of unimaginable terror. Yet, any thought of resistance is futile. Hao Chen had already orchestrated a trap to subdue Tang Xingzi. With a mere thought, 3 spiritual entities followed suit, spiraling into madness alongside him. With a flick of his hand, he unleashed a demon-slaying palm, a dark and ominous energy that engulfed Tang Xingzi, submerging him instantly. The demon suppression tower suddenly materialized in Hao Chen's grasp with a soft command. Tang Xingzi was confined within its depths. Hao Chen had no intention of killing Tang Xingzi. Rather, he sought to extract information regarding the human-like puppets from him. Where do you think you're going? With a swift motion, he tore open a rift in space, creating an illusion. Boom! Hao Chen unleashed a devastating magical punch towards the spatial tear. As the dark energy dissipated, onlookers beheld nothing but the remnants of the rift. With Tang Xingzi having vanished without a trace, it is likely he has retreated into the outer cosmos to recuperate. Without at least 100 or 80 years, his body will not return to its former state. A strong individual is indeed formidable. Both Tang Xingzi and Hao Chen were of comparable strength, unable to leave a mark on one another. As long as Tang Xingzi's life talisman remains intact, his sect will not hold Hao Chen accountable for his actions. Given these numerous factors, Hao Chen had no intention of slaying Tang Xingzi. Chapter 657, Behind the Manipulation, Part 1, Chunyu Tianyu, having vanished without a trace or breath, was already being monitored by Xiaozue. She understood that Hao Chen held great concern for this black-clad leader, whose secrets must possess significant value. Anyone under Xiaozue's watch, even a cultivator at the Nascent Soul stage, could not evade her grasp. As Tang Xingzi fled into the outer cosmos, Chunyu Tianyu similarly disappeared from sight and presence. Descending from the void, Hao Chen approached Xiaozue, who, aware of his intent, summoned forth over 100 captured individuals. Aside from a few cultivators above the essence formation stage, who were confined within the demon suppression tower, the others were allocated to 14 trial teams by Xiaozue. As the battle commenced, Xiaozue dispatched the 2 beasts, Yinyu and Sun Yang, to trace Chunyu Tianyu's whereabouts. Thus, outside the gates of Baiwa Valley, Chunyu Tianyu was stealthily captured by Sun Yang and Yinyu. During the fierce skirmish at Baiwa Valley, while the black-clad man called for Chunyu Tianyu's reinforcements, their leader had already been apprehended. With that, the conflict at Baiwa Valley came to a close. The 14 trial teams, dispersed throughout Wanqua Mountain, along with 56 trial squads, concealed themselves after the battlefield was cleared. While Hao Chen and the 2 women patrolled, he took the opportunity to gather the ladies and the 14 teams. Though the 14 trial teams remained largely unharmed under the protection of several powerful beasts, the battle still resulted in unforeseen casualties. Unexpectedly, Hao Chen discovered that aside from Chu Qian, the other women, including Ziyu and the rest, not only remained unharmed but also experienced a notable enhancement in their cultivation. The sole individual injured was Chu Qian, who, during the ambush on the men in black, realized that among them were not only human traffickers but also Yu He and Shui, along with personnel from the law enforcement team of the demon-capturing city. In a moment of overwhelming hatred, Chu Qian descended into a bloody rampage. Xiao Chui promptly dispatched the winged tiger for protection, not wishing for her sister to be harmed and cause her brother distress. The winged tiger and the devouring demon flies dispatched by Hao Chen provided mutual support for Chu Qian. High-level cultivators were devoured by the winged tiger, while low-level cultivators fell victim to Chu Qian's slaughter. When Chu Qian found herself outmatched, several mutated devouring demon flies surged forward, biting the men in black. At that moment, the mutated devouring demon flies were imbued with the electric energy of thunder bamboo. Any man in black bitten by the flies would convulse as if struck by electricity. When Chu Qian encountered Yu He, it was a meeting of sworn enemies. Unable to contend with Yu He, she was injured by his spell. Just as he was about to deliver a fatal blow, the winged tiger lunged forward and consumed him. Yu He met his end, his very soul devoured. Similarly, Feng was obliterated by the devouring demon flies, leaving no trace of his existence. Their family would naturally be aware that the two had been unexpectedly slain by a demon beast. In the vast expanse of the forest, no one would seek vengeance against the demon beasts, and thus the matter remained unresolved. Having subdued Taiyang Xingzi and captured Chunyu Tianyu, Hao Chen had no intention of sending the 14 trial teams into the misty jungle for further adventures. Instead, he sought a secluded valley as a temporary encampment, establishing a barrier for cultivation and healing. At this juncture, Hao Chen had already entered the demon suppression tower to interrogate Chunyu Tianyu and a powerful individual at the god transformation stage. Neither divulged any information. Enraged, Hao Chen employed the soul search technique on the cultivator. Amidst the anguished screams, after the passage of a single incense stick's time, he ceased the soul search. The cultivator was left in a dazed state. "I need not your words. I already gleaned the information I seek," Hao Chen mused, casting a glance at Chunyu Tianyu. Witnessing Hao Chen's use of the soul search method, Chunyu Tianyu readily recounted all he knew regarding the matters of the fourth heaven. In the information provided by Chunyu Tianyu, he mentioned that Taiyang Xingzi annually ventured to a sealed location in the outer starry realm to inspect the condition of the Great Formation S seal, infiltrating the site to plunder a substantial number of cultivators, supplying resources for the Blood God sect. That sealed location served as the Blood God sect's secret base, which Chunyu Tianyu had accompanied his senior brother to visit several times. Upon unexpectedly acquiring information about the Blood God sect's sealed site, Hao Chen felt a stirring in his heart. He then sealed Chunyu Tianyu aside and quietly retrieved Taiyang Xingzi's storage ring. Without much effort, he unlocked the storage ring. The ease of this endeavor stemmed from Taiyang Xingzi's belief that with his strength, he had reached the pinnacle of the primordial realm, impervious to any challenge. The storage ring of Taiyang Xingzi was akin to a vast treasure trove. In the realm of Qianyuan, the treasures of the heavenly martial continent, particularly those of Yihan Xiao, pale in comparison to the grander schemes at play. 3 vessels, each no less inferior than the interstellar ship that Hao Chen had acquired in the secret grounds of Dark Knight City, awaited. Moreover, numerous puppets, yet to be refined, lay sealed within. Hao Chen mused that robbery was indeed the most lucrative means of amassing wealth. However, this time, the meticulously planned heist by Taiyang Xingzi was thwarted by Hao Chen, resulting in a loss that was twofold. He not only failed to secure the beauty he sought, but also incurred significant losses himself. Taiyang Xingzi, undeterred, did not disappoint Hao Chen. Following the intelligence provided by his junior brother, Chunyu Tianyu, he successfully located a secret sealing technique. To ascertain whether this sealing ground belonged to the realm of Qianyuan, Hao Chen had set aside his cultivation. Departing from the demon suppression tower, he swiftly gathered the members of the Xiaocui Lanting and hastily left the Wanqua mountain range. Apologies were in order, but urgency prevailed. Before his departure, he did not forget to send a sound transmission talisman into the 100-Flower Valley. Hao Chen's exit was an unexpected turn for Hua Xian, the leader of the 100-Flower Valley. Despite her beauty and status, she could not capture the heart of the young man, leaving her with a sense of dissatisfaction. Yet, his disinterest was beyond reproach, as he sought neither favors nor entry into her domain. Indeed, the falling flowers may possess intent, but the flowing waters remain indifferent. Hao Chen raced with the speed of lightning towards the city of demonic seals. He promptly seized control of the city, taking command of the puppets within the city lord's manor and the enforcement team. Thousands strong, this enforcement team represented a formidable force for Taiyang Xingzi, while the hundreds of humanoid puppets served as his trump card. Yet, the majority of the enforcement team had suffered heavy losses in the battle at Wanqua Mountain and beyond the 100-Flower Valley, with only a few returning, subsequently purged by the women of the valley. Only by mastering these forces could one truly command the city of demonic seals. In the aftermath of the Wanqua Mountain conflict, Hao Chen found himself unknowingly advancing to the late stages of the tribulation period, celebrating his 28th birthday in the city of demonic seals. Upon news of Hao Chen's return, those who remained at Xiaocui Lanting, including Yi Shaoan, refrained from entering the city lord's manor. Instead, Hao Chen quietly infiltrated Xiaocui Lanting, entering Yi Shaoan's chamber without sparing a glance at Dylan. Everything proceeded methodically. The trial team returned to the city of demonic seals, transforming into the enforcement team. While the structure remained intact, the personnel had undergone significant changes. Chu Hongfei, leading the enforcement team, established a new system with the trial team as its foundation. The principles of the enforcement team were straightforward: low fees, no oppression, maintenance of order, and safeguarding security. Hao Chen remained indifferent to the affairs of the enforcement team, allowing Chu Hongfei to make the necessary alterations. However, for those advancing through the tribulation, Hao Chen extended meticulous care, busying himself with the concoction of foundation establishment pills, golden core pills, and nurturing pills. The site chosen for the tribulation was a valley located 100 miles from the city, selected by Xiaocui, who wished to ensure that her sect did not harbor grievances and that logistics were handled efficiently. Naturally, the grand formation was arranged by Hao Chen, while the smaller formations were completed by the women, with the spirit stones supplied by him. This was a fee-based tribulation site, not only equipped with excellent facilities, but also fortified with arrays to help mitigate some of the energy from the heavenly tribulation. Additionally, it provided foundation establishment pills, golden core pills, nurturing pills, and various healing elixirs for those undergoing tribulation. The cultivators, unable to acquire elixirs, may enter into contracts with the law enforcement team of Suyao City, offering their services in exchange for sustenance. In no time, the reputation of the crossing tribulation region spread far and wide, propelling Suyao City into rapid development. The humanoid puppets of the city lord's manor were all appropriated by Hao Chen, transforming them into private property. Consequently, Hao Chen's expenditures gradually diminished, and while the number of law enforcement personnel remained unchanged, their cultivation levels steadily advanced. He meticulously crafted the law enforcement team of Suyao City into an institution comprising 100 nascent souls and 1,000 core formation cultivators. It can be asserted that there is no equivalent in the realm of the third heaven, and the fourth heaven's Qianyuan realm has but this singular establishment. Of course, the roster of personnel was overseen by Chu Hongfei, and the precise figures of the law enforcement team were known only to a select few. Beyond the law enforcement team, various management institutions within Suyao City were progressively refined with the participation of the women involved. Although the management tier of the city lord's manor lacked cultivators of the human transformation realm, it concealed numerous metamorphic beasts and the terrifying trump card of the devouring Yuan demon flies. 3 months later, the remnants of the Tianqing faction were purged, and a complete takeover of Suyao City and its affiliated towns was undertaken to establish a new order. The Ziyu Pavilion from Shihai City settled in Suyao City, with Lung Ziyu serving as the acting pavilion master, while the women collaborated to create a brand new commercial association. Hao Chen instructed the Jade Pendant Space Artifact Workshop to retrofit one of Tianqing's interstellar ships, inscribing the name of Ziyu and designating it exclusively for the association, fulfilling his past promises to Ziyuan and Zijuan. At this moment, Suyao City was overflowing with people, with tens of thousands of cultivators lingering and unwilling to depart. The establishment of a new city was of utmost urgency, especially as high-level cultivators began to increase in number. The affairs of Suyao City had become too vast for a mere 1,000-member law enforcement team to manage. Thus, Hao Chen had no choice but to send Gu Yun back to Qianan Peak, seeking assistance from Gu Yefei. He requested that Gu Yefei discreetly dispatch cultivators of the transformation realm and above to quietly enter the city lord's manor and serve Suyao City for 3 years. This rule was established over 1,000 years ago by the former Southern Domain Alliance, aimed at maintaining the stability of Soyao City and resisting the incursions of demon beasts into human territories. This time, not only did Gu Yefei arrive, but under the directive of the ancestral elder, the head of the Qianyuan sect personally came, accompanied by over 20 guards of the transformation realm, making a grand entrance to Soyao City. Informants had already reported, and Hao Chen instructed Chu Hongfei to line up with the Chu siblings to welcome them, as they had once lived at the lowest echelons of Soyao City as scattered cultivators. Hao Chen aimed to showcase that Soyao City was a realm for scattered cultivators, a paradise for slaves, while also flaunting the city's strength. Accompanying the delegation was Hong Ying, who came to beseech Hao Chen to spare Gao Hong. Although Hao Chen had crippled Gao Hong's demonic cultivation, she had found enlightenment and a new understanding of life within the demon suppression tower. Witnessing the plight of innocent cultivators persecuted by the demonic sects and experiencing the taste of becoming a prisoner. Strangely, when Chu Qian saw Gao Hong's condition, she began to plead for him. Hao Chen, however, understood the reason, as Chu Hongfei had confided in him about her background. At last, the seal upon him was lifted, prompting Gao Hong to earnestly devote himself to the cultivation of the Qianyuan sect's techniques. Upon entering the demon-locking city, Gu Yefei and the sect master, Song Hao, were greeted by Chu Hongfei and Chu Qian, who stood alongside a meticulously assembled enforcement team, arrayed in disciplined attire, flanking the city gates. To the right, female cultivators. To the left, male cultivators, each side boasting 100 Yuan Dan realm practitioners, all gathered to honor the visitors from the Qianyuan sect. The enforcement team's uniforms were designed by Chu Hongfei, who modified the traditional short shirt and long pants hunting attire, subsequently requesting the ladies to tailor them into the final form. Stand at attention. With the command, 200 Yuan Dan practitioners drew forth 200 identical swords in unison. With their right hands grasping the swords, held vertically at shoulder height, and their left hands crossing their chests in alignment with the right, they formed a corridor of blades. The swords of the enforcement team were crafted under the guidance of the renowned weaponry talents once gathered by Hao Chen within the Azure Blue Pavilion. Under the tutelage of masters from the weaponry workshop in the Jade Pendant space, a standardized series of swords was produced, each inscribed with a unique locking number. Naturally, the sword marked as Lock 001 was entrusted to Chu Hongfei. These locking swords symbolized the enforcement team of the Demon Locking City and served as identification for each member. As she beheld her children standing at the forefront, Hong Ying could not restrain her tears, while Gu Yefei remained resolute in his scrutiny of Chu Hongfei. His suspicions regarding her identity had long since taken root, for she bore a striking resemblance to her brother Gu Yu, and even more so to her father Gu Yefei. Moreover, the name Chu Hongfei piqued his curiosity. The visit of the high-ranking officials from the Qianyuan sect was a momentous occasion for the Demon Locking City. Not only did the Qianyuan sect arrive with an entourage of 20 transformation realm guards, but the sect master himself had come in person. Thus, Hao Chen took it upon himself to welcome them at the city gates. The streets of the Demon Locking City were thronged with spectators, all feeling a sense of pride in being part of this significant moment. Chu Hongfei and Chu Qian, witnessing their long-lost mother accompanying the sect master to pay respects to the Demon Locking City, felt a bittersweet mixture of joy and sorrow. Their joy stemmed from the reunion with their mother, while their sorrow arose from the realization that during the most perilous moments of their lives, no one had come to their aid. In that critical hour, it was Hao Chen who saved their lives. It could be said that without him, they would not have survived to see this day, nor would their illustrious bond as siblings exist. The grand reception unveiled a new, extraordinary, and awe-inspiring visage of the Demon Locking City to both its inhabitants and the visitors from the Qianyuan sect. Within the city lord's residence, Hao Chen orchestrated a magnificent welcoming ceremony in the council hall. The attendants, all Foundation Realm beauties under the command of Xiao Chui, were clad in a unified design conceived by her and the other ladies, pure, radiant, and providing attentive service that left the visitors astonished. The small lounge within the city lord's residence had already been fortified with a barrier by Hao Chen. On behalf of the Star Cloud ancestor, I extend my sincerest apologies. The sect master Tsang Hao rose solemnly to apologize to Hao Chen. I am deeply ashamed of the previous incident, which has brought disgrace to the Qianyuan sect. Upon my return from afar, the situation had already unfolded. After thorough investigation, it was confirmed that it was the doing of Hong Tianhao and Gao Qiyuan. The Star Cloud ancestor has since imprisoned both individuals, confining them for reflection. As Song Hao settled back into his seat, Gu Yifei also rose in response. I have returned to the Qiannan Peak, and I am grateful for your kindness towards my family. Gu Yifei bowed deeply. Enough, enough. It is all in the past. We are family and need not dwell on formalities, replied Hao Chen, who supported Gu Yifei. Meanwhile, Hao Chen retrieved the Qianyuan sect token and presented it to Master Song Hao. Upon verifying its authenticity, Master Song Hao confirmed that the token indeed belonged to the ancestral sect. Since the leader of the Qianyuan sect has already offered an apology, Hao Chen took this opportunity to pay his respects anew, bowing to the master as a junior disciple of the sect. According to their generational hierarchy, Hao Chen was a peer of Tsonghua, the leader of the Qianyuan sect, and thus was also a peer of Master Song Hao. After they settled back into their seats, Master Song Hao remained unable to discern Hao Chen's true cultivation level, and Gu Yifei refrained from disclosing the specifics of Hao Chen's prowess. Upon returning to the sect, it was widely believed that the ancestor of the Gu family was undergoing tribulation in the western wild beast mountains to ascend to the tribulation stage. However, Gu Yifei could not reveal that Hao Chen had assisted him during the tribulation, as such an experience would be difficult for others to believe. Therefore, Gu Yifei chose not to explain, recognizing that this misunderstanding had its advantages, as it at least implied that there was an ancestor of the Gu family at the tribulation stage supporting him. When Hao Chen visited the Qianyuan sect, he did so under the pretense of being in the late stage of the divine separation, yet he was able to depart from the sect with composure, which left both Master Tsonghua and the ancestor Xing Yun perplexed, particularly after arriving at the Locking Demon City, where he garnered the admiration of the enigmatic city lord and swiftly ascended to the position of vice city lord. This was even more confounding. Why can I not perceive your true level of cultivation? Might you allow me a glimpse into your actual prowess, so that I might report your status to the ancestor? Master Tsonghua inquired, as he regarded Hao Chen merely as an unremarkable individual. Those from the Qianyuan sect who had encountered Hao Chen were astonished to see someone so young possessing the cultivation of late divine separation. However, there were indeed other prodigies from the fifth or sixth heavens akin to him. Very well, I shall keep my cultivation a secret, as well as my mission. I hope it remains undisclosed to anyone other than the ancestor, Hao Chen declared solemnly. Agreed. Aside from the ancestor, no one else shall know. Both Song Hao and Gu Yifei assured him. Gu Yifei, aware of Hao Chen's abilities and mission, pledged to keep the secret from this moment onward. As their words lingered, Hao Chen waved his hand, reinforcing the barrier of the small parlor once more. Suddenly, Hao Chen released a surge of his cultivation aura, late divine separation, mid-integration, and then late integration. The late integration stage was comparable to Master Song Hao's level, which left him astonished. Yet, Hao Chen's aura continued to rise, reaching the early tribulation stage and then the mid-tribulation stage. The ancestor Xing Yun of the Qianyuan sect was only at the mid-tribulation stage, while Hao Chen astonishingly exhibited mid-tribulation prowess, a true prodigy. Gu Yifei was not surprised, as he was already cognizant of Hao Chen's capabilities. Just as the two were marveling at the display, Hao Chen suddenly unleashed his late tribulation stage cultivation and then instantly retracted his outward aura. Gu Yifei finally could not help but exclaim, "In just a few days, you have ascended from mid-tribulation to late tribulation. I cannot comprehend this." Hiss. Master Song Hao stared at Hao Chen, speechless. Chapter 659. Leaving some room in the small parlor, within the barrier, silence prevailed. A brief moment has passed, and Hao Chen begins to recount the mission assigned to him upon his arrival in the Qi Yuan realm. The venerable ancestors of the Qian Yuan realm, Xian Shao and Yi Ling Shao, having discerned the elevation of my cultivation beyond their comprehension, entrusted me with a preparation. Should the opportunity arise to depart from the Qian Yuan realm, I would seek to unravel the enigma of the sealed Qian Yuan Grand Array. This constitutes my task. By happenstance, I found myself in the vast expanse of the outer realms, arriving in the Qi Yuan realm. In the mist-laden jungle, I rescued the siblings Gu Yu and Gu Yun, and subsequently saved Gu Yifei from the peaks of the Qiannan. My retreat to the desolate beast mountains in the west was to find a secluded haven to treat Gu Yifei's blood poison. Indeed, the tales of the Qian Yuan sect still circulate with great relish. A cultivator at the late stage of the spirit separation was pursued to the western beast mountains, oblivious to the fact that the pursuers had no time to attend to him. Such thoughts crossed the mind of the sect master, Song Hao. Then, Hao Chen succinctly narrated the events following his departure with Gu Yifei. Upon entering the Locking Demon City, he aided the siblings Chu Hongfei and Chu Qian. He procured a slave guardian and sought to enhance the quality of the slaves by participating in trials at the Wanhe Mountain. By chance, he discovered dark-clad individuals attempting to ambush the 100 Flowers Valley. These individuals were traffickers, allied with the enforcement team of Locking Demon City, as well as those from the demonic sect. Consequently, he rallied the trial participants to bolster the 100 Flowers Valley, discreetly eliminating the formidable among the dark-clad assailants and notifying the valley to prepare for defense, just as he intended to encircle and capture the assailants. An unforeseen powerful adversary disrupted their plans. The formidable Tian Xingzi, at the late stage of Tribulation Crossing, arrived, and a fierce battle ensued between the two. Are you implying that Tian Xingzi, the Lord of Locking Demon City, is involved? Song Hao inquired, astonished. Indeed, it is Tian Xingzi of Locking Demon City. Hao Chen affirmed with a nod. Gasp. Gu Yifei involuntarily inhaled sharply. The people of the southern domain of the Qi Yuan realm had heard of Tian Xingzi's infamous reputation, yet none had laid eyes upon the enigmatic lord. Numerous prominent families and sects in the Qi Yuan realm had met their demise at his hands, and this plot to obliterate the 100 Flowers Valley was orchestrated by him from the shadows. Hao Chen shared the intelligence gleaned from interrogating Chun Yu Tianyu with both of them. Ultimately, through cunning stratagems, he captured and sealed him, creating an illusion of tearing through the void to escape into the outer realms, deceiving the onlookers present. At this juncture, Hao Chen paused and declared, "This is the greatest secret. The reason I serve as the deputy lord is that Tian Xingzi has retreated into the outer realms for cultivation, and it will be no less than a century or two before he emerges." With a smile, Hao Chen continued, "This old fellow, besides being the lord of Locking Demon City, is also the eldest disciple of the blood god sect, Mo Yunzi." Song Hao and Gu Yifei were once again taken aback. Who is Mo Yunzi? They pondered. He is the foremost among the fourth heaven, at the pinnacle of the great ascension realm, with the potential to ascend given but a single opportunity. However, I have unexpectedly acquired the formation diagram for sealing the Qian Yuan Grand Array. Hao Chen stated with solemnity. I believe at this moment, you both comprehend the true purpose of my journey to the Qi Yuan realm. It is all the design of fate. A serendipitous occurrence that led me to the Qi Yuan realm, where I obtained the sealing diagram of the Qian Yuan Grand Array. For a millennium, the seal has brought suffering, suppressing the talents of the esteemed sects of the third heaven. The esteemed sects of the fourfold heavens find themselves devoid of fresh blood to invigorate their ranks. In stark contrast, the malevolent cults and demonic practitioners are able to covertly engage and recruit talent, thereby continuously augmenting their power. This is the very aim behind the cult sealing of the Qinyuan realm. I believe it is time to shatter this seal. However, I require the assistance of the venerable ancestor Xingyun to unravel the cult's binding. It is said that only two possess the capability to breach it. Upon hearing this, the two realized the gravity of the situation. As the sect leader, Song Hao had only heard vague references from ancestor Xingyun regarding the specific reasons for the Qinyuan realm's sealing, and he was not entirely informed. Ancestor Xingyun had searched for hundreds of years for a means to dismantle the grand formation of Qinyuan, yet had yielded no results. In a series of fortuitous coincidences, Hao Chen managed to easily uncover the solution, suggesting that it may indeed be a matter of destiny. The analysis shared by Hao Chen left the two utterly speechless. The malevolent cult had orchestrated such a grand scheme in pursuit of dominion over the sevenfold heavens of the immortal realm. With a continuous influx of talent, they thrived, while the esteemed sects witnessed a decline in capable individuals, with few ascending to higher realms. Should the cult grow too powerful, they would inevitably commence the annihilation of their rivals and assert their dominance over the ninefold heavens. As the skies outside gradually darkened, Hao Chen concluded his discourse within the confines of the small guest chamber. Is Gao Hong still present? Gu Yefei cautiously inquired of Hao Chen. The reason for Hong Ying's presence in the Locking Demon City was to implore her master to intercede on behalf of Gu Yefei and to plead for Gao Hong's release. She understood that once Hao Chen had rendered Gao Hong's cultivation null, he would no longer pose a threat to her. It was your junior sister who sent you to beseech me, was it not? Hao Chen inquired, gazing at Gu Yefei. Indeed, Gu Yefei truthfully replied. That brat is still alive. Can you believe he has turned into a demonic practitioner? Hao Chen exclaimed in exasperation. Hearing Hao Chen's curse, Song Hao's face flushed with embarrassment, and he could only sigh deeply in silence. Is that so? My disciple, instead of practicing the Qianyuan sect's techniques, has chosen to cultivate the cult's methods. Does this not imply that the teachings of the Qianyuan sect are inferior to those of the cult? Hao Chen lamented, casting blame on the oversight of the Qianyuan sect. Before he could finish his sentence, he dispelled the barrier. Come in. Hao Chen called out to the three individuals waiting outside the small guest chamber. Unbeknownst to Hao Chen, Hong Ying, Chu Qian, and Chu Hongfei were gathered just beyond the threshold. Your disciple has been unfilial, causing you much worry, Hong Ying said as she knelt before Song Hao upon entering the chamber. Alas, it was your sixth brother who pleaded for your sake, which is why I consented to spare Gao Hong, Song Hao replied, shaking his head. However, Hong Ying looked at Gu Yefei with no hint of gratitude. Her eyes were brimming with tears as she gazed at him, for she had not seen her son Gao Hong and was unaware of his current plight. Observing the earnest anticipation in Hong Ying's expression, Hao Chen waved his hand, summoning Gao Hong forth. Gao Hong was currently cultivating within the demon suppression tower. Suddenly, he felt a wave of dizziness and saw Hong Ying. Mother? How did you end up imprisoned as well? He asked in confusion. Your cultivation has been wasted. Have you lost your senses? Hong Ying lamented upon seeing her bewildered son. Am I not well? Master, you are here too. Your unfilial disciple offers you my respects, Gao Hong said, kneeling down and bowing to Song Hao. You all carry on with your conversation. I have matters to attend to. Hao Chen swiftly departed from the small living room. It was only upon noticing his absence that Gao Hong realized this was no mere dream. Observing her son in good health, devoid of any signs of despair, and recognizing that his cultivation remained intact, she felt a surge of joy. Gao Hong, please step outside the living room and wait. I have matters to discuss with your master, Hong Ying instructed her. The moment Gao Hong exited the small living room, Hong Ying waved her hand to establish a barrier. Casting a glance at her master, then at Gu Yifei, and finally at Chu Hongfei and Chu Qian, she lamented, Fei heir, Qian heir, I am deeply remorseful for what you both have endured. You were nearly victimized by a treacherous plot. Were it not for Hao Chen's timely rescue, I would never have had the chance to see you again. Hong Ying wept bitterly, as Song Hao and Gu Yifei accompanied Hao Chen away from the meeting hall. Hong Ying sought out Chu Qian and Chu Hongfei. The reunion of mother and children was marked by heartfelt sobs, prompting Chu Qian to recount in detail how Hao Chen had saved them and liberated Chu Hongfei from the blood toxin. Indeed, without Hao Chen's intervention, they might have been eternally separated from their mother. The children had grown, and it was time for them to learn of their lineage. So she brought her son and daughter to the small living room. Yet, with the barrier in place, the three remained in waiting. Before they could express their gratitude to Hao Chen, he had already departed. Fei heir, Qian heir, this is your master, Hong Ying announced. Upon learning that the head of Qianyuan sect was their mother's master, the two joyfully bowed. And this is your biological father, Gu Yifei, she added, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment as she addressed her children. Chu Qian and Chu Hongfei gazed upon the man before them, suddenly understanding why they felt a sense of familiarity with Gao Hong and a warmth towards Gu Yu and Gu Yun. We pay our respects to our father, they said in unison, although Gu Yifei had been puzzled by Chu Hongfei's appearance in recent days. Hearing Hong Ying affirm that Chu Qian and Chu Hongfei were indeed his own flesh and blood brought tears to his eyes. He had learned from Gu Yun about the peril faced by Chu Qian and Chu Hongfei, and how their lives were spared thanks to Hao Chen. Given that Gu Yifei's own life had been saved by Hao Chen, the Gu family owed him an immense debt of gratitude. As everyone departed the small living room, smiles adorned their faces, filled with uncontainable joy. Chapter 660, Breaking the Barrier. From that moment on, Suoyao City not only emerged as a force equal to Qianyuan sect, but also evolved into a marketplace affiliated with it. Together, Suoyao City and Qianyuan sect, alongside Qiannan Peak, formed a triumvirate supporting the southern domain of the Qiyuan realm. The regions within the southern domain flourished rapidly, ushering in a glorious era for Qianyuan sect. Hao Chen quietly accompanied Song Hao to Qianyuan sect, where they met with the elder of Xingyun. The three engaged in deep deliberation within the elder's cave for a full 7 days, meticulously analyzing the seal diagram of the Qianyuan Great Formation. Their calculations indicated that at least 4 individuals at the tribulation stage were required to jointly cast a spell to dismantle the seal of the Divine Blood Gate. Including Yi Ling Shao, the ruler of the Qianyuan realm, there were only 3 tribulation-level powerhouses available. Besides Elder Xingyun and Hao Chen, they still needed one more person to break the ancient Qian Yuan Great Formation seal. Moreover, this operation had to be conducted in secrecy. The seal had to be obliterated instantaneously. After careful consideration, it has become evident that elevating Song Hao's cultivation is the most prudent choice. Hao Chen must also adhere to the plan devised in collaboration with the celestial ancestor and the master of Song Hao. Upon returning from the Qianyuan sect, he settled the affairs related to the Xiaquilin court, leaving Yuan Li to guard it. Once the matters of the demon sealing city were resolved, he entrusted Gu Yifei with the temporary oversight of the city. This was a fortuitous opportunity for Gu Yifei, allowing him to share the burden of responsibility with a friend while nurturing emotional bonds with his children. As time flows inevitably towards parting, Hao Chen discreetly gathered the women and departed from the demon sealing city, coinciding with his public announcement of entering seclusion for cultivation. He refrained from further exploration of the Wangshan and instead handed over the map acquired from Chu Hongfei to the celestial ancestor, urging him to remain vigilant against the demonic forces lurking within the dense forests of Wangshan. Hao Chen understood he could not venture there for the time being, as he was entrusted by the Taiyang Xingzi to act as the deputy city lord in the demon sealing city. Should his identity be revealed, it would spell disaster for the inhabitants of the city. Leaving the demon sealing city, he utilized the secret teleportation array within the city lord's estate to enter the desolate stars beyond the realm. However, he did not dare to linger, for the teleportation array on this barren star was established by the Blood God sect. Following the exploratory route he had discussed with Feng, he flew through the void of space. Months later, guided by a fragment of divine consciousness, he arrived at a region dense with small celestial bodies. A year had passed, yet the small celestial bodies continued their slow dance. Here, he summoned the women to appreciate the beauty of the cosmos and to comprehend the laws of heaven and the essence of the world. He retrieved the star map obtained from the secret realm of Qiyu in the Tianwu continent of the Qianyuan realm, seeking to locate the position of the Qianyuan realm. During his unexpected arrival in the outer cosmos, he refrained from displaying the star map in the presence of Feng, as it was a precious artifact, a treasure accumulated through the efforts of countless predecessors. With a star map and an interstellar spaceship, it could be said that as long as his cultivation was formidable, he could traverse various realms. This time, Hao Chen chose to remain low-key. He did not employ the interstellar spaceship or take out the shuttle. Instead, he transformed his cultivation into divine transformation and traveled while sightseeing. He arrived at the Qianyuan Grand Array precisely after 7 days, utilizing the Spirit Eye technique to locate the node through which he had previously traversed. Contemplating the formidable and millennia-old sealed barrier before him, he realized that breaching it with his current cultivation would not be a trivial feat. Entering the outer cosmos was purely incidental. Should a powerful adversary attack from both inside and outside, he might still manage to cross over. Yet, it would merely be a passage, as the barrier would quickly restore itself, akin to the surface of water. Hao Chen drew forth the Lushan sword, his magical power surging as he thrust it into the sealed barrier. The vast and unparalleled sword intent generated immense power, causing the void to tremble and the heavens to roar. However, much to his dismay, the barrier did not even quiver. He retracted the Lushan sword and decided to test the might of the flip heaven palm. Channeling his late-stage tribulation power, feeling his blood surge, he struck down, imprinting his palm onto the sealed barrier. A resonant hum echoed as the barrier trembled like ripples on water. Brilliant runes spread out, flickering momentarily before swiftly dimming. At this moment, the fierce determination in Hao Chen's gaze was unparalleled as he unleashed a flurry of strikes. However, apart from creating ripples upon the surface of the sealing barrier, his efforts proved futile. The barrier remained unbroken. With a thunderous impact, a demon-slaying hand struck the focal point, causing the sealing barrier to tremble violently. A brilliant radiance erupted, transforming the barrier into a mysterious vortex. Strangely, the energy of the demon-slaying hand seamlessly integrated into the barrier, vanishing without a trace. Hao Chen observed that the barrier nodes, which had been struck by both the celestial palm and the demon-slaying hand, absorbed the energy of the spells, thereby reinforcing the sealing barrier. Subsequently, Hao Chen drew forth various weapons, yet after numerous attempts, he faced nothing but failure. Pausing his endeavors, he stood aloft, lost in deep contemplation. In the Qianyuan realm, when attempting to decipher this formation, he had unleashed thousands of magic explosion punches upon the barrier nodes. yet had not witnessed any absorption of energy. Conversely, while attempting to break the sealing barrier in the expanse of outer space, he discovered that it absorbed magical energy. Evidently, the powerful individual who cast this sealing barrier had achieved a remarkable level of control, capable of utilizing external energy to continually reinforce the barrier. This suggested that any magical assault upon the sealing barrier would inadvertently supply it with energy. Intrigued by this notion, Hao Chen found the challenge invigorating. He was eager to see if he could breach this sealing barrier. After pondering for over an hour and devising numerous strategies, he suddenly conceived a potentially viable method to refrain from using energy. Thus, he retrieved an ordinary iron knife from his storage ring and, without employing any true essence, attempted to cut through the sealing barrier as a mere mortal would. To his astonishment, the barrier indeed parted under the blade's descent. However, just as swiftly, it reverted to its original state, akin to water rejoining after a blade has been withdrawn. Although he had managed to breach the sealing barrier, he found it impossible to penetrate the greater Qianyuan formation. The sealing barrier acted as a protective membrane layered over the Qianyuan formation. From this, he deduced that within the Qianyuan realm, the greater the attacking energy directed at the Qianyuan formation, the stronger the sealing barrier became. Hao Chen seemed to have identified the crux of the issue and was suddenly filled with excitement. If this were the case, it stood to reason that he could breach the external sealing barrier using an object devoid of energy. With this revelation in mind, he swiftly took action once more. He once again used the knife to carve an irregular circular opening, keenly observing how long it took for the sealing barrier to restore itself. Indeed, he was correct. Elated, a faint smile graced Hao Chen's face. What if he left the knife embedded? This time, he chose to leave the iron knife within the sealing barrier. Astonishingly, this unremarkable blade remained suspended within the barrier. After careful consideration, he pondered whether a tubular object might yield similar results. Given that a non-energy object could breach the barrier's defenses and float within. As Hao Chen pondered, the seemingly ordinary iron knife inexplicably vanished. Had it been melted by the sealing barrier? Chapter 661, Southeastern Outer Sea, Part 1. If the iron had succumbed to melting, what of the jade? Hao Chen, unwilling to accept defeat, produced a jade sword and plunged it forcefully into the sealing barrier. Upon piercing through, the jade sword was rebuffed by the barrier of the Qianyuan Great Formation. Adjusting his force, he attempted once more to penetrate the sealing barrier. Yet the jade sword remained unyielding. It merely hovered for a brief moment before being engulfed by the sealing barrier. A blueprint existed for breaking the sealing barrier, allowing for the creation of a passage for free passage, yet Tang Xingzi remained silent. I refuse to believe that without you, I am powerless. One by one, experiments were conducted, each item consumed. Rallying the collective intellect, he communicated with the women cultivating within the demon suppression tower and those residing in the jade pendant space, seeking solutions. However, he dared not release them due to the perilous high-altitude gales and turbulent currents that could sweep them away in an instant. Each proposal was dismissed, every idea faltered. How exactly did Tang Xingzi traverse the sealing barrier and the Qianyuan Great Formation? Hao Chen was baffled. Should this attempt fail, he would have to return in half a month. The nearest small celestial body required a round trip of 14 to 15 days. Suddenly, an idea sparked within Hao Chen. He would seek another node of the sealing barrier to experiment. Upon locating a node, he summoned millions of devouring yuan flies to consume a 3-foot square hole. In merely the time it takes to burn an incense stick, a circular opening created by the devouring yuan flies appeared before Hao Chen. Seizing the opportunity, he traversed through. Recalling the flies, though he had lost over half of them, the problem was resolved. No need for further contemplation, yet this remained an assignment for you, did it not? Having crossed the barrier, despite the loss of half the swarm, he had indeed penetrated both the sealing barrier and the Qianyuan Great Formation. Having ventured into the outer starry void, the turbulent winds and currents of the Qianyuan realm posed no threat. Standing amidst the chaotic winds and currents, Hao Chen looked down from the sky. Below lay an endless expanse of ocean, nothing but water as far as the eye could see. Missing a barrier node meant he was no longer within the space of the Ascension Valley. Flying in the air was perilous. Even cultivators at the Tribulation Realm dared not traverse the sea carelessly. Beneath the boundless azure sky, a tumultuous and restless aura lingered over the seemingly tranquil sea surface, where undercurrents surged. Hao Chen speculated that this might be the southeastern outer sea of the Qianyuan realm. He then took out a flying vessel. Casting a spell to enlarge it to its utmost extent, it transformed into a ship-like craft measuring 30 feet in length, 10 feet in width, and 3 feet in height. The vessel's interior featured a central passage, with rooms of varying sizes on either side. The bow contained a large space and 2 smaller ones, with the central hull serving as the cockpit. This was an interstellar spaceship. As Hao Chen activated it to fly slowly, he summoned the women to experience the oceanic vistas. Upon their arrival aboard the spacecraft, the women were awestruck by the grandeur of the interstellar ship, suggesting that the outer starry expanse was now theirs to soar through. Enthralled by the collection of books within the study aboard the spacecraft, it can be said that this repository embodies the quintessence of the Qianyuan realm. The reason Hao Chen refrained from utilizing the interstellar ship in the outer realms was due to the plethora of formidable beings. He wished to avoid unnecessary conflict. Upon returning to the Qianyuan realm, aside from the reclusive ancient monsters, he could be considered one of the pinnacle figures of this domain. Who would dare to commit robbery? Such an individual would be akin to an old man hanging from the stars, having lived long enough. Hao Chen continued to entrust the navigation to Ziyu, allowing her to train the other women in the art of piloting the spacecraft. They unfurled the maritime chart to ascertain their location, and through precise positioning, confirmed that they were situated in the southeastern seas of the Qianyuan realm. This southeastern maritime expanse is replete with thousands of islands, each abundant in resources, making them coveted territories among various factions. Having established their location, and at the suggestion of the women, they decided to explore the islands of the southeastern seas. The maritime chart in Hao Chen's possession was obtained from the secret realm of Kuyu. This chart not only delineates countless maritime areas, but also charts the routes between the islands, highlighting various resource points and perilous environments. Furthermore, it contains detailed local maritime maps, marking locations rich in precious minerals and the growth sites of rare natural treasures. Despite this wealth of information, a significant portion of the seas remains forgotten by those who venture forth to explore. It is well known among those with even a modicum of insight that the greatest wealth lies within the treacherous depths of the ocean. The resources and riches of the sea vastly exceed those found across all the continents of the Qianyuan realm. Given their arrival at the ocean, it would be prudent to gather some resources before departing. Thus, Hao Chen temporarily set aside his connection with Yiling Xiao. For the current cultivation level of Tsang Hao in the 4th heavenly layer was merely the late stage of the fusion realm. Without a span of 3 to 5 years, he would not attain the peak of the fusion stage, even at the pinnacle of the late fusion realm. Advancing to the calamity crossing stage in the short term seemed implausible. Hence, Hao Chen concluded that Tsang Hao would not reach the calamity crossing stage within the next decade. As Hao Chen and the women glided through the skies, various aerial vehicles occasionally zipped across the expanse above the southeastern seas, each emanating a powerful aura, essential for deterring the monstrous creatures of the ocean. Hao Chen, is this indeed the southeastern seas? Inquired Yi Xiaohan. Indeed, we have arrived at the chaotic sea, Hao Chen confirmed. I have heard that those who gain renown in the southeastern seas are invariably ruthless individuals. These figures are desperate souls, often commanding a cadre of formidable outlaws. Some even tame the ocean's beasts, employing them as flying mounts and combat companions. Each renowned personage possesses their own faction, making them quite formidable, interjected Yu Xiaolan. Yu Xiaolan, undoubtedly the princess of Qian'an City in the Tianwu continent, was well-read and possessed an unparalleled memory, her knowledge unmatched. The foremost figure must be extraordinarily powerful. I wonder what their cultivation level is. Hao Chen expressed a keen interest in the renowned figures of the southeastern seas. The books do not elaborate, hence I am equally uninformed. Yu Xiaolan lamented. Should we encounter the foremost individual of the southeastern seas in the future, do not forget to provide an update, Hao Chen suggested. Certainly. I shall not only continue his narrative, but also compose a biography for you, Moon Xiaolan remarked with a playful chuckle. After uttering these words, she plunged headlong into the study, disregarding the breathtaking maritime scenery. The islands of the southeastern offshore waters have arrived. Hao Chen inhaled deeply, gazing intently into the vast void before him. Indeed, the southeastern offshore waters lived up to their reputation. At times, dark clouds loomed on the horizon, their thickness casting a shadow, while silver rays of sunlight pierced through the clouds. Occasionally, sunlight would break through the heavy shroud, adorning the clouds with a radiant golden edge. As the sunlight gradually emerged from the encirclement, it illuminated the sky, transforming the clouds into shades of purple or red. At that moment, it was not only the sunlight, clouds, and sea that gleamed. Even the flying shuttle was cloaked in a layer of twilight shimmer. Chapter 662, Southeastern Offshore Waters, Part 2. Brother, look quickly. There, just there, a dark spot. As the ladies reveled in the ever-changing sea and sky, Hao Chen suddenly pointed towards the distant left and exclaimed, There, I can't see it clearly. Upon hearing Hao Chen's shout, everyone turned in awe towards the direction she indicated. The sky remained the sky, and the water the water. There was nothing visible ahead. However, Hao Chen had faith that something was there, for he trusted Hao Chen's keen eyesight. Hao Chen was a divine beast, the azure phoenix, and her vision surpassed that of mere mortals. Subsequently, he summoned his spiritual consciousness to probe the distance and spotted an island. Indeed, it is true, Hao Chen confirmed, directing her gaze to the left front, where a solitary island lay 1,000 miles away. Following Hao Chen's indication, Hao Chen discovered the island and then addressed Ziyu, who was steering the vessel. This is a desolate island amidst the vast ocean. On the island, verdant forests thrived, filled with the calls of monkeys and the roars of tigers. 90% of the island was cloaked in primordial woods. Towering ancient trees cast shadows over the land, while ferocious beasts and birds of prey screeched and soared, encapsulating an image of a bygone era, a world long lost. Under the blazing sun, the scorching rays beat down upon the earth. As Hao Chen and the ladies disembarked from the ship and set foot on the heated sands, they cast spells to shield themselves from the sun, fearing that it would darken their skin and diminish their beauty. They hurriedly sought refuge beneath the shade of the trees to cool off. Meanwhile, Hao Chen ascended into the air, extending his spiritual awareness to survey the surroundings. The beach occasionally radiated waves of heat, mingling with the salty sea breeze. Flocks of seabirds soared through the azure sky, while fish leaped from the water, reveling in the splendor of nature. Deep within the island, the roars of demonic beasts resounded like thunder, as if he had stepped into a primordial realm. This expanse was in stark contrast to the previously visited Flying Fish Island. It was a domain suffused with an untamed aura. Taking a deep breath, the fresh air, tinged with a hint of fishiness, gradually eased Hao Chen's mood. The journey through the Qianyuan Great Array had left him somewhat mentally fatigued, but now, arriving at this place, his perspective shifted, providing him with a rare opportunity for relaxation. Suddenly, Hao Chen's eyes sparkled with delight. Beneath the verdant and lush coconut grove by the shore, clusters of fully ripened coconuts lay round and enticing, their allure heightened against the backdrop of green leaves. A hint of sweetness and bitterness seemed to awaken a desire within him, prompting him to hasten forward. The blazing sun was obscured, and a gentle sea breeze swept in, causing the lush green leaves to sway softly, accompanied by refreshing whispers of coolness. Ripe coconuts occasionally fell to the ground, producing subtle sounds. Hao Chen, displaying his attentiveness, gathered a collection of wild fruits and brought them to the shaded spot where the ladies were resting. He handed them the prepared coconuts one by one before finally opening one for himself, savoring the sweet coconut water in large gulps. Although he could easily survive without food or drink at this moment, the novelty of the place still left him feeling somewhat parched. As the coconut water flowed into their bodies, both the ladies and Hao Chen experienced a delightful wave of refreshment. Suddenly, an exhilarating thought struck Hao Chen. He was on the verge of breaking through to the peak of the late stage of tribulation. Ladies, stand guard for me. I feel the need to ascend to the pinnacle of the late tribulation stage, he instructed them. He then closed his eyes and sat cross-legged, guiding the surrounding elemental energy into his body. Utilizing the Shaoyang method, he absorbed this energy, continuously transforming it into primal power. Soon, these primal energies surged towards him, enveloping him in a powerful embrace. After 3 hours, Hao Chen opened his eyes, his heart overflowing with joy as he sensed the torrent of primal energy within him. Remarkably, he had just advanced to the late stage of tribulation a few days prior, and now he was already reaching its peak. It was truly astonishing. The ladies expressed their admiration for Hao Chen's rapid advancement to this pinnacle. Deep within the island, the continuous roars of beasts indicated that it was not a haven of tranquility. Meanwhile, in the vast ocean, colossal figures occasionally emerged, turning and creating massive waves, a testament to the perilous nature of these waters. For the sake of safety, Hao Chen decided to store all the ladies within the jade pendant space. He paid no mind to their astonishment, including that of the flower spirits, as they too were taken into the pendant's realm. With his increasing cultivation, the jade pendant space had long been transformed into a separate dimension. Once the ladies were secured, Hao Chen's gaze narrowed slightly. The sea was far too dangerous, especially in the vicinity nearby. In a brief moment, he sensed dozens of fierce auras, with several unmistakably reaching the peak of the late stage of tribulation. It was unfathomable to consider how many formidable beasts lurked in this boundless ocean. Such dangers were beyond his current capability to confront. Turning back towards the depths of the island, he ventured into the verdant and vibrant forest, where ancient trees soared, shading the land from the sun. This was a sanctuary for seabirds, and as Hao Chen entered this area, a multitude of birds took flight in alarm. Thousands of seabirds circled and called out, their feathers raining down like confetti. The ground was thick with bird droppings, and nests filled with eggs were scattered across branches and the forest floor. Countless fledglings cried out for nourishment, while adult seabirds spiraled and squawked above. Despite the sheer number of these birds, they were merely ordinary flying beasts, devoid of any trace of demonic energy. Hao Chen held no interest in these common creatures and continued deeper into the forest. Beyond 1,000 feet, twisted ancient trees and withered vines intertwined, and the atmosphere here was suffused with an even more primal essence. Within this realm, traces of beasts were abundant, and the air was thick with a sense of bloodlust. This was indeed a territory where formidable beasts roamed freely. A formidable female demon ape, towering in stature, roared ferociously as it approached, its dark, shaggy fur and fearsome visage instilling a sense of dread. However, the moment Hao Chen's eyes lit up, he realized he had fortuitously found a sparring partner, arriving at his doorstep uninvited. With a swift motion, he gathered his magical energy to confront the charging beast with his demon-slaying hand. The demon ape's massive palms clashed with Hao Chen's ethereal manifestation of the same technique, resulting in a stalemate in their initial encounter. Infuriated, the demon ape could hardly believe that such a diminutive human dared to challenge its might, a disgrace to the esteemed name of the ape clan. As the fierce battle ensued, Hao Chen soon recognized the creature's immense strength. Realizing that subduing it would be no easy task, resolutely, he invoked the body refinement divine power technique, engaging in a brutal melee with the beast. The ferocity of this demon far surpassed that of the black ape he had previously subdued in the fourth heavenly mist jungle. It was no wonder that the demon race reigned supreme across countless realms. Even a mere ordinary beast posed such a challenge, leaving one to ponder the formidable nature of their higher-tiered beings. Emboldened by the encounter, Hao Chen felt invigorated. A worthy sparring partner had graced his path just as he ascended in power. The exhilarating melee not only stabilized his cultivation, but also provided rigorous physical training. As an hour passed, he showed no signs of fatigue. Instead, he grew bolder, unleashing a series of furious strikes with his demon exploding fist against the ape. The demon ape, displaying a surprising level of intelligence, began to anticipate Hao Chen's punches, skillfully evading the brunt of the attacks. However, after 2 hours of relentless combat, the creature began to tire, its strikes losing their former vigor. In contrast, bolstered by the power of his 4 dantians and the dual cultivation of both martial and magical arts, Hao Chen remained unyielding. Sensing the demon's waning strength, he intensified his assault. With a powerful blow, he sent the demon ape staggering back several yards. Realizing the precariousness of its situation, the creature attempted to escape. In a sudden maneuver, it darted to the left, trying to exit the fray, yet Hao Chen shadowed its every move. With a resounding impact, his fist connected solidly with the demon's midsection, causing it to stumble and cry out in pain. Just as it attempted to rise, Hao Chen's hand struck the nape of its neck, forcing it back to the ground. Exhaling deeply, Hao Chen acknowledged the difficulty of this adversary. After 2 grueling hours of combat, he felt the soreness throughout his body, recognizing this as one of the most strenuous battles he had endured solely through physical prowess. With a wave of his hand, he imprisoned the demon ape within the demon suppression tower before continuing on his journey. Following this exhilarating clash, Hao Chen sensed a faint indication of nearing a breakthrough to the martial emperor level, surprising him with joy. It had been quite some time since he had felt any notable progress since entering the martial king realm. He had not anticipated that a single battle could yield such profound effects. Half an hour later, he discovered a hollow within a tree, entered it, and casually set up an illusory kill array before settling down to meditate and cultivate the lesser yang technique. Despite the current expenditure of mana being relatively modest, a profound sense of fatigue nevertheless assails the body. Following 3 days of dedicated cultivation and restoration, my magical prowess has advanced. It appears that the martial path is but a single opportunity away from transcending to the realm of the martial emperor. Chapter 663. The Frenzied Body Refinement. Part 1. 2 days have elapsed, and Hao Chen continues to traverse the dense forest. The deserted island is vast, and his journey thus far has merely skirted the periphery of this landmass. His pace is leisurely, for he has discovered that within the thicket, not only do ferocious beasts roam, but numerous spiritual herbs, elixirs, and fruits flourish as well. Some treasures, long extinct on the continent, are present here. There are also plants unknown to Hao Chen. Nonetheless, he collects every spiritual herb and elixir indiscriminately, storing them in the jade pendant space for the ladies to identify. In a flurry of activity, while Hao Chen scours the exterior, the women diligently engage in their work within the miniature world of the jade pendant. They cultivate what needs cultivation and concoct what requires concocting, with Yu Xiaolan meticulously categorizing their findings. Rare and exquisite spiritual herbs, elixirs, blood spirit herbs, and foundational ginseng abound in the dense forest of the deserted island. As he progresses, Hao Chen's bounty is substantial. The jade pendant now brims with dozens of rare spiritual herbs and elixirs. He has even collected several saplings of spiritual fruit trees, including the dragon scale fruit tree, earth origin fruit, nurturing baby fruit, and rejuvenation fruit, among others. Any single specimen could incite a tempest of bloodshed within the Qian Yuan realm. Even cultivators at the Great Ascension level would covet the likes of Tian Yuan grass, 9-leaf ghost chrysanthemum, sacred spirit grass, and Hongming grass, all of which he has gathered in abundance. As he treads carefully through the underbrush, Hao Chen maintains a pace neither hurried nor slow, his consciousness sweeping the surroundings. Though he yearns to thoroughly scour the entire woodland, he is aware that some corners will inevitably remain overlooked. 3 days later, he suddenly halts before a valley. Here, the spiritual energy appears denser than that outside, accompanied by an inexplicable aura emanating from within. Even with his profound cultivation, Hao Chen dares not be as casual as he was in the outer regions. After all, in this forsaken world, unknown beasts lurk, capable of posing a threat to him. Should he find himself encircled by formidable creatures, the consequences would be dire. With utmost caution, Hao Chen steps into the valley, all the while gathering spiritual herbs and searching for rare treasures. Just then, a thunderous roar reverberates through the air as a unique creature, a serpent with a fishtail and a single horn radiating lightning, bursts forth, charging directly at him. The 10-odd-foot-long creature unleashes its most potent attack, a toxic water arrow spewing from its gaping maw, reeking of a vile stench as it hurtles toward him. Hao Chen responds with a mighty sky-toppling palm, the violent force scattering the water arrow into a myriad of droplets. When the toxic water strikes the ground, it emits a hissing sound, corroding everything in its path, a truly horrifying spectacle. Witnessing the potency of this poisoned water arrow astonishes him. Although he had surmised the complexity of a serpent's water attack from the outset, the reality is still profoundly alarming. A mere touch from an ordinary cultivator would likely lead to a fatal demise. The attack of the unicorn serpent was not merely a singular water arrow, but a relentless barrage of numerous water arrows, incessantly targeting the invading foes. The moment Hao Chen stepped into the valley, he entered the territory of the unicorn serpent. Although he managed to deflect the onslaught of these water arrows, the unicorn serpent seized the opportunity during his counterattack to ascend with ferocity. It unleashed a formidable tail sweep aimed directly at Hao Chen's body. For a fleeting moment, darkness enveloped him as the colossal tail descended with a crushing force. Akin to a mountain poised to obliterate everything in its path, an ultimate display of raw power. The overwhelming momentum instilled a sense of helplessness, subtly suggesting that resistance would be futile. Whoosh! Despite his confidence in evading harm from this strike, Hao Chen was determined not to be wounded by the unicorn serpent. He swiftly executed the stunning swallow step, evading the blow and leaving behind only an afterimage, which was struck instead. After dodging the unicorn serpent's attack, Hao Chen did not linger, but rather sprinted towards the rocky wall on the right side of the valley. However, despite his remarkable speed, even employing teleportation along the way, he was closely pursued by the unicorn serpent. It was not that the unicorn serpent was exceptionally swift. but rather that Hao Chen had to evade the poisonous water arrows from behind while running. The unicorn serpent, in a straight line, relentlessly pursued him. In comparison, Hao Chen's speed appeared to lag. Swish! A poisonous water arrow shot forth, forcing Hao Chen back into the unicorn serpent's attack range once more. Yet this time, he did not attempt to resist. Instead, he combined the stunning swallow step with teleportation, skillfully evading the lethal strike and increasing the distance between them once again. Such a technique could only be executed by a practitioner like Hao Chen, who was adept in both martial and magical arts. Other practitioners lacked the physical prowess to withstand such an influx of energy with their legs. Roar! Noticing Hao Chen's explosive speed, the unicorn serpent was undeterred. With an enraged roar, it pursued him with unwavering determination, embodying an insatiable hunger for conquest. However, this terrain was indeed ill-suited for combat, as Hao Chen soared while the unicorn serpent soared in pursuit. Hao Chen weaved through the forest and across waters in evasion, while the unicorn serpent effortlessly followed. Thus, they engaged in a cat-and-mouse chase, the battlefield gradually ascending until they reached a broader expanse of the valley. I have merely come to gather a few spiritual herbs within your domain. Yet you persistently cling to me. Previously, I was reluctant to be your enemy, but now, prepare to face my wrath. Let us see if I am truly so easily trifled with. No sooner had the words left his lips than Hao Chen unleashed his spell, striking first with an unparalleled multi-attribute demon-slaying hand. The violent surge of energy seemed poised to rend everything as it forcefully struck the unsuspecting unicorn serpent. The unicorn serpent, having initially believed Hao Chen to be cowardly and retreating, was taken aback, completely unprepared for Hao Chen's audacious counterattack. In an instant, it fell victim to the onslaught. Boom! Its massive body was sent flying 10 zhang away, crashing violently against the rocky wall. Roar! The unicorn serpent emitted a fierce growl, its colossal form leaping into the air, lunging fiercely at Hao Chen. Within its breath lingered a hint of draconic might, pressing down upon Hao Chen with palpable intensity. Clearly, the unicorn serpent had awakened a trace of its draconic bloodline. Moreover, from the oppressive breath of the dragon's fury, it can be inferred that the bloodline of the unicorn Jiao has long since awakened. How infuriating it is that it exhibits such ferocity, at least possessing the mid-stage prowess of the fourth transformation. Hao Chen could not help but exclaim in astonishment. The first transformation is akin to the human divine transformation stage. The second transformation corresponds to the human spirit separation stage. The third transformation is comparable to the human integration stage, while the fourth transformation equates to the tribulation stage. And the fifth transformation corresponds to the ascension stage. Each tier is further divided into 4 levels: initial, mid, late, and peak. What left Hao Chen utterly astounded was that his recent demon-slaughtering hand had no effect whatsoever on the unicorn Jiao. Not only was its surface armor impervious, but Hao Chen's instincts also sensed that no real damage had been inflicted, merely causing a fleeting moment of discomfort. It is noteworthy that the power behind his demon-slaughtering hand could shatter rocks into dust. Yet, the unicorn Jiao withstood it almost unscathed. At this moment, there was no time for Hao Chen to contemplate, as the unicorn Jiao lunged at him once more. Its colossal form, spanning over 10 zhang, twisted into a remarkable posture as it sought to constrict Hao Chen's body. It was evident that this was the Jiao's signature grappling technique, should he be ensnared. Even Hao Chen's defenses might falter, potentially leading to grievous injury. Undeterred, Hao Chen unleashed his full power, executing the stunning hawk's instant movement, which abruptly created numerous phantoms, complemented by countless afterimages. This bewildered the unicorn Jiao, which charged forward, unable to discern which illusion to seize. However, the Jiao's combat experience was evidently extensive. Realizing that grappling would not suffice, it swiftly transitioned from a constricting maneuver to a sweeping attack. Its tail transformed into a multitude of whip-like strikes aimed at Hao Chen's body. Demon Flame Magic Hand. Hao Chen, not to be outdone, bellowed fiercely. His hands morphed into countless palm shadows, meeting the onslaught head-on. The Demon Flame Magic Hand, an evolution of his demon-slaughtering hand, carried the ferocious flames of the demon fire, striking toward the unicorn Jiao. This was the spell Hao Chen had comprehended from his demon-slaughtering hand. Against the water attribute unicorn Jiao, employing fire as a countermeasure proved to be the most effective strategy. Bang! The Demon Flame Magic Hand struck the Jiao's tail with tremendous force, producing a thunderous sound that reverberated through the surroundings. The explosive energy unleashed set nearby trees ablaze and sent debris flying in all directions. Chapter 664, The Frenzied Body Refinement, Part 2. As both parties continued to intensify their assaults, the backlash grew increasingly formidable. At such a juncture, it was advantageous for the larger physique to prevail, thus the battle gradually tilted in favor of the Jiao. The situation became increasingly unfavorable for Hao Chen. Unless he resorted to a strategy of evasion to wear down the unicorn Jiao, he would find himself at a disadvantage. However, Hao Chen was reluctant to adopt a hit-and-run tactic, as he aspired to elevate his cultivation swiftly. Naturally, he could not forfeit such a splendid opportunity for practice. Cultivators inherently rely on combat to expedite their advancement. Being a practitioner of both martial and magical arts, what Hao Chen required at present was this intense, head-on confrontation. Therefore, he resolved to refine his body in the most ferocious manner possible, which was the battle he yearned for, provided he remained vigilant against the Jiao's venomous assaults. Had he not been intent on improving his cultivation, he could have easily dispatched the unicorn Jiao using the demon suppression tower, a multitude of humanoid puppets, or the devouring demon flies. Regrettably, Hao Chen has never favored resolving battles through external assistance. Such reliance on external forces is not the outcome he desires. Unless faced with an absolutely dire situation, he would not casually resort to external aid in his confrontations. Thus, he continues to engage in fierce clashes with the unicorn dragon, often being sent flying by its tail. He frequently collides with cliffs and ancient trees, repeatedly being battered into the earth and mud. In this moment, Hao Chen appears utterly wretched, his body tattered and torn, yet an exhilarating thrill courses through him. What a rush! Bring it on! Again, he exuberantly roars at the unicorn dragon. Despite the fierce intensity of the battle, the unicorn dragon has only exerted half of its true power. Hao Chen is merely using the unicorn dragon as a training partner, while the creature toys with him, seeking a diversion from its countless years of monotonous cultivation. To the unicorn dragon, this human is not a threat. It can indulge in this amusement before devouring him at its leisure. Meanwhile, Hao Chen seizes this opportunity to rigorously hone his skills. The Shaoyang technique operates at full capacity, continuously mending his bodily injuries, rendering the repaired areas even stronger than before. What delights Hao Chen most is that the speed of restoration perfectly matches the rate of destruction inflicted by the unicorn dragon. Thus, the unicorn dragon essentially becomes his training apparatus. How could he not feel elated? In the face of danger, he can always retreat into the demon suppression tower. Hence, he harbors no fear of the unicorn dragon. Without the threat to his life, he finds himself increasingly exhilarated in battle. The clash rages on, a cacophony of sound echoing through the air. Hao Chen is repeatedly sent flying, yet the unicorn dragon grows increasingly astonished. Is this human truly a monster? Or am I the one who is monstrous? It muses in disbelief. This peculiar creature, seemingly invincible, has endured relentless assaults without so much as a scratch. How could this be permitted? The unicorn dragon, once calm and collected, is now overcome with a flicker of fear it is reluctant to acknowledge. After all, it is an ancient beast that has lived for countless years. Soon, it regains its composure, recognizing that its ordinary attacks are ineffective against this human. It then resorts to magical assaults. While typical demons lack magical prowess, beasts with ancestral bloodlines possess innate spells and divine abilities. As the unicorn dragon turns, it unleashes a powerful spell. The dragon clan excels in water-based lightning techniques. And imbued with the bloodline of dragons, the unicorn dragon wields lightning magic as well. Suddenly, a dark cloud appears silently overhead, its intentions unclear, whether born of fear or fury. It conjures the formidable aqueous thunder. A bolt of silent, black lightning, no thicker than a thumb, hurtles toward Hao Chen's form. Just as he feels a jolt of apprehension and instinctively looks up, he catches sight of the black aqueous thunder descending upon him. Alas, it is too late to evade. For this force is exceedingly swift. By the time he notices it, it has already struck overhead. There is no possibility of escape, not even a moment to enter the refuge of the demon suppression tower. Crack! Hao Chen was transformed into a figure reminiscent of a destitute beggar, with an appearance that evoked sympathy. Wisps of white smoke occasionally escaped from his lips. Oh, you wretched little creature. Did you truly believe that I rely solely on brute strength? My spells are far from trivial, and now you find yourself in dire straits. Do you not? The unicorn serpent's heart swelled with pride as it secretly chuckled. The aquatic thunder of the water god proved to be a formidable high-tier water-based lightning technique, delivering a devastating blow with a single strike. Although Hao Chen had not been able to defend himself in time and had relied solely on his physical form for resistance, it must be noted that he was currently at the late stage of transcending the tribulation in his cultivation, wielding the pinnacle strength of a martial king. Despite possessing a lightning attribute, it was his first encounter with the aquatic thunder, and the unfamiliarity led to his serious injury. At that moment, however, the essence of the Xiaohao bloodline within Hao Chen surged violently. A terrifying vitality began to fervently mend his wounded flesh. His lightning dantian absorbed the power of the lightning, while his stellar dantian voraciously consumed the toxins from the unicorn serpent. The severity of his injuries stemmed from the corrosive properties of the aquatic thunder, which, despite being a water attribute spell, harbored dark characteristics. Fortunately, the unicorn serpent had been overly confident in its attack, and, having finally inflicted damage upon Hao Chen, became lost in exhilaration, unwittingly granting Hao Chen the time he needed to recover. Seizing this fleeting moment, Hao Chen managed to restore a significant portion of his internal injuries. Indeed, he was like an indomitable cockroach. Had it been an ordinary person, they would have long since succumbed. I am far from finished. Let us see if your pathetic lightning can extinguish me. Hao Chen seethed inwardly. The laughter of the unicorn serpent abruptly ceased, replaced by a look of disbelief as it beheld the lively Hao Chen, its heart gripped by terror. How could he possibly be unscathed? The astonished unicorn serpent remained unaware that had it pressed its advantage even slightly longer, Hao Chen might have already met his demise. But alas, that opportunity had slipped away. Is it not obvious? After enduring your relentless assault, it's now my turn to play. Hao Chen's eyes glimmered as he regarded the unicorn serpent, his fists unconsciously rubbing together. Truly unscathed? How can this be? That is the aquatic thunder of the water god. How could a mere ant survive? The unicorn serpent's disbelief was palpable, its eyes wide in shock. Nothing is impossible. Prepare to meet your end, Hao Chen declared inwardly, his form flashing as he instantaneously appeared above the unicorn serpent. Following this, a furious torrent of punches exploded forth, countless fists raining down upon the massive head of the unicorn serpent. The creature was completely overwhelmed, its head nearly embedded in the ground, which was composed of remarkably solid rock. In an astonishingly brief moment, Hao Chen unleashed over 1,000 punches, all landing on the unicorn serpent's head, yet none struck its horn, for he did not wish for the creature to perish. Upon reaching the level of a cultivator like Hao Chen, one strives to avoid taking life whenever possible, refraining from needless slaughter. The beings capable of contending with him, whether human or demon, are ancient entities who have cultivated for hundreds or even thousands of years. Achieving such a level of cultivation is no small feat, and he is but a step away from transcending to a higher realm. Lost in thought, Hao Chen inadvertently delivered a blow to the unicorn serpent, causing it to suffer a concussion. Chapter 665. Heart to heart with a demon. How dare you strike me with lightning, tarnishing my reputation? How shall I present myself before the ladies? With a single punch and a curse, Hao Chen swiftly rendered the unicorn serpent unconscious. After confirming its state, he paused, a smile gracing his face as he gazed at the massive creature. Hey, disappear. With that command, the unicorn serpent vanished, and so did Hao Chen's presence. I have confined it. Now train it well, and see what it has done to me. In the first layer of the demon suppression tower, an addition was made as Hao Chen summoned the fiery bird, Little Red, from the realm of fire, directing her attention to the unicorn serpent. Don't worry, brother. I will make it obedient, Little Red eagerly assured. Once it listens to you, will you let it play with me, please? Of course. Hao Chen readily agreed to Little Red's request. He then produced a blank token, suddenly casting a spell to forge a short-range teleportation array. This would allow Little Red to freely enter and exit the confines of the barrier that held the unicorn serpent. He chose not to involve Little Green, as she had already acquired several companions. While Little Red diligently guarded Hao Yuan Hall and Feng, she had little time to cultivate. Throughout their journey, due to her low cultivation level, she was compelled to focus on training. After obtaining the illusion lotus seed, she harnessed its magical properties to transform herself, which significantly accelerated her cultivation progress. Once Little Red reached the first tier of demon beasts, Hao Chen provided her with a transformation pill, allowing her to take on a form akin to Little Green, resembling a petite girl. Nevertheless, she only achieved the latter stage of the second tier of transformation. However, as Hao Chen's contracted beast, she was likely to soon catch up with his cultivation level. Hao Chen had kept Little Red's existence a secret, known only to a select few in the Tianyuan continent. Little Red, how is the snow eagle? Hao Chen suddenly recalled the bird that had lost a leg. After our second encounter, I returned to the fire barrier to cultivate and haven't been in touch, Little Red replied. With a thought, Hao Chen enveloped Little Red, departing from the space that contained the unicorn serpent. The unicorn serpent, having been knocked unconscious, would likely take several days to awaken. Taming the unicorn serpent served not only as a helpful ally, but also as a guardian for the thunder bamboo, as the thunder god's lightning would benefit it. Hao Chen and Little Red arrived at the second layer of the demon suppression tower, summoning the snow eagle. At this moment, the snow eagle was no longer bare. Its feathers had completely regrown. Now speak to it. I am preparing to transform it into human form before healing its severed limb. Hao Chen instructed Little Red. The snow eagle, brought before Hao Chen, timidly stood behind Little Red, unable to meet Hao Chen's gaze, still haunted by the beating it had received. It feared the possibility of Hao Chen holding a grudge and dreaded another potential thrashing. Having heard that not only could she be transformed into human form, but also undergo a limb reattachment procedure, Shui Ying readily acquiesced to Hao Yan's suggestion. Thus, he instructed Xiaohong to prepare a dress for her, for once the spell was successfully cast. It would certainly be unseemly for Shui Ying, as a young girl, to be bare. Moreover, Hao Yan was a man. Although Xiaohong, in her human guise, had been exposed to Hao Yan, it was an unavoidable circumstance. There were no fire-resistant garments available while casting spells in the realm of fire. Consequently, Hao Yan retrieved a fireproof long robe to envelop Xiaohong. Since that incident, Hao Yan had taken to preparing a variety of clothing, including outfits for children and adolescents. With a mere thought, the illusory lotus seed materialized in the void, spiraling gracefully above Shui Ying. Under Hao Yan's mental command, a mist emanated from the illusory lotus seed, enveloping Shui Ying. After an hour had passed, Hao Yan utilized his spiritual eye technique to observe Shui Ying's transformation into a human. He then gradually withdrew his power, concealing the illusory lotus seed. After discreetly departing from Xiaohong and Shui Ying, Hao Yan made his way to the domain of the devouring yuan demon flies. He presented the collected Tianlei bamboo leaves, alluring demon powder, and a considerable amount of yuan stones to the demon fly king. This time, during the traversal of the Qianyuan Great Formation, Mo Hong had lost half of her devouring yuan demon fly swarm, and Hao Yan requested the demon fly king to oversee Mo Hong's recovery in replenishing her swarm. To distinguish the 6 other demon fly kings from the demon fly Queen Mou, Hao Yan bestowed upon them names: Mo Hong, Mo Lan, Mo Fei, Mo Lu, Mo Xian, and Mo Wan. The 7 devouring yuan demon flies were filled with exhilaration upon receiving their names, as names conferred identity, allowing them to take human form without the burden of naming themselves. Henceforth, they would secure their place among the demon race. The reason Hao Yan refrained from giving them transformation pills was due to the small size of the spiritual insects. Premature transformation could lead to their bodies bursting. Although Mou had advanced to the rank of spiritual insect queen and could assume human form, the others were still a step away, and Hao Yan wished for them to transform together. In time, a 4th-tier late-stage spiritual insect emperor, commanding 6 4th-tier early-stage spiritual insect queens, would present themselves before the world, commanding billions of devouring yuan demon flies, a sight to behold. After sharing some cultivation insights with several high-ranking demon flies, Hao Yan returned to Xiaohong's side. At this moment, Shui Ying was dressed and, with Xiaohong's assistance, stood beside her. This little girl was enchanting, with silky white hair cascading over her shoulders, skin as smooth as mutton fat, and a pair of dark, glinting eyes radiating a mischievous sparkle. Beneath her high nose, her delicate pink lips curled slightly upward, and her sweet cheeks were adorned with a pair of shallow, rosy dimples, resembling a delightful little sprite. It was no wonder that people referred to those bewitching women as fairies. Subsequently, the limb reattachment surgery for Shui Ying proceeded smoothly, as the eagle claw Hao Yan had severed during their time in the locking demon city had been preserved in his storage ring. If it were not for Yu and Shui's relentless harassment of Chu Qian, Hao Chen would have considered returning to the demon locking city to reconcile with them. However, He was not only troubling Chu Qian, but also was a demon cultivator who met his demise at the hands of a beast when the 100-Flower Valley was destroyed in the Wanjiao Mountain. Hao Chen had been delayed for an extensive period in the demon suppression tower, and he still had adventures to undertake on the desolate island. Once everything was arranged, Hao Chen reappeared at the battleground against the unicorn flood dragon. Nevertheless, he had no intention of venturing into the heart of the island once more. By now, he had undoubtedly attracted the attention of numerous beasts, making it exceedingly perilous to proceed. Who could say whether the unicorn flood dragon had any beastly allies? If it did, he would surely face a beating. Yet, he would not abandon the unicorn flood dragon's cave. After locating the cave and ensuring it posed no immediate threat, he transformed himself into an inconspicuous scavenger. Soon, he cleared the cave of its contents, meticulously gathering everything of value. He then set up several concealed formations to hide the entrance, creating a satisfactory refuge before departing contentedly. Chapter 666. Bullying the weak. Hao Chen refrained from delving into the core of the island. This time, he concealed his presence and altered his appearance, raising his cultivation level to the mid-stage of transformation. The ferocity emanating from his body was enough to instill caution in the beasts of the island, preventing them from harassing him indiscriminately. Thus, he wandered alone within the territory of the unicorn flood dragon, searching for spiritual herbs and other treasures of nature. Suddenly, he noticed a figure soaring from the valley. It was a human presence, causing Hao Chen to ponder. Could there be others here? Turning to look, he was met by the sight of a middle-aged man clad in black. This individual moved silently, his dark attire lending an air of mystery. With an aura of arrogance and a menacing presence, he exuded an oppressive atmosphere, concealing his true cultivation level, which was evidently formidable. Upon spotting Hao Chen, the newcomer abruptly halted, regarding him with a gaze of astonishment, clearly recognizing something unusual. "You are quite remarkable, having attained the mid-stage of transformation at such a young age. And you've managed to reach this island. Indeed, you possess some skill," the middle-aged man in black proclaimed with an air of condescension, his eyes fixed on Hao Chen. The tone in which he spoke elicited a chuckle from Hao Chen, as if the man considered himself quite distinguished. However, the strength of the middle-aged man surprised Hao Chen slightly. He was actually a peak-stage spirit division expert. "Senior, you flatter me. My presence here is merely due to fortunate circumstances, without any extraordinary merit," Hao Chen replied, maintaining his composure with a slight smile. "Luck? I have never placed my faith in luck, or rather, I have never subscribed to the notion of luck as a mere coincidence. To me, luck is also a form of strength, not much different from skill. For a person blessed with good fortune often possesses great opportunities, surpassing one who merely holds immense will but lacks such fortune," the middle-aged man in black retorted arrogantly, his tone lofty, which only amused Hao Chen further. "The senior's words hold merit. May I inquire about your esteemed name?" Hao Chen replied calmly, having no desire to engage further with someone so excessively self-assured. "Humph. While your fortune may be favorable, your strength remains woefully inadequate. You are not worthy of knowing my name. Let us converse again once your cultivation has ascended beyond the harmonization stage." The middle-aged man in black regarded Hao Chen with a disdainful expression. "In that case, I shall take my leave," Hao Chen responded respectfully with a smile. He then turned and departed from the vicinity of the middle-aged man. Although Hao Chen was unafraid of a potential ambush, he remained vigilant. As the middle-aged man observed Hao Chen's retreating figure, having already distanced himself by 10 paces, he finally took action. "Umph, allow me to strike you once before you depart," the middle-aged man sneered. Qianquan finger. He raised his hand, manifesting a stunning spell that surged towards Hao Chen's back. Despicable. Hao Chen had long anticipated the middle-aged man's treachery. In an instant, he pivoted to confront the incoming assault. Demon explosion fist. With a silent exclamation, Hao Chen unleashed a punch in response. Although the opponent's attack was formidable, he refrained from employing his most powerful technique. He needed to conceal his true capabilities, as revealing them was not his intention at this moment. Boom. While he managed to withstand the majority of the attack's might, a portion of the overwhelming spell still struck him. Hao Chen deliberately staggered, feigning injury with a pale expression. "Humph, incapable of withstanding even a single blow. And yet you dare to act disrespectfully towards me." The middle-aged man's eyes gleamed with a terrifying murderous intent, his true intent to kill now apparent. Despite Hao Chen's attempts to conceal his strength, the middle-aged man sensed the youth's remarkable cultivation level. Having reached the mid-stage of the transformation realm at such a tender age, an alarming potential indeed. You, a late-stage spirit division cultivator, dare to ambush a weaker opponent? Do you not fear the scorn of others for your cowardice? Hao Chen glared at the middle-aged man, his face filled with indignation. Should I eliminate you? Who would know of my misdeeds? The middle-aged man replied ominously. If I cannot defeat you, do you think I cannot escape? Hao Chen replied, feigning timidity. Escape? You believe you can flee? No one who knows the location of this desolate island has ever left. You would do well to accept your fate. The middle-aged man regarded Hao Chen with evident contempt. Blood Shadow Fist. Before his words had fully escaped his lips, the middle-aged man unleashed the terrifying aura of a peak late-stage spirit division cultivator, pressing down upon Hao Chen. Simultaneously, he swung his hand, sending a shadow of a fist hurtling towards Hao Chen. At that moment, Hao Chen moved, Demon Slayer's hand, with a sudden step forward. He unleashed a handprint that tore through the void and struck fiercely towards the middle-aged man. Seeking death, the middle-aged man furrowed his brow, clearly taken aback by the audacity of this young one to resist. Anger flashed in his eyes. Had this palm been delivered by a late-stage spirit division cultivator, he might have hesitated. Yet, to think that a mid-stage transformation realm practitioner could dare to obstruct the might of a late-stage spirit division expert was nothing short of delusional. The mid-aged man clad in black unleashed his blood shadow fist, which collided abruptly with the demon-slaying palm imprint cast by Hao Chen in the void. A thunderous roar echoed as the formidable force propelled the surrounding rubble aside. The cold smile on the man's face suddenly froze, a flicker of terror igniting in his eyes. He perceived that the impact of the blood shadow fist felt less like a hand and more like a waterlogged sponge. The crimson aura that burst forth was strangely devoured. In the next moment, an even more astonishing scene unfolded. The overwhelming primordial force emanating from the demon-slaying palm was astonishingly comparable to his own magical power. A sharp intake of breath escaped the mid-aged man. It was truly unfathomable that a mid-stage transformation cultivator could contend equally with a peak late-stage spirit separation cultivator. Though he had not unleashed his full strength in haste, that previous strike was sufficient to obliterate a mid-stage transformation practitioner. Could he be concealing his true cultivation? This thought suddenly crossed the man's mind. However, a thunderous roar abruptly interrupted his musings. It turned out that the mid-aged man had entered the valley from the opposite side of the desolate island. Upon arriving in the valley, he began to gather heavenly materials and earthly treasures. When he stepped into the domain of the Black Demon Tiger, he was relentlessly pursued by a second-stage, shape-shifted Black Demon Tiger. Coincidentally, Hao Chen emerged from the Demon Suppression Tower after capturing the Unicorn Serpent to gather spiritual herbs and encountered the mid-aged man. The man devised a scheme to ambush and subdue Hao Chen, delivering a blood shadow fist to leave his aura on Hao Chen before making his escape. However, he found not only was he unable to subdue Hao Chen, but he was also intercepted by him. At that moment, the pursuing Black Demon Tiger glared at the mid-aged man. Disregarding Hao Chen, with no options left, the mid-aged man had to turn and engage in battle with the Black Demon Tiger. Hao Chen did not leave the scene, given his cultivation. Even if the mid-aged man and the Black Demon Tiger joined forces, they would not necessarily pose a threat to him. Thus, he seized the opportunity to hide nearby, quietly observing the blood-soaked conflict between the mid-aged man and the Black Demon Tiger. This was far more exhilarating than watching a blood battle in the Feather City arena. Chapter 667, Who Schemes Against Whom? Part 1, Boom. The Black Demon Tiger, with a swift motion, lashed its tail, which was several meters long, like a bolt of lightning, suddenly striking towards the mid-aged man. Simultaneously, its paw, as large as a grinding millstone, slammed forward with ferocity. The mid-aged man's expression turned grave. This Black Demon Tiger was also a late-stage, second transformation beast, hardly weaker than himself. Its mountain-like physique boasted a defense far superior to his own, and the demonic power contained within such a massive body surpassed that of any cultivator of the same realm. Thus, the mid-aged man had fled in terror, unwilling to engage, and when he encountered Hao Chen, he sought to divert the danger onto him. Since you insist on pressing me, I shall oblige. A cold glint flickered in the mid-aged man's eyes as a dark, radiant light flashed, revealing two gauntlets in his hands. The exterior of the black gauntlets was adorned with rows of densely packed bone spikes, glimmering with a chilling sheen. One could only imagine the multitude of bloody holes that would be inflicted upon impact. Get lost. The middle-aged man clad in black bellowed fiercely, unleashing a formidable aura. He deftly evaded the lightning-fast swipe of the tiger's tail, delivering a powerful strike with his fist, adorned with menacing bone spikes, directly toward the descending paw of the tiger. With a resounding crash, the enormous paw, the size of a grinding stone, collided with the viciously spiked fist. A chilling roar erupted, echoing across the surroundings. The impact from the black magic tiger's immense force sent the man flying, carving a deep trench into the ground beneath his feet before he finally came to a halt. At that moment, his face was ashen, and the energy within him was somewhat disordered. His reluctance to engage in a direct confrontation with the black magic tiger stemmed from the inherent brutality of magical beasts. Once a battle commenced, it would invariably be a fight to the death. Even if he were to vanquish it, the price paid would be considerable. In a realm dominated by magical creatures, danger lurked at every corner. The middle-aged man was unwilling to pay such a steep toll, especially considering the possibility of encountering another beast of equal might to the black magic tiger thereafter, which would spell further trouble. However, since you seek your demise, I shall oblige. He steadied the tumultuous energy within him and charged once more at the black magic tiger. In the wake of their fierce encounter, the tiger's injured paw hesitated to touch the ground, a testament to the severity of its wounds. Beneath its paw appeared numerous gaping wounds, from which crimson blood continuously gushed forth. After sustaining a blow, the ferocity in the tiger's eyes intensified as it glared at the human responsible for its injury. It let out a roar that seemed to shatter stone, and its colossal form leapt once again. The air was filled with the sound of violent explosions as the two dissimilar forms collided repeatedly, unleashing waves of energy. Surrounding trees, towering into the sky, were uprooted and hurled into the air, only to burst apart in mid-flight. Standing nearby, Hao Chen observed the chaos with a detached demeanor. He had no desire to scheme. Yet he understood that those who sought to plot against him must be prepared for the consequences of their actions. The battle raged on between the middle-aged man and the black magic tiger, whose massive body was now drenched in blood, spattering from its many wounds. Yet, the more it suffered, the more frenzied it became. The magical beasts of this desolate all seemed incapable of speech. From the initial encounter with the magic ape to the subsequent confrontation with the unicorn dragon, and now this black magic tiger, Hao Chen had faced 3 magical beasts, all of which were at the late stage of spirit division, yet none could utter a word. The laws of nature here had shifted. Likely influenced by the Qi Yuan Great Formation, Hao Chen mused as he gazed at the expanse of sky. As time wore on, the movements of the black magic tiger grew increasingly sluggish. Hao Chen sensed that the battle was nearing its conclusion. Die! The man's eyes glinted with a trace of crimson as he unleashed a ferocious blow upon the tiger's head. With a resounding impact, imbued with chaotic dark energy, the tiger's blood erupted forth, a blinding crimson fountain. The massive body of the black magic tiger crumpled to the ground with a thunderous crash, shaking the earth beneath. Though he had slain the black magic tiger, the middle-aged man, too, found himself in dire straits. The figure clad in black was stained a deep crimson, the acrid scent of blood assailing the senses. It was uncertain whether the blood was his own or that of the black demon tiger. At that moment, the man's countenance was ashen, his chest heaving violently. Even his steps betrayed a slight unsteadiness, clearly a result of his immense expenditure of spiritual energy. As he prepared to depart with the carcass of the black demon tiger, a spectral figure abruptly materialized beside him. "Do you intend to leave without consulting me?" The voice carried an icy chill, reminiscent of unmelting frost, and with its arrival, a palpable aura of menace permeated the air. The valley's entrance lay in eerie silence, the surrounding chaos serving as a testament to the breathtaking clash between man and beast that had just transpired. Now, the middle-aged man in black was exceedingly weakened, his spiritual energy extensively depleted. His combat prowess had dwindled to a mere fraction of its former self. During the battle, he had not had the opportunity to observe, assuming that Hao Chen had already departed. Now, confronted by Hao Chen's sudden appearance, blocking his path, he was taken aback. Yet, he was no ordinary individual. Having reached the advanced stage of spiritual cultivation, he had honed a profound cunning. Despite the tension, he swiftly regained his composure, and even upon closer inspection, it was difficult to discern any change in his expression. "My friend, my earlier actions were compelled by necessity," the middle-aged man in black remarked, gazing at Hao Chen as he emerged from the woods. When he realized Hao Chen was advancing toward him, A pang of anxiety gripped his heart. Nevertheless, his demeanor remained unchanged, albeit tinged with a bittersweet and somber sentiment. The young man before him, seemingly at the mid-stage of transformation, possessed a strength that surpassed that of many cultivators at the spiritual separation stage. In his haste, he was unaware of the limits of Hao Chen's power. Thus, the middle-aged man refrained from making any rash moves, opting instead to discreetly recuperate his physical and spiritual strength. Hao Chen stood several paces away, calmly circulating his own spiritual energy as he regarded the middle-aged man. Observing Hao Chen's silence, the man in black chose to close his eyes, focusing entirely on restoring his depleted spiritual energy. Behind his closed eyelids, a flicker of murderous intent glimmered, unseen by outsiders. Let you bask in arrogance for a moment longer. Soon, when I have fully recovered, we shall see how you continue to prance about, he thought grimly, feeling his internal energy gradually replenish. Did you arrive on this desolate island alone? Hao Chen inquired, seeking to ascertain whether the middle-aged man had any accomplices. Indeed, I lost my bearings at sea and stumbled upon this place, the middle-aged man replied, weaving a fabricated tale to deceive. From where do you hail? Hao Chen casually asked. I am from the Flying Fish Archipelago, specifically Kunshan Island, the man asserted with conviction. Oh, Hao Chen feigned enlightenment, choosing to remain silent thereafter. Is there anything else you wish to inquire about, my friend? The middle-aged man asked earnestly. At this juncture, the surging spiritual energy within him grew increasingly potent. His willingness to patiently respond to Hao Chen's inquiries stemmed from a gradual restoration of the excessive consumption of his internal energy. Furthermore, he harbored another intention, to subtly diminish the other's vigilance, thereby identifying the opportune moment to strike decisively. What prompted you to provoke this second-tier, shape-shifting black magic tiger in this valley? Hao Chen inquired curiously. Even if Hao Chen had not posed this question, he was eager to share the tale of being pursued by the black magic tiger. Within the creature's territory, he had acquired several valuable items. In due course, he could present some treasures under the pretext of atonement. When the other party's attention was diverted to those artifacts, he could seize the opportunity to act. Chapter 668. Who Schemed Against Whom? Part 2. Finally, I wish to ask, Hao Chen playfully regarded the middle-aged man in black, pausing momentarily before suddenly declaring after 3 breaths, have you calculated how to kill me? This unexpected remark sent a jolt through the middle-aged man, leaving him momentarily stunned. Yet, he quickly masked his shock with a look of feigned confusion, pretending to misunderstand Hao Chen's words. In that instant of apparent bewilderment, the middle-aged man's eyes widened in realization. His gaze seemed to pierce through the several feet separating him from Hao Chen, staring in astonishment at something behind him, his body trembling. I am right here, brother. Why have you only just? The middle-aged man exclaimed, glancing over Hao Chen's shoulder. However, before he could finish his sentence, a dark flame erupted from his mouth, surging towards Hao Chen with lightning speed. In a moment of panic, although the middle-aged man had not fully restored his energy, he felt compelled to make a desperate attempt. With Hao Chen having seen through his scheme, he was left with no choice but to launch a preemptive strike. The middle-aged man had been silently gathering the dark flames, a spell he relied upon for survival. He was fully prepared, waiting for the precise moment to unleash it. At that instant, had Hao Chen turned to look, the sudden assault of the dark flames would have undoubtedly sealed his fate. However, he underestimated Hao Chen. Hao Chen did not turn around. He had anticipated the other's cunning tactics, and such a ruse could not elude him. Before the middle-aged man's words had fully escaped his lips, a dark aura had already coalesced into a protective shield. A dark spell countering the dark flames was poised to thwart the middle-aged man's ambush. When the dark flames collided with the dark shield, a fierce flicker ensued, momentarily slowing their advance. Although his body had not completely recovered, the spell he had been cultivating for an extended period was remarkably potent. At that critical moment, within the dark shield, tiny whirlpools suddenly emerged, unleashing a formidable force of absorption. The dark flames trembled violently and, to the astonishment of the middle-aged man, began to shrink rapidly. Ultimately, in the depths of his despair, the dark flames vanished within the confines of the dark shield. The absorption power of the demon suppression tower surpassed even Hao Chen's own. Hao Chen stored this dark flame within the fire barrier of the demon suppression tower, intending to gradually absorb and refine it for his own use. At this moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction, fervently wishing that the middle-aged man in black would unleash more of the dark flames. The middle-aged figure remained silent, fixating his gaze on Hao Chen, no longer concealing his intentions, as a fierce determination began to surface in his eyes. "You have discerned my preparations early on. Why grant me the opportunity?" he questioned coldly, seated in meditation. "Because Before Hao Chen could finish his sentence, he abruptly struck out, declaring, "I wish to end your life." In an instant, he unleashed the formidable aura of a peak late-stage tribulation survivor, pressing it down upon the middle-aged man. Hao Chen had already recognized the man's deliberate attempt to buy time in order to restore his energy. Meanwhile, he had his own plans, gathering dark energy that permeated the surroundings as he unleashed various spiritual entities of miasma, lightning, and blood poison. As the middle-aged man absorbed the dark energy, Hao Chen stealthily approached him. Rather than resorting to overt violence, he opted for cunning tactics. If this individual were indeed connected to the demonic sect, he might resort to self-destruction when faced with defeat, thereby rendering any potential reward futile. Suddenly, Hao Chen unleashed his power, causing the spiritual entities surrounding the middle-aged man to surge into his wounds with astonishing speed, leaving him no time to defend himself. A piercing scream erupted as the middle-aged man collapsed to the ground, clutching his head in agony. Hao Chen swiftly confined him within the demon suppression tower, whereupon interrogation revealed that encountering this man was an extraordinary opportunity. The middle-aged figure was a powerful envoy from the blood god sect of the fourth heaven, which annually dispatched representatives to rendezvous with the emissaries of the third heaven's divine sect. This desolate island served as a base for the blood god sect and was a clandestine transit point established in the third heaven, renamed Demon Cloud Island after the moniker of the sect leader. Hao Chen, almost miraculously, altered his location to unravel the nodes of the Qian Yuan Formation's sealing barrier. This particular node was a passageway connecting the fourth heaven's blood poison sect to the third heaven's Qian Yuan realm. In truth, as Hao Chen dismantled the Qian Yuan Formation's barrier, he merely needed to employ the pure qi within his body, manifesting the prowess of a martial king to conjure dark flames, which could effortlessly incinerate a hole through the sealing barrier. The seals burned by such flames recovered slowly enough to allow passage through the barrier. Individuals without dark attributes or mastery over the dark flames could never breach the sealing barrier. When Tian Xingzi fell during the destruction of the 100 Flowers Valley, he was injured by an unidentified assailant and vanished into the starry void. The esteemed elder of the fourth heaven's blood god sect, Mo Yunzi, was compelled to dispatch another envoy in Tian Xingzi's stead to the Qianyuan realm. The middle-aged man was none other than Mo Yunzi's second disciple, Di Xingzi, whose greedy nature rendered him unfavorable in Mo Yunzi's eyes, relegating him to the role of a substitute tasked with mundane missions. Mo Yunzi must exercise greater caution. Indeed, he was also dispatched by the blood sect of the sevenfold celestial realm, secretly stationed at the fourfold celestial blood gate, with a mid-level human immortal cultivation. The external seal of the Qianyuan Great Formation was his handiwork. The sevenfold celestial realm represents the celestial world, where the hierarchy of cultivation does not include the qi refinement stage. Rather, it directly progresses from foundation establishment to the great perfection stage. The 10 realms encompass human immortal, earth immortal, heaven immortal, golden immortal, mysterious immortal, supreme immortal, immortal sovereign, immortal king, immortal emperor, and so forth. In the celestial world, beings are also human and possess 7 emotions and 6 desires. Their offspring do not instantly emerge as human immortals, but also include ordinary mortals. The primordial energy of the sevenfold celestial realm is not merely the simple essence found in other realms. It is a type of celestial essence that is even more conducive to cultivation. This celestial essence is akin to the energy emitted by top-tier primordial stones, with its richness comparable to that of superlative primordial stones. The finest primordial stones of the Qianyuan realm are considered low-grade celestial stones in the sevenfold celestial realm, while the superlative stones within Hao Yan's storage ring are merely mid-grade celestial stones. In a moment of desperation, the Demon Cloud Master sent Earth Star in place of Heaven Star to the Qianyuan realm, neglecting to advise him against entering the central valley of Demon Cloud Island or provoking the island's magical beasts, which are nurtured to protect the island. Should anyone accidentally breach the illusion formation and enter Demon Cloud Island, they would be met with formidable beasts that would slay them. Everything within Demon Cloud Island, including spiritual herbs, medicines, fruits, and the domesticated magical and divine beasts, has been gathered by the blood sect from various realms, including the sevenfold celestial realm. This secret base in the Qianyuan realm remains known only to the Demon Cloud Master and Heaven Star. When Earth Star breached the Qianyuan Great Formation and followed the map to the desolate island, he recklessly shut down the illusion formation of Demon Cloud Island. Overconfident, he failed to control the activation of the formation within, and thus, upon entering Demon Cloud Island, he was discovered by Xiao Chui. At the moment when Hao Chen and the ladies set foot on Demon Cloud Island, the exhausted Earth Star was deeply engrossed in cultivation. The control center of the illusion formation was located in the north, whereas Hao Chen fortuitously landed in the south. While Hao Chen battled the demon ape and engaged the unicorn flood dragon, Earth Star remained in profound cultivation. It was only when Earth Star awoke from his meditation that he realized the illusion formation of Demon Cloud Island had not yet been activated, prompting him to swiftly activate it. Unbeknownst to Hao Chen, Earth Star had reactivated the illusion formation of the desolate island, all the while he was within the demon suppression tower, performing a limb reattachment surgery for the Snow Eagle. Thus, Earth Star wandered alone within the desolate island, his eyes gleaming at the sight of spiritual herbs, medicines, and fruits scattered about. Although this secret place served as a garden for his master and senior brother, their disdain for these heavenly materials did not equate to Earth Star's indifference. He collected numerous millennium-old spiritual herbs and fruits into his storage ring. It was not until he inadvertently stepped into the territory of the black magic tiger that he realized he had overstepped his bounds. He had no intention of engaging in battle with the black magic tiger, thus attempting to flee the valley and escape Demon Cloud Island. However, once the formation of Demon Cloud Island was activated, it unleashed aerial restrictions and confinement arrays simultaneously. Pursued by the black demon tiger, he found himself evading capture, yet inadvertently veered in the wrong direction. Originally retreating to the northern part of the desolate island, he swiftly deactivated the illusionary array, escaping beyond its confines before reactivating the grand formation. By a twist of fate, he ended up on the southern side of the valley. Had it not been for Hao Chen's entry into the Demon Cloud Island, the Earth Star would not have survived. The Unicorn Jiao and the Black Demon Tiger, two formidable beasts, were besieging him. It was evident that even a cultivator at the late stage of the separation of spirit, let alone one in the tribulation stage, would struggle to withstand the assault of such powerful magical creatures. Chapter 669, Journey Across the Islands. Ah, what a serendipitous encounter. It appears that when the time comes for departure once more, the task will be considerably simplified. I merely need to refine that wisp of dark flame from the Earth Star. Upon hearing the words of the Earth Star, Hao Chen expressed his joy. With the black demon tiger within the valley now dealt with, he proceeded unreservedly towards the northern part of the Demon Cloud Island. Following the guidance of the Earth Star, Hao Chen wielded his powers to close the grand formation set upon the desolate island. Through repeated trials of opening and closing, he gleaned insights into its principles. The individual who established such a grand formation was not one from the Qianyuan realm. This was a unique technique, crafted by a true immortal. As for the items within the storage ring of the Earth Star, Hao Chen found little of interest among the treasures, save for a sketch that piqued his curiosity. The three characters inscribed upon the sketch read, Cloud Rift Treasure. This was a spell that could unleash energy using elemental stones and magical artifacts without relying on physical prowess. Wielding immense power, Hao Chen entered the demon suppression tower to interrogate the Earth Star. What is the sketch? He inquired, holding it aloft. This is a design I obtained from my master, replied the Earth Star. He mentioned that it was an accidental acquisition from the celestial realm. If successfully developed, it would allow one to traverse the celestial realm with ease. Thus, when my master was not paying attention, I made a copy. However, my master did not fully comprehend it, and despite my extensive study, I too have yet to grasp its intricacies. The Earth Star only knew that it was a powerful artifact, but the specifics of its creation remained a mystery. This left Hao Chen deep in thought. The legacy of Xiaohao had also alluded to similar artifacts. With the formidable beasts now vanquished, Hao Chen summoned his female companions, organizing them into groups of 3 to commence the thorough exploration of the Demon Cloud Island. He instructed them to preserve any spiritual herbs and medicines under a century old, while collecting all those over a century in age. Hao Chen was determined not to provide the cultists with an abundance of valuable resources. Yu Xiaolan, Yi Xiaohan, and Shuanger formed one group. Ziyu, Shaner, and Qinger formed another. Chu Qian, Su Nyang, and Li Runin teamed up, while Dai Lin, Xiao Wen, and Gu Yun formed yet another trio. Meanwhile, Xiao Chui led the Feathered Tiger and the Moon-Howling Silver Wolf in a casual patrol. Bai Hu Xiaoxue and Flower Fairy, along with others, remained in the small world of the Jade Pendant, engaging in playful cultivation, while Xue Ying and Xiao Hong were not summoned. Due to the remoteness from worldly affairs and the protective grand formation surrounding the island, Hao Chen and his companions settled here. The beach was a realm for the women, while the lair of the black demon tiger within the valley became Hao Chen's sanctuary for cultivation. Within the enchanted tower nestled in the cave, the second level transformed into the ladies' quarters, where Xue Ying and Xiao Hong also had the pleasure of meeting everyone. For convenience, Hao Chen kept the door to the second level of the tower perpetually open. With the protection of an illusionary array, he discreetly released the 7 swarms of the devouring magic flies to revel in the embrace of nature. These ethereal creatures harmoniously coexisted with the ladies, indulging in delightful play. The 7 high-ranking spirit insects, particularly envious of the surrounding magical beasts, eagerly requested to temporarily assume human forms. Xiao Chui, brimming with enthusiasm, expressed her desire to witness the transformation of these insect kings into their human manifestations. Reluctantly, Hao Chen summoned the illusory lotus seed from the starry Dantian, channeling his power to temporarily morph the spirit insects into human shapes. Before the witnesses, Hao Chen first cast the spell for the magic fly king, emboldened. The illusory lotus seed, revered as a supreme treasure in the demon realm, released a white mist that enveloped emboldened. After the passage of an incense stick's worth of time, emboldened successfully completed the transformation into a human. As Hao Chen gradually withdrew his power, the ladies seized the moment when the white mist had not yet fully dissipated, eagerly approaching. After adorning emboldened with garments, they stepped aside for all to admire. Emboldened, with a devilishly alluring figure and long legs clad in a short, yellow mini-skirt, showcased her exquisite silhouette. With every subtle smile and graceful movement, the noble aura of a queen emanated, leaving onlookers in awe of her elegant and ethereal radiance. Next, the transformation of Emboldened took place, which took 2 incense sticks' time. Emmolden's bright, crystalline eyes sparkled with clarity, reminiscent of twinkling stars, as she seemed lost in thought. Newly transformed, her cheeks and the delicate skin of her neck flushed a radiant crimson, creating a stunning contrast. The third transformation was for Mo Fei, which took 3 incense sticks. Mo Fei, admiring her own graceful form, beamed with excitement, her eyes crescent-shaped like the moon, radiating an enchanting spirit. Following this, Mo Wan, Mo Lu, and Mo Xian collectively underwent their transformations after Hao Chen consumed a recovery pill and activated the illusory lotus seed once more. An hour later, 3 sisters with similar appearances emerged. The trio possessed bright, clear eyes, gently arched eyebrows, and long lashes that quivered softly. Their flawless, fair skin bore a delicate blush, and their lips resembled tender rose petals, ready to bloom. Although they could assume human forms, this ability was not without limitations. After 49 days, if the illusory lotus seed was not used again, they would revert to their original forms. Unless they transcended to the first stage of transformation and consumed the transformation pill to undergo a heavenly tribulation, thereby achieving a permanent human guise. As Hao Chen devised the grand formation of Demon Cloud Island, the ladies explored every corner of the island. They hunted magical beasts and gathered spirit herbs, sparing those below 100 years in age and allowing the non-threatening magical creatures to roam free. Thanks to the presence of the divine beasts, Xiao Chui and Yin, Demon Cloud Island blossomed into a harmonious paradise where humanity and nature coexisted in tranquility. As he departed from the Isle of Demon Cloud, Hao Chen activated the protective array of the island. Additionally, he established 2 sealing barriers both inside and outside the protective formation, intending to demonstrate the prowess of the practitioners from the Qianyuan realm to the Blood God sect. Upon leaving the Isle of Demon Cloud, he began his journey through the myriad islands of the South Domain's outer seas. Nanyuan Island, renowned in these waters, is a vast island. The natural conditions of the South Domain's outer seas are rather harsh, with few islands suitable for human habitation. However, its unique environment is rich in mineral resources and treasures of heaven and earth, such as spiritual herbs and fruits, which attract cultivators from all directions to explore. Nanyuan Island is expansive, capable of supporting a population of millions, yet its actual permanent residents are merely around 1 million. The island boasts a vast area, with abundant resources and a sparse population. The Nanyuan mountain range, stretching for tens of thousands of miles, is particularly dense with the essence of heaven and earth. Wandering aimlessly through the Nanyuan mountain range, Hao Chen found himself amidst the presence of numerous demonic beasts. His cultivation had significantly advanced over the past few days, and he sensed that a breakthrough into the great ascension realm was imminent. Unbeknownst to him, he had ventured deep into the heart of the Nanyuan mountain range, where he encountered an unusual phenomenon. Furrowing his brow, he realized that no trace of demonic beasts could be found in the vicinity, a first for him in the Nanyuan mountain range. The abnormality piqued his suspicion, prompting him to slow his pace. A gust of mountain wind swept past, sending a chill through him. Towering ancient trees loomed overhead, their canopies blocking much of the sunlight. The fragmented shadows filtering through the leaves cast a dim light, giving the impression of twilight despite it being daytime. Suddenly, Hao Chen sensed a wave of coldness enveloping him, causing the blood within his veins to feel as though it were solidifying. With a snort, he summoned his inner energy, dissipating the cold aura in an instant. He raised his gaze toward the depths of the forest, eager to uncover the source of this malicious intent. Fearless and skilled, he stepped forward into the dense thicket. With each step, the chilling atmosphere intensified, seemingly harmful even to his consciousness. Despite possessing various attributes and the power of devouring, he remained cautious of this sudden cold presence. At this moment, he could ascertain that the absence of demonic beasts was indeed due to this frigid aura. Hao Chen began to channel the devouring technique of the Shaoyang formula, enveloping himself in dark energy. With a careful and prudent approach, he understood that in this vast world, exceptional individuals abound. Only those who act with humility and remain vigilant can enjoy longevity. Cautiously, he ventured deeper into the shadowy forest, where the cold aura thickened further. Upon traversing the dense woods, he was abruptly met with a heavy fog that obscured even his spiritual senses. A chilling aura emanated from the thick mist. In such a mysterious place, peculiar events must surely transpire. Hao Chen felt a stirring in his heart and promptly employed the spirit eye technique to investigate. Before him lay a man-made cavern, secured by an illusory barrier. Such a barrier posed no challenge for Hao Chen, for the spirit eye technique was devised specifically to unravel illusions. Utilizing this technique, he swiftly located the nodes of the barrier. Every barrier possesses a spatial node, which represents its vulnerable point and is crucial for breaching it. If one were to draw a circle, the intersection of the starting and ending points would signify this node. With the utmost concentration, he unleashed his formidable magical powers and cautiously tore open a fissure at the node, slipping silently into the barrier's interior. Inside, a cavern over 10 feet wide materialized before him. He disguised his appearance and suppressed his aura while stealthily traversing the cave. The cavern's walls were embedded with moonstone, casting a gentle light that dispelled the darkness. As he delved deeper into the depths, an expansive chamber revealed itself, spanning several dozen feet. At the center of this hall lay a man-made blood pool, where viscous blood surged and bubbled, exuding a vibrant crimson mist. This was the largest blood pool Hao Chen had ever encountered. Compared to the blood pool of the Hidden Mountain, the Western Mountain, or the subterranean depths of Flying Fish Island, this one radiated unparalleled dominance. Hao Chen's pupils suddenly constricted as he discerned pale forms occasionally surfacing in the roiling blood. Upon closer inspection, he recognized the stark white bones as remnants of demonic beasts. It was no wonder no traces of such creatures could be found in the vicinity. This place had evidently become a forbidden zone for them. The potent energy emanating from the blood pool indicated that the swirling plasma contained not ordinary blood, but rather the essence of demonic beasts of at least 8th rank. Suddenly, Hao Chen's gaze hardened, and with a swift motion of his hand, he unleashed a torrent of devouring power that surged forward. A piercing scream erupted abruptly in the otherwise vacant space, yet there was not a soul in sight. The scream seemed disjointed and out of place. Scanning with his spirit eye, he spotted a transparent figure slowly approaching him. How intriguing, he thought, recognizing the lingering aura of a remnant soul. He had encountered such malevolent spirits before at the Cold Moon Ridge, during the Blood Shadow sect's centennial sacrificial ceremony, where he inadvertently stumbled into a deadly array. Countless cultivators had perished within, giving rise to innumerable clusters of malignant spirits, resembling neither human nor beast. Exuding a particularly sinister aura, The pale eyes of the remnant soul fixated on Hao Chen, revealing a grotesque excitement, as if it had laid eyes on a sumptuous feast. Observing the specter forming in his consciousness, Hao Chen felt a tightening in his chest. Remnant souls are formless and intangible, impervious to ordinary attacks. Only the power of consciousness can harm them, making them a source of great vexation for cultivators. However, for Hao Chen, the devouring power was their greatest nemesis. There was no time for elaborate consumption and refinement. With a furrowed brow, the demon suppression tower suddenly materialized in his hand. Having experienced the remnants of souls before, Hao Chen unhesitatingly activated the devouring power of the demon suppression tower. The anguished screams of the lingering souls in the hall abruptly ceased as one wisp of soul was drawn in, entering the soul barrier within the second level of the tower. As the mystical energy of the tower intensified, wisps of remnants were continuously consumed. An unending stream of souls surged forth from the blood pool. Suddenly, after devouring a significant mass of these remnants, the blood pool erupted violently, and a massive sphere of blood energy rolled up from the depths. With a crashing sound, two pallid claws emerged from the blood mass, grasping its sides tightly and tearing forcefully. In an instant, the enormous sphere of blood was ripped in half, revealing a ghastly figure before Hao Chen. At first glance, the figure resembled an ordinary remnant soul, yet upon closer inspection, distinct differences became apparent. This soul's form appeared remarkably solid. To Hao Chen, this spectral apparition could not be classified as either a beast or a human. It was a bizarre amalgam, something birthed from the blood pool, a spectral entity. Strikingly, crimson veins appeared upon its stark white body, resembling blood vessels clinging to its exterior. The moment this figure manifested, the temperature in the vicinity plummeted drastically, a chilling aura emanating from the spectral entity. Suddenly, the remnant soul turned its gaze upward, its eyes shooting forth two blood arrows. Hao Chen snorted coldly, conjuring a dark barrier with a wave of his hand to shield himself. The blood arrows struck the dark barrier with a hissing sound, akin to a heated iron projectile plunging into water. It seemed as though the blood arrows aimed to pierce through the dark barrier. Hao Chen's heart tightened momentarily, but he dismissed the threat. If the boundary set by a peak late-stage tribulation practitioner could be breached so easily, it would render his cultivation a mere farce. At that moment, the dark barrier began to shift. Tiny whirlpools suddenly materialized upon its surface, ensnaring the blood arrows and ceaselessly devouring their energy. Gradually, the blood arrows were consumed entirely, vanishing within the dark barrier. After neutralizing the blood arrows, Hao Chen also retracted the dark barrier. A wave of uncontainable ecstasy washed over his face. What a dense essence of true energy. What a potent aura of slaughter. Hao Chen's eyes were fixed intently on the figure of the spectral entity within the blood pool. Having absorbed the essence and the blood arrows, he discerned that the arrows contained a rich and pure energy. Most importantly, a trace of the aura of slaughter was liberated from them. A treasure, indeed, a colossal humanoid treasure. Hao Chen's heart raced with excitement at the thought. If he could consume this spectral entity, he would undoubtedly ascend to the great ascension realm in one fell swoop. Furthermore, the Slaughter Immortal Sword, once infused with the aura of slaughter, might regain its former might. Hao Chen's eyes gleamed with fervent anticipation as he fixed his gaze on the spectral entity. At that moment, even if the remnant soul sought to flee, Hao Chen would pursue it to the ends of the earth. At this moment, the lingering spirit slowly drifted from the blood pool into the void. Its chilling eyes fixated intently on Hao Chen's form. The unmasked greed emanating from it unmistakably indicated that this remnant spirit regarded Hao Chen as a delectable morsel. In this instant, both parties harbored the same intention. Chapter 671, The Spirit of the Blood Pool, Part 2. Upon discovering this lingering spirit floating in the void above the blood pool, Hao Chen noticed that the other remnants within the hall had vanished without a trace. As the lingering spirit hovered above the blood pool, its bloodshot eyes remained locked onto Hao Chen. Suddenly, it emitted a piercing shriek, and its form moved with sudden urgency, darting into the blood pool before swiftly re-emerging. At this juncture, the lingering spirit no longer floated in the void but instead traversed the surface of the blood, gliding rapidly towards Hao Chen's position. In the blink of an eye, it arrived before Hao Chen without departing the blood pool even a step. The chilling aura exuding from the lingering spirit permeated the hall, enveloping the space in an eerie coldness. Despite the frigid atmosphere, Hao Chen's eyes burned with fervor, as a formidable force coursed through his being. The energy within him surged. With the myriad attribute cores revolving around the chaos divine core in his astral dantian, accelerating several-fold. The three nascent souls within him stirred restlessly, seemingly intrigued by the lingering spirit. As the specter approached, the divine infants within him grew increasingly elated. Had the lingering spirit remained within the blood pool, Hao Chen would have found it challenging to strike. After all, the blood pool was the spirit's stronghold, and he was entirely ignorant of what might transpire. The only way to act was to lure it out of the blood pool, where he could subdue and devour it. Hao Chen intermittently provoked the lingering spirit, which retaliated by unleashing blood arrows. At this moment, instead of absorbing these blood arrows, Hao Chen gradually concealed his strength and lowered his cultivation, deliberately manifesting signs of weakness, such as perspiration and unsteady footing. Although the lingering spirit also expended energy, it had the formidable blood pool to replenish its strength. After a brief skirmish with Hao Chen, it quickly regained its energy. In contrast, Hao Chen, lacking external reinforcements, grew increasingly feeble. As Hao Shen's physical condition deteriorated, he cast furtive glances towards the entrance of the blood pool hall, feigning an inclination to escape, which sparked hope within the lingering spirit. The specter fired 2 more blood arrows at Hao Shen's shadowy armor, causing him to stumble back several paces in surprise, prompting him to turn and flee from the blood pool hall. Realizing Hao Chen intended to escape, the lingering spirit could not allow its imminent prey to elude its grasp. In a fit of urgency, it departed from the blood pool and lunged at Hao Chen, clearly anxious not to let him exit the realm of the blood pool. The cunning of humanity was not something this lingering spirit could rival. Hao Chen suddenly pivoted, engaging the lingering spirit in combat, while seeking an opportunity to escape the blood pool hall. The specter had already unleashed a barrage of blood arrows, effectively blocking the entrance. Hao Chen darted left and right, attempting to slip into the passageway, but in his flustered state, he inadvertently ran in the wrong direction, heading straight towards the blood pool. Has this individual lost their wits, plunging into the blood pool as if willingly walking into a trap? The remnant spirit sensed an opportunity, elated by the human's blunder in choosing the wrong path. As he approached the blood pool, Hao Chen suddenly halted. One more step and he would indeed find himself engulfed by its depths. With a swift motion, he conjured a dark barrier, sealing the blood pool. Turning to the remnant spirit, he scoffed, "You dare to contend with me? Speak once you have transformed into your true form." The remnant spirit, taken aback by the sealing of the blood pool, was filled with dread. It summoned all its strength to unleash a spell, striving to vanquish its opponent and dismantle the barrier. Without breaking the barrier, it would lack the necessary energy to continue, leaving the remnant spirit with no choice but to gamble its survival against the human. Magic explosion fist. Before the words fell, a booming shout erupted. A fist enveloped in dark energy tore through the air, hurtling toward the remnant spirit. The force behind it was so formidable that even a 4th-tier beast would be shattered upon impact. Clearly, Hao Chen was exerting tremendous force, determined to subdue the remnant spirit in one decisive blow. Suddenly, the remnant spirit coalesced a chilling barrier around itself. Hao Chen's fist collided with this icy defense, met with immense resistance that surged back toward him, cold tendrils creeping along his arm. His gaze hardened. He swiftly activated the icy essence within his star core, consuming the frigid energy encroaching upon him. His fist remained unyielding, the overwhelming force of absorption erupting through his strike. In an instant, he shattered the chilling barrier, directing his blow toward the remnant spirit. A piercing scream resonated through the air, as the remnant spirit was taken aback by Hao Chen's sudden display of overwhelming power. In a desperate attempt, the remnant spirit raised its hands, unleashing a flurry of blood arrows from its fingertips, before swiftly drifting towards the blood pool. It had realized that this human was not to be trifled with. Noticing the remnant spirit's approach toward the blood pool, Hao Chen leaped forward, positioning himself directly in its path, with the blood pool barrier at his back. Although he was confident in his barrier, he remained wary. What if the remnant spirit possessed some hidden abilities? He could not allow it to breach the barrier and escape into the blood pool, for that would undoubtedly lead to unforeseen complications. Die! Hao Chen roared, extending his hand toward the remnant spirit. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the remnant spirit vanished, seemingly dissolving into the void, creating an eerie atmosphere. In response to this uncanny occurrence, Hao Chen invoked his spiritual sight, a cold smile gracing his lips. In an instant, He summoned the demon suppression tower, casting it into the empty space where the remnant spirit had been. A colossal vortex materialized at that location, beginning to swirl and exert a powerful force of absorption toward the remnant spirit. A piercing scream shattered the silence as the remnant spirit entity suddenly darted aside. With the whirl of the vortex, the entity was ensnared within the confines of the demon-suppressing tower by Hao Chen. He had no time to refine the remnant spirit entity in this bizarre place, fraught with untold uncertainties. After imprisoning the spirit, Hao Chen dispelled the barrier that enveloped the blood pool. Suddenly, Hao Chen's eyes sparkled with brilliance, his body trembling uncontrollably. An indescribable joy surged from the depths of his heart. The aura emanating from the blood pool bore an uncanny resemblance to that of the remnant spirit entity. It had undoubtedly emerged from this very blood pool, likely taking refuge within it for cultivation, drawing its energy from the vast reservoir of blood. Hao Chen gazed intently at the blood pool, murmuring to himself. The fervor in his eyes was unmistakable. If his conjectures held true, it would herald a monumental fortune for him. As he cautiously approached the blood pool, Hao Chen remained vigilant. While it might represent an extraordinary opportunity, it was not devoid of peril. In such moments, maintaining composure was of utmost importance. Though he had attained the pinnacle of the late-stage tribulation, many formidable beings had met their demise through carelessness. As he drew nearer to the blood pool, a faint fragrance wafted through the air. There was no hint of blood's foul stench. Instead, a delicate aroma lingered. Chapter 672. A bounty of blood. With a single gesture, Hao Chen summoned a small splash of blood plasma from the pool. He then invoked the Shaoyang technique, unleashing a devouring force that enveloped the delicate plasma, gradually breaking down the blood's essence and attuning himself to the changes within. Suddenly, Hao Chen's eyes flew open, radiating a brilliant light. Indeed, the plasma contained energy strikingly similar to that of the remnant spirit entity. It was almost identical, brimming with pure primordial energy and a formidable killing force. It was fortunate that he had captured the remnant spirit entity. Had he released it back into the blood pool, he was almost certain it would have returned to its source of power, drawing boundless energy from the pool. Now, the energy of the blood pool belonged to him. Hao Chen's heart swelled with elation. Within the vast blood pool lay an unfathomable reservoir of pure energy. If he could refine it all, his cultivation would surely ascend to new heights, and the Xianyuan sword would also regain its true form. With this thought in mind, Hao Chen remained mindful of his safety. He swiftly retreated from the blood pool, returning to the cave entrance to dismantle the original formation. Following the principles of the trapping formation, he set several illusory formations in place, finally allowing himself to relax. Upon returning to the blood pool, the Xianyuan sword could hardly contain its agitation. Hao Chen, with a mere thought, summoned the sword and cast it into the void above the blood pool. He then retrieved a soft cushion from his storage ring, seated himself, and commenced his cultivation of the Shaoyang technique. Utilizing the devouring power of the Shaoyang technique, he absorbed the pure primordial energy from the blood pool. The essence surged towards him, gradually enveloping his entire being. After an extended period, Hao Chen abruptly opened his eyes. Feeling the energy of the true essence within him gradually intensifying, Hao Chen revealed a faint smile. However, soon after, a frown creased his brow. The vast quantities of blood plasma within the blood pool were overwhelming. At this slow pace of cultivation and absorption, when would he ever be able to fully extract it? Yet, if he failed to do so this time, there would be no further opportunity. In the Qiyun forest, even the essence pool could be harvested, let alone the blood pool. With a swift movement, he entered the demon suppression tower, where the blood pool could only be situated on the first level. The challenge now lay in how to store the blood from the pool. Was there not a water basin? Hao Chen smacked his forehead, scolding himself for his foolishness. Thus, he utilized his magical powers to drain the water from the basin and transferred the blood from the pool into it. After an hour, the basin was filled with pure blood. However, the amount in the blood pool had only diminished by 2/3. Such extravagant waste was a grave transgression. Moments later, a resolute glint shone in Hao Chen's eyes. He extended his arm, cautiously probing into the blood pool. After several trials with no danger, he finally shed his garments and stepped into the pool. Hiss! As he entered, the immense energy contained within the blood pool surged towards him like a torrent. As if it had found a release, the entire pool rippled in response. Despite possessing the power to absorb, Hao Chen felt a piercing pain tearing through his body. What he did not anticipate was that the true danger of the blood pool hall did not stem from the lingering spirits within, but rather from the dense energy itself, which posed the greatest threat. As he felt the energy from all directions flooding into him, the initial excitement of entering the pool gradually transformed into a deep frown. At that moment, within his body lay 5 dantians, 3 Yuanying dantians, 1 star body dantian, and 1 thunder sea dantian. Although the absorption vortex was diligently operating, swiftly consuming the influx of energy, it was simply too abundant. The vortex struggled to keep pace and began to seep into his body autonomously. As time elapsed, the incoming energy surpassed the speed of absorption. Hao Chen's body had amassed a considerable amount of energy, and this trend continued to escalate with each passing second. His body felt as if it were being ripped apart, each sinew nearly reaching its limit, accompanied by a sharp, stinging sensation. It was as though at any moment, the overwhelming energy could cause him to burst. Even though his body had yet to explode, the pain was enough to drive one to madness. Hao Chen tightly closed his eyes, his lips pressed together, and crimson droplets slowly trickled down. He strained to operate his absorption power, attempting to digest the energy within. Yet, as time steadily passed, and he sensed the transformations within, Hao Chen finally exhaled a sigh of relief. He understood that he had successfully navigated through the difficult phase. Soon, Hao Chen calmed his mind, directing all his focus towards the absorption of energy. He sensed that once he had consumed the energy within this blood pool, his cultivation would undergo a remarkable transformation. In the vast expanse of the blood pool, a figure floated quietly. Ripples emerged around this figure as streams of blood plasma continuously surged towards him. Gradually, the figure appeared to be enveloped by a thick mist of blood, as Hao Chen quietly cultivated within its depths. At that moment, his consciousness descended into an exceptionally profound state of meditation. When he awakened once more, it would undoubtedly signify the completion of his training. Time passed slowly in that instant. In the blink of an eye, 7 days and nights had elapsed since Hao Chen entered the blood pool. The viscous blood plasma had gradually diminished, and within the ethereal blood mist, Hao Chen remained suspended, absorbing the energies of the pool, showing no signs of awakening. However, unlike before, the energy-laden mist above the blood pool had noticeably thinned, and the blood within the pool had nearly run dry. Suddenly, from the still-floating blood mist, a powerful shade emerged. The blood mist within the hall, along with the residual blood in the pool, was drawn in, surging wildly into the ethereal blood mist above. As time flowed on, the mist above the blood pool gradually became transparent. Moments later, the blood pool was completely drained, and an overwhelmingly potent aura began to awaken. Hao Chen slowly opened his eyes, astonished by the immense gains he had achieved. His martial cultivation had reached the mid-stage of the martial emperor realm, while his immortal cultivation had entered the early stage of the great ascension realm, with both paths having experienced breakthroughs. He pondered how long this training had taken, estimating it could not have exceeded a month. The surroundings fell into a profound silence. Yet, as if it were the calm before a storm, the atmosphere felt incredibly oppressive at that moment. He realized it must be due to the impending heavenly tribulation. With a flicker of thought, Hao Chen vanished from his position. Chapter 673, Life and Death, Part 1. Hao Chen swiftly departed the space of the blood pool hall. Outside the cave, dark tribulation clouds had enveloped the entire sky. Upon seeing the ominous clouds, Hao Chen immediately summoned the women. This time, he instructed Xiao Zui to lead them away to a safe distance, 1,000 miles away, to evade the impending lightning strike. He also commanded her to calm the fleeing beasts to prevent a surge of chaos that could threaten human settlements. He understood that with his significant cultivation increase into the great ascension stage, the heavenly tribulation would come with greater ferocity. Had he not ventured to the outer realms and comprehended the Tao, he could not have advanced to the great ascension stage so swiftly. He feared he might not easily survive the tribulation. For Hao Chen to undergo the tribulation in this forest posed a calamity for the small creatures and higher-tier beasts inhabiting it. Thus, they instinctively vacated their nests and fled towards the periphery of the thunderstorm, driven by an innate sense of fear. Boom! A deafening thunderclap heralded the arrival of the final heavenly tribulation. This bolt was markedly different from the previous ones, not only in color, but in its very essence. In the past, the color of the heavenly tribulation was merely a pure shade of crimson. However, it now bore a mixture of violet hues. Violet heavenly tribulation. Could this be the legendary supreme heavenly tribulation? Pondered the elder with white hair as he gazed upon the descending tribulation in the void. What is this violet heavenly tribulation? How does it differ from the others? At that moment, Yi Xiaohan distinctly heard the elder's murmurs and inquired further. The ladies, standing 1,000 miles away, observed a benevolent elder with a head of white hair standing atop a mountain peak, watching the tribulation. They deemed that this mountain was an excellent vantage point to witness Hao Chen's tribulation. The elder, noticing the group of beautiful maidens by his side, paid them no mind. After all, the mountain was vast and open for all to witness the heavenly trial. The violet heavenly tribulation was indeed a form of heavenly trial, typically faced by prodigies or those endowed with great fortune. Should such individuals successfully navigate the tribulation, they would become guardians of the heavenly path. The elder, having lived a long life, possessed vast experiences. What? Is the heavens testing him? This is surely a slow torment. How cruel! Exclaimed Yi Xiaohan in astonishment. Just as they were discussing the heavenly trial, the violet tribulation finally descended. Upon witnessing the violet lightning strike, Hao Chen recognized the unique nature of this heavenly trial. Come forth. Let me witness your true power. Though I must admit, your display is rather exquisite, Hao Chen mused silently. His disdain for the tribulation unvoiced, yet palpable in his heart. During the tribulation, uttering inauspicious words or mocking the heavenly lightning was strictly forbidden. Boom. This time, it was not merely the sound of thunder. The violet tribulation descended accompanied by 9 bolts of violet lightning. One strike rendered Hao Chen's garments tattered and torn. Yet it was merely fabric. However, the heavens appeared relentless, continuing to segment the subsequent violet tribulations, striking Hao Chen repeatedly, both inside and out. Wherever he moved, the heavenly tribulation followed suit. At this moment, Hao Chen paid little heed to the violet lightning. He was reveling in the experience. Most of the lightning surged into the lightning pool created by the spiritual entities of thunder, devoured by 3 such entities. A portion was absorbed by his starry dantian, while the residual tribulation lightning was refined into a single thunderous entity, placed within the lightning pool. This was no ordinary heavenly trial. It seemed to possess sentience, even selectively striking the ground where he had stood. Previously, Hao Chen had found the tribulation site uneven and had taken a few steps forward. Such occurrences were not without precedent, though seldom witnessed by others, save for the ancestor Xiaohao. During his own tribulation, a blood-red heavenly trial manifested, though he had never encountered the might of violet lightning. Now, as Hao Chen faced the violet heavenly tribulation, one could only wonder how ancestor Xiaohao would regard this descendant of the Hao family. The violet lightning was discerning, targeting those who posed a threat to the heavenly order itself. Thus, the purple tribulation lightning descended, as annihilating the threat was deemed the safest course of action, a sentiment shared by the heavenly Tao. The purple tribulation lightning struck precisely, leaving Hao Chen's skin charred, emanating a scent akin to burnt flesh. However, the power of the purple tribulation lightning remained undiminished. The second bolt followed suit, still accompanied by 9 tendrils of purple lightning. The 7th bolt, too, brought forth 9 strands of lightning with its descent. Boom. The purple tribulation lightning once again struck Hao Chen's body, causing grievous wounds and immense suffering. He consumed various elixirs, the restoration pill, bone growth pill, spirit recovery purple pill, and the soul returning pill, along with ancient spiritual liquids and millennia-old stalactite milk. Any resource meant for overcoming the tribulation was swiftly utilized. Having faced numerous heavenly tribulations, Hao Chen knew that treasures worn during the tribulation would provide some protection against lower-level tribulations, but their efficacy waned with higher cultivation levels. Thus, he refrained from changing his attire for this trial. Until now, he had not utilized any protective treasures, fearing that his cherished items might be damaged. However, if his life were at stake, he would have to make use of them without hesitation. At this moment, Hao Chen's complexion had turned ashen, not merely from fear, but due to the pervasive darkness that enveloped him. He activated the Qingmu technique, employing the Shaoyang method to mend his injuries. Subsequently, he poured all his strength into resisting the heavenly tribulation. There was little time for healing. It was not that he neglected to tend to his wounds, but the purple tribulation lightning afforded him no respite. He had endured such injuries too many times before, just as his blood began to congeal. Another bolt of purple tribulation lightning, accompanied by dozens of ribbon-like lightning strikes, surged towards him, seemingly intent on trapping him before shattering him into fragments. Hao Chen felt that this particular purple tribulation lightning was excessively cruel. He had refrained from retaliating against the first 6 bolts, preoccupied with absorbing the tribulation energy and refining the lightning spirits. Just as 6 lightning spirits coalesced, he found this far from over. Displeased, Hao Chen resolved not to refine the 7th purple tribulation lightning into lightning spirits. Instead, he leapt into the tribulation clouds, boldly confronting the 8th purple tribulation lightning head-on. Blood Shadow Palm. The power of the Blood Shadow Palm, upon entering the body, would dissolve vitality into the palm's force. This force would ravage the body, leading to a decline in vitality and often resulting in a mere desiccated husk. By unleashing this palm technique, Hao Chen aimed to annihilate and absorb the 8th purple tribulation lightning. With the Blood Shadow Palm leading the way, he unleashed every spell and technique at his disposal. In an instant, the tribulation clouds reverberated with resounding booms. The demonic explosion fist resonated with thunderous echoes, reverberating through the layers of clouds. The thunderous palm seemed to shake the very fabric of the heavens. The 8th purple tribulation lightning, stillborn before it could strike, was dispersed by Hao Chen as he entered the tribulation clouds. At this juncture, Hao Chen was unaware that the great ascension tribulation he had invoked had left the Qi Yuan Great Formation's barrier in tatters, battered by the immense power of the great ascension tribulation lightning. In the past, those who traversed the tribulation in the Qi Yuan realm had summoned relatively weak lightning, allowing the barrier to recover swiftly in a short span. The energy of the Great Vehicle's heavenly tribulation is a force that the Qian Yuan Great Formation's barrier cannot withstand. Although the Qian Yuan Great Formation is rapidly mending the breach caused by the tribulation lightning, it is far outpaced by the destructive power of the heavenly thunder. Chapter 674, A Brush with Death, Part 2. The 9th bolt of tribulation lightning surged forth. Dark clouds roiled ominously, filling the sky with flashes of lightning and thunder, as violet storm clouds engulfed the heavens. This expanse of violet lightning brewed into a veritable sea of thunder, shrouding the world in its formidable essence. This is the true sea of thunder, composed of the most potent lightning energy from the cosmos, covering an area of 1,000 zhong, obscuring the void itself. At this moment, Hao Chen's complexion turned pale. He had anticipated the immense power of this heavenly tribulation, yet he had not foreseen it to be this overwhelming. This was no mere tribulation, but an entire sea of thunder. As the sea of thunder materialized, the Qian Yuan Great Formation had already sustained significant damage, teetering on the brink of collapse. However, amidst this chaos, one individual was filled with elation. The barrier of the Qian Yuan Great Formation was now within his control. Yi Lingxiao, the master of the Qian Yuan realm, routinely monitored the state of the formation during tribulation events, hoping to harness the power of the heavenly lightning to shatter the external seals. Upon discovering that the tribulation invoked by the cultivator was indeed the violet lightning, he hastened to the control hall of the Qian Yuan Great Formation. As he sensed the external seals being battered to a frail state, he attempted to deactivate the Qian Yuan Great Formation. Managing the formation was his duty, and safeguarding the Qian Yuan realm was his responsibility. As its master, he understood that true safety meant preventing external forces from invading the realm. Internal conflicts among cultivators were not within his purview. Moreover, such internal strife could only serve to enhance the quality of the practitioners, yielding benefits rather than detriments. At this juncture, Yi Lingxiao remained steadfast at the control device of the Qian Yuan Great Formation. The moment the Sea of Thunder emerged, and he perceived the external seals becoming ineffective, he resolutely activated the control device. A powerful beam of primal energy shot skyward, piercing the void. With a crisp sound, the energy beam struck the activation node of the Qian Yuan Great Formation, resulting in a thunderous closure of the formation. Despite the tremendous toll on his physical strength, he had successfully sealed the Qian Yuan Great Formation. In doing so, he fulfilled the aspirations of countless masters who had come before him over the millennia. Without the energy provided by the Qian Yuan Great Formation, the external sealing barriers would soon be dismantled. Due to a millennium of sealing, practitioners within the Qian Yuan realm had been unable to comprehend the celestial principles of the outer starry skies, resulting in a gradual stagnation in their cultivation. This limitation hindered both humans and various other beings from advancing, including the realm's master himself. A millennium ago, The master of the Qianyuan realm would have possessed at least the cultivation level of a human immortal. However, over the centuries, with the external world barred from entry into the Qianyuan realm, its practitioners were also unable to venture beyond. By the time Yi Lingxiao assumed his role, the masters of the Qianyuan realm had deteriorated to the point where even those at the integration stage were deemed fit to govern. The Qianyuan realm had seen no one capable of breaking through to higher levels of cultivation. The ninth thunderbolt of calamity emerged, no longer a mere convergence of 9 purple lightning strikes, but an overwhelming expanse of countless purple bolts, coalescing into a veritable sea of tribulation. In this moment, a profound sense of helplessness washed over Hao Chen. The violet storm clouds in the void surged like a tumultuous ocean, wielding formidable power to obliterate all that stood in its path. The tribulation descended, unleashing a vast deluge of thunder, an intricate web of lightning descending upon Hao Chen with relentless intensity. As he gazed upward, he found himself ensnared in a dire predicament. Yet, amidst this despair, an indomitable fighting spirit ignited within him. With no other recourse, he resolved to fight with all his might, clinging to the faint hope of survival. The tumultuous sea of calamity thunder roared, yet Hao Chen stood unafraid. With a mighty roar, he soared into the tempest of lightning, determined to carve a true path to life amidst the chaos. The rolling thunder and violet light stretched across the void, enveloping a vast expanse. Strands of purple lightning surged forth from the sea, striking at Hao Chen with serpent-like ferocity, leaving him momentarily disoriented. The demon-slaughtering hand transformed into the thunder demon hand. Though lacking the sheer dominance of the purple lightning, the blood shadow palm, too, found itself powerless, unable to consume the overwhelming electrical force. Purple bolts coursed into his body, penetrating his meridians and entering his dantian. 3 primordial infant dantian and 1-star dantian, alongside a thunder sea dantian, voraciously absorbed the energy. The thunder sea dantian, once a mere pool, had now evolved into an expansive sea, birthing 9 lightning spirits that transformed into thunder dragons. The heavens raged, and the earth roared, the dominion of the skies permeating the void. The women stood 1,000 miles away, powerless to assist. Just as his wounds had begun to heal, they were torn open anew, inflicting severe injuries upon Hao Chen. His body, engulfed in darkness, endured excruciating pain akin to being cut 1,000 times. Yet, he had not surrendered. He faced the sea of calamity without fear. Though the celestial tribulation was formidable, he was far from the brink of despair. Despite the relentless onslaught of lightning, his will and body remained undestroyed. The power of the calamity thunder, while inflicting some harm, could not breach the sanctity of his inner being. As the thunder sea dantian transformed, Hao Chen's body, tempered by lightning, ascended to the pinnacle of diamond-like fortitude. Waves of majestic thunderbolts surged within him, causing his meridians to throb painfully, as if they might tear at any moment. It appeared the thunder sea dantian had reached a state of saturation. Devil-subduing tower. With a decisive shout, the tower spiraled above Hao Chen, descending a cascade of lightning to form a protective barrier around him. In this life-and-death moment, he summoned the tower to shield him. Within its first layer, the thunderous barrier, adorned with thunder bamboo, thunder fruits, and thunder jade, had yet to savor the essence of the purple lightning. Strands of purple lightning were devoured, and the purple calamity thunder was refined. Boom! The heavens would not allow any to disrupt the established order. A thunderous proclamation resonated through the skies. At this moment, the external seal had completely shattered, granting humanity of the Qianyuan realm their long-awaited freedom. The crowd was wholly engrossed in observing Hao Yan's tribulation, oblivious to the transformations occurring within the Qianyuan realm. Had he successfully navigated the heavenly tribulation? Could he have perished amidst the tempest of lightning? If he did not emerge soon, it would indeed spell dire consequences. Such arrogance. Sacrificing a life, what a pity. Indeed, considering his initial performance, he seemed capable of surmounting the tribulation. Yet, his audacity in charging directly into the storm clouds was tantamount to courting death. As all lamented, believing Hao Chen had succumbed to the tempest, one thought pierced through the despair. I cannot continue like this. I will eventually be engulfed by the raging sea of lightning. A solution must be found. Seizing the moment while the demon suppression tower voraciously absorbed the lightning energy, Hao Chen had already regained his physical strength. A figure soared from the sea of lightning, descending slowly and steadily. Remarkable. He had survived. Never had anyone been known to charge into the storm clouds and emerge unscathed. He had indeed created a miracle. An extraordinary genius, so young, yet possessing such profound abilities. His future was limitless. Upon entering the sea of tribulation lightning, Hao Chen ravenously consumed elixirs, even expending precious and superior essence stones. The sheer quantity was such that even with Hao Chen's wealth, he could not help but feel a pang of regret. The rate of consumption was alarmingly rapid. It was likely that only he could endure such a toll in this world. Hao Chen continued to battle the overwhelming heavenly tribulation, yet his mind was already devising strategies for defense. Chapter 675, A Narrow Escape, Part 3. The intensity of this tribulation was far beyond his expectations. While pondering ways to resist it, a sudden thought struck him. In the Qiyuan realm, when Gu Yefei faced his tribulation and peril, he had successfully substituted himself. Did he not? The Earth Star was imprisoned within the Demon Suppression Tower, yet it could not remain confined indefinitely. He had come to the Qinyuan realm on a mission. It was reasonable for him to face this tribulation. Should he fail and perish, it would concern no one. With this thought, Hao Chen teleported 100 zhang away from the tribulation site. He released a veil of dark energy, shrouding the area around him. Then, he suddenly removed the Earth Star from the dark energy outside the Demon Suppression Tower. I believe the heavenly tribulation has come for you. Go forth and face it. Here is your storage ring returned. For the sake of this tribulation, I have set you free. Can we part ways amicably now? A voice resonated in the Earth Star's ear. Indeed, it is time for me to face the tribulation. The Earth Star replied. Wait for me to overcome this tribulation and ascend to the integration realm. Before he could finish, a massive tempest of storm clouds surged forth. To ensure your safety, I shall lend you some of my energy. Without allowing a moment for protest, Hao Chen placed his hands on the Earth Star's back, channeling a thread of dark energy into his body. This broke the restrictions binding the Earth Star, and he swiftly retreated, entering the Demon Suppression Tower. Lightning crackled, imbued with formidable power, as the heavenly tribulation descended. Purple lightning surged toward the Earth Star, who was still unprepared with the necessary items for facing the tribulation. As the bolt struck down, in truth, he had little to prepare. Hao Chen had already reclaimed his storage ring, having confiscated all valuable items, including a pair of gloves. The resources within the storage ring were of use only to those at the transformation stage during the tribulation. For someone at the pinnacle of the separation stage, the tribulation held no significance. Enveloped by the dark energy, Dixingxi was utterly oblivious to his surroundings, finding himself in a realm of utter darkness. As the calamity lightning descended, he discovered beneath him a lush green lawn. In his haste, he had no time to survey his surroundings and could only muster all his strength to confront the incoming lightning. Drawing from his experience, Dixingxi understood that the first heavenly tribulation was not to be feared. Blood Shadow Fist. Countless bolts of lightning swirled around Dixingxi, compelling him to unleash the Blood Shadow Fist against the lightning. However, this purple tribulation lightning surpassed his expectations. 7 layers of lightning power were intercepted, yet 3 layers penetrated his body. In an instant, a burnt odor emanated from him, transforming him into a figure as dark as night, resembling Hao Chen in appearance. 1,000 miles away, the women observed the tribulation sufferer, their hearts breaking at the sight of his grievous plight under the relentless lightning, and they wept in unison. They prayed for his safety, hoping he would successfully navigate the tribulation. Time flowed on as Dixingxi found himself amidst a sea of lightning. While he battled the overwhelming tribulation, he cursed Hao Chen for he realized that the storage ring contained no resources to assist him in this trial. At that moment, Hao Chen was concealed within the Demon Suppression Tower, simultaneously cultivating and monitoring Dixingxi's tribulation. The might of the calamity lightning, which Dixingxi had absorbed or dispelled, was gradually diminishing. Hao Chen estimated it had reduced to merely the initial 3 layers of power. It was nearly time. If this continued, it was likely that flaws would be discovered. Although he had already infused his essence into Dixingxi's body, he could not maintain it for long before it would dissipate. Hao Chen worried that prolonging this would lead to exposure. And considering that death was inevitable, he pondered the necessity of enduring suffering before his demise. Vanishing Finger. As a bolt of calamity lightning struck, Dixingxi desperately resisted the purple lightning. Though it possessed only the initial 3 layers of might, it was comparable to the initial power of ordinary lightning. A wave of dark energy dispersed, cloaking Dixingxi's form. An invisible mental spike penetrated, and a trace of blood-poisoned sovereign surged unexpectedly into Dixingxi's sea of consciousness. Instantly, Dixingxi's consciousness was engulfed in torment, and in a moment of distraction, a purple bolt of lightning struck down. Crack! A faint sound resonated as a minuscule crack appeared on Dixingxi's head. Humph! A trickle of blood flowed from it, a wisp of blood-poisoned sovereign escaping. With a muffled groan, Dixingxi lost all vitality, transforming into a cold corpse. In an instant, several bolts of lightning surged forth, engulfing Dixingxi's lifeless body and reducing it to ash. Yet, after the storm of lightning passed, Hao Chen seized the opportunity amidst the dissipating smoke to emerge from the demon suppression tower, lying in wait at the spot where Dixingxi had vanished. The sea of calamity lightning poured down, obliterating the tribulation bearer. Xiaozue, witnessing her brother consumed by the sea of lightning, felt a tightening in her heart. She cried out, attempting to rush toward the site of the tribulation, only to be restrained by the fiery bird, Xiaohong. He is fine. He is merely resting there, she reassured. The fiery bird, Xiaohong, is the tamed beast of Hao Chen, and the two share an unspoken bond. Although Xiaohong is aware of Hao Chen's secrets, she remains silent. Just as onlookers believe the one undergoing tribulation is destined for demise, a colossal, blood-red cloud forms ominously in the sky, spanning 100 zhang in breadth. It silently descends upon the location where Hao Chen is enduring his tribulation. The cloud looms lower and lower, exerting a suffocating pressure upon Hao Chen. In response to this immense force, Hao Chen rises, disregarding the weighty burden, focusing all his energy into his hands. The trial of the heavenly tribulation tests not only one's strength, but also the fortitude of one's spirit. Should one's will falter, it becomes impossible to cultivate or heal under such overwhelming pressure, leading to a swift demise beneath the thunder of the heavens. Within the blood cloud, tremendous power rapidly coalesces. Although Hao Chen cleverly evaded the final strike of the thunderous sea of tribulation, he could not escape the scrutiny of the heavenly path. Despite the heavenly path being too weary to gather the purple thunder, it still amassed sufficient celestial power. This colossal force, when united, is capable of annihilating those who dare to transcend. Hao Chen, far too extraordinary, draws the ire of the heavenly path. The most potent purple lightning failed to strike him down. Yet at this moment, the second-tier blood-red lightning could easily obliterate him, still recovering from his injuries. At this juncture, Hao Chen stands resolutely. The elderly man with white hair, upon witnessing the 9th heavenly tribulation pass, gasps as the sky is once again filled with ominous clouds and thunder. Ah, he has not perished in the tribulation. Truly, he lives, Xiaozue exclaims, pinching Xiaohong's waist in excitement. Ouch! Why are you pinching me? Xiaohong protests, feeling the sharp pain. Look at your nervousness. I merely borrowed some flesh from your waist to ascertain whether this is a dream. Xiaozue retorts dismissively. What a formidable heavenly tribulation. Master, you must endure. Xiaohong neglects Xiaozue's unreasonable remarks, fervently praying for Hao Chen. Sensing the immense energy gathering within the blood cloud, Xiaozue is taken aback. Brother, please be cautious, she exclaims. The power of this heavenly tribulation seems to rival that of the 9th wave of the thunderous sea, with the energy contained within the blood cloud comparable to that of the purple lightning, coupled with the will of the heavenly path. The potency of this strike is even more terrifying. The elderly man beside Yi Xiaohan strokes his white beard and muses. Chapter 676, Heavenly Punishment Thunder. Elder, is the 10th heavenly tribulation truly formidable? Yi Xiaohan inquires, puzzled. The 10th heavenly tribulation is known as the heavenly punishment thunder, also referred to as the dual heavenly tribulation. The elderly man explains. Dual heavenly tribulation? Yi Xiaohan questions, bewildered. Among the normal tribulations lies the soul tribulation, when both tribulations converge. It seems the one undergoing tribulation faces insurmountable odds, the elderly man laments. No, it cannot be. My Hao Chen is not so easily defeated. This time, he will surely prevail. Hearing the elder's words, Yi Xiaohan's expression shifts, and he exclaims loudly, What do you mean? Who is the one undergoing the tribulation? The elderly man, his hair as white as snow, eagerly inquired upon hearing the words of Yi Xiaohan. The one undergoing tribulation is Hao Chen. What is the matter? Yi Xiaohan asked, perplexed. Upon realizing that Hao Chen was facing the tribulation, the white-bearded elder became quite animated, letting out a long howl. Hearing his cry, Yi Xiaohan was uncertain whether this elder was friend or foe. Thus, she signaled her companions to maintain a distance from the elderly man and hastily produced their magical artifacts, preparing for a possible confrontation. Upon hearing the howl, Hao Chen recognized it as the voice of the revered Xingxiao ancestor, who had also arrived at Nanyuan Island, allowing him to proceed with his tribulation with greater tranquility. I bear no ill will. I merely seek a few individuals to serve as protectors, the elder stated with a faint smile. As he spoke, a dozen formidable cultivators flew in from various directions and gathered around the elder. What are your orders, ancestor? A middle-aged cultivator respectfully inquired. The one undergoing tribulation is a disciple of our sect. It is not convenient to elaborate further. By my decree, all disciples heed my command. Clear the area within 1,000 miles of any unauthorized personnel. Centering on the one undergoing tribulation, the elder commanded the newly arrived individuals. You are the Xingxiao ancestor? Why have you disguised yourself? Xiao Chui asked upon recognizing his voice. Indeed, little girl, have you not also donned a disguise? The Xingxiao ancestor jested. Sisters, let us act discreetly, Xiao Chui said as she turned to her companions. We pay our respects to the ancestor. Now aware of his identity, they naturally felt a sense of closeness to him, and, under Yi Xiaohan's guidance, they once again bowed in reverence. As the heavenly tribulation loomed closer, Hao Chen focused his mind and summoned the demon suppression tower to hover above him. Suddenly, the heavens and earth were engulfed in a dreadful crimson hue. A sense of extreme danger surging from the depths of Hao Chen's heart. The 10th wave of tribulation had arrived. As the 10th wave descended, the entire realm trembled violently. The speed of the 10th tribulation was astonishingly swift. As soon as the blood-red lightning appeared, successive strikes bombarded the demon suppression tower. After the tower absorbed 3 layers of energy, 7 layers of tribulation lightning energy entered Hao Chen's body. 3 layers were absorbed into the Thunder Sea Dantian. 20% of the energy was taken in by the star body Dantian. 1 layer was devoured by the wind and thunder dark electric Nascent Soul. And the remaining layer of blood-red lightning surged into various parts of his body. This final layer of blood-red lightning was not an energy that an ordinary cultivator could withstand. The level of destruction it wrought on bodily functions was akin to that of the Great Ascension. Just as the blood-red lightning coursed through his body, the will of the heavenly Tao, associated with the tribulation of the Great Ascension, suddenly descended. This terrifying will pierced through the depths of his consciousness like a sharp blade. Hao Chen had heard tales of the heavenly Taos while testing those undergoing tribulation, but he had never experienced it himself. Throughout his cultivation, he had faced no bottlenecks, and his tribulation had been devoid of illusions. Now, for the first time, he was subjected to the trial of the heavenly Tao's will, which primarily manifested through illusions. Should one fail to withstand the onslaught of these illusions, their spirit would dissipate, leading to a swift demise of the soul. The power of the tribulation lightning could obliterate a person, reducing them to ashes. The will of the heavens possesses the ability to shatter the soul, erasing an individual from existence. Both forms of assault are perilously dangerous. A thunderous roar resounded as Hao Yan's soul was directly attacked by the will of the heavens. It felt as though his very essence was being torn asunder, his consciousness rapidly fading, and pain swiftly receding. The dissolution of consciousness. When a person's awareness dissipates, their soul is reduced to naught. In this moment of utmost peril, Hao Yan abruptly awakened. Gradually, he began to coalesce his consciousness, ultimately restoring it in its entirety, albeit accompanied by an excruciating pain that enveloped his being. Yet, upon experiencing such torment, Hao Yan felt an unexpected joy. The awareness of suffering signified that he was still alive. He had survived the onslaught of the heavenly will. Although he had withstood this attack, his tribulations were far from over. As he resisted the will of the heavens, the blood-red tribulation lightning at the Mahayana level surged forth in relentless waves, infiltrating his body and wreaking havoc upon it. The excess energy accumulated from the blood-red tribulation lightning, due to his inability to refine it in time while resisting the heavenly will, began to devastate all within him. Refine for me. At this moment, Hao Yan exerted himself to perform the lesser yang technique, channeling all his magical energy to refine the overwhelmingly potent blood-red tribulation lightning. Had he not comprehended the essence of refining the body with lightning, he would have found himself utterly incapable of countering this formidable blood-red tribulation. The demon suppression tower and each of his dantians were each engaged in their own struggle against the consuming force of the lightning energy unleashed by the blood-red tribulation. In this dire moment, Hao Chen could only gather the lightning energy that pervaded his body, derived from the blood-red tribulation, in order to escape this calamity. Devour for me. Refine for me. In this moment of desperation, he sought the aid of the spirit within the jade pendant, establishing a mental connection to control the consumption of the lightning energy that was surging throughout his body. Hold on, hold on. Hao Chen gritted his teeth and persevered. With the combined efforts of Hao Chen and the spirit of the jade pendant, the surging lightning energy gradually diminished, ultimately being absorbed by the jade pendant's space. From the moment the 10th blood-red tribulation lightning struck, to the moment Hao Chen and the spirit of the jade pendant jointly refined the rampant lightning energy, a mere span of several breaths elapsed. Within this fleeting moment, Hao Chen underwent a trial between life and death. As these breaths passed, the tribulation clouds dispersed, the lightning retreated, and no new lightning energy infiltrated his body. Just then, a celestial melody wafted through the air, a pure and untainted life force surged into his being. Having transcended the great Mahayana tribulation, Hao Chen reveled in the divine nectar bestowed upon him. This tribulation was more formidable than any he had encountered before. The divine nectar was denser than ever, but rather than the pure essence that had previously descended, it was now a cascade of celestial essence. This celestial energy enveloped Hao Chen, permeating his body, and the injuries upon his exterior began to heal rapidly. The meridians within, which had been ravaged by the surging heavenly lightning, received the nourishing vitality and instantly regained some vigor. Moreover, this celestial essence contained the terrifying destructive power of both the blood-red and purple tribulation lightning. The essence of celestial energy is imbued with a fragment of the will of the heavenly Tao. As this celestial energy continuously descends, the surging power of heavenly thunder within Hao Chen is gradually assimilated. His life, it seems, has been miraculously spared. Chapter 677. The seal is broken with a deep exhale, after the heavenly thunder energy has been integrated with the celestial essence. Hao Chen finally regains the ability to move. He takes a long breath, his mind focused, and invokes the Shaoyang technique to absorb the celestial energy, beginning to devour it voraciously. The divine nectar of celestial energy gathers into a long cascade, rushing towards Hao Chen's form, enveloping him in its ethereal embrace. The abundance of celestial energy is a consequence of the calamity thunder he invoked, which shattered the seal of the Qianyuan Grand Formation. This formation, crafted by celestial beings using their ethereal power, contains formidable celestial energy. Once the seal is breached, a vast quantity of celestial essence, accompanied by a powerful divine pressure, descends generously upon Hao Chen. In this moment, Hao Chen's injuries begin to mend rapidly. The broken and withered meridians swiftly revive, becoming more resilient. The body damaged by the blood-colored thunder also regains vitality, shedding its dark, hardened shell like a serpent. Seizing the moment, Hao Chen retrieves a white robe, for he could not allow Xiao Cui and the others to mock him. Once adorned, he appears strikingly handsome. With a thunderous roar, as the last of his wounds heal, all of Hao Chen's meridians reconnect. The 5 dantians operate in unison, fervently absorbing the celestial energy. At the very moment this energy is completely consumed, Hao Chen ascends once more, reaching the pinnacle of the early stage of the Great Ascension realm, becoming the foremost practitioner within the Qianyuan realm. At the instant Hao Chen triumphs over the heavenly tribulation, far away in the flying ascension valley of the Tianwu continent, Yi Lingxiao seals the control room of the Qianyuan Grand Formation, locks down his cave dwelling, and, accompanied by Yi Xiaoya, rushes towards the site of the tribulation. He seeks to discover who could provoke such terrifying calamity thunder and summon celestial energy, previously unrecorded in history. Having undergone the baptism of the thunder tribulation, Hao Chen's body has reached the coveted state of perfected Vajra, nearing the realm of complete vitality. Once he achieves the grand perfection of his body, he will break through to the ultimate state of the immortal body. Upon reaching this pinnacle, he would become impervious to the elements and weapons alike. If he could cultivate to the immortal body, he would shine alongside the sun and moon. With the esteemed star smiling ancestor of the Qianyuan sect and the presence of the ladies by his side, no one dared to seize the celestial energy while Hao Chen absorbed the divine nectar. After a short while, as the radiant light dissipates and the divine might fades, The sky above becomes clear. Yet, the vicinity surrounding Hao Chen is in disarray, clearly indicating that he has successfully weathered the tribulation. All eyes are drawn to the site of Hao Chen's trial, eager to discern the identity of this prodigious individual capable of enduring such formidable calamity thunder. Everyone longs to witness the true essence and engage with the formidable, thereby enhancing their connections with the powerful. The various guardians scattered across different locations, along with the venerable star-smiling ancestor and Knight Lingxiao, took a deep breath. Upon arriving, Knight Lingxiao immediately spotted the figure of the star-smiling ancestor descending to his location. Xiao Chui, Sister Ziyu? As Knight Lingxiao soared to this place, Knight Xiaoya recognized the two. Upon landing, she hurriedly approached them. Is that you? Has the ancestor arrived? Xiao Chui inquired upon seeing Knight Xiaoya. Indeed, look. The one conversing with that white-bearded elder is none other than my family's ancestor, Knight Xiaoya replied, gesturing towards the star-smiling ancestor. It was undoubtedly Knight Lingxiao who stood by the star-smiling ancestor. Xiao Chui then grasped Xiaoya's hand and hurried a few steps forward, arriving before Knight Lingxiao. I pay my respects to the ancestor, Xiao Chui said, bowing deeply. Ah, it is you, Xiao Chui. How delightful to see you again. Knight Lingxiao remarked upon observing her reverence. Let us proceed. Since Hao Chen has successfully transcended the tribulation, we should go and see him, Knight Lingxiao suggested. Taking flight alongside the star-smiling ancestor towards Hao Chen. Hao Chen pays respect to the master. I pay my respects to the star-smiling ancestor. Please rise. Your bowing would surely overwhelm us both, replied Knight Lingxiao. Though Hao Chen had ascended to the great ascension realm, he remained humble and did not forget the proper etiquette. At that moment, the ladies, witnessing the three together, refrained from approaching. Instead, they gathered under the guidance of Firebird Xiaohong. Having already discerned her master's intentions, she prepared to depart from the tribulation site. As anticipated, after exchanging a few pleasantries, Knight Lingxiao disregarded Knight Xiaoya and flew away with the star-smiling ancestor. Observing their departure, Hao Chen approached the gathered ladies, gestured to them, and ascended into the sky. Swiftly pursuing the direction in which Knight Lingxiao and the star-smiling ancestor had vanished. The three had urgent matters to attend to and could not afford any delays. As Hao Chen and the star-smiling ancestor learned that the Qianyuan realm's Qianyuan Great Array barrier had been disrupted by the tribulation initiated by Hao Chen, they hurried to investigate the situation. Arriving at the Ascension Valley, they ascended into the heavens, where the air grew increasingly rarefied and the temperature dropped. Yet this was not the most dire aspect. At the uppermost levels, there existed an intangible gale. The gale could be deemed one of the archenemies of practitioners, a phenomenon that instilled fear throughout the entire realm of cultivation. Under ordinary circumstances, such gales are difficult to form, but once they do, their destructive force is truly formidable. The gale can bypass a practitioner's defensive shields, striking directly at their person. Even if a practitioner attempts to defend with artifacts, they can only withstand for a limited time before the artifacts are compromised. Should the gale strike the body directly, even a body cultivator would not endure for long, as they would be utterly obliterated. On a previous visit, even the soul transformation realm's Lung Yushuang could not withstand it. Soon, they traversed through the gale layer and entered the chaotic flow of the void, where countless whirlwinds of gale swirled. Within the chaotic void, many peculiar phenomena occurred. One might inadvertently step into a cloud layer and find themselves trapped for millennia. Perhaps it appears as a hazy expanse at first, a realm where one might be instantaneously engulfed. Yet within, there lie many treasures, perhaps upon entering the vortex of time and space. The passage of time itself may decelerate by several-fold. A single day spent within may equate to a year outside. Conversely, one could linger for a year within, while merely a day transpires outside. Within the chaotic void, uncertainty abounds, and myriad dangers lurk. The Ascension Valley, a sanctuary discovered by the elders of the Qianyuan realm after centuries of exploration, is a rare location where the chaotic void seldom manifests. It serves as the optimal site for transcending tribulations and ascending to higher realms, as well as a conduit to the extraterrestrial cosmos. Hao Chen, upon returning from the outer celestial expanse, inadvertently breached the Qianyuan Grand Formations barrier. This was also the premier passage identified by the Blood God sect from the outer realms after countless years of exploration into the Qianyuan realm. The Demon Cloud Island can similarly be regarded as a gateway to the outer cosmos. By chance, Hao Chen's entry into Demon Cloud Island has unveiled a precious location for the Qianyuan realm, facilitating ascension to the extraterrestrial skies. The trio swiftly traversed the chaotic void and arrived at the region of laminar flow, the very site where the Qianyuan Grand Formation was established. Within the laminar layer, moisture and dust are scarce, and there is little presence of clouds or gales. The air predominantly moves horizontally, with convection being exceedingly weak. It can be said that even cultivators at the Qi refinement stage would encounter no peril during their sojourn here. Upon reaching the site of the Qianyuan Grand Formation, they discovered that the outer ceiling barrier had already been shattered by purple and blood-red tribulation lightning, leaving the void utterly desolate. Witnessing the millennium-old seal being dismantled, Yi Ling Xiao and the ancestor Xing Xiao were filled with profound sentiment. Chapter 678, Preparing for Rain. As Hao Chen observed the expressions of the two, he smiled quietly, choosing not to speak. Since they had arrived at the laminar flow layer, it was only natural to venture further into the extraterrestrial cosmos, a realm the others had never before explored. In a mere half hour, the trio had entered the outer celestial expanse. Here, chaotic gales occasionally formed, yet their density was minimal, allowing for timely evasion. They would also occasionally encounter meteorite torrents, a natural phenomenon absent from the laminar layer below. Should one unwittingly be swept into a meteorite torrent, they would be obliterated upon impact. Indeed, this locale would be nearly insurmountable for ordinary cultivators. As the trio navigated the void, they occasionally beheld colossal meteorites hurtling towards them. For smaller meteorites, Hao Chen did not flinch. Instead, he summoned his power, sending forth a tremor that reduced any meteorite to mere dust. Some meteorites contained treasures, such as Shin iron and Yuan stones, precious materials indeed. When confronted with larger meteorites, the three would soar towards them. Upon a meteorite towering 10,000 feet, they discovered a plethora of verdant plants. These plants, seemingly ordinary grass, were anything but trivial, for they thrived in the extraterrestrial cosmos. Starry sky grass, truly a remarkable find. Ancestor Xing Xiao exclaimed, his eyes glinting with appreciation. Hao Chen nodded in agreement, well aware of the medicinal properties of the starry sky grass. Not only is it a spiritual herb used for concocting top-tier elixirs, but a singular starry grass also possesses the remarkable ability to transform cultivators, allowing them to achieve the starry body. However, for the three individuals, these matters held little significance. Those without the spirit separation realm could not traverse the turbulent winds of chaotic currents. Yet, upon entering the outer starry expanse, even those at the Yuandan level could move freely. Whichever direction we chose would lead us to a small celestial body gathering place. My inaugural journey into the outer starry realm found me settling there for cultivation. As Hao Chen spoke, he gestured forward. The vastness of the starry sky was boundless and infinite. Cultivators who had not reached the Nascent Soul stage were utterly incapable of flying freely in the outer starry expanse. Otherwise, they would be utterly exhausted. There were no resting spots in the outer starry realm, no grounds to alight upon. While traversing the mainland, one could find places to recuperate and regain their strength upon depleting their spiritual energy. However, in the outer starry expanse, fatigue offered no respite. One could either be struck down by meteors or be ravaged by relentless winds. Additionally, one might attract the attention of wandering star beasts. Many adventurers in the outer starry realm did not perish at the hands of others, but rather succumbed to injuries sustained in battles with star beasts, expiring from exhaustion mid-flight as their life force dwindled. Thus, numerous secret realms emerged in the outer starry expanse, remnants left by those who ventured forth before. At this juncture, the path of adventure for Hao Chen and his companions was a region previously explored by both Hao Chen and Feng. After a full 3 days of flight, they finally beheld the small celestial body gathering place. Under Hao Chen's guidance, they arrived at the desolate star that marked the entrance to the fourfold heavenly awakening Yuan realm. Here, he introduced the starry teleportation array and elucidated how to enter the outer starry expanse, recounting the encounter with Feng, a disciple of the blood demon sect from the Qianyuan realm, along with detailed descriptions of Yi Ling Xiao and star-smiling ancestor. After lingering at this location for half a day, the trio resumed their journey. Upon reaching Locking Demon City, situated at the desolate star of the teleportation array in the outer starry realm, it was already the witching hour. Hao Chen proceeded to enter the fourfold heavenly awakening Yuan realm, unexpectedly capturing the esteemed disciple of the blood god sect, Tian Xingzi. he discovered that the external seal of the Qian Yuan Great Array was orchestrated by the Blood God sect, recounting the entire tale. For safety's sake, the trio did not tarry long at this desolate star and continued their flight until they reached the terminus of the second layer of fierce winds, where they were acquainted with Bei Ming Tian and Dan Tai Feng on the desolate star known as the Horned Toad, where they finally felt at ease. The Horned Toad star was, of course, a name coined by Hao Chen. At this moment, without reservation, Hao Chen summoned forth all the individuals from the Demon Suppression Tower. Since Yi Ling Xiao and Star Smiling Ancestor possessed similar spatial treasures, they were not surprised by Hao Chen's actions. However, they were intrigued to see that all the summoned individuals were stunningly beautiful women. Witnessing Hao Chen's display, the two also summoned forth individuals from their own spatial treasures. Star Smiling Ancestor called forth the younger generation of the Star family, and Yi Ling Xiao did not lag behind. In no time, the Horned Toad star was filled with joyous songs and dances. Seizing the opportunity, Hao Chen introduced Yi Xiaohan to Yi Ling Xiao. Upon learning she was a descendant of Yi Han Xiao, he could not help but feel a wave of emotion. Yi Han Xiao is indeed the ancestor of Yi Ling Xiao, who shows particular concern for Yi Xiaohan. Yi Xiaohan recounts the decline of the family, the pursuit by enemies, encounters with Hao Chen, and the discovery of Yi Han, as well as the peculiarities of the Xianin physique, the regeneration of his father's severed limbs, and the rise of the Hanyu Pavilion. It appears that Hao Chen truly is a blessing for the Yi family. Not only has he saved Yi Xiaohan's family, but he also aided in preserving his own life. At this moment, Yi Lingxiao comprehends why Yi Xiaoya harbors such deep affection for Hao Chen. It seems that Hao Chen is a person of great fortune. Having achieved the mid-stage of great ascension at such a young age, his future is indeed immeasurable. If Xiaoya is willing, then it shall be so. If they can reach the seven heavens immortal realm, it would be a tremendous fortune for the Yi family. While Yi Lingxiao is deep in thought, Hao Chen and the ancestor Xing Xiao arrive by his side, providing a summary of their imminent journey into the outer starry sky. Simultaneously, they share their speculations and ideas. Through half a month of travel and experiences, coupled with Hao Chen's detailed explanations, both Yi Lingxiao and Xing Xiao have gained a clearer understanding of the outer starry sky. This knowledge will greatly benefit the disciples of various sects in the Qianyuan realm as they embark on trials in the vastness beyond. The trio's flight path remains consistent with the exploration range that Hao Chen and Feng Qi have previously charted during their decades of adventure in the outer starry sky. This area has been established as a safe zone where the higher-level star beasts and wild creatures have been largely eradicated. As long as they avoid being caught in the tumult of gale winds or meteor showers, they are unlikely to encounter peril. Additionally, some of the wild stars here remain undeveloped, suggesting a wealth of treasures, potentially even deposits of elemental stones, aside from the spiritual herbs and medicines. Since the Qiyuan realm can establish numerous interface teleportation arrays, it stands to reason that the Qianyuan realm can do the same. This would facilitate the entry of more locals into the Four Heavens Qiyuan realm for cultivation, nurturing a greater pool of talent for the Qianyuan realm. To further enlighten the two about the conditions in the Four Heavens Qiyuan realm, Hao Chen resolves to later lead Yi Lingxiao and ancestor Xing Xiao to visit the Locking Demon City, intending for it to serve as a stronghold and bastion for cultivators from the Qianyuan realm entering the Four Heavens Qiyuan realm. Hao Chen is determined to prepare diligently, pouring his heart and soul into the construction of the Locking Demon City, ensuring that his fellow townsfolk can embark on their cultivation journeys in the Four Heavens.